Chapter 1. The beginning of the Lingbo micro-step. Your Excellency, if you release me, I shall do anything you desire. In the Ming Dynasty, in Yuhang, within the town's enforcement office, a captivating woman was bound to a torture rack. The chaotic yet deliberate bindings accentuated her graceful figure to an exquisite degree. Her alluring voice, laced with intoxicating charm, reached Su Shan's ears from across the room. 3 months prior, Su Shan, a VIP member of the Red Romance and Blue Star, had succumbed to exhaustion and died suddenly on the front line. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a tumultuous world of martial prowess, having taken the place of the original owner as a lieutenant in Yu Hang's enforcement office. Simultaneously, he had awakened the spirit communication and fulfillment system B, fulfilling the wishes of the deceased, he could earn corresponding rewards. His extraordinary skill, spirit communication, allowed him to recreate the final moments of the deceased through AI imaging. Through this divine ability, Su Shan had resolved over 10 long-forgotten cases within these 3 months. However, due to the victim's modest capabilities, the rewards he gained were disappointingly meager. Just days prior, Duan Yu, the heir of the Dali kingdom, had met a tragic end in Yuhang, which caused a stir locally and ignited the wrath of the Empress upon reaching the capital. She ordered the enforcement office to solve the case within a stipulated time and dispatched a special envoy to Yuhang. Su Shan, who had recently emerged as a promising figure, was summoned to the crime scene in a moment of crisis. With the aid of spirit communication, he identified the prime suspect, the notorious female criminal, Hua Jiu. In a clandestine operation, elite guards apprehended her in the early hours. While his superiors went to welcome the special envoy, Su Shan seized the opportunity to interrogate the female criminal. Ding dong. Time-limited mission, 15 minutes remaining. Mission Content 1. Fulfill Duan Yu's wish. Ask Hua Jiu, had you ever loved me? Mission Reward. 20 years of cultivation. Mission Content 2. Fulfill Duan Yu's wish. Regardless of what Hua Jiu says, you must share a lifelong bond with her and journey together into the netherworld. Mission Reward. Lingbo micro-step. She has drained you dry with her demonic arts, and you still question her love? Damn it, a pure love warrior. And you wish to share a bond and venture into the underworld? How romantically idealistic. Each time Su Shan heard the system's notifications, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. Your Excellency, I am speaking to you. Observing Su Shan lost in thought, Hua Jiu, believing he was entranced by her allure, leaned in closer to whisper in his ear. As she exhaled warm breaths, she playfully nibbled on his earlobe. This tactic had hardly failed her in decades of seduction. Eye in her eyes, this young man could not possibly withstand her charms. Once free from her restraints and acupoints, Hua Jiu was confident that, with her innate second-tier strength, she could seize the opportunity to escape the prison. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Su Shan back to reality. Upon witnessing the alluring gaze of Hua Jiu, her expressive eyes seemingly conveying unspoken sentiments towards him, Su Shan's countenance transformed into a mask of sternness. Did you just whisper in my ear? With that, he delivered a series of sharp slaps to his own face. The resounding impact not only left Hua Jiu in stunned silence, but also sent shivers down the spines of the 2 guards stationed outside. No, this is not good. Brother Shan is having another episode. Quickly, inform Captain Sheen. We can't let him kill another prisoner. Understood. The guards, their nerves frayed, were acutely aware that this man had condemned numerous heinous criminals over the past 3 months. While he had solved many cases, he had also imprisoned more than one soul if he were to descend into madness. Not even the captain could restrain him, let alone these guards. Did you ever love Duan Yu? The guards outside, hesitant to enter, were completely taken aback as they witnessed Su Shan tugging at Hua Jiu's hair while posing this question. Was Brother Shan's thought process truly this astonishing? I'm asking you a question. Must you force me to resort to torture? The once dominant predator was now on the receiving end of a fierce glare from Hua Jiu, whose fury was akin to that of a wounded creature. Was he truly starved of affection? Why was he so ruthless? Yet, upon seeing the red-hot iron in his hand, Hua Jiu, in a bid to placate him, reluctantly replied, I have loved. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed time-sensitive task 1. Reward. 20 years of cultivation. Host, please promptly complete time-sensitive task 2. Less than 10 minutes remain. Hua Jiu was in a precarious position. Should she perish at his hands, not only would she have to answer to the guards, but even the impending envoy might not spare her. However, the temptation of Lingbo Weibu had already compelled Su Shan to unsheath his blade, ferociously lunging towards Hua Jiu. What do you intend to do? How dare you strike hard, even after professing love? Despicable! With multiple stabs inflicted upon her, Hua Jiu's pupils widened in shock. I never loved, I never loved. Are you attempting to deceive and take my life? Even more despicable. Until her last breath, Hua Jiu yearned to uncover the correct answer to this life-threatening inquiry. With a loud crash, one of the guards, terrified, staggered back several steps. After scrambling to his feet, he fled towards the outer prison. Meanwhile, Su Shan was immersed in the elation of receiving his system rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed time-sensitive task 2. Reward: Lingbo Weibu. Panel. Upon hearing this, Su Shan summoned his interface. In the next moment, his personal information materialized before him. Host: Su Shan. Realm: postnatal 3rd grade. Pisikwe: Inatapur Young Badi. Supernatural ability: spirit communication. Note: the available communication time is the base value 5 multiplied by the realm 3. Martial arts: basic sword technique, great perfection. Basic body technique, great perfection. Lingbo Weibu, not yet initiated. Available cultivation points: 20. In this high martial world, the path of martial cultivation is divided into 3 great realms: postnatal, innate, and master. Each major realm is further divided into 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The martial arts techniques are classified into categories of ordinary, inferior, superior, transcendent, and ultimate excellence. Leveraging the cultivation value accumulated from prior cases, Su Shan has perfected the elementary knife techniques and foundational body movements imparted by the town guard. Bureau to a state of consummate mastery, he has also ascended to the 3rd rank of the acquired realm. Now, having acquired the unparalleled martial art Lingbo Weibu, Su Shan eagerly anticipates the extent of his enhancement. I shall channel all 20 years of cultivation into Lingbo Weibu. With a decisive command from Su Shan, as he resets his cultivation value to 0, the essence and profundity of Lingbo Weibu penetrate his mind with the clarity of a chisel. Carving stone. Chapter 2. He is irreconcilable with evil. Thus, Lingbo Weibu is not merely a traditional body technique, it is a practice of internal energy through dynamic motion. Stepping through the 64 hexagrams, my internal vitality naturally completes a full cycle. With each traversal, my internal strength gains incrementally. As Su Shan slowly opens his eyes, he absorbs the transformative insights bestowed upon him. This lays a solid foundation for his forthcoming deductions. Lingbo Weibu is based on the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, advancing through the hexagrams in a specific sequence. This technique comprises 5 forms: restful swiftness of the duck, elusive as a spirit, dust raised by silk stockings, motionless yet constant, and flitting to and fro. Ding dong. Deduction in progress in the 1st year of refining Lingbo Weibu. Possessing a solid martial arts foundation, you have grasped the fundamental essence. With relentless dedication in the 5th year, you have glimpsed the 1st form, restful swiftness of the duck. Your body technique and internal energy have seen substantial enhancement. In the 10th year, through diligence, you have fully comprehended restful swiftness of the duck. Proficiently traversing the 64 hexagrams, you have entered the 2nd form, elusive as a spirit. 2 decades have swiftly passed. With your body technique now elusive as a spirit, you have completely mastered the first 2 forms of Lingbo Weibu. Whoosh! In an instant, the completed deduction renders Su Shan more agile and spirited. The enhancement of his internal energy further elevates his physique and realm to unprecedented heights. Merely comprehending the first 2 forms of Lingbo Weibu has propelled me to the 7th rank of the acquired realm. If I were to deduce all 5 forms, would I not become a congenital powerhouse? Acquiring cultivation value is of utmost priority now. Just as Su Shan regains his focus, he suddenly notices a faint grass-green glow atop Hua Jiu's head. It resembles the aura previously observed above Duan Yu's crown, albeit with a deeper hue. Does she too harbor an unfulfilled wish? As he utters these words, Su Shan approaches her. and at the moment of contact, the system chimes again. Ding dong, issuing the deceased task Hua Jiyu's unfulfilled wish. 3 days hence, rendezvous at the Golden Capital Tavern in Yuhang with her husband, Lu Yaoji, and inform him of her demise, revealing that the murderer is the embroidered uniform guard Su Shan. What? Upon seeing this task, Su Shan is momentarily taken aback. To brazenly meet her husband and declare, I, Su Shan, killed your wife. How audacious that would be. One must note that Hua Jiu possesses the prowess of the second rank of the congenital realm. How formidable must her husband be? Task reward: 25 years of cultivation and immunity to all poisons. Holy cow! This reward is difficult for Su Shan to resist. Indeed, the stronger the deceased's prowess, the more bountiful the reward. Bang. Clang. At that moment, the door of the interrogation room was forcefully kicked open by Qin Changdong, the direct superior of Su Shan. As a colleague of Su Shan's late father, who perished in the line of duty, Qin had always been particularly protective of Su Shan, the heir to his father's legacy. However, today, he erupted with a near-roaring fury, exclaiming, Su Shan, who gave you the audacity to take such lethal action against Hua Jiu? You've landed yourself in quite the predicament. As he spoke, Qin stormed in and shoved Su Shan, his complexion paling as he confirmed the death of Hua Jiu. Simultaneously, a woman clad in a scarlet python robe, adorned with a finely embroidered spring knife and an ivory insignia, entered with an air of cold severity. Accompanying her was Ji Gang, the chief officer of the Yu Hang Town Protectorate. The presence of this formidable woman, the imperial envoy and deputy commander of the Protectorate Shangwan, clearly commanded respect. Despite her youth, she possessed the prowess of a second-rank grandmaster and was a proc of the Empress. Uncle Qin, during my interrogation of this wretched woman, not only did she make lewd gestures at me, but she also had the audacity to bite my ear. How could I possibly tolerate such insolence? Su Shan's vehement assertions only intensified Qin Changdong's fury, nearly pushing him to the brink of explosion. Qin immediately detained Su Shan in the dungeon. He is not to be released without my command, Ji Gang ordered, ostensibly punishing Su Shan while secretly offering him protection. Understood, Qin Changdong replied, signaling for Su Shan to be taken away. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yin'er had approached the lifeless body of Hua Jiu. The Protectorate's enforcer, Red Beauty, Hua Jiu? Indeed, it is she. The Five Poisons sect, notorious among the 3 major evil sects sought by the Ming Dynasty, was notorious for its heinous deeds. Its disciples committed unspeakable atrocities, with the most reviled being the husband-and-wife duo of the 2 enforcers White Hair and Red Beauty. The husband, Lu Yaoji, and the wife, Hua Jiu, practiced a dual cultivation technique, targeting disciples from numerous sects and noble families. Renowned for their mastery of poison, disguise, and seduction, they had evaded capture for years, only to be ensnared in Yuhang. Thanks to the meticulous investigation and pursuit by the officer Su Shan, we have apprehended this wicked woman, Ji Gang interjected, seeking to commend Su Shan. Su Shan? Yes, the officer who just dealt a fatal blow to the sorceress. Oh, does he have a vendetta against Hua Jiu? Shangwan Yin'er instinctively inquired, puzzled by the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang chuckled awkwardly, recalling Su Shan's oft-repeated phrase, and replied, he harbors an unrelenting animosity towards evil. Before Shangwan Yin'er could regain her composure from the surprise, Qin Changdong, anxious to defend Su Shan, hurriedly added, Deputy Commander, this child has suffered greatly. His father was the chief of the Imperial Guards, and after his tragic death in service, he left behind a mother and son. Under the care of Chief Ji, Su Shan has taken up his father's mantle as an officer in the Yuhang Protectorate. Previously, everything seemed normal, but 3 months ago his betrothed, Jin Lian, chose to become a concubine to the esteemed Shi Men rather than uphold their engagement. After suffering immense emotional turmoil, he attempted to take his own life by jumping into the river. Once rescued, he appeared to have transformed into a different person altogether. Devoting himself tirelessly to solving cases, he uncovered over a dozen long-forgotten mysteries in just these 3 months. Yet time and again, his aggressive methods led to his imprisonment in the dungeon. His merits and demerits balanced out, and he even faced a reduction in his salary. Nevertheless, this incorrigible rascal has brought upon himself great calamity I implore the esteemed official to grant this scoundrel an opportunity for redemption, considering his pursuit of the sorceress. Ji Gang and Qin Changdong harmoniously advocated for Su Shan's exoneration. However, no sooner had they spoken than Lu Feng, the inspector sent from the capital alongside Shangguan Yin'er, scoffed derisively. Ha! The esteemed Yu Hang Town constabulary relies on a madman to solve cases? What a source of ridicule that would be. What? Is there no one left in the Yu Hang constabulary? You, report. Before Ji Gang could retort, a piercing voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. What is it? Captain Ji, we have just received news that the Yu Hang general, Ma Xing, and his concubine have been found dead in their home. Who? The Yu Hang general? Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Yin'er turned sharply, her brows furrowed in concern. A visit to Yu Hang was twofold: to oversee the investigation into the murder of the crown prince and to probe into the Yu Hang armory's illicit arms and provisions trade. The whistleblower behind this was none other than the Yu Hang general. Ma Xing had their own informant met his demise upon their arrival. Was this a warning? Let us proceed to the scene. Yes. Just as Shangguan Yin'er was about to leave, a thought struck her, and she halted, saying, "Bring along that skilled investigator, Su Xiaowei. This official grants him a chance for redemption. On behalf of Su Shan, my subordinate thanks the esteemed official." Chapter 3. There are talents here. The officials, including the Minister Shangguan, Captain Ji, and the General Qin, are clearly showing favoritism towards Su Shan. To privately stifle the court's criminals is a grave offense. As newcomers, if we merely drift along, we shall be led by the nose. Freshly released from prison, Lu Feng, eager to make an impression before Shangguan Yin'er, leaned in to whisper, "HM?" Hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er furrowed her brows and turned to glare at him. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" "I dare not. I merely think." Before Lu Feng could finish, Shangguan Yin'er interrupted him sharply. "Refrain from your arrogance and disrespect. Although the town protectoress office has its connections, it ultimately respects strength. Su Shan's ability to garner unwavering support from the entire Yu Hang Imperial Guard signifies his extraordinary talents. Lu Feng, your father is still a deputy minister of the Ministry of Rights at the 4th rank. If the situation were to involve you, how many would stand by you in the town protectoress office?" Shangguan Yin'er's frank words rendered Lu Feng speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. As they proceeded to the crime scene, he steeled himself, vowing to astound everyone with his brilliance. In the dungeon, Su Shan, who had his own dedicated cell, had barely warmed his straw mat when Qin Changdong rushed in to call him out. "Master Shan, you've exited rather swiftly this time. Haven't you? The others wagered that you would take at least 3 to 5 days. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. Farewell, Master Shan. We bid you a respectful send-off." As Su Shan emerged from his cell, the inmates greeted him with utmost reverence. Being a frequent visitor, he had befriended them all. Meanwhile, Qin Changdong's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Brat, you act like a nobody outside, yet here you've become the boss? Hey, Uncle Qin, let me tell you this place is filled with talents. Now I can unlock any cell in merely 3 breaths and with a mere glance. I can discern whether a girl strutting down the street is a novice or a seasoned seductress. Did I not seize the pure-hearted Hua Jieyu in just this manner?" Yu Qin Changdong, incensed by Su Shan's words, raised his hand in anger but then hesitated to strike him. Instead, he tugged at Su Shan's ear and said, "This time, Captain Ji personally pleaded on your behalf, which is why Minister Shangguan granted you mercy. Show some genuine skill." What case?" Su Shan inquired, puzzled. "The Yu Hang general, Ma Xing, and his concubine, Zhang Yu, were found dead in their home. Ma Xing, if memory serves, he possesses innate strength at the 5th rank, correct?" As he spoke, Su Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stronger the victim, the greater the potential gain. He must be involved in other cases, or else Minister Shangguan would not have taken such grand measures. Remember, just focus on the investigation and do not seek personal glory. Killing someone of innate 5th rank is as easy as child's play for them, and it would be no different for you and me. After she finished speaking, Su Shan merely curled his lips, refraining from further argument. Upon their arrival at the Ma family residence, the Jinyiwei had already cordoned off the area. Su Shan, directed by Qin Changdong, proactively sought guidance from Shangguan Yin'er. Indeed, one must admit, this woman possesses an undeniable allure. However, her worth remains a mystery. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Shan turned his attention toward the 2 lifeless bodies. At that moment, Lu Feng, who was examining the crime scenes, deliberately approached and coldly remarked, "You must be Su Shan." I hope you live up to the unwavering support from the authorities of Yuhang Town. Do not end up as a mere laughingstock. Taken aback by this sudden mockery, Su Shan found himself at a loss. Nearby, Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang cast a glance at Lu Feng. Qin Chanong nudged Su Shan, signaling him to focus on his task and ignore the provocation. Uncle. Characters who relish in inciting animosity seldom survive beyond the prologue. Do you believe it? Get to work. Su Shan shrugged and squatted beside the corpse of Ma Xing. Upon entering the room, he immediately noticed a faint yellow hue atop the corpse's head. If there are final wishes, that is indeed fortunate. While musing over this notion, Su Shan began his examination of the body and activated his supernatural abilities, spiritual communication, AI imaging, with a brilliant blue glow. Still from Ma Xing's perspective, isn't this sensational? No censorship whatsoever? As the imaging commenced, the wavering Ma Xing staggered back a few steps. Only after leaning against the wall could he stabilize the view. Soon after, Su Shan, through his perspective, beheld Zhang Yue disheveled, standing across from him. Beside her stood a striking young man with white hair. You despicable pair, how vile. To have applied the 10 fragrant softening powder upon yourselves. Amused by this, Zhang Yue, while flaunting her alluring figure before Ma Xing, let out a piercing laugh. Who can blame the master for his fondness for this, and this? As she spoke, Zhang Yue provocatively gestured toward her own body. What a potent poison. To apply the 10 fragrant softening powder on a woman, exploiting a man's baser instincts to stealthily ensnare Ma Xing. Such a tactic is truly ingenious. General Ma, you are usually so wary. How could this protector allow you to willingly succumb to the poison without employing a few tricks? What if you are in 5th grade? Tonight, you will still fall at the hands of Lu Yaoji. Upon hearing this, Ma Xing exclaimed in shock, the white-haired demon, Lu Yaoji? One-on-one, I shall eliminate you. Huh. Though my true strength is but innate 3rd grade, I have still poisoned the innate 5th grade General Ma, have I not? Following this declaration, Lu Yaoji emitted a triumphant cackle. Lu Lang, why waste breath on him? Quickly dispose of him, then let us soar together. As Zhang Yue finished her words, she wielded the serrated short blade, the willow branch, and pierced through her opponent's body from behind. Lu Lang you. Approach me merely to assist in dealing with General Ma. Do you truly believe I would take you away? With that, she swiftly withdrew her blade. In an instant, the burdened Zhang Yue collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Su Shan could not help but mutter to himself, damn, ruthless indeed. A model for our kind. After dispatching Zhang Yue, the agile Lu Yaoji dashed towards Ma Xing without hesitation. With a swift stroke, she plunged her blade directly into his heart. In his final moments, Ma Xing's eyes were filled with the menacing visage of Lu Yaoji. From his vantage point, Su Shan could even discern the mole on the back of the opponent's neck with clarity. Ding dong. Published deceased's mission, Ma Xing's last wish. Mission details, eliminate the white-haired Lu Yaoji. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation, reversal of the 2 instruments, blade technique. Goodness. This mission seems to be completable alongside Huarjieyu's. Chapter 4. You are truly a talent. After the system issued the task, Su Shanhua felt a jolt in his waist. The wish of Huarjieyu was to meet Lu Yaoji at the Golden Capital Tavern in 3 days. The elusive truth was finally within reach without any effort. Just as Su Shan was secretly rejoicing, the overly ambitious Lu Feng was publicly analyzing the case with great fervor. His serious demeanor and nonsensical rhetoric seemed to have already reached a definitive conclusion. According to reports from his subordinates, the capability to silently assassinate General Ma and his concubine within the Ma residence indicated that the murderer possessed at least a 7th grade innate level of prowess. Both victims were struck down with a single, decisive blow, showing no signs of struggle. The assailant first fatally stabbed Zhang Yue from behind, then swiftly dispatched General Ma in one fluid motion, showcasing the skills of a true master. After Lu Feng finished his assertions, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Is that all? Inquired Shangguan Yin'er, tilting her head. As per the current investigation, these are the only findings. There are no further clues. As Lu Feng confidently concluded, Su Shan, who had been crouched beside the 2 victims, slowly rose to his feet. Towering over Lu Feng, he abruptly caught the attention of the crowd. Indeed, after examining the remnants of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder on Zhang Yue, Su Shan murmured to himself. Su Xiaowei, have you discovered something? With Shangguan Yin'er's inquiry, Lu Feng abruptly turned, his gaze drawn to Su Shan. Lu Shiba, with a look of disdain, was eager to hear his grandiloquent discourse. It was murder. Pooh. When Su Shan unexpectedly uttered those 2 words, Lu Feng burst into laughter. Murder? Even a fool could see that General Ma and his concubine were murdered, not suicides. Lu Feng's retort was laden with a tone of frivolity. Is this all? A master detective? Lu Feng's scornful remarks rendered Ji Gang's expression quite uncomfortable. However, in deference to Shang Wan Yin's presence, he could only suppress his anger and urge Su Shan, please elaborate. The murderer's strength should not exceed that of General Ma. Hence, they meticulously orchestrated a poisoning scheme. Su Shan hesitated to name the assailant directly, fearing he might be treated as a mere pawn and become a target of envy. However, before he could finish, Lu Feng interjected, nonsense. Before you arrived, the steward of the residence stated that General Ma had been exceedingly cautious lately. Everything ingested was first sampled by the servants to ensure its safety before he would consume it. Furthermore, where is the evidence of poisoning on his body? And you claim the murderer is definitely weaker than General Ma? To slay a fifth-grade innate General Ma without alerting the experts in the residence. How do you assess his capabilities? After raising his voice to finish speaking, Lu Feng mockingly turned his head and said, Ji Jian. Is it really relying on such incompetent fools for solving cases in Yuhang? This time, the official Shangguan has come to inspect whether there are any wrongful convictions. The audacity of Lu Feng caused Ji Gang's expression to turn cold. However, Su Shan, uninterested in offering explanations, picked up a piece of pastry from the table. He squatted down beside the corpse of Ma Xing and then dipped the pastry in his saliva in the spilled blood. After completing this act, he casually tossed it to the dog in the courtyard. Su Shan, the official Shangguan sent you here to rectify mistakes in the investigation, not to walk the dog. Woof. Just as the snarling Lu Feng finished his statement, the dog outside, indulging in the pastry, emitted a helpless whimper. The crowd turned to look, only to see the previously lively dog now staggering as it walked. Soon after, it collapsed onto the ground. Realizing something, Shangguan Wan re-examined Ma Xing's body. At that moment, Su Shan, glancing at Lu Feng who still bore the expression of a recent roar, suddenly questioned, Lu Shibehu, why are you silent now? Have you lost your tongue? This time, without waiting for Lu Feng to respond, Shangguan Yin, who was re-examining the corpse, spoke up, colorless and tasteless, with reversed meridians. 10 fragrant softening powder. Upon hearing this, Su Shan could not help but flatter, TSK. Official Shangguan. Not only are you beautiful, but you also possess a wealth of knowledge. Unlike some people, who are full of noise yet empty inside. If one is not pleasing to the eye, one ought to read more. As Su Shan finished speaking, Lu Feng, gritting his teeth, clenched his fists in anger. But how did the murderer administer the 10 fragrant softening powder to General Ma? After all, everything imported must be tasted by someone. Speaking of this, Shangguan Yin, who had risen, looked towards Su Shan. Not just her, but everyone present was focused on him. His subordinates had already mentioned. She killed. Su Shan added, pointing at Zhang Yui. An inside job? Slap. Ji Gang, who lightly kicked Su Shan's backside, scolded him impatiently. Stop with the riddles and just tell us what you discovered. Lu Shibeha needs to be convinced, otherwise it will be said that our Yuhang town's magistrate relies solely on incompetent fools. Having successfully garnered enough animosity for himself, Lu Feng found himself at a loss. After casting a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, Su Shan approached the corpse of Zhang Yui. No matter how one guards against it, a thief within is hard to prevent. The bewitched Zhang Yui must have been an accomplice of the murderer. Only in this way could the culprit avoid the guards in the courtyard and stealthily infiltrate. How was the poison administered? As Su Shan squatted beside Zhang Yui's corpse, Shangguan Yin fixed her gaze intently on her. When a man becomes deeply enamored, he may lose himself in intimate gestures towards a woman. For instance, kissing here and there, or cheek-to-cheek intimacy. One by one, Su Shan traced the body of Zhang Yui from the top down. Puff. Upon hearing this, someone in the room could no longer contain their laughter, especially when they beheld the renowned beauty, Shangguan Yin, whose cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It became all the more difficult to stifle their amusement. Is this truly amusing? We are in the midst of an investigation. After Ji Gang suppressed his laughter and chided the group, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of calm. Squatting there, Su Shan added, the murderer merely needs to apply the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder onto Zhang Yui's body. Major Ma must have been unable to restrain himself and let his tongue slip. Otherwise, how could the family dog still be affected after all this time? Given the secretion of saliva? This, then, is the subordinate's analysis of the entire case. Puff. After Su Shan solemnly concluded his remarks, even Ji Gang could not help but turn away in laughter. Letting your tongue slip? You truly are a remarkable talent. Chapter 5. Enjoy the evening. Feigning ignorance. Shangguan Yina slowly rose to her feet. At that moment, her gaze towards Su Shan was filled with admiration. No wonder the Yuhang Town Protectorate was determined to shield this individual. He truly possessed remarkable skills. Nearly through the investigation of the crime scene, he had deftly unraveled the sequence of events leading to the perpetrator's actions. Currently, the most awkward presence was the fidgeting Lu Feng. Everything he had previously asserted had now transformed into invisible slaps, striking his right cheek and then his left, out of respect for his status. The crowd refrained from further mockery, yet the derisive smiles rendered him utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, he bore a grudge against the instigator, Su Shan. Captain Su, from your perspective, could you provide a profile of the murderer? As she spoke, Shangguan Yin'er took a pen and paper from her accompanying officer, Qing Yao, appearing all ears for his response. This flattered Su Shan immensely, thus assuming an air of superiority. He circled around Lu Feng a few times with his hands clasped behind his back before finally speaking. The appearance of the murderer should be remarkably handsome. Adept at seducing women of virtuous repute. He is proficient in the art of poisoning, with a mastery level that must be at least innate. Otherwise, such a flawless execution would be impossible. He is left-handed, and the weapon, a knife with a sharp tip and serrated blade. After articulating these observations, Su Shan refrained from elaborating further. Captain Ji, the Yuhang Town Protectorate truly harbors hidden talents. Shangguan Qian Shi Liao praised. As long as we are not branded as good-for-nothings, we of the Yuhang Town Protectorate shall be content. Once Captain Ji concluded his meaningful remarks, Lu Feng, who had been mercilessly ridiculed, once again found himself embarrassedly scratching his feet. On the journey back to the Protectorate, the previously silent Qing Yao spoke. Captain, I have a strong suspicion that Su Shan is concealing something. I share your sentiment. He must have already identified the suspect. We should assign someone to keep watch over him. Understood. The exchange was overheard by Lu Feng. Upon their return to their temporary lodgings, Lu Feng summoned 2 subordinates. Go and teach that Su a lesson he will never forget before Qing Yao gets to him. Make him reveal the suspect he has identified. Remember, change into civilian clothes and leave anything that could prove your identity behind. We must not provide them with any leverage. Understood. The 2 accompanying banners possess strength at the 5th or 6th tier of the postnatal realm. In Lu Feng's view, dealing with Su Shan was a trivial matter. How dare he make him lose face? He would make him pay dearly. After several days spent pursuing Huarjieyu, Su Shan, having reported back to his station, hurried towards his home. Without access to any means of transportation, he was left to walk. As he traversed the main road and turned into an alleyway, Su Shan keenly sensed that 2 figures had been following him all along. After advancing to the 7th tier of the postnatal realm, his perceptive abilities had vastly improved. I wish to play with you properly. With that, Su Shan's figure instantly vanished at the intersection of the alley. Clatter, clatter. 2 subordinates dispatched by Lu Feng rushed over with great haste. After glancing around and exchanging puzzled looks, they inquired, "Where is he?" Upon hearing his colleague Zhang Chang's question, Wang Shun replied coldly, "Split up and search. Can a mere school officer match our agility?" With that, they darted off in opposite directions, pursuing deeper into the alleys. The newcomer, Zhang Chong, was unfamiliar with the roads of Yuhang, let alone the intricate alleyways. As he turned into a dead end, he suddenly sensed a presence looming behind him. "Looking for me?" With a swift motion, Zhang Chong spun around, only to find Su Shan standing there with a cold smirk. "You reckless fool." Before he could finish his taunt, Zhang Chong unleashed his full speed, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, to strike Su Shan. In his estimation, his strength at the 5th rank was more than sufficient to overpower his opponent. However, in the next instant, Su Shan remained unfazed and effortlessly caught Zhang Chong's fist with a single palm. You. Before Zhang Chong could complete his sentence, Su Shan unleashed his strength, swiftly breaking Zhang Chong's wrist. His cries were anything but restrained. In one fluid motion, Su Shan dismantled Zhang Chong's jawbone with another punch. Subsequently, the beleaguered Zhang Chong crashed against the wall like a kite severed from its string. As he fell to the ground, even his cries became feeble. The commotion drew Wang Shun's attention. Upon arriving at the scene, he was met with the sight of his bloodied colleague sprawled on the ground. "Zhang Chong, what happened to you?" As Wang Shun assisted him, the incapacitated Zhang Chong struggled to raise his right arm, pointing ahead. Realizing something, Wang Shun instinctively turned his head. In that instant, Su Shan, executing the swift technique of flying swallow, appeared before him with astonishing speed. Bang! Wang Shun was forcefully sent flying several meters, emitting a piercing scream. Yet, before he could recover from the agony, Su Shan, elusive as a specter, materialized before him once more. We are from the capital. Smack. Crack. An unreasonable punch shattered Wang Shun's jaw, leaving him to wail inarticulately. Having encountered both men, Su Shan was well aware of their identities. However, since they had come in plain clothes to ambush him, he decided to turn the tables. The Imperial Guards required your carriage for their mission. Seizing both men, Su Shan flagged down a cargo cart on the road. After arriving at the prison of the Yuhang Town Patrol, he roughly pulled the two bloodied figures inside by their hair. What on earth is happening, Brother Shan? At that moment, everyone in the Yuhang prison recognized the brutal Imperial Guard Su Shan. Seeing him employ the same method to drag the two injured men in, he skillfully opened the dungeon door. Two audacious rogues dared to rob me in the street. Should I not teach them a lesson about humanity? Upon hearing this, the strong man guiding him into the dungeon could not help but chuckle and remarked, "These two rascals are indeed brazen beyond belief. Lighting a lantern in a latrine, are they seeking filth or death?" Ugh. Zhang Chong and Wang Shun, still possessing a flicker of consciousness, attempted to articulate their identities. But the bloodied rags they wore rendered them speechless. Master Shan, have you acquired new merchandise yet? What is the plan this time? Can we entertain ourselves with them? As Su Shan ushered them into the dungeon, many of the older inmates jested. One cell each. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. Just don't kill them. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. At this, the prisoners erupted into a thunderous chorus of cheers. Fear not, Master Shan. We shall certainly leave them with a breath of life. Master Shan is formidable. Haha. Hold him down. I shall go first. Chapter 6, Captain Su. The Master of Concealment. On this particular night within the confines of the Imperial Prison's dungeon, the early hours echoed with the anguished cries of Zhang Chong and Wang Shun. As the night progressed, however, the atmosphere shifted to that of seasoned prisoners exchanging insights and critiques. Amidst the discourse, curiosity was piqued once more, leading to yet another bold intrusion. At dawn the next day, Su Shan, who had been temporarily reassigned to headquarters, had just joined the other captains for roll call when the imposing Lu Feng stormed in, accompanied by his entourage. Su Shan, come out here at once. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Jinyiwei instinctively turned to look. Even inside the room, Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang emerged to investigate the commotion. Oh, isn't that Lu Shibai? Did you not sleep well last night? You're rather agitated and foul-mouthed. Su Shan remarked with a cold smirk. I ask you, where are the two guards I sent last night to protect you? Lu Feng demanded, his tone sharp. Zhang Chong and Wang Shun had not returned for the entire night. Initially, Lu Feng had assumed they were enjoying the nightlife of Yuhang after completing their task. But as morning arrived and they remained missing while Su Shan appeared unscathed at the Zhengfu office, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Enraged, he charged in without hesitation. Two guards protecting me? Lu Shibai, one can indulge in meals, but one cannot speak nonsense. As a mere captain, what merit do I possess to warrant the protection of two guards from the capital? Lu Feng. The furious Lu Feng prepared to retaliate. But a cold voice from Shangwan Yinner halted him in his tracks. Yet, the venomous glare he cast towards Su Shan was unmistakable. Secretary Shangwan. Captain Ji. After a chorus of respectful greetings, Shangwan Yinner inquired directly, what on earth is going on? Before Su Shan could respond, Lu Feng jumped in with his account. In his version of events, he claimed to have dispatched two guards to protect Su Shan out of fear that the perpetrator would seek revenge. But now these guards had vanished without a trace. Anyone could discern the flimsy nature of his reasoning. You claim they were protecting me in secret? With the prowess of those two guards, how could I possibly know where they have gone? Su Shan interjected with a sneer. However, on my way home last night, I did encounter two ruffians. Upon seeing me, they immediately launched an attack. Alas, their skills were woefully inadequate, and I easily subdued them. Surely you don't mean those two? Lu Feng's frustration boiled over as he shouted, Su Shan, how dare you assault a colleague? Do not speak such nonsense. They were in civilian attire and armed with common knives, not the embroidered spring blades. I searched them thoroughly and found no identification tokens. How could I know if they were simply enemies seeking revenge against me? Besides, they were the ones who initiated the attack. Are we not all astute individuals here? As Su Shan articulated each word with precision, both Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang's group conjured the sequence of events in their minds. It was highly likely that Lu Feng, having faced humiliation at the Ma residence, dispatched his subordinates in disguise, intending to teach Su Shan a lesson. However, to their astonishment, the two minor officers proved no match for a single captain. This was an utter disgrace. Where were they now? With a countenance of icy severity, Shangguan Yin'er inquired about Su Shan, who stood nearby. Uncertain of their identities, they had naturally been confined to the dungeon. As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, Ji Gang turned and instructed his men to swiftly rescue them. Moments later, as the bloody Zhang Chong and Wang Shun were carried out on a stretcher, the scene erupted in uproar. Did you torture them? Lu Feng rushed forward, shouting in accusation. The bruises on their faces were inflicted by me. The rest is not my concern. Who knows what those rough men, cooped up together for so long, might do? Su Shan replied with a disdainful expression while picking his nose. Lu Feng, I will end you. Clang. Slap. Just as Lu Feng drew his blade, Ji Gang restrained him from a distance. Lu Shi, do not compel this captain to delve deeper. Otherwise, your esteemed father, a dignified fourth-rank official, may not be able to protect you. As Ji Gang concluded his statement, an enraged Lu Feng was about to retort when Shangguan Yin'er interjected. Isn't this humiliation enough? Immediately take them to receive medical attention. Swallowing his pride, Lu Feng clasped his fists in acknowledgement and swiftly led his men to the clinic. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yin'er fixed her piercing gaze on Su Shan, remarking, a 5th-grade innate talent and a 6th-grade innate talent. Captain Su, you truly possess hidden depths. With those words, she turned to leave. Ji Gang approached Su Shan and said, how should I commend you for this? You handled this affair splendidly. As long as no one holds you accountable, I shall bear the burden for you should the heavens fall. Upon hearing this, Su Shan bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Captain Ji, for your support. As he turned, Ji Gang glanced at his comrades and exclaimed, I truly envy you. All of you have a protective captain like this. We, too, envy Captain Ji for having such exceptional subordinates. Haha. Remember this. If you are bullied and do not retaliate, do not come to me. I cannot afford such disgrace. If you fight valiantly yet suffer losses, I will ensure you regain your honor. After Ji Gang finished speaking, Su Shan, the conspicuous leader, shouted, Captain Ji, majestic. Captain Ji, formidable. Captain Ji, silent yet powerful. Get lost. Haha. For 2 consecutive days, Su Shan either immersed himself in the document room or meticulously scouted the Jindu tavern. His every move was reported back to Shangguan Yin'er by the Qingyao. Over these 2 days, Su Shan reviewed hundreds of documents, many of which were mere distractions. But he diligently focused on a select few. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er accepted the documents handed to her by the Azure Bird. White hair, Lu Yaoji. He had indeed identified the suspect. Is this truly the case? Having eliminated Hua Jiyu, we lost the trail to investigate Lu Yaoji. Had I spoken up at that moment, I feared retribution in the future. However, what was his purpose in examining the 5 poison sects exclusive elixir, the 3 corpses brain corpse pill? As for my subordinate, he remains uninformed. Who is shadowing him? Lu Shibohu has proactively volunteered. Rest assured, my subordinate has been duly instructed. After the Azure Bird relayed this information, a slight smile unconsciously graced Shangguan Yin'er's lips. Furthermore, based on the clues provided by General Ma before his demise, we have identified Daijin Shan, the head of the Yuhang Armory. Maintain close surveillance, deploying elite troops focused on him, ready to ensnare him at any moment. Understood. 1 day later, at the Golden Capital Tavern, dressed in plain clothes, Su Shan arrived early, awaiting Lu Yaoji's arrival. Seated 2 tables away, Lu Feng lowered the brim of his hat, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Su Shan's every movement. Unperturbed, Su Shan had long sensed the lurking hound that had followed him for so many days. From that day forth, a self-serving scheme began to take shape in his mind. Lu Feng, today, if I do not cripple you, I shall bear your surname, Zizi. With that, Su Shan downed his drink in one gulp, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7, A Deadly Trap. Dear guest, what can I serve you? A pot of exquisite daughter's red wine and a pound of beef, please. Certainly. 1 pot of premium daughter's red and 1 pound of marinated beef coming right up. In the bustling tavern, the entrance of a white-haired elder and his order drew the keen gaze of Su Shan, particularly as the elder glanced around. Su Shan astutely noticed the mole on his neck, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the features of Lu Yaoji as seen through Ma Xing's perspective. A penchant for wine and a love for meat. This perfectly aligned with the records on Lu Yaoji. Moreover, Su Shan observed that despite the elder's disguise, his hand, which held the wine cup, was remarkably smooth. A congenital powerhouse possesses the ability to rejuvenate, The transformation encompasses the entire body, not merely a single part. With all this in mind, Su Shan was convinced that the individual before him was indeed Lu Yaoji, come to rendezvous with Hua Jiyu. With this realization, Su Shan rose and approached with the wine pot in hand. As he did, Lu Yaoji, ever vigilant, cast a wary glance in his direction. Not only him, but Lu Feng, akin to a watchful hound, straightened in his seat, ready to investigate. "May I share your table?" Su Shan inquired, though he had already seated himself without waiting for an answer. "My apologies, old man, but I am awaiting someone. This seat is reserved for an old friend." Lu Yaoji replied directly. "It's Hua Hufa who summoned me," Su Shan responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoji's hand, which held the wine cup, visibly froze. The other hand, concealed beneath the table, tightened around the hilt of a dagger. "I am unfamiliar with this Hua Hufa. You must have mistaken me for someone else," Lu Yaoji retorted, attempting to maintain his composure. In response, Su Shan rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. The black line that extended from his wrist to the inner elbow immediately caught Lu Yaoji's attention. This was the manifestation of being poisoned by the 5 poison sects exclusive elixir, the 3 corpses brain corpse pill. Without the antidote, once the black line reached the inner elbow, the afflicted would bleed from all 7 orifices before meeting a swift demise. This was precisely why Su Shan had researched the 3 corpses brain corpse pill. There was no more effective way to disarm Lu Yaoji's suspicions than to present this poison. "Lu Hua Hufa, all I desire is to survive." Hua Hufa stated that if I conveyed her last words, you would ensure my safety. With the mention of last words, Lu Yaoji's expression turned suddenly severe. He slammed the wine cup down onto the table with force. "Last words? You mean, Jiyu is dead?" Hua Jiyu was killed by Su Shan of the Imperial Guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Hua Jiyu's last wish. System reward, 25 years of cultivation. Immunity to all poisons. Su Shan was momentarily lost in the joy of receiving his system reward. Meanwhile, the anguish of Lu Yaoji was palpable. Though they usually led separate lives, whenever they were together, they exemplified the ideal of a deeply affectionate couple. Upon being dispatched to Yuhang, one sought to kill Ma Xing, while the other aimed to entangle with Duan Yu. They had promised to return home and become each other's little angels. Yet now, they find themselves separated by the veil of death. How could this not cause him profound sorrow? Where is the esteemed Xu Shan of the Jinyiwei? What has befallen Jiyu? What is your true identity? Upon hearing Lu Yaoji's 3 probing questions, Xu Shan, overwhelmed with emotion, recounted the story he had meticulously prepared. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as a captain of the imperial prison, who, while guarding Hua Jiyu, was enchanted and consumed by the 3-corpse brain-devouring pill. He had initially intended to save her in exchange for his own life. However, unexpectedly, during the interrogation by Jinyiwei Xu Shan, he tragically ended Hua Jiyu's life. His account, a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts deceit, ensnared Lu Yaoji's belief. Of course, it was the 3-corpse brain-devouring pill that truly assuaged his suspicions. This potion's antidote is only available to those of the 5 poisons sect at the level of Protector or higher. Before her demise, Protector Hua had entrusted me with 2 tasks. Upon their completion, Protector Lu would provide me with the antidote. The first task was to inform you of her death. The second was to bring the architect of her misfortune, Xu Shan, to this tavern for retribution. At this, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yaoji's eyes. "What did you say? Xu Shan is in the tavern? Do not turn around. The 3rd table to the side is occupied by Jinyiwei Xu Shan." After Xu Shan finished his tale, Lu Yaoji deftly turned his body, his peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Feng at that table. Although clad in plain clothes, the cloud-stepping boots he wore, reserved for those of the rank of 100 household and above, betrayed his true identity. The message was conveyed, and the man was brought forth. "Protector Lu, where is the antidote?" Hearing this, Lu Yaoji, with a visage of cold severity, replied, "Wait until I utilize the Jinyiwei's identity to escort myself out of the city. Only then will the antidote be yours. Wait at the 2nd alley. After I avenge Jiyu, I shall seek you out." With those words, Lu Yaoji concluded, and Xu Shan, his face a mask of turmoil, stood up. "Protector Lu, you cannot deceive me any further. Leave." Reluctantly turning away, Xu Shan hastily exited the tavern. Yet, the moment he departed, Lu Feng, filled with aggression, stormed directly towards Lu Yaoji's table. With a thud, he slammed his weapon down upon the table, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "What did that young man just tell you? Speak truthfully. If you omit a single word, I shall take your life." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yaoji, who had initially planned to wait before taking action, now glared with murderous intent. I have yet to seek you out. And yet you come here acting the part of a wolf. Why do you glare? I am asking you a question. Whoosh. Sizzle. Ah. As Lu Feng's words faded, Lu Yaoji swiftly drew his dagger and plunged it into his chest. With a full-force strike, his blade failed to completely penetrate the opponent's body. Instead, it merely sliced through Lu Feng's outer garment. It was only at this moment that Lu Yaoji noticed the gleaming golden armor worn beneath. Golden silk armor? A treasure of the Wei clan. Its resilience could undoubtedly withstand a fatal blow from a master of innate realm. Yet, even if Lu Feng had fortuitously survived thanks to this protective gear, the internal energy clinging to the blade had inflicted severe damage upon his internal organs. Having missed her strike, Lu Yaoji flipped the table and lunged once more at the terrified Lu Feng, whose eyes were wide with fear as he staggered backward. Murder! Murder! This sudden turn of events sent the patrons of the tavern scattering like startled birds. The shrill cries echoed continuously throughout the streets. At that moment, Su Shan, having exited the tavern, wore a sinister smile upon his face. Lu Shihai, I hope you can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Just as he muttered these words, the battered Lu Feng, in a state of panic, activated the distress signal with a desperate pull of the trigger. Chapter 8. The Killer, Su Shan of the Jinyiwei. A single cloud-piercing shot, and countless brothers come to meet. Bang! Rumble! Accompanied by the resounding blast that echoed throughout the eastern city of Yuhang, the Jinyiwei, previously dispatched by Lu Feng, swarmed towards the sound. In response, the Zhenfu division dispatched elite soldiers, racing towards the eastern city. Meanwhile, the discreetly accomplished Su Shan concealed himself within the alleys, channeling his 25 years of cultivation into the Lingbo Weibu. His 7th grade postnatal strength paled in comparison to Lu Yaoji. To seize the opportunity, he needed to elevate his realm swiftly. Upon Su Shan's command, the attribute value of 25 was rapidly reset to 0. The process of cultivation unfolded like a revelation, enhancing his physical prowess. In the 21st year of refining Lingbo Weibu, you have transcended elusive as a spirit, stepping into the realm of dust upon the silk stockings. In the 30th year of diligent effort, with dust upon the silk stockings, the wind rises beneath your feet, and movement becomes habitual. Time rewards those who persevere. In the 40th year of refining Lingbo Weibu, you finally enter the legendary state of now here, now gone. The ocean of knowledge knows no bounds, and in the fleeting 45 years, you have gained new insights into now here, now gone. You are but a step away from perfection. With a breath, Su Shan, having circulated his internal energy through several cycles, sensed a significant enhancement in his physique. After dedicating 45 years to the refinement of Lingbo Weibu, he was finally nearing perfection. Now light as a swallow, his internal strength was profound, and his movements were graceful. He even sensed the signs of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, knocking on the door of the innate realm. Opening his status panel, joy illuminated his face. Postnatal 9th grade perfection. Only a step away from the innate realm. Should he fully comprehend Lingbo Weibu, he would undoubtedly enter the legendary innate state. No wonder the heroes of the martial world fought fiercely over a singular, unparalleled martial art. Mastering such a technique could lead one to the often elusive innate realm of martial cultivation. Just as Su Shan reveled in his impending power, at the Jindu Tavern, merely a street away, Lu Feng found himself enduring the most excruciating blows. Bang! Crack! Thud! Lu Shihai was violently hurled out of the tavern's 2nd floor by Lu Yaoji, crashing through the wooden window and landing heavily on the street. His legs twisted beyond recognition. He screamed in unbearable agony. Bloodied and helpless, Lu Feng let out a mournful whimper. Ding! Lu Yaoji, descending from the 2nd floor, had no intention of sparing him. Su Shan, you dog, come and face your death. Huh? Hearing this, a dazed Lu Feng, struggling to rise, was bewildered. Su Shan, who the hell is Su Shan? I am Lu Feng. At this moment, he had no time for explanations. Save me, ding. Crash. The subordinates of Lu Feng, rushing forward, momentarily hindered Lu Yaoji's path of slaughter. Nevertheless, their attempts were futile. They were no match for their opponent, serving merely to delay the inevitable. Die! With a menacing visage, Lu Yaoji swung her blade towards Lu Feng, who lay like a lifeless dog. Suddenly, a long spear surged from the distance. Sensing the terrifying power contained within its tip, Lu Yaoji instinctively staggered back several steps. In the next instant, a graceful figure grasped the spear and boldly positioned herself before Lu Feng and his men. It was none other than Qing Yao, the personal guard of Shang Wan Yin'er. What is your connection with the renowned gun King Qinglong of the Jinyiwei? Lu Yaoji recognized the formidable technique employed by her opponent, having been shaken to the point of blood oozing from her palms after just one encounter. The four renowned leaders of the Jinyiwei, known as the Four Heavenly Kings Qinglong, Baihu, Zke, and Xuanwu, were infamous in their own right. Thus, when Qingyu unleashed this particular move, Lu Yaoji felt a surge of trepidation. With no time for idle conversation, the resolute Qingyu thrust forward with her spear, moving like a dragon. Lu Yaoji, already at a disadvantage in power, could only resist stubbornly. Having been struck multiple times, her momentum waned. Simultaneously, reinforcements from the Jinyiwei arrived swiftly. Realizing that remaining would likely lead to encirclement, Lu Yaoji seized an opportunity to extract a gas grenade from her cloak. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed through the scene. "The smoke is toxic. Cover your nostrils," shouted Qingyao, well versed in such matters. As her warning resonated, Lu Yaoji's fierce voice echoed closer. "Su Shan, I swear I'll take your life. Search. Seal the city gates and search every street. He can't have gone far with his serious injuries." Meanwhile, Su Shan, who had been observing the battle with a watchful eye, swiftly pursued Lu Yaoji upon discerning her escape route, employing the graceful steps of Lingbo Weibu. In terms of agility, even Qingyao and her companions could not keep pace with him. Lu Protector, I am here." In the alley, Su Shan called out to Lu Yaoji, who was grievously wounded. Trusting in Su Shan's presence, Lu Yaoji staggered towards him, clutching her injury as she sought a place to recuperate. "Quick, find me a place to heal." As she spoke, she attempted to consume a healing powder. Poof! Just as the healing powder was about to reach her lips, Lu Yaoji suddenly felt a blade pierce through her chest. In disbelief, he instinctively raised his head, only to behold Su Shan, with a cold smile on his face. Gazing at his opponent, "Lahufa, have you not been inquiring about the demise of Huarjeyu? Well, this is precisely how she met her end." With a swift motion, Su Shan pierced through the body of a third-tier innate master. Previously, he would have lacked the strength to accomplish such a feat. However, now, he was no longer a mere novice. His prowess and might were sufficient to claim a life at such close quarters. You are." The pupils of Lu Yaoji widened in shock as he summoned all his strength to utter those words. Yet, Su Shan, with an unyielding smile, enunciated each word deliberately. "Su Shan. Jinyiwei, Su Shan." With a final, lethal strike, he ended the nefarious life of the notorious flower thief. At the very moment Lu Yaoji fell, a notification chimed within Su Shan's mind. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Ma Xing's final wish. System reward, 30 years of cultivation and the reverse two-element sword technique." Chapter 9, Truly a Moment of Glory. Upon receiving his reward, Su Shan devoted another decade to cultivating his skills, successfully mastering the Lingbo Weibu to its utmost perfection. With the convergence of the three flowers, he unlocked the gates of the innate realm. The instant he stepped into this new stage, he felt his strength elevate beyond mere boundaries. Compared to his previous late-stage 9th rank, his power had doubled. In the realm of the Ming Dynasty, entering the innate stage signified entry into the ranks of the formidable. Within the Bureau of Pacification, there existed an unwritten rule. To ascend to the rank of a small banner, one must at least be at the 5th rank of the acquired stage. To attain the title of a general banner, one needed to possess an 8th rank, regardless of their achievements. The standard for testing as a 100-house commander was the innate realm. Clearly, Su Shan's current official position did not correspond with his level of cultivation. He remained patient, knowing that greatness builds over time. The reverse two-element blade technique. With 20 more years of cultivation ahead, he would dedicate himself to mastering this blade technique. As he began his studies, the profound principles and truths of the reverse two-element blade technique etched themselves into his mind like a sculptor's chisel carving stone. The reverse two-element blade technique consists of 4 forms and 5 strikes, shattered mountains and rivers. Power shakes the 8 wildernesses, cloaked in stars and moonlight. Blade divides yin and yang. Only when all 4 forms are refined to perfection and the essence of the blade is comprehended can one unlock the 5th strike, the sun and moon without light. The first 4 forms, once learned, could only be deemed superior martial arts. However, to advance to the 5th strike would elevate it to an unparalleled martial discipline. With your profound inner strength, you mastered shattered mountains and rivers in the 1st year of refining the reverse two-element blade technique. In the 5th year of persistence, you grasped the power of the mountains and rivers, unleashing a strike that shook the 8 wildernesses. In the 10th year, illuminated by the starlight, you understood the principle of overcoming hardness with softness, delivering a strike cloaked in stars and moonlight. infused with blade intent. In the second year of diligent study, you executed a strike that divided yin and yang, reversing the two elements. Your blade intent reached its zenith, shaking the heavens and the earth. With a swift and fluid series of movements, Su Shan unleashed a strike that shattered half of the walls in the alley. Immersed in his blade intent, he grinned. How formidable! Has he directly reached the second rank of the innate realm? In that moment, Su Shan was convinced that even when facing adversaries like Lu Yaoji or Huar Jieyu, he possessed the confidence to defeat them with a single strike. Regaining his composure, he began to scour Lu Yaoji's belongings. The silver notes alone amounted to thousands of taels. Truly, a display of extravagant wealth. To put this into perspective, his monthly salary as a captain was merely 5 taels. The array of poisons he carried was equally impressive. Sulkin founding fragrance, ecstasy powder, 10 fragrance softening powder, 7 souls heartbreak powder, 3 corpse brain pills. With these resources, Su Shan felt he could contend against even higher-tier martial artists. You still have unfulfilled wishes? Don't tell me you expect me to avenge you? Noticing the faint green aura atop Lu Yaoji's head, Su Shan instinctively reached out to touch it. Ding dong. Quest issued. Lu Yaoji's last wish. The task at hand is to administer a potent aphrodisiac to Humayr, the concubine of Shiman Qing, plunging her into madness. The reward for this undertaking is 20 years of cultivation and mastery of the art of poison. Remarkably, even in his dying moments, this scoundrel harbors thoughts of another's family. Once the poison is administered, will there be no further demands? Is this not the same Shiman Qing who usurped his betrothed, Jinyiwei? As Su Shan stood lost in thought, the sound of a collapsing wall in the alleyway drew the attention of the surrounding imperial guards. Within the Department of Pacification, the grim-faced Ji Gang bellowed coldly, dig 3 feet into the ground. We must find Lu Yaoji. Yes, with such a ruckus, if the perpetrator were not brought to justice. Where would the honor of the imperial guards reside? As Ji Gang finished speaking, a small flag-bearer, along with Lu Feng, relayed the dire situation to Shangwan Yenner. Their faces marked with distress, some even on the verge of tears. Shangwan assistant, had it not been for Su Shan's silence and cowardice, would we have suffered such grievous losses? Indeed, even Lu Shibai's fate hangs in the balance. You must advocate on our behalf. As they spoke, several small flag-bearers and the chief flag-bearer cast accusatory glares at Ji Gang, who stood nearby. Given their status, they were unafraid of a mere lieutenant. However, Ji Gang was a formidable figure in Yuhang, revered Asnan Ji Beizhua. After a moment's silence, Shangwan Yenner, her brows furrowed, inquired, "Where's Su Shan now?" He fled. After instigating trouble, he abandoned Lu Shibai at the Golden Capital Tavern, then vanished like a rabbit. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yenner turned to Ji Gang, asking, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Without a trace of hesitation, Ji Gang replied, "My soldiers are no cowards." Just then, a subordinate burst in, brimming with excitement. "Ji Qianhu, we have captured Lu Yaoji." "Where?" Su the lieutenant is dragging his corpse to the entrance. As the small flag bearers and the chief flag bearer processed this news, they froze in shock. Especially after Ji Gang shot them a meaningful glance before heading out. They could hardly suppress their discomfort. In the Department of Pacification of Yuhang, there were no soldiers who feared for their lives, nor any who would weep for their mothers after being bested in a fight. As Ji Gang strode out, he uttered fiercely, "Not a single coward among us." His words resonated deeply, leaving the small flag bearers and chief flag bearers feeling utterly humiliated. After casting a scornful glare at them, Shangwan Yenner followed suit and exited. Upon stepping outside, I beheld Su Shan, drenched in blood, dragging the lifeless body of Lu Yaoji, advancing toward them with deliberate steps. During this moment, the crimson remnants of the setting sun illuminated him, casting a silhouette that appeared remarkably imposing. "Old G, we must increase the pay. If next month's salary remains at merely 5 taels, this task is beneath even a dog." Haha. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Ji Gang, who was laughing heartily, rushed forward. After confirming that Su Shan had sustained no injuries, he immediately shouted, "We must raise it." Effective immediately. Su Shan is to be promoted to a junior flag officer. Qin Chadong, present. Equally exhilarated, Qin Chadong promptly stepped forward. "You will draft the order, and I shall sign it." Indeed, this truly brings honor to me. Chapter 10. The dapper rogue, what is there to flaunt? Had it not been for the injury inflicted upon Lu Yaoji by the Jinyiwei Baihu, could he have seized this opportunity? The harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden exclamation. With a swift motion, the vigilant gaze of the Jinyiwei present converged upon the speaker, the chief flag-bearer. As Lu Feng's confidant and the direct superior of Zhang Chong and Wang Shun, Ma Ming, who had suffered a significant loss today, could not help but make a few derisive remarks, emboldened by the presence of Shang Yin'er nearby. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Given the chance, I could do it too." After Ma Ming arrogantly delivered his retort, Shang Yin'er was about to reprimand him when Su Shan interjected coldly, "Madam Shang Wan, if memory serves, our town guard has an unwritten rule. A school officer aiming for a promotion to a junior flag-bearer must engage in at least 10 exchanges with the chief flag-bearer. This rule cannot be broken, so I choose him." Su Shan raised his right arm and pointed directly at Ma Ming. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Ma Ming declared, possessing near postnatal 9th grade prowess. He gestured with his right hand towards an open space nearby. With a cold smile, he added, "Remember, at least 10 exchanges. No calling for a halt, and no interference from anyone." As he spoke, Ma Ming cast a significant glance at Ji Gang and others, implying that the outcome would not only determine victory or defeat, but also life or death. A murmur of astonishment rippled through Ji Gang and Qin Changdong's group upon hearing Su Shan's declaration, just as they prepared to voice their concerns. Su Shan raised his hand to silence them. "Commander Ji, let us adhere to the rules," Ma Ming insisted earnestly, confident of his impending victory. 10 exchanges, and only 10. Fearing that matters may escalate, Shang Yin'er decisively stated, "Since Commander Shang Wan has spoken, let it be so." In Ji Gang's eyes, Su Shan, who had previously taken down 2 5th and 6th grade junior flag-bearers single-handedly, should be able to withstand 10 exchanges against Ma Ming. However, for those familiar with Ma Ming, they understood that he had mastered the iron sandpalm technique, a superior martial art passed down from Shaolin, and was more than capable of engaging in a fierce battle even against those of postnatal 9th grade strength. "Begin," with Ji Gang's command. Ma Ming wasted no time and leaped towards Su Shan. Iron sandpalm. He unleashed his signature move, determined to teach Su Shan a lesson within 10 exchanges. Observing this scene, Lu Feng's subordinates, who had been thoroughly outmaneuvered today, reveled in their misfortune. Conversely, Su Shan's colleagues from Yuhang, led by Qin Changdong, were filled with apprehension for him, especially as they noted that Su Shan remained motionless. "Su Shan, be cautious. The iron sandpalm is a formidable technique. Do not engage it head-on." As Qin Changdong spoke, he gestured for the others to step back, granting Su Shan some space to evade. However, before they could even move, Su Shan engaged directly and resolutely, eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers. At this sight, a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Ma Ming's face. Did he truly believe he could shake a tree like an ant? Such presumption was nothing short of folly. With a resounding bang and a sickening crack, to the astonishment of all present, the moment their fists collided echoed with the chilling sound of breaking bones, accompanied by Ma Ming's anguished scream. In the next instant, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Without waiting for him to land, Su Shan, employing his ethereal footwork, swiftly reappeared before his opponent. Witnessing this, Shang Yin'er and Ji Gang exclaimed in unison, "What remarkable speed!" No sooner had they spoken than Su Shan's second punch struck Ma Ming with devastating force. Simultaneously, he vented his frustrations at the ineptitude of his so-called allies, who had nearly sabotaged all his plans. With a sneer, he thought of those pretentious figures, clad in official boots and brandishing embroidered blades, as if they bore the insignia of the imperial guards upon their foreheads. The third punch landed, and Ma Ming's howls of despair nearly ceased, his vision clouded by blood. Particularly, Lu Feng's presence weighed heavily on Su Shan's mind. With a decisive slap, he confirmed the identity of Lu Yaoji, ready to strike in a secluded spot. With the fifth punch, Ma Ming's body was forcibly embedded into the ground, creating a hollow impression where he had once stood. How reckless of him to act without hesitation. Su Shan pondered the implications of their actions. Even if they possessed the strength to confront him, the Golden Capital Tavern was filled with ordinary citizens. To injure or kill even one would leave the rest of them, the locals, to bear the brunt of the consequences. As the ninth punch landed, a cloud of dust swirled in the air, mingled with bloodshed. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shang Yin'er called for a halt. Hearing her plea, Su Shan slowly straightened, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Officer Shangwan, that was merely 9 moves. Surely we must reach 10. With a disdainful spit of phlegm, he turned away, arms outstretched, declaring, "I had pent-up anger with no outlet, and he came knocking on my door." Addressing old Ji, he questioned, "Did you not assert that the envoys in Yuhang were elite? Is this truly what you call elite?" After Su Shan arrogantly finished speaking, Ji Gang, regaining his composure, declared with head held high, Lu Shiba's team is from the inspection division, not the direct jurisdiction of the Shangwan Qianshi. Upon hearing inspection division, the crowd suddenly grasped the implications, their expressions turning to disdain. The inspection division, one of the 10 divisions of the town protectorate. Its primary function is to conduct home raids. Historically, such raids have always been lucrative ventures. Rarely on the front lines, they face minimal risks while reaping substantial rewards, making it a prime opportunity for the affluent scions of the capital to enhance their status. However, to ascend to the position of a chief flag bearer, one must possess genuine and formidable strength. Su Shan, relying solely on brute force, had nearly obliterated Ma Ming, who was at the cusp of the 9th grade of the acquired realm. This suggests that Su Shan's prowess must be at least the pinnacle of the 9th grade of the acquired realm, or perhaps even in the innate realm. Such terror is unfathomable. The visceral impact of his strikes has truly allowed the privileged youths of the inspection division to experience firsthand what it means to be a dressed-up thug. The remnants of Ma Ming's earlier bravado still echo in their ears, yet in hindsight, it is profoundly ironic, especially when they recall how he was collectively dragged from the ground, his pitiful state instilling a sense of dread. For Su Shan, he had fought, vented his frustrations, and cast off the burden. Perfect. Brother Shan, something has happened. Chapter 11. Are you trying to bully me? As Su Shan changed his attire and accepted the congratulations of those around him, a burly gatekeeper rushed over in a state of alarm. What happened? Su Shan inquired. A young girl is outside, urgently asking me to convey a message to you. She said there's a grave matter at home, and you need to return at once. Without another word, Su Shan hastily exited. Not far away, he spotted a slender young girl standing there, visibly anxious. Little Dobell? The girl was none other than Su Shan's neighbor, his little sister. Brother Shan, you must return and see. The Jin family, accompanied by the head coach of the Shimin family, is making a ruckus at your house to annul the engagement. Mother has fainted from anger. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's fury ignited. His face transformed into a mask of cold severity and grimness. The root of all this turmoil stemmed from the previous incarnation of Su Shan, who had been a mere sycophant. The Jin and Su families had already exchanged formal betrothal gifts. 3 months prior, the Jin family, having ingratiated themselves with the Shimin household, attempted to annul the marriage. Unable to bear the humiliation, the previous Su Shan had tragically taken his own life by drowning. This incident had stirred a considerable uproar across the town. Fearing public ridicule, the Jin family had been unable to finalize the annulment. In the intervening months, the unworthy Jin Lian had secretly engaged in an affair with Shimin Qing and had even become pregnant. As a prominent family in Yuhang, the Shimin family would never accept a woman who was still bound by a marriage contract. Even as a mere concubine, they could not afford to bear such shame. Thus, the duplicitous Jin Lian sought to both indulge her desires and maintain her reputation, prompting the Shimin family to make a grand spectacle of annulling the engagement and returning the betrothal gifts today. Their actions were tantamount to dragging the Su family's honor through the mud. Su Shan seized the reins handed to him by a colleague and mounted his horse. He then galloped down the main road towards his home. At this moment, within the Su household, Su's mother, Wu Su, barely regained consciousness after being pinched by a neighbor, and with a trembling arm, she pointed towards Jin Lian's father, Jin Shan, who stood nearby. You mustn't be so unreasonable. In response, Jin Shan sneered dismissively. Are we being unreasonable, or is your family the one abandoning Bai Lian? Spare me your pathetic act. Today, whether you like it or not, this marriage will be annulled. After Jin Shan finished speaking, a member of the crowd, incensed by the scene, exclaimed, Is there any decency in coming here with drums and gongs to annul a marriage? Isn't this an affront to a widow and her orphaned children? Bang. At this, Hu Rui, the head coach accompanying Jin Shan, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, to insult him is to acknowledge his worth. As he spoke, Hu Rui's fierce gaze swept over the onlookers. The Shimin family's attendants, blocking the entrance, looked menacing, instilling fear in the neighbors, who dared not speak out any further. With a swift motion, Hu Rui produced a silver ingot from his pocket and, as he turned, threw it before Wu Su, stating, the initial betrothal gift was 5 taels. We, the young master of the Shimin family, will return you 50 taels this time. On this prepared letter of annulment, sign and seal it. Do not show any shame when faced with disgrace. This pre-drafted letter casts all the filth and blame upon the Su family. Once signed, their reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Depart. Smack. Just as Hu Ruigang finished speaking, Su Shan, who had hurried back, sent the blocking servant of the Shiman family flying with a swift slap. Immediately following, he strode in with the vigor of a tiger, his piercing gaze sweeping across the scene. Su Shan, Shaner. Upon the appearance of the main figure, Jin Shan, slightly intimidated, hid behind Hu Rui. After all, the opponent held an official position. However, the coldly smirking Master Zhang deliberately raised his voice. Jinyi, there is no need to fear this fellow. He is merely a minor officer of the Jinyiwei. The godfather of the young master of the Shiman family is none other than Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. Surely you are aware of the Eastern Depot? It specializes in overseeing the Jinyiwei. This time, when the young master of the Shiman family takes a concubine, his old man will personally come to Hangzhou to offer congratulations. Even if this brat had 10 lives, he would not dare to act rashly. It is precisely because of this gilded background that Hu Rui, with his innate 8th-grade strength, dared to swagger into the Su family. In terms of connections, you cannot compare. In terms of strength, you are utterly useless. As the words left the opponent's mouth, Su Shan walked directly to his mother's side. In his previous life, as an orphan, he now fully experienced the warmth of maternal love in this life. For this reason alone, Su Shan was unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. Mother, please go inside and rest. Leave the matters outside to Shaner. Supporting Wu Su, Su Shan escorted her into the house. After offering her a few words of reassurance, he firmly closed the door. It was far more fitting for the principal party to resolve this matter personally. I warn you, do not resort to any tricks of wailing or causing a scene. Today, Su Shan will sign this annulment letter, even if it costs you your life here. As Hu Rui spoke with a playful expression, Su Shan, with a stoic demeanor, descended the steps. Smack. He kicked the 50 taels of silver ingots towards the opponent and added, word by word, eat it. What? Haha. I recently heard you have gone mad. At first, I didn't believe it. Now it seems to be true. What are you? To act so arrogantly here? With a swift motion, Su Shan, bolstered by his light-footedness, dashed towards the opponent in a flash. He landed a solid punch squarely on Hu Rui's cheek. In an instant, Hu Rui was sent flying, crashing against the wall before rolling down. This sudden turn of events startled Jin Shan and the others, who had been boasting moments earlier, into terrified cries. Su Shan, picking up the silver ingots, strode directly in front of Hu Rui. In front of everyone, he shoved it into the opponent's mouth and raised his fist, raining down blows. Bang, 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 until Hu Rui's mouth was filled with teeth, splattered alongside blood, until his skull was forcefully driven into the ground, a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, until silver ingots were all embedded within the adversary's mouth. A gurgling sound. The scene before them caused the accompanying attendants of the Shiman family to swallow hard in terror. Upon witnessing the fearsome and malevolent Su Shan turn around, each staggered back a few steps. None dared to bare their teeth any longer, watching as Su Shan approached them, step by deliberate step, towards the Golden Mountain. With nowhere left to retreat, Jin Shan collapsed against the wall, trembling, gazing up at Su Shan before him. His satin trousers were utterly soaked. Chapter 12. The Tragic Annihilation of the Family. Su Shan. You. I. The terrified Jin Shan stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Before him stood Su Shan, who pointed to the returned betrothal gifts and declared, consume them. Upon uttering these words, Su Shan cast a glance at the Jin family members and the attendants of the Shiman family. Consume them, and the Jin and Su families shall forever sever ties. Refuse? I shall personally feed you. A hush fell over the courtyard, soon broken by the sound of collective swallowing. The grim fate of Hu Rui had illuminated the ominous implications of the word feed. Just then, a member of the Jin family attempted to escape through the doorway. But Su Shan swiftly blocked his path, terror etched across his face. Shan, Master Shan, I am merely here to add to the numbers. I. Before he could finish, Su Shan brutally shattered the man's legs with a swift motion. A piercing scream echoed throughout the space. Eat. Consume as much as you brought. And lick clean the spittle you just expelled in this courtyard. Despair gripped the onlookers, and they dared not defy him any longer. Those quick to act chose silks and raw meat, while the slower ones resorted to jade bracelets and porcelain. With their mouths filled with shards of porcelain, Jin Shan and the others bled from the corners of their lips. Gag. The individuals consuming raw meat and silks could not suppress their retching. Once the scene had been sufficiently cleared, Su Shan stepped aside at the entrance and proclaimed, You arrived here with such fanfare, and you shall return in the same manner. Should I discover anyone daring to act against my word, the Shiman family will not protect you. This is a promise from Su Shan. Yes. After these words, The Shi Min and Jin families scrambled out in a disarrayed rush. The jarring sound of drums and gongs filled the air once more. Yet the atmosphere was now a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. They departed as if mourning a death. Inside the Shi Min household, bang, crash, Shi Min Qing, who had just smashed a purple clay pot in his fury, growled, "Su Shan, you vile dog. I vow to avenge this grievance." Beside him, the weeping Humayer added fuel to the fire. "My lord, you must ensure their complete destruction. My poor brother Hu Rue is surely beyond saving now. Do not worry, Mayor. By dawn tomorrow, my godfather shall arrive in Yuhang, and I will make their lives a living hell." That night, having soothed his mother, Su Shan vanished into the night under the guise of duty. When he reappeared, he had infiltrated the back courtyard of the Shi Min household. To Su Shan, the notion of a gentleman waiting a decade for revenge was nonsense. The key to survival was to eliminate all threats in their infancy. Certainly. In order to fulfill Lu Yaoji's last wish and attain 2 decades of cultivation, Su Shan resolved to employ more ruthless methods. With the aid of the Lingbo Weibu technique, Su Shan stealthily infiltrated the Western Gate family's backyard, merging into a realm devoid of observers. He stealthily positioned himself outside Humayer's chamber, overhearing that Shi Min Qin would visit her that very night. Once the servants departed, Su Shan utilized a mesmerizing incense to render her unconscious within her room. Treading lightly, he entered and administered the Hehuan powder to her. Following this, emulating Lu Yaoji, he applied the Qihuan Duanchang powder onto her. After executing these actions, he exited the room and quietly departed from the Shi Min residence. He ventured to a tavern, procuring wine and braised beef before hastening to the 6th division of the Jinyiwei, where he was on duty. At the moment he was celebrating his promotion, treating his comrades to meat and wine. Humayer, slowly regaining consciousness, felt an increasing restlessness in her body. Coincidentally, at that moment, Shi Min Qing, arriving late, pushed open the door with a creak. Meyer, your master has arrived." Just as Shi Min Qing uttered these words, the effects of the drug surged within Humayer, causing her to lunge at him. Faced with such a lascivious concubine that night, Shi Min Qing chuckled wickedly. "What? Afraid that I will marry Jin Lian and become indifferent towards you? Fear not, I shall ensure to be generous to you both." With that, he immediately seized the woman before him. Minutes later, with his tongue turning purple and lips paling, the esteemed gentleman Shi Min pushed the woman beside him away. His eyes bloodshot. Ugh. This is poison. You, Meyer, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Min Qing collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the drug fully took effect on Humayer, plunging her into a frenzy. Stumbling out of the room, she frantically sought an antidote. Was it Shi Min Qing? "Come, father has something to discuss with you." Just as Shi Min Qing's father, holding a lantern and intending to have a private conversation with his son, appeared, Humayer, disheveled, threw herself at him. The elder, already coveting his son's concubine, could not withstand such a temptation. As she pressed close, he completely forgot everything else. Puff. Yet, this excitement lasted less than 2 minutes. Suddenly, his body convulsed, racked with unbearable pain, and he gasped, "There is poison having poison for the first time." Su Shan opted for a dosage on the side of excess to prevent mishaps. This led to Humayer, unable to find solace from the lifeless Shi Min father and son, crazily searching for her next target. The unusual sounds from the backyard drew the attention of the guards. "Young lady, what is happening?" When they beheld Humayer, disheveled and lunging towards them, the servants, who had previously maintained discretion, could no longer contain themselves. Each displayed their unique prowess in this chaotic moment. Moments later, someone was retching uncontrollably, succumbing to fate. Another person bled from all 7 orifices, writhing in agony. Woot woof. The vicious dog tethered nearby, usually accustomed to devouring filth. In the next instant, the chilling background music abruptly resonated. Su Shan himself never anticipated that his meticulously crafted vendetta against the young master of the Shi family would nearly culminate in a massacre. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqi was in Qin Changdong's office, engaged in a convivial exchange over drinks. The sudden system notification caused a smile to adorn his lips. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Lu Yaoji's last wish. Task reward: 20 years of cultivation, along with the art of poisoning. It was accomplished. Little did he know how wild Humayer would become tonight. Chapter 13. The depths here are profound. With a crisp sound, Qin Changdong set down his wine bowl, wiped his mouth, and casually pinched a piece of sauce beef to pop into his mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, he remarked to Su Shan beside him, "Today, I heard about the incident at your home. Quite well handled. It's akin to courting a woman, When firmness is required, one must never display weakness. Otherwise, one risks being branded a coward. Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Qin." With that, he raised his glass willingly. However, Uncle Qin, is it true that the Shimin family is indeed backed by Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot? Even if he is supported by the chief of the Eastern Depot, we need not fear him. Ah, Uncle Qin, before drinking, you declare I am from Yuhang, but after drinking, it becomes Yuhang is mine? Isn't the Eastern Depot under the jurisdiction of the town protectorate? That was in the past, not now. Oh, is there a story behind this? Once Su Shan had finished speaking, bolstered by the effects of the liquor, Qin Chadong continued, "Currently, the inspector of the East and West Depots, Chao Zhenchun, hails from Yongshou Palace." Yongshou Palace? Is that not associated with Empress Dowager Lin? In the latter years of the late emperor's reign, he became infatuated with the pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs. Thus, imperial power fell into the hands of the external relatives, the Lin family of the capital. Especially after the late emperor's sudden passing, the Lin family dominated, with Empress Lin ruling behind a curtain for nearly a decade. Her brother, Lin Ruopo, was even revered as the prime minister of the cabinet. It was only a few years ago when the Empress, Jinyiwei, awakened her ancestral lineage, heralded by celestial signs and a golden dragon coiling around a pillar, that Empress Lin was compelled to restore power to the emperor. However, the substantial authority within the court still largely resides with the Lin family. The regional lords and local sects also tend to heed commands but ignore proclamations. Aside from a few thousand imperial guards, the Empress has only the town protectorate under the control of her imperial teacher, for the sake of seizing power and profit for their master. The East and West depots have engaged in both overt and covert struggles for many years, not to mention the recent incident with the Dali heir, Duan Yu, who expressed his allegiance to the Empress only to meet his demise in Yuhang shortly thereafter. How did the Five Poisons sect, located far away in Miaojing, learn of his secret visit? Furthermore, that General Ma discreetly reported a case of arms and grain trafficking. As soon as Officer Shangwan arrived, he vanished without a trace. Qin Changdong, having touched upon sensitive matters, chose not to elaborate further. He concluded with a cautionary note. The waters here are indeed deep. However, one thing is certain. As long as we are not caught with a weakness, the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot cannot touch our Jinyiwei. Previously, as a school officer, many matters were beyond your reach. Now that you have become a junior banner officer with a promising future ahead, it is essential to be aware of certain things. Qin Changdong's heartfelt words provided Su Shan with a clearer understanding of the current political landscape. Su Shan, are you here? Lao Qin? At that moment, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. Instinctively turning to open the door, Su Shan smiled upon recognizing the visitor and said, "Uncle Li, you actually are at the office. It seems that incident has nothing to do with you." The individual who approached was none other than the esteemed leader of the 6th Division, Li Ziki. The father of Su Shan had previously been his superior. While he did not exhibit the same meticulous care for Su Shan as Qin Changdong did, he nonetheless provided ample support. What matter was beyond Su Shan's concern? Qin Changdong, rising instinctively, inquired. The Shimin family had nearly faced utter annihilation. Annihilation? Upon hearing these 2 words, even Su Shan was taken aback. He had targeted only Shimin Qin. How could an entire family be extinguished? Shimin Qin's concubine had been administered a deadly powder, and poison was smeared upon her body. From the elder Shimin to the young master, and even the household servants, all succumbed to the poison. Not even their dog escaped this grim fate. After Li Ziki succinctly relayed these tidings, Su Shan and Qin Changdong could not help but burst into laughter. The weight of this information was indeed substantial. Ha. Oh, by the way, Su Shan, Tang from the 9th Division has specifically summoned you to assist in investigating a case. The horses are ready at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Su Shan expressed his surprise. The 9th Division? The jurisdiction of the 9th Division encompasses the ferry at the canal, a place rife with chaos and numerous gangs vying for dominance, often engaging in violent confrontations. Another gang dispute? If it were merely a gang skirmish, why would you require my presence? Li Ziki's teasing prompted Su Shan to hastily wave his hand in dismissal. Several porters have perished. Captain Ji is furious and has commanded Old Tang to solve the case within a time frame. Several? This constituted a significant case in Yuhang. Without any pretense, Su Shan, accompanied by the small flag from the 9th Division, promptly made his way to the scene of the incident. En route, he gleaned some information regarding the case. A number of porters had been bound to stone pillars and sunk into the river. The upstream gates had been opened, washing them out from the riverbed. Initially, only one corpse was discovered, but as the retrieval continued, the number increased, reaching 12 by the time Su Shan arrived. Their identities were largely established. They were all porters who had long frequented the ferry. Upon hearing this, Su Shan furrowed his brows. Did their families not report their absence? Some employers required porters to accompany the boats, and they might be gone for 3 to 5 days without raising much concern. However, it was certain that they had been urgently summoned 3 nights prior. The foreman who called them was also among the victims. As they spoke, Su Shan and his companion arrived at the scene. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang from the 9th Division, Su Shan approached the corpses. All had met their end by the blade. I truly cannot fathom why a group of porters would harbor such deep animosity towards anyone, to the extent of being slain and their deaths concealed by sinking them into the river. As Tang expressed this sentiment, Su Shan, under the guise of inspecting the wounds, utilized his abilities to reconstruct the scene preceding the deaths. Please, do not kill us. We have seen nothing. With the scene unfolding, regardless of the porter's pleas for mercy, the assailant wielding the knife remained resolute and unwavering in their actions. Inherently a 4th-tier adept, Su Shan can now conjure the final moments of a deceased individual, capturing the essence of their last 60 minutes. The camera pans, deliberately bypassing irrelevant scenes. In the 30th minute, the pivotal clue finally emerges. Bang! Crash! Accompanied by a slip beneath their feet, 2 porters, burdened with a heavy wooden crate, tumble to the ground, scattering its contents across the floor. What? This is not filled with silks and porcelain. Beneath lies weaponry? No, the insignia emblazoned on it is familiar. It appears to belong to the armory department. This is a capital offense. The dialogue shared between the 2 porters also tightens Su Shan's body with tension. Yet, what incites his fury even more is the middle-aged man urging them to move the cargo, who, upon witnessing the scene, exclaims, Baga Yaro. In that fleeting moment, the ancestral rage coursing through Su Shan awakens instantaneously. Those damned foreign devils? Chapter 14. Only children make choices, adults desire everything. With a resounding thud, a soldier rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the porters. The verbal humiliation was incessant. Fortunately, the foreman, Wang Defa, quickly stepped in to extricate them from the fray. Yet, their submissiveness failed to elicit any sympathy from their tormentors. Instead, after the cargo was loaded onto the ship, the slaughter commenced. Master Chang, we are but humble laborers. We would never speak out of turn. Spare our lives, I implore you. In the oppressive darkness, Su Shan, through Wang Defa's perspective, could not discern the faces of their assailants. However, the foreman's recognition of them indicated they were his old patrons. Su Shan, having communicated with several porters, sought any clue but to little avail. It was only during the penultimate encounter that one porter was pierced through the body by a blade and, while collapsing, did not succumb immediately. He faintly overheard a conversation that sharpened Su Shan's instincts. Mr. Yamamoto, the shipment will not set sail for 3 days. In the meantime, I kindly request you to rest at the Miaoying house. The courtesan Anxiang will ensure your comfort. Yoshi, I favor Anxiang. I can hardly wait. Haha. The journey from the Sisui ferry to the Miaoying house takes but a moment. Shall I send someone to escort you? Very well. The rest still one alive. Finish him off. With the final blow delivered, Su Shan's communication abruptly ceased. Ding. The host's nationalistic bloodline has awakened. The system hereby presents a red time-limited Mission 1, the porter's last wish. Mission content. Identify the traitor who massacred compatriots at the ferry and exact vengeance. Mission progress. 08. Mission reward. 20 years of cultivation, golden bell shield. Ding. Red Mission 2, awakening of national bloodline. Mission content. Uncover the Japanese hiding in the Miaoying house and administer extreme punishment. Mission progress. 03. Mission reward. 30 years of cultivation. Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Countdown for both missions. 24 hours. With a deep sigh, Su Shan gradually rose to his feet. The accompanying Tang Shibai hurriedly approached, inquiring, What did you find? Can you provide a profile, delineating a rough range? Su Shan's previous triumph in the Ma Xing case had earned him the profound respect of the officials at the town suppression office regarding his capabilities in this domain. Unable to disclose the results directly, he could only guide them step by step based on the clues. He instructed them to investigate the traitors colluding with the enemy, while he would pursue the more evident clues regarding the Japanese. It was clear that the foreman had been called upon at such an ungodly hour to summon the porters for cargo movement, indicating that these individuals were indeed long-standing patrons. Foreman Wang Defa could send someone to dig deeper into this matter. Understood. The gathering of numerous porters signifies a considerable load, necessitating a vessel of substantial size with ample draft at the dock. Furthermore, the corpses have been washed down from upstream, a dock that meets these criteria. Before Su Shan could finish speaking, Tang Shibai interjected, the Sisui River. Indeed. Moreover, the weapons employed by the adversary possess a broad edge and a slender blade. After Su Shan elaborated, Tang Shibai, with wide eyes, added, isn't that the official's 100-edged blade? Congratulations to Tang Shibai. Perhaps this time he has caught a significant fish. Upon hearing this, Tang Shibai chuckled. Once the case is resolved, my brother shall treat you to the Miaoying Pavilion for some company. Indeed. It would be prudent to investigate the Miaoying Pavilion. Investigate what? Oh, nothing. Just wondering if I still have an interest in women. Come on. Your antics have left the brothers on edge. Haha. After departing from the crime scene, Su Shan first changed his attire. Subsequently, he directed the 20 years of cultivation rewarded from the previous task of Liu Yaoji into the reverse two-element sword technique. In the 21st year of refining the reverse two-element sword technique, with your mastery of sword intent reaching its zenith, this technique has become akin to pure gold. With your calm and composed demeanor, you have refined this technique for 30 years. Progressing steadily, you have derived the fifth move from the four forms of the technique, the sun and moon without light. 40 years have passed like a single day, and you have been diligent. Your sword intent is now seamless. With the completion of the deduction, the reverse two-element sword technique, after 4 decades of cultivation, finally attained perfection. The surging internal energy within Su Shan flourished and surged freely. Especially at the moment he grasped the sword, he distinctly felt the overwhelming sword intent. Innate 4th grade, sword intent perfected. Those damn devils. Tonight I shall not let you escape my grasp. With this declaration, Su Shan, clutching a silver note, made his way toward the Miaoying Pavilion. Oh. This young master seems unfamiliar. Is it your first visit to the Miaoying Pavilion? As Su Shan, adorned in luxurious silk, stepped into the establishment, an affable matron in her 30s approached him with familiarity. Originally a champion of pure love, she maintained her integrity for the sake of Jinlian. And as for Su Shan, in his previous life, while he could boast of countless victories since arriving here, he had been preoccupied with cases and had yet to savor the services offered. With a flourish, Su Shan produced a 50-tael silver note and discreetly slipped it into the matron's collar. Seizing the opportunity, he skillfully took in the ambience. Alas, this place has seen better days. Money is no object. Secure a respectable private room and a charming lady. Absolutely. Jinjin, come forth to entertain our guest. With the 50-tael tip securely in hand, the matroness voice grew more assertive. At that moment, within one of the private rooms of the Miaoying Pavilion, a figure alertly glanced toward the hall. Upon spotting Su Shan, her brows furrowed tightly. Young master, a familiar face has arrived. Hearing this, the disguised Shangguan Yin arose to peer over. Su Shan? What brings him here? That scoundrel, what could he possibly seek in such a place? The azure bird accompanying him spoke with a fierce tone. The information indicated that he was entangled in emotional turmoil, unable to extricate himself. Now, it only elicited a dismissive chuckle. As the azure bird uttered these words, 2 elegantly adorned women hurried to Su Shan's side. The nearby madam, with an ingratiating demeanor, inquired, Young master, which one has caught your fancy? A child makes choices, an adult desires them all. As he spoke, Su Shan embraced one in each arm and made his way toward the loft. His familiar and unsavory mannerisms revealed him to be a wealthy scion often frequenting such establishments. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. The azure bird, whose impression of Su Shan had plummeted, remarked coldly, let us disregard him. We shall focus on our own affairs. Chang Wei, the steward of Daishanshan, had secured a long private room at the Miaoying Pavilion. The occupants exhibited suspicious behavior. Following her investigation into Daishanshan, Shangguan Yinner had traced him here, intent on uncovering the truth. At this moment, Su Shan, having entered the private chamber with the 2 beauties, was reveling in sheer delight. After a few cups of wine, he had them giggling uncontrollably. Sensing the opportune moment, he subtly steered the conversation toward the courtesan Anxiang. Sister Anxiang, I'm afraid you won't have time to accompany the young master tonight. She is wholeheartedly attending to others in the courtyard behind the loft. Guided by Jinjin's indication, Su Shan confirmed Anxiang's location in the secluded courtyard through the open wooden window. Chapter 15. Character of exceptional integrity outside the private room. The aged madam who had just received Su Shan was attentively listening to the report from her attendant. The unfamiliar young gentleman posed no concerns whatsoever. His indulgences were indeed impressive, and he seemed to be nearing his limits. However, he was quite generous with his expenditures. Upon hearing this, the madam nodded appreciatively, harboring little doubt regarding Su Shan. After all, his rather lewd demeanor was indicative of a frequent visitor. In contrast, the two gentlemen in the A-suite had merely listened to the music upon their arrival, completely disregarding the young ladies beside them. The attendant gestured towards the private room of Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao as he spoke, instructing the old ghost to keep a vigilant watch on the pair. The third manager had emphasized that the individuals in the long private rooms must not be exposed to any mishaps. Understood. In Su Shan's philosophy, having spent money, one must ensure that the experience is worth every coin. Why not indulge in both business and leisure? With a swift motion, he carried the two unconscious women onto the bed and, cloaked by the night, stealthily climbed out through the wooden window. Meanwhile, Qing Niao, intending to seize the opportunity, wandered around only to realize that she was being watched wherever she went. Returning, she approached Shangguan Yin'er and whispered, "There are eyes on us." "Really? Have we been exposed?" This took Shangguan Yin'er by surprise. Both women, esteemed daughters of the Ming Dynasty, were extraordinarily capable and high-ranking at such a tender age. Yet, they were surprisingly inexperienced in the ways of the lower strata. Coming to Miaoyinfang, did they intend to act like saints? Such naivety was rather insulting to one's intelligence. As the two women deliberated on how to extricate themselves from this predicament, a piercing scream echoed throughout Miaoyinfang. Reacting instinctively, Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao pushed open the wooden window, gazing at the billowing smoke in the distance. They recognized it as the area they intended to investigate and prepared to delve deeper. Crack. However, as they leapt from the window, they were suddenly confronted by dozens of shadowy figures outside the alley. Leading the charge was the madam, hands on her hips, her expression icy as she declared, "Where do you two think you are going? Dare to stir trouble in Miaoyinfang? You are as foolish as searching for excrement in a latrine with a lantern. Seize them and interrogate them severely," she commanded. Yes. Bang. Crackle. Clang. In a fleeting moment, the multitude was dispatched to the ground by Shangguan Yin'er. Meanwhile, Qing Niao had rushed into the courtyard, returning with the courtesan and Xiang in tow. "Who were you serving?" "I fled through the back door amidst the smoke." And Xiang, upon witnessing the skilled individuals of Miaoyinfang sprawled on the ground, turned pale with fear. Hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er's expression darkened. Without knowledge of their adversary's true appearance and compounded by the chaos of the fire, the residents and patrons of Shihu Alley fled in a panic, akin to startled birds. This left Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao, despite their formidable abilities, at a loss as to whom to pursue. Pat, pat, pat. At that moment, the Jinyiwei, led by Ji Gang, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. This evening, the Zhengfu division was divided into two teams. One team, under Ji Gang's command, was tasked with apprehending Dai Zhentian, the head of the armory division, while the other, comprising Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao, covertly investigated several suspicious individuals. While Ji Gang's team successfully netted their target, Shangguan Yin'er found herself facing a frustrating void. It was no wonder her master had repeatedly instructed her to learn from Ji Gang and the experienced Jinyiwei during her investigation in Yuhang. Exceptional talent and remarkable strength did not guarantee her a secure position as an official in the Zhengfu division. Shangguan, the official, and Ji, the captain. This catastrophic fire was evidently man-made. The Jinyiwei who examined the scene promptly reported their findings to Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang. Man-made. Were they friend or foe? Was it an intentional distraction to let them escape? Or was there an ulterior motive? As Ji Gang uttered these words, Qing Niao suddenly recalled something and interjected. Su Shaoqi was also at Miaoyinfang today. Who? Su Shan. What brings him here? Upon hearing the name, the mid-level Jinyiwei present expressed their astonishment. Previously, I had thought he was merely pursuing frivolities. Before Qing Niao could finish her thought, Ji Gang interjected decisively. Immediately check his private room. Understood. Shangguan and Qing Niao. You may question Su Shan's temperament, but in this matter, his character is beyond reproach. His presence here is not for revelry. Upon Ji Gang's statement, the other mid-level officials of the Zhengfu division voiced their agreement. There was no denying that Su Shan's character had always been impeccable. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Cheng from the 9th Bureau promptly brought up the case of the murdered porters. We managed to pinpoint the butler of Dai Zhentian, Chong Wei, thanks to the profiling provided by Su Shaoqi's presence. Before he left, he had inexplicably remarked, I really ought to check Miaoyinfang. Just then, a subordinate returned to report. We checked Su Shaoqi's suite. The two girls he sought have been drugged and are unconscious in bed. Su Xiaoqi, however, is nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao exchanged glances, while Ji Gang smirked. This rascal must have uncovered some uncertain clues regarding the Porter murder case and came here to verify them. Report. Shangguan, Captain Ji. There are clandestine marks left by our own brothers leading from Shihu Lane towards Shikumen. Indeed, it was that scoundrel. Pursue. Yes. A deliberately set fire to draw the culprits out, urgently seeking assistance while ensuring the safety of the surrounding populace. This lad is truly becoming impressive. The intricacies of Su Shan's involvement left Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao feeling somewhat humbled. During our time in Yuhang, my subordinates wished to follow Su Xiaoqi closely to learn from him. Qing Yu proactively suggested to Shangguan Yin'er as they tracked the clandestine marks. Indeed, Su Shan is indeed a remarkable talent. Though one may possess a smooth tongue, their character remains steadfast and commendable. Chapter 16. Slaying the Woku. Rising to leadership unbeknownst to him, Su Shan's image had already ascended a dimension in the hearts of the two women. At this moment, he stood resolutely at the end of the alley beside the Shikumen. Before him, Yamamoto Juro and his two ninjas emerged from the Anshan courtyard, scrutinizing the man before them under the moonlight. His command of Chinese was far from fluent, yet he coldly uttered, "There is an ancient saying in the Ming, a good dog does not obstruct the path. Begone." With a swift motion, Su Shan drew his blade, immediately launching an attack without uttering another word. "Kill him," Yamamoto Juro shouted as he retreated a few steps. The accompanying ninjas unsheathed their katana, ready to confront the silent yet formidable Su Shan. In the land of the rising sun, martial arts were similarly categorized into three major ranks: lower-level ninjas, upper-level ninjas, and high-level ninjas, paralleling the Ming's divisions of ordinary, acquired, innate, and master practitioners. The two ninjas facing Su Shan were both upper-level novices, a status that would have made them formidable in Yuhang. Thus, when confronted by Su Shan, Yamamoto Juro's immediate thought was not to flee, but to eliminate this nuisance. However, he had overestimated the prowess of his subordinates and underestimated the explosive power awakened in Su Shan by his national heritage. With a resounding crash, Su Shan faced the first upper-level ninja, wielding his blade with astonishing force. The internal energy infused into his ordinary Shochuan knife rendered it a devastating weapon, effortlessly severing the opponent's katana upon impact. The force did not wane. Rather, fueled by a murderous intent, the blade's momentum surged. In a flash, as shadows shifted and figures intertwined, Su Shan beheaded the upper-level ninja, cleaving through both head and sword in one fluid motion. This unforeseen spectacle ignited fury in the ninja flanking Su Shan. "KCH, Kuan. Baka." He shouted the name of his fallen comrade, lunging at Su Shan with his katana drawn. Yet, in a twist of fate, his strike met only empty air. "Date, Kuan, be careful." Yamamoto Juro, witnessing Su Shan's ghostly agility as he appeared behind his subordinate, screamed in a frenzy. However, before his warning could fully escape his lips, Su Shan's blade descended once more. With a force that seemed to shake the very heavens, the Shochuan knife pierced through the upper-level ninja from above, cleaving him in two. The eruption of blood and chaos rendered Yamamoto Juro, who mere moments ago had clumsily warned Su Shan with his broken Chinese, trembling and retreating several steps in terror, until he lost his footing and collapsed onto the ground. With a soft thud, Su Shan, gripping the blood-dripping blade, approached his adversary step by step. At that moment, the sound of his footsteps reverberated in Yamamoto Shizuku's ears, akin to the ominous tolling of a death knell. "What are you planning to do? I warn you, I am well acquainted with many officials and dignitaries from Yuhang. If you dare to harm me today," before the words could fully escape his lips, Su Shan severed Yamamoto's hand with a swift motion. A piercing scream erupted, resonating throughout the Shikumen. "Please, spare me," Yamamoto, in a tone of desperation, pleaded in his native tongue as Su Shan raised the blade once more. The plea invigorated Su Shan, for he understood its implication. In the films he had previously watched, such utterances signified, "Do not stop." With a swift thrust, Su Shan severed the other hand. In the next moment, he treated his opponent as a living target, mercilessly torturing the wretched soul before him. Only after extracting all the desired information did Su Shan deliver a final blow, ending the life of his adversary. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the Red Mission 2. Mission reward, 30 years of cultivation and a smally flying knife. Lost in the euphoria of his rewards, Su Shan instinctively raised his head upon hearing the sound of hooves. At that moment, a large contingent of Jinyiwei, led by Ji Gang and Shangguan Yin'er, followed the trail left by Su Shan and arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, many were taken aback by the gruesome spectacle before them. Particularly the two elite ninjas, one bisected horizontally, the other vertically. Coupled with the horrifying sight of Yamamoto Shizuku, the entire area was awash in blood. Such brutality! Aren't you afraid of nightmares upon your return? Tang Qing teased Su Shan. These are Japanese pirates. Slaying them is a matter of great honor. The county records should at least dedicate a page to this, if not an entire preface. The scourge of Japanese pirates along the southern coastal regions had persisted for years, enforcing a ruthless policy of burning, killing, and looting, leading to the wholesale slaughter of countless fishing villages. In response, the Ming Dynasty had issued a decree to eradicate them. Yet, it was evident that some, driven by greed, conspired with the tiger. Shangguan Qianshi, these two are elite ninjas from the East Japan. Based on the residual aura they left behind, Jinyiwei has deduced their rank in life. Upon hearing this, the crowd's focus shifted back to Su Shan. In the entirety of Yuhang, there were no more than 20 individuals capable of taking on two elite ninjas and emerging victorious. Even a trial of 100 would be a fierce battle. Yet Su Shan, he handled it with ease. Your growth rate exceeds my comprehension. I have high hopes for you. The admiration for Su Shan was unreserved, and Ji Gang stepped forward, saying, Old Ji, stop merely painting grand illusions. Let us get to the practical matters. You reimbursed the several hundred taels spent at Miaoyin Fong, didn't you? Several hundred taels? What were you doing? Upon hearing this, Su Shan shyly smiled and replied, I wanted them to experience my masculine charm up close. Enough. At that moment, Shangguan Yin'er, who also harbored aspirations for recruitment, interjected, Ji Qianhu. Given Su Shan's capabilities, assigning him merely as a minor flag bearer seems rather wasteful, doesn't it? Before our arrival, His Majesty explicitly stated that we should not be constrained by conventional standards in recruiting talent. Bringing up His Majesty, Ji Gang was naturally inclined to do this favor. So, what you mean, Shangguan Qianshi, is to promote him to the position of chief flag bearer and include him in the special task force. Once this case is resolved, I shall personally commend him. Positions of trial at the rank of 100 households and above must be filed in the capital. The highest authority for local appointments is the chief flag bearer. However, with Shangguan Yin'er's words, coupled with Su Shan's demonstrated prowess, it was certain that the position of trial 100 households was practically guaranteed. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Shangguan Qianshi for her elevation? Thank you for your generous support. Shangguan Qianshi, I am at a loss to repay such kindness, but I can only offer my life in service. Chapter 17. Your life is mine to take. Even Jesus cannot save you. Upon hearing the phrase to offer oneself, Ji Gang's nerves instinctively tightened. How dare you harbor improper thoughts about Shangguan Yin'er? How many lives are at stake? Few. He inadvertently let slip his true feelings. The subordinate, unable to repay, could only offer his life for the country. Su Shan, whose explanations were as good as none, made his colleagues break into a cold sweat. It was only after witnessing Shangguan Yin'er, with her icy demeanor, assigning this fellow to collaborate with Qingyu that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Deputy Shangguan, Captain Ji, during the recent interrogation, some information was extracted from him. His counterpart in this transaction was Dai Jintian, the head of the Armory Division. 3 days prior, a shipment of military supplies was loaded and sent out to sea. If we urgently notify the Jiangnan Navy, we might still intercept it. Haha. Once Su Shan finished speaking, Ji Gang burst into laughter. Deputy Shangguan had already ordered the sealing of the harbor before arriving in Yuhang, and inspections were conducted along the way. This batch of military supplies cannot escape Yuhang. As for Dai Jintian and the primary culprit behind the slaughter of the porters, Chang Wei, they are already imprisoned in the imperial dungeon. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's eyes brightened. He had another task yet to be completed. He must interrogate the few traitors thoroughly. Furthermore, according to Yamamoto Juro, they all belong to an organization from the East called the Black Dragon Society. The mere mention of the Black Dragon Society caused even the previously cheerful Ji Gang's expression to turn grave. The gazes of the senior officials towards Su Shan also shifted subtly, as a covert agency infiltrating many coastal cities of the Ming Dynasty. The Black Dragon Society had been a target for the Jinyiwei for years. Their bribery and subversion of Ming officials, in collusion with the pirates, had led to horrific massacres of entire villages. Did he reveal any information about the Black Dragon Society members lurking in Yuhang? No. Yamamoto Juro was directly dispatched from the headquarters in the east and had no contact with the infiltrators. As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, Shangguan Yin'er interjected. This is characteristic of the Black Dragon Society. The handlers and intermediaries do not know each other's identities. Even if one party is captured, the other remains concealed. Otherwise, these pirates would not have entrusted Dai Jintian with the arrangements. But even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. They have just arrived from the east, yet how did they manage to connect directly with Dai Jintian? Investigate. Yes. After returning to the town pacification office, the usually reticent Shangguan Yin'er suddenly inquired of Ji Gang, Captain Ji. When discussing the Black Dragon Society, I noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between you and Su Shan. Hearing this, Ji Gang, who had been silent for a moment, replied, Su Shan's father perished while suppressing the Black Dragon Society. Previously, he was limited in capability. And this child is rather single-minded. I feared for his safety, so I never disclosed it to him. After Ji Gang finished speaking, Shangguan Yin'er's impression of Su Shan became more multidimensional. After the valiant martyrs, the background remains unblemished, endowed with extraordinary talent and remarkable strength. Skilled in their craft and resolute against evil. Isn't this the very type of talent the Empress seeks to nurture? At this moment, Su Shan is solitary in his chamber, preparing to delve into the newly acquired technique, Shaoli Fei Dao. He is determined to channel 30 years of cultivation into mastering Shaoli Fei Dao. With a decisive command, the essence of Shaoli Fei Dao floods into his mind. Shaoli Fei Dao, a superior technique, is divided into 4 forms: subtle precision, heartfelt strike, infallible accuracy, and 10,000 daggers piercing the heart. In the first year of ardent practice, with over a century of cultivation, you find that this technique yields extraordinary results. Throughout this year, you master subtle precision. Time flows swiftly, and a decade has passed. Your keen senses allow you to perceive minute details from 1,000 meters away. Your first strike embodies the quintessence of heartfelt strike. In the tireless efforts of the 20th year, building upon heartfelt strike, you achieve infallible accuracy. No longer confined to a single dagger, you begin to experiment with multiple blades. In the 30th year, having mastered 10,000 daggers piercing the heart, your inner strength and abundance of daggers enable you to achieve remarkable precision, each dagger piercing through 100 steps. Su Shan, emerging from his contemplation, realizes that even in the dead of night, he can discern the leaves 100 meters away with clarity. Whoosh! Crash! Grasping a stone, he casually tosses it. Not only does it pierce the targeted leaves, but the accompanying force also snaps a branch as thick as an infant's arm. Impressive. After 30 years of cultivation, I've only advanced 1 level, achieving the 5th rank of the innate realm? No wonder others claim that ascending within the innate realm is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. But how have young talents like Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Miao attained such formidable strength? After humbly inquiring, Su Shan learns that their prowess stems from innate gifts, whereas his achievements are purely the result of diligence. It is akin to learning mathematics. Some grasp it effortlessly, while others require relentless practice to reach a certain peak. In this regard, Su Shan clearly belongs to the latter. However, the advantage lies in his solid foundation and internal strength and techniques. With a proficiency and power that far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Returning to his senses, Su Shan visits the artisan workshop of the local magistrate, commissioning the crafting of dozens of daggers. Once this task is complete, he heads straight to the imperial prison to interrogate Chang Wei and others. Under the duress of Su Shan's ruthless questioning, no one can conceal their secrets. Tell me, besides you few, did the third master of the Chao gang, Zhou Bao, also order the slaughter of those porters? Tortured to the brink of despair, Chang Wei nods through tears, confessing. It was he who commanded the massacre of the porters to prevent any leakage of information. Furthermore, the cargo ship was escorted by the Chao gang all the way to the sea. Master, grant me a swift end. Crack. With a surge of Su Shan's sheer force, Chang Wei meets his demise, concluding a life steeped in sin. Ding dong. Read Task 1, The Last Wishes of the Porters. Task Content. Identify the traitor responsible for the massacre at the ferry and seek vengeance. Task Progress. For 8 task reward, 20 years of cultivation, Golden Bell Shield. Task Countdown, 18 hours. Zhou Bao, the third in command of the Chao gang? Are the remaining 3 progress points still under your subordinates? Why choose to be a dog for the enemy instead of remaining an honorable person? Your life, I shall claim. Even Jesus cannot save you. Chapter 18. Has someone from the Eastern Factory come? Haven't they ever died? As Su Shan emerged from the interrogation room, wiping the blood from his hands, he addressed Ji Gang, who had been a mere spectator throughout the ordeal. Did you hear that? The Chaobang. To my knowledge, the Chaobang has ties to Lin Shofu's disciple, Wu Jingsheng, the governor of Yuhang. Moreover, Several prominent families in Jiangnan seem to be intricately connected to the Chaobang. Uncle Qin just enlightened me tonight, proclaiming that these individuals are collectively referred to as the Donglin party in the court, correct? Old G, if we continue to investigate this case, won't it lead us to the heavens? Before the imperial authority waned, had the emperor's personal guards, the Jinyiwei, ever shown anyone kindness? Yet now, the situation has changed. The eunuchs wield power, backed by the affluent Donglin party, with the Eastern Factory looming over us. Handling a case like this has rendered the Zhenfu division powerless. Just as Su Shan finished speaking, the door to the interrogation room where Dai Zhentian was held swung open. Emerging from it were Shangwan Yenner and Qing Niao, both wearing expressions of cold severity. The cache of weapons must have been concealed by the Chaobang. Dai Zhentian was oblivious to their exact location. His collaboration with the Japanese pirates was undoubtedly facilitated by the Chaobang. A glint of steely resolve passed over Shangwan Yenner's face as she voiced her disbelief that a mere officer in the armory division would dare to conduct such a grand business, even enlisting the Wadujio to poison the general of Yuhang. Ma Xing. Despite the torture, the other party remained tight-lipped, indicating that the mastermind behind this was evidently formidable. With the focus now directed at the Chaobang, Ji Gang decisively proclaimed, "Let us tackle this tough nut. Old Ji, allow me to handle this. Capturing both the man and the goods would be your achievement. Should the heavens be breached, I shall bear the consequences." No sooner had Su Shan spoken than Ji Gang delivered a swift kick to him. "Look at you, so brazen. If the sky falls, we shall all bear the weight. It is not your turn to take the brunt." Upon Ji Gang's remarks, Shangwan Yenner revealed a rare smile. "Ji Qianhu, are you jesting with me? My subordinate would not dare." With a smile, Ji Gang replied, "Given the uproar tonight, regardless of who is involved in this case, they must be hiding by now. Since we have decided to confront the Chaobang, let us do so openly. Qingyu." "Yes? At dawn. You and Su Zongqi shall proceed with this case. Should any mishap occur, this officer shall take full responsibility. They are merely a gang of ruffians. No matter who is behind them, even if we err, they can only accept their fate." Su Shan widened his eyes upon hearing this. This woman is formidable, he thought. If she were to braid her hair into 2 ponytails, and I were to ride in from behind, would it be akin to a cow crossing a river, truly impressive? "Su Zongqi, I hope for your guidance in the future," Qing Niao suddenly interjected, bringing Su Shan back to reality. Faced with her politeness, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Qing Niao Baihu, you are too kind. It is not your name that is convoluted. May I inquire your given name?" "Xing Yishan." Upon hearing this name, Su Shan's eyes nearly popped out. "What? Is there a problem, General Su?" "No, none at all. It seems we have quite a connection. What brings you to that conclusion?" Both Qing Niao and Ji Gang, who stood nearby, looked at Su Shan with astonishment. "My mother believes in Buddhism and frequently reminds me, Shanzi, you must perform a good deed each day. When I was younger, I did not grasp the essence of these words. But today, it suddenly dawned upon me." With an instant understanding, Ji Gang burst into laughter. "Get lost," he exclaimed, playfully kicking Su Shan. "Make sure you handle things beautifully for me by dawn." Yes. See you tomorrow, Inspector Xing." Even after Su Shan's figure faded from view, Qing Niao remained perplexed, asking, "Ji Qianhu, what was so amusing?" "Oh, nothing." Ji Gang quickly deflected the conversation. As he turned away, he muttered, "Perform a good deed each day, Xing Yishan. Your father Qinglong won't break your 3rd leg?" The news of Su Shan's promotion had already reached the 6th Division. Upon returning, he could not resist indulging in a few cups of wine with his comrades, not settling down until the dawn light began to break. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a hurried sound of footsteps. Brother Shan. What is it?" Su Shan propped himself up and inquired. "A group from the Eastern Depot has stormed into our 6th Division. Their leader specifically requested to see you. They seem quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Su Shan was instantly wide awake and leaped from his bed. As he arrived in the front hall, a middle-aged eunuch clad in brocade stood with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by several guards poised with their blades. "On this fine morning, may I ask what brings you esteemed officials to the 6th Division?" Su Shan addressed them. Hearing this, Li Lianying, the head eunuch from the Eastern Depot, turned to face him. Narrowing his eyes, he replied in a gravelly voice, "Are you Su Shan? By order of Master Gu, you are to be arrested for questioning. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be treated as an accomplice." At that moment, the entire 6th Division erupted in a cacophony of chaos. "Brother Shan, when did you become a suspect? Have you Eastern Depot officials made a mistake?" In response to the doubts, Li Lianying coldly retorted, What is the commotion about? Su Shan had a confrontation with Master Gu's godson, Shiman Qing, yesterday. That very night, Shiman's family was nearly exterminated. Is he not the prime suspect? Hearing this, Su Shan chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed. You are correct, Master Li. But where's the evidence? Evidence? Li Lianying and his entourage erupted into derisive laughter. One of the guards approached Su Shan, pointing at him as he stated, "The Eastern Depot does not require evidence to apprehend someone. Confess your guilt, for you are indeed guilty." With a swift motion, Su Shan sent the man crashing to the ground. The force of his anger rendered the fifth-rank guard unconscious in an instant. How dare you lay hands on someone from the Eastern Depot? Without uttering another word, Su Shan responded with decisive action. Scoundrel! Wretched cur! You shall pay. Enraged by the sight of his subordinate being incapacitated, Li Lianying, the Eastern Depot's supervisor, acted without hesitation. His position was akin to that of a high-ranking official, and the primary requirement for such a role was to possess innate strength. In his mind, capturing a Jinyiwei officer should be a trivial endeavor. However, in the moment of confrontation, he realized his grave miscalculation, especially as Su Shan drew his embroidered spring knife with lethal intent. The clash was cataclysmic. In mere moments, the blade in Li Lianying's hand was cleaved in two, and even his arm was severed from his body. In excruciating pain, he emitted a chilling scream. With blinding speed, Su Shan advanced upon him and shattered the knees of the now defenseless Li Lianying. As he knelt, contorted in agony, he screamed in desperation. "The man you seek is in Yuhang, at the residence of Gu. I will not let you, you wretched cur, escape." With a cold smirk, Su Shan crushed the man's chin beneath his foot and ordered, "Take them to the dungeon. Extend my greetings to the inhabitants within. New arrivals are to be treated with utmost disregard." "Yes, sir." Chapter 19. Should a single strand of horsehair fall, I shall pierce your skull. Amidst the relentless wails, Li Lianying and several guards were forcibly dragged into the dungeon by the Jinyiwei. New arrivals, perhaps eunuchs? This delighted the inhabitants within, who reveled in the prospect. With Su Shan's covert encouragement, they elevated their antics to unprecedented heights. "Captain Su, your flying fish attire has been prepared overnight by my subordinates. Should it not fit, please express your concerns." "Captain Su, this embroidered spring knife was personally bestowed upon you by Officer G, crafted from dark iron." Upon returning to the station, 2 junior officers from the laundry and workshop personally delivered the attire to Su Shan. A man is defined by his garments, just as a horse is defined by its saddle. Su Shan, already of imposing stature, appeared even more gallant in the black flying fish attire, with the embroidered spring knife at his waist. Even Qing Miao, upon reuniting with him, could not help but steal a few glances. "Captain Su, upon your arrival, Officer Shangwan specifically instructed that today's operations will be directed entirely by you, from the top down, including myself." Hearing this from Qing Miao, Su Shan graciously accepted without demurring. After a brief exchange, they proceeded directly to the ferry of the Chaobang. As they entered the sphere of influence of the Chaobang, urgent reports reached the second-in-command, Zhou Hu. "They shut down my Miaoying pavilion and killed my benefactor. These court hounds come with ill intent." After muttering this, Zhou Hu ordered with a cold smile, "Have the brothers wait outside for the esteemed guests." "Yes." With Zhou Hu's command, hundreds of Chaobang thugs aggressively sealed off the riverbank. Still feeling uneasy, Zhou Hu then instructed a trusted aide, "Go to Qianshan Lake and inform the third-in-command. The Jinyiwei have discovered the Chaobang. He must hide the cargo docked there." "Understood." Once the messenger departed, the scribe cautiously reminded, "Second-in-command, Governor Wu has warned that Yuhang is currently unstable. An imperial envoy has arrived, advising us to avoid confrontation." "Haha." Zhou Hu laughed boisterously. "As long as the third-in-command remains hidden and the cargo is not found, the Jinyiwei cannot touch the Chaobang." Just as he finished speaking, the sharp sound of galloping hooves echoed from the riverbank. Originally seated in the cabin, enjoying morning wine, Zhou Hu instinctively turned to glance out the wooden window. There, leading a dozen Jinyiwei, were Su Shan and Qing Miao, riding forth. Swish. Clatter. Zhou Hu, who had just hurled a wine cup at the riverbank, coldly declared, "On my territory, no one shall flaunt themselves in fine garments and spirited steeds." "Understood, second-in-command. Block the ferry with barriers." "Yes." With this sight, Zhou Hu coldly shut the wooden window. "On the territory of the Chaobang, I shall not allow anyone to outshine me." Upon riding a considerable distance, Su Shan beheld the members of the Chaobang at the ferry crossing, obstructing the path with hastily erected wooden barriers. This obstacle, towering over half a meter, evidently compelled them to dismount collectively, lacking a modicum of courage, merely traversing the distance to the ship's hold. Those hundreds of fierce and intimidating men were enough to instill trepidation. A show of force? A 100-blade formation? Have you truly overstepped your bounds? Su Zongqi. What course of action should we take now? The stoic Qingyao, having discerned the intentions of their adversaries, inquired with an austere expression. Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned to the Jinyiwei behind him and declared, "Listen closely. As long as I do not call for a halt, the path ahead, fraught with peril, must be traversed. Yes, giddy up, clatter." With his words lingering in the air, Su Shan not only maintained his speed, but urged his steed onward with fervor. None of the accompanying Qingyao or Jinyiwei faltered in their resolve. Though they numbered merely a handful of riders, the resonating sound of hooves created an overwhelming presence against the opposition. "Dismount. Immediately dismount. Our second-in-command has decreed that no one is permitted to ride in the territory of the Chaobang. Failure to comply will bear consequences." As this was uttered by the Chaobang members, some had already drawn their bows. Consequences? Who grants you the audacity to utter such words? During this exchange, Su Shan unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion, cleaving towards the opposition from a distance. An aura of sharpness enveloped the scene. Swish. The fierce intent of his blade surged forth in an instant. In that fleeting moment, even the valiant Qingyu and the Jinyiwei accompanying him were taken aback by this formidable display. Ordinary innate-level martial artists would never possess such prowess. Boom. Crash. Ah. The sudden explosion and cries of anguish at the ferry startled Zhou Hu, who instinctively pushed open the window. Leaning out, he beheld the newly constructed wooden barriers shattered into fragments. Several Chaobang disciples at the forefront of the barricade were brutally dismembered from afar. Blood spattered upon the riverbank, the vessel, and the faces of the surviving disciples. The anguished wails starkly contrasted with the brazen taunts from mere moments prior. What further instilled fear among those present was the sight of a deep fissure etched into the stone-paved ferry, straight and menacing. This was the trace left by the unchecked ferocity of the blade's might, a testament to the consummate mastery of sword intent. Clatter. Just as Zhou Hu and the Chaobang disciples stood in stunned disbelief, Su Shan, leading the charge, gallantly rode forth. "The Jinyiwei have been dispatched to investigate any who dare obstruct us." As Su Shan's proclamation resonated, the fervent echoes of Qingyao and the Jinyiwei followed suit. No mercy shall be shown. Boom. The jarring sound reverberated through the minds of the Chaobang disciples. "Flee. Quickly make way." In the next moment, many Chaobang disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, hastily retreated. The 100-blade formation, which had only just been organized a quarter of an hour prior, now crumbled into chaos. Zhou Hu commanded his brethren, intending to instill a sense of dread within the Jinyiwei. Yet, what transpired instead was the elevation of their reputation. Upon reaching the vessel where Zhou Hu resided, Su Shan brought his horse to a halt. With a gesture of his hand, the Qingyao and the accompanying Jinyiwei followed suit, executing their movements in perfect unison, exuding an aura of authority that compelled those present to gaze in awe upon this formidable assembly. Swish. Dismounting with purpose, Su Shan extended his right arm, seizing a disciple of the Chaobang and pulling him towards himself. As he entrusted the reins to the startled individual, a cold smirk graced his face as he remarked, "Ensure you tend to my steed. Should a single strand of mane fall, I shall pierce your skull." Slap, slap. While delivering his admonition, Su Shan struck the disciple's cheek, sending a wave of terror through the already paralyzed young man, who nodded mechanically in response. Bang! At that moment, Zhou Hu erupted from the cabin, his fury palpable as he bellowed, "Who dares to trespass upon the territory of my Chaobang?" Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Shan, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, charged forward with unyielding resolve. Chapter 20. The Jinyiwei, unfettered in their actions. Zhou Hu never anticipated that this Jinyiwei would strike him without hesitation. Was he unaware of the background of the Songbong? Or was he oblivious to the fact that, spurred on by the Donglan party, the inspector had dispatched men from the Eastern Depot to oversee affairs in Yuhang? Did he not fear that his reckless pursuit of this case might cost him his official cap and lead to dire retribution for his entire family? These questions flitted through Zhou Hu's mind in an instant as Su Shan surged forward with the swiftness of the wind. The Zhou brothers, chosen by those in power to manage such a vast enterprise as the Songbong, were no ordinary figures. Zhou Hu, whose own prowess was nearing the second rank of innate mastery, did not retreat in the face of Su Shan's assault. Rather, he boldly charged ahead. "Today, it is you who seeks your own demise." With a swift motion, Jiu Hu unleashed the tiger crane double-form fist, channeling his internal energy. He propelled his fist towards Su Shan with tremendous force. The clash was flamboyant. With a resounding bang and a subsequent crack, Su Shan, possessing overwhelming strength, could not be bothered to employ his secret techniques against Jiu Hu. The moment their fists collided, the explosive power alone shattered Jiu Hu's hand bones. Staggering backward under the unbearable pain, Jiu Hu instinctively sought to distance himself from Su Shan. However, with the aid of the Lingbo Weibu technique, Su Shan was like a shadow, closing the gap instantly. With a swift thrust, the blade, forged by the craftsman at dawn, pierced through Jiu Hu's lower dantians with the precision of a steel nail. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Jiu Hu's lips. Second Master. Upon witnessing this, the onlooking disciples of the Sanbong prepared to intervene. Yet, the 10 or so Jinyiwei led by Yu drew their blades in unison. Su Shan, still fixated on the contorted expression of Jiu Hu, placed his blade against the neck of a nearby Sanbong master without turning his head. Yu, he commanded, draw a red line for them. Anyone who crosses it shall die. Understood. As soon as Su Shan's words fell, Yu's embroidered spring knife left a trail of sparks as it carved a line in the air before him. You have destroyed my dantian. Jiu Hu, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, roared with all his might. Yet, before he could finish, Su Shan delivered a decisive kick, shattering Jiu Hu's knees. In an instant, the one standing second master of the Sanbong was left bloodied and kneeling before Su Shan. Since you do not wish to stand and speak with me, let us converse while you kneel. How audacious for a sect to challenge the imperial guards. Does old Tang's ninth hall hold no authority at the ferry? Jiu Hu's advisor, though not a martial artist, could not suppress a gulp as he absorbed Su Shan's words. He understood well the significance of the 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower. Open one, and enter the realm of the acquired. The convergence of 3 flowers at the apex heralds the initiation of the primordial. The purple aura arises from the east, unlocking the 3 elixirs, leading one to the masters of the craft. In this context, Su Shan's 2 precise and ferocious strikes pierced through Jiu Hu's upper and lower dantians, signifying that even if his second-in-command managed to survive, he would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Such ruthlessness. Can the Jinyiwei act with impunity? This matter demands an explanation from us. Aware of his current inadequacies, the advisor subtly invoked his connections. Upon hearing these words, Su Shan chuckled, a grimace that appeared monstrous in the eyes of the members of the Chao gang. Indeed, you are correct. The Jinyiwei can indeed act as they please. Is there a problem with that? With a sharp clap, Su Shan slammed a bounty notice directly onto the advisor's face. He then declared to the crowd, the Jinyiwei has been ordered to apprehend the traitor Zhou Bao. Those who refuse to cooperate will be treated as accomplices. Now, I shall inquire, and you will respond. Where is Zhou Bao? Su Shan fixed a piercing gaze at Zhou Long, questioning him word by word. I don't know. Just as the words left his lips, Su Shan, with a blade poised at the throat of a high-ranking member of the Chao gang, severed his life force with ease. How could a master of the 9th rank be so effortlessly dispatched? Before the astonished crowd could collect themselves, Su Shan pressed the blade against another's neck. With a smile, he turned to Zhou Long and asked, where is that ship laden with arms that you have concealed? The wretched creature retorted, you dare, but his protest was cut short as Su Shan swiftly claimed another life. This bloodthirsty and savage spectacle left even the Qing Miao and accompanying Jinyiwei members with furrowed brows. This is not how one conducts an investigation. I am a man of little patience. Next, as Su Shan prepared to direct his blade toward the 3rd high-ranking member of the Chao gang, the man turned and leaped into the river. With a swift motion, a flying dagger pierced the depths. Moments later, blood began to surface, followed closely by a corpse rising to the water's surface. The scene rendered the expansive dock eerily silent, save for the gasps of the Chao gang disciples. Even Qing Niao widened her eyes in shock. You are the last. Can you answer my previous 2 questions? With the blade pressed against the advisor's neck, Su Shan exerted a slight force, compelling the man to kneel. The sharp edge sliced through his skin, and the bloodlust of the past left him drenched in cold sweat. 3 breaths. Speak, or die. As Su Shan's ultimatum echoed, the advisor's breath quickened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sensing the advisor's wavering resolve, Zhou Hu roared, you dare claim that my brother Zhou Long will kill your entire family. Just as the words escaped his lips, Su Shan swung his blade, severing Zhou Hu's head from his shoulders. After the dismemberment, Zhou Hu's head fell heavily at the ferry terminal, rolling towards the crowd. The terrified members of the Boatmen's Guild scattered in panic. At this moment, Su Shan crouched down, resting one hand on Zhou Hu's headless corpse. His gaze fixed on the kneeling steward before him. Now that you are no longer under threat, can you speak? Su Shan's voice was soft, yet it weighed heavily on the steward's ears. I don't know. I truly know nothing, the steward cried out, his face streaked with tears and snot, exerting all his strength. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Shan rose and laughed heartily. Observing Su Shan's bizarre demeanor, Qing Yao, who had attempted to speak several times, hesitated. Xing Baihu. This is your first visit to Yuhang, isn't it? Yes. Today, I shall take you out for a boat ride to enjoy the scenery. What? After Su Shan finished speaking, not only the other Jinyiwei, but even Qing Yao felt he had lost his mind, having brutally slaughtered so many. He concluded with a mere invitation for a leisurely boat ride. Chapter 21. The undercurrent swells, storm clouds gather. As Su Shan truly led the Qing Yao group away from the ferry, the pervasive dread that had enveloped the disciples of the Chaobang began to dissipate. Nevertheless, the sight of Zhou Long's unyielding head and the bloodstains at the scene served as a haunting reminder of the recent horrors they had endured. Why is everyone standing there in a daze? The chief is not at home. We must promptly report this to Governor Wu. Our second-in-command cannot have died in vain. Indeed, with the leader of the Caobang's urgent reminder, a quick-thinking individual had already spurred his horse towards the magistrate's office. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng, was attending a mourning ceremony for the recently deceased Shimen Patriarch and his son, Shimen Qing, alongside Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. Gu Daong had initially come under the pretense of assisting his godson's wedding, only to find the festivities had turned to mourning. Though no evidence existed to directly link the massacre of the Shimen family to the conflict with the Imperial Guard's Captain Su Shan, Gu Daong had his own ulterior motives for visiting Yuhang. After all, his presence was merely a ploy to seize resources from the Jinfu division. Given the circumstances, he decided to exploit the situation to his advantage, starting with the captain. What had initially seemed a straightforward affair took a turn for the worse when news reached him that Li Lianying and his companions had not only been repelled, but were also imprisoned in the dungeons of the Jinfu division. Gu, it appears that Su Shan does not regard you with any respect, one of his aides remarked. Yesterday, while he was unleashing violence upon the Shimen family, we had already proclaimed your name. Yet, he audaciously declared in public, what is the Eastern Depot to me? The beleaguered Shimen family was in desperate need of restoration. Gu Daong's arrival ignited a glimmer of hope in the matriarch, Su Yuemei. Regardless of Su Shan's culpability, if they could bring him down and elevate the Shimen family standing, it would instill a sense of fear in any who might dare to mistreat them in the future. With a resounding crash, Gu Daong crushed his teacup with his long, sharp fingernails, his dark expression betraying his simmering rage. Dare they lay a hand on my kin? Even if Su Shan is held in high regard by others, we shall ensure he pays in blood for his transgressions. Just as Wu Jingsheng murmured his agreement, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near. Governor Wu. Urgent news from the Chaobang. The Imperial Guard has stormed the Chaobang dock under the pretense of capturing Zhou Bao. They are killing indiscriminately. Even our second-in-command, Zhou Hu, has not escaped their clutches. Huh. Wu Jingsheng, taken aback by this revelation, turned in shock. Have they captured Zhou Bao? No. It is precisely because they have not that Su Shan has unleashed a massacre, coercing the Chaobang disciples to reveal Zhou Bao's hiding place. Yet none of them have spoken, leading to the horrific scene we now witness. Who? Su Shan? Both Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong echoed in disbelief. Indeed, he is the newly appointed chief of the Jinfu division, accompanied by the Imperial Guards from the capital. No wonder they look down on me, for they have latched onto the thigh of the Imperial envoy. Where is Su Shan now? The furious Gu Daong immediately inquired. He has taken the 100 households from the capital to enjoy the scenery on a boat. How audacious. To have committed murder and yet dare to leisurely indulge in a boat ride? Governor Wu, accompany me to the scene to gather evidence. Once we have irrefutable proof, even Shangguan Yin'er cannot save his life. I, Gu Daong, declare this. Yes. Assemble, let us proceed to the ferry. With a command from Wu Jingsheng, the officials swiftly gathered, joining Gu Daong and the Eastern Factory Guards as they marched towards the ferry with great momentum. Meanwhile, having received news of the ferry, Ji Gang suddenly stood up and remarked, this rascal has not relapsed, has he? Or is this a deliberate act on his part? Hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er, who had been maintaining a cold demeanor, interjected. Regardless of the reason, the order was issued by this deputy official, no matter how great the blunder. It is not for the officials or the Eastern Factory to meddle. Assemble, let us head to the ferry. Yes. What began as an ordinary day was transformed by Su Shan's rampage, drawing the attention of numerous factions who sent emissaries to the docks to uncover the truth. However, as the instigator of the entire incident, Su Shan was, at that moment, leisurely introducing the beautiful scenery to Qing Miao. Beside them was the still-dazed secretary, Zhang Chong. Captain Su, despite the instructions from Deputy Shangwan for us to heed your every word, what does this count as? A murder has been committed, a crisis has arisen. And yet we are here enjoying a boat ride? Unable to contain herself, Qing Miao immediately posed the question. Su Shan did not respond directly. Instead, he crouched beside Zhang Chang, whose clothes were still stained with the blood of Zhou Hu. Secretary Zhang, are you familiar with this stretch of water? Faced with Su Shan's inquiry, Zhang Chang finally lifted his head, glancing around before mechanically nodding. Oh, which fork ahead leads to Chieshan Lake? Upon hearing Su Shan's question, Zhang Chang's pupils widened as he gazed at the man before him. The slight tremor in his body did not go unnoticed by Qing Miao and the others. The waters of Qianshan Lake are relatively complex, making it quite difficult to detect Zhou Bao and the cargo ship laden with military supplies hidden therein. How do you know this? I said nothing. The incoherent Zhang Chang, after uttering these words, was met with Su Shan's cold smirk. You may not have said anything, but I know. Yet, what would the members of the Song Gang think? In their eyes, my knowledge must surely stem from your full disclosure, Secretary Zhang. When the time comes, out of vengeance for your betrayal, do you think they would hesitate to eliminate you and your entire family? Upon finishing, Su Shan observed the pallor of Zhang Chang's face as he collapsed weakly to the ground. You only need to inform me about which of the 3 forks at Qianshan Lake pertains to Zhou Bao and that cargo ship. The town protector not only guarantees the safety of your family, but also offers to change your name and send you to an unfamiliar city to start anew. Clap. After speaking, Su Shan patted the shoulder of the other man and said, your time is running short. Should I take an additional detour? The promises previously made will no longer hold. Gazing at the nearby fork, Zhang Chang, unable to contain his emotions, finally spoke with a quivering voice, San Linku, San Dongjia. And that cargo ship are all at San Linku. The journey ahead is likely fraught with the secretive eyes and ears of the Zongbang, is it not? Deliver the Buddha to the west. Let the good deed be carried to its conclusion. Please assist us in passing through? All right. The psychological defenses of Zhang Chang shattered completely as he nodded emphatically. Inside the cabin, there were several individuals in plain clothes. You few will accompany me for the exchange. The others should first conceal themselves within the cabin. Understood. Upon hearing Su Shan's arrangement, Qing Miao, who previously harbored misunderstandings about him, quietly inquired, Su Zongqi, did you already know about Zhou Bao and the cargo ship laden with military supplies being at Qianshan Lake? Not exactly known in advance. It was only after Zhou Hu's death that I became aware. It's the spirit communication. This is Su Shan's greatest trump card. Before Zhou Hu passed, he instructed his subordinate to inform Zhou Bao, revealing their location. Chapter 22. The blade divides yin and yang, slaying Zhou Bao. Su Shan's response left Qing now astonished. Before she could delve deeper, she glanced back at the dock where the esteemed Su was murmuring, the dock must be bustling now, I presume? All manner of underworld figures should be making their presence known to demand retribution. Hearing this, Qing now furrowed her brows, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the handsome man beside her. Now you finally feel fear? After causing such a commotion, let us see how you will conclude this. Upon hearing her words, Su Shan laughed heartily. How will it conclude? Do you not know, Xing Baihu? The greater the storm, the pricier the catch. The livelier the dock, the more explosive the results of capturing both man and evidence. Following his lead, Qing Miao's thoughts began to clarify as she murmured. What you imply is that the Donglin faction has been desperately trying to suppress this case, not wanting it to fully erupt. But now, things have changed. The second-in-command of the Chao Gang has been slain by the Jinyiwei in public. Whether in the martial world or the court, all eyes are now on the dock. Do you think at this juncture, we can solidify the charges of the Chao Gang colluding with the enemy and selling military arms, while the Donglin faction can still keep it under wraps? After Su Shan finished speaking, Qing Miao, her eyes wide with astonishment, fell silent. The slaying of Zhou Hu was merely the prologue. The grand performance had only just begun. At San Linku, while not the most intricate area of the Qianshan Lakes, its natural concave terrain renders it easily defensible yet difficult to attack. The narrow entrance allows the Chao Gang disciples stationed there to be alerted at the slightest disturbance. Therefore, without Zhang Chang's cooperation, even if Su Shan led the charge here, the vigilant Zhou Bao would have been the first to escape. Third Master, The second-in-command's ship has entered the stronghold. According to Master Zhang at the bow, the second-in-command is still somewhat apprehensive about this place and has come personally to inspect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bao, who was indulging in copious amounts of meat and wine at the water stronghold, promptly rose and exclaimed, "When did my second brother become so fussy? It's a trivial matter. I'm merely informing the Jinyiwei that the arms are hidden here. Can they truly breach this stronghold?" Despite his bravado, Zhou Bao still took the initiative to greet them. As the ship had yet to dock, Su Shan, standing on the deck, spied Zhou Bao leading several familiar yet unfamiliar faces hastily approaching the shore. The familiarity stemmed from Su Shan having seen them while communicating with the porters, yet the strangeness was undeniable. It was indeed their first encounter in reality. Zhou Bao seemed to sense Su Shan's piercing gaze, and standing on the shore, he furrowed his brow. "Master Zhang, this young man beside you looks quite unfamiliar. Who is he?" Faced with Zhou Bao's inquiry, the nervous Zhang Cheng appeared flustered. Instead, Su Shan responded calmly with a smile, "Allow me to introduce myself, Third Master. I am Su Shan, the chief of the Jinyiwei." Jinyiwei? In an instant, before Zhou Bao and his companions could recover from their shock, Su Shan leaped forward like a ravenous wolf, charging at them with ferocity. At the very moment he took flight, several flying daggers shot forth like bullets from a chamber, aimed directly at Zhou Bao and his group. With his mastery of the literally flying dagger technique at its pinnacle, Su Shan was capable of unleashing multiple daggers in one go, each one striking true without fail. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the Jinyiwei!" cried one of Zhou Bao's attendants. But before he could finish his warning, a dagger found its mark in his throat. Not only he, but several disciples of the Chao gang with lower realms also fell victim to the assault. Only Zhou Bao, with his innate strength, managed to evade the onslaught, albeit with a crimson gash left upon his left shoulder. "Old Fei, Wang Shan!" Zhou Bao howled in despair upon witnessing his attendant's collapse. Yet, before his words could dissipate, Su Shan was upon him, wielding his blade with lethal intent. Did he still have time to worry for others? He ought to consider his own survival first. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved through the air, and as Su Shan landed, Zhou Bao stood before him in an odd posture. His own sword was split in two, the broken blade clattering to the ground. Zhou Bao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the young man before him. "Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on completing the Red Time Limited Mission 1, the wishes of the porters. The system grants a reward, 20 years of cultivation, Golden Bell Shield." As the system's notification echoed in Su Shan's mind, Zhou Bao, his pupils already dilated, felt a new wound appear on his forehead. In the next moment, the wound burst, and his body split apart like the broken blade he once wielded. 3. The Third Master. On the shore, the remaining disciples of the Chao gang, who were desperately resisting, let out cries of despair upon witnessing their third master being slain by Su Shan's blade. At this moment, the Jinyiwei, led by the powerful Qingyao, had already breached half of the water stronghold. The overwhelming force sent the disoriented disciples of the Chao gang into a frenzied retreat. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the entire stronghold was left with only those who surrendered, while the rest fell to the blades of the Jinyiwei. "The weaponry is right here." Upon hearing a Jinyiwei's shout, Su Shan and Qingyao rushed toward the command. Within an open wooden crate lay military arms wrapped in brocade, now scattered across the ground. After picking up a steel blade and inspecting it, Su Shan remarked with disdain, "No wonder the coastal garrison suffers constant defeats. Our station troops are still using weapons from years past, while the ones sold to the pirates are the most advanced steel weapons of the Ming Dynasty. These greedy officials, can they still suppress the coffins of our ancestors?" Su Shan's words resonated deeply with Qingyao and the other Jinyiwei. "Gather all the captives aboard the ship, with both witnesses and evidence at hand. I am determined to see how those clad in fineries can possibly absolve themselves this time." Indeed, just as Su Shan and his troops were making their way back, at the ferry, the severed head of Zhou Hu and the corpses of several high-ranking members of the Grain Transport Guild were laid out before Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang. Opposite them, hundreds of disciples from the Grain Guild, under the covert instructions of Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong, cried out in unison, "Severely punish the murderer. We shall show no mercy. Not executing Su Shan will not quell the public outrage." Their voices thundered, creating a deafening uproar. Moreover, the ferry was thronged with numerous bewildered citizens, as well as spies from various factions, including those from Yuhang. They were all eager to witness how the imperial envoy from the capital and the emperor's personal guards would respond under such circumstances. Chapter 23. Confrontation at the Wharf. unleashing the fury of the tides. Sir Shangguan, as a distinguished imperial envoy, you must not condone your subordinates in the unjust slaughter of innocents. Initially, Lin Shoufu and the other ministers had expressed considerable discontent regarding the arrogance of the Jinyiwei. Should this matter reach the capital, it could lead to an irreparable conclusion. Gu Daong, feigning concern for the emotions of the Cangbang disciples, turned to Shangguan Yen with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan, with a cold smile, retorted, "How this concludes is my affair. It is not for the Eastern Depot to dictate." "Very well. If a rebellion ensues, you alone shall bear the consequences, Sir Shangguan." Gu Daong shouted, his demeanor shifting dramatically. At this, Ji Gang could not contain his laughter. With such a meager number of Cangbang members, the Jinyiwei's embroidered spring blades would dispatch them effortlessly. As Ji Gang finished speaking, Wu Jingsheng, who held an official rank equal to his own, interjected, "Sir Ji, as the governor of Yuhang, I shall not permit the Jinyiwei to indiscriminately slay innocents here. Furthermore, your allegations of the Cangbang trafficking in arms, colluding with the enemy, and obstructing law enforcement are merely assertions from the Zhenfu division. What if these accusations are unfounded? Therefore, I, along with numerous officials from Jiang'an Prefecture, have petitioned the capital for intervention in this case. Until concrete evidence or a response is provided, I advise you, Sir Ji, to sheath your embroidered spring blade." As a disciple of Lin Ruopu and the representative of the Donglin party in Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng spoke with conviction. Clang. Without yielding to his opponent, Ji Gang swiftly drew his sword. Instantly, the accompanying Jinyiwei followed suit. Once drawn, a sword from the Jinyiwei shall not be returned. Witnessing this scene, the officers accompanying Wu Jingsheng and Gu, along with the factory guards, were on high alert. In that moment, the expansive wharf was fraught with tension. Buzz. Just then, a piercing blade's whistle resonated from the river. The skilled fighters, sensing its formidable intent, instinctively turned their heads. Whoosh. Sizzle. In the next moment, a Shouchun Dao, forged from mysterious iron, pierced through Zhou Hu's skull, embedding itself into the ground, with a severed head dangling from the blade. The third master? Upon recognizing the bloodied visage, several Cangbang disciples gasped in horror, calling out the name of the fallen. Boom. The revelation sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Buzzing. The embroidered spring blade that had pierced the heads of the Zhou brothers continued to sway ominously. Yet, the name stamped by the craftsman on the hilt boldly caught everyone's attention. Su Shan. This is Su Shan's blade. As the front line of individuals processed the name, a booming voice akin to a resounding bell echoed from a swiftly approaching cargo ship. The Cangbang has trafficked arms, obstructed law enforcement, and colluded with the enemy. All evidence, both testimonial and material, is irrefutable. The town suppression office, led by the chief of the Jinyiwei, Su Shan, earnestly implored the official, Qianshi, and Captain Ji to immediately dispatch troops to quell the bandits. With a resounding crash, he single-handedly hurled a crate onto the dock. The sound of splintering would echoed, revealing not only silks and porcelain meant for disguise but also weapons branded with the Ministry of War's seal. In that fleeting moment, Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. What further humiliated them was the unwavering command issued by Shangguan Yen, who stood resolutely with her horse. All Jinyiwei. Yes. The resounding reply from the Jinyiwei echoed across the dock, more deafening than the previous lamentations of the Cangbang disciples. Immediately seize all properties under the Cangbang's name. Those who dare to resist, kill. Those who dare to obstruct the enforcers, kill. Those who dare to raise arms, kill. As Shangguan Yen's edict of bloodshed was proclaimed, the Jinyiwei, who had been simmering with pent-up energy, surged forth with ferocity towards the Cangbang disciples, who had previously bared their teeth at them. With a whoosh and a boom, the sound of explosive projectiles shattered the air. The Jinyiwei, armed and ready, surged forth from all corners of Yuhang. Dare you glare at me? Is this a challenge? Kill. Turning to flee. Are you? Kill. Have you stepped on my toes? Resisting? Kill. The leading Cangbang disciples, who had instigated the uproar, had their throats slit before Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong's very eyes. Yet, they and the accompanying officers stood frozen, powerless to voice their outrage. In the Ming Dynasty, not only was treason punishable by death, but even the mere possession of military arms could annihilate entire clans. To associate with them was to court eternal damnation. They had witnesses and physical evidence, and it appeared that they had caught them in the act. At this moment, even with the backing of Lin Shoufu and Chao Duguan, Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong dared not act recklessly. Governor Wu, save us. Captain Zhang, we have always been brothers. They cried out, but the Jinyiwei paid them no heed. Clearly, the officers had a favorable relationship with the Songbong. They fervently hoped that the town suppression office would not uncover any incriminating evidence. In Ji Gang's eyes, there was no room for error. With his knife sharpened and ready, Ji Gang had unmistakably opened his maw, poised for blood, while Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong had support. Their subordinates were left in a state of confusion. This was precisely the outcome Su Shan had orchestrated, to throw these individuals into disarray. As the cargo ship docked with a thud, Su Shan and his companions from the Qingyu disembarked. The subordinate, Su Shan Qingniu, paid his respects to the assistant minister, Ji Qianhu. Without waiting for them to dismount, the buoyant Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang each raised their trusted confidants. This case has been handled splendidly. However, there is another matter that requires your personal supervision. Su Shan instinctively lifted his head to gaze at Ji Gang upon hearing those words. What? Do you intend to treat me like a beast of burden? Not even granting me a moment to breathe? Yet, in the presence of others. He still clasped his fist and declared, I am at your service, willing to face death 1,000 times. That is not necessary. As he spoke, Ji Gang received several case files from his aide and handed them over. The family residing at the East City Gate has been engaging in extortion and tyranny, endangering the public, and the evidence is irrefutable. You are to take men and raid their residence immediately. Remember, unfurl the banner of the town protectorate. Anyone who dares utter a single no shall be treated as an accomplice. With Ji Gang's words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Meanwhile, Gu Daong, whose complexion had long turned ashen, trembled with fury throughout his entire being. Chapter 24. The Raid, the Slap in the Face, and Su Shan's Display of Power. Ji Qianhu. Have your hands in the town protector's office stretched a bit too far? Even if the Shiman family engages in unscrupulous business practices, that falls under the jurisdiction of the official court, does it not? It is not your place, the Jinyiwei, to intervene, Gu Daong bellowed, his voice akin to a duck's croak. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Gang, showing no tolerance, countered vehemently, what the official court can manage, our town protector's office shall oversee. What the official court cannot manage, our town protector's office shall also oversee. Upon hearing this, a furious Gu Daong was cut off mid-sentence as Ji Gang continued. Damn it, the Eastern Depot is apprehending people without any evidence. I still have to make a show of it. I've already given you enough face. Gu Daong, Su Shan, to work. Yes. And ensure the prisoners in the dungeon are closely watched. The Eastern Depot cannot just act without providing us a proper reason. Even when the Eastern Depot's head arrives, they refuse to release them. Understood. After collecting the documents, Su Shan turned and waved his hand, preparing to head east. As he brushed past Gu Daong, who had never faced such humiliation, he suddenly remarked, Young man, let me remind you, one must possess self-awareness, lest you bring calamity upon yourself. With a sharp slap, Su Shan, having delivered that biting remark, paused to glance back at Gu Daong, saying, Gu Zhangshi, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The next time the people from the Eastern Depot come to the town protector's office, please ensure they bathe and burn incense. Their stench is quite repulsive. Ha. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Ji Gang burst into hearty laughter. Crack. Beside them, Gu Daong clenched his fists in anger, yet felt utterly powerless. This matter is not over. Let us go. Knowing that remaining would only lead to further humiliation, Gu Daong shouted fiercely before turning away with his men. Calm your anger, Gu Zhangshi. After exiting the dock, Wu Jingxing hurriedly approached. Calm my anger? Didn't your people assure us of absolute certainty? How could such a blunder occur? Before our arrival, the Empress specifically instructed us, if Governor Wu fails to cleanse the stains of Yuhang, we shall erase you. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingxing was drenched in cold sweat. Hastily appeasing Gu Daong, Gu Zhangshi, my subordinates will not cause further issues. The only variable is Dai Jinshan, who has been captured by the Jinyiwei. I truly feel helpless. After he finished speaking, Gu Daong's expression turned fierce as he declared, we are also prepared. We will resolve the matter of Dai Jinshan for you. But before that, you must have your people attend to something. After a few quiet instructions from Gu Daong, he nodded. Understood. I will send a trusted person to handle it without fail. Nodding in agreement, Gu Daong, casting a cold glance at Su Shan's departing back, muttered, that bastard must die. However, do not allow the town guard to seize any incriminating evidence against you. Indeed. Moreover, have you prepared the furnace cauldron that our family requested? I have prepared some. Yet the requirements set by Chief Gu are rather stringent, and the current quantity is still insufficient. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have commanded individuals to scour the entire city. Excellent. Once our family's divine skills reach fruition, we shall tear apart the facade of Jigang. As he spoke, Gu Daong showcased his sharp fingernails. After sending Gu Daong to the secret chamber for training, Wu Jingxing summoned his trusted aide, Tian Boshan, to his side. Through the dead letterbox, convey a message to the Black Dragon Society. Eliminate Yamamoto Juro and Jinyiwei's Su Shan. Include his dossier as well. Understood. You shall personally lead the team, acting as per Gu Gonggong's instructions. It is imperative that we strike true. Hearing this, the self-assured Tian Boshan replied, rest assured. As long as it is not under the direct supervision of a deputy commander from Jinyiwei, I possess complete confidence. Very well. Proceed with the task. Additionally, ensure that everyone below cleans up after themselves. Should anyone falter, do not expect leniency from this official. Understood. In the east of the city, at the once desolate morning hall, a throng had gathered to pay their respects. Those who had previously watched from a distance upon witnessing Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory, personally intervene on behalf of the Shimin family, rushed in, drawn by the scent of opportunity. Clad in simple white garments, the lady of the house, Su Yuemei, had shed her previous pitiable demeanor before Gu Daong and Wu Jingxing, replaced instead by sharpness and arrogance. Seizing this opportunity, she firmly asserted her position among the gathered crowd. Do not presume that, following the heinous murder of our master and young master, the Shimin family would be left in disarray. As long as Chief Gu and Governor Wu remain, none shall dare to challenge the Shimin family. Yes, indeed. Once she concluded her remarks, those present quickly echoed their agreement in hushed tones. In Yuhang, is it not said that the town guard is untouchable? Yesterday, the Jinyiwei officer Su Shan brought shame upon our Shimin family. Today, he shall face utter ruin, regardless of whether he is the true culprit. Offending the Shimin family will cost him his life, courtesy of Chief Gu. Su Yuemei's words sent a chill through all present. In recent years, due to the decline of imperial power, the presence of Jinyiwei has diminished significantly. However, with Ji Gang at the helm of the town guard, it is not something that can be trifled with. Even the yamen must tread carefully. Yet today, listening to Su Yuemei's insinuations, it seems the Eastern Factory is preparing to collaborate with the yamen to confront the town guard. In that case, one should cling tightly to the great tree that is the Shimin family. Observing the sycophantic expressions of those around her, Su Yuemei felt immense satisfaction with her current display of power. A mere commoner turned officer wishes to ride upon the Shimin family's shoulders? Then let him pay with his life to establish his authority. Just as Su Yuemei basked in her triumph, a servant rushed in hastily. Thud. Madam, madam, he cried as he knelt on the ground. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Su Shan. His incoherent utterance barely began when Su Yuemei suddenly rose and exclaimed, has the steward Gu captured that wretched Su? Perfect. I shall demand that he kneels before my late husband and young master's tablets and admits his wrongdoing in front of everyone. If he does not break his crown in repentance, it only shows his insincerity. Where is he? Bang. Clatter. Just as Su Yuemei finished speaking, the slightly ajar front door was violently kicked open. Immediately, dozens of imperial guards stormed in, blades drawn. The unexpected scene left not only the guests in shock, but even Su Yuemei was taken aback. What do you intend to do? She stammered. At that moment, Su Shan, clad in a black flying fish robe, stepped across the threshold of the Shimin residence. He surveyed the crowd with a cold smirk and declared, the Imperial Guards are here on orders to raid the premises. All irrelevant persons, leave at once. Chapter 25, A Grand Return Home. Congratulations from all sides. With a thunderous proclamation, Su Shan's words reverberated throughout the gathering, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment. As Su Yuemei's mind buzzed, she regained her composure and rushed forward with fervor. With a contorted expression of rage, she pointed accusatorily at Su Shan and demanded, who gave you the audacity to raid the Shimin family? How many lives do you have that are worthy of being severed by the East Factory's overseer? Without a hint of hesitation, Su Shan responded with a resounding slap. Thud. Su Yuemei, struck and knocked to the ground, let out a piercing scream. With an icy demeanor, Su Shan declared, this is your first and final warning. Should you dare to obstruct justice again, there will be no mercy. The palpable aura of lethal intent sent shivers through the esteemed guests and members of the Shimin family. Though her face bore the marks of her humiliation, Su Yuemei, supported by her attendants, attempted to maintain her composure as she shrieked, dare you tell me who you are? When Overseer Gu arrives, you shall pay dearly for this. Hearing this, Su Shan responded with a chilling smirk, the Jinyiwei, Su Shan. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they processed the name. Su Shan? Was he not supposed to be a target of Overseer Gu? deemed irretrievably lost? How was he standing here unscathed, leading a raid on the Shimin family? My lord, news from the crossing has arrived. The Yamen and the East Factory have joined forces, and the Chao Gang has been utterly forsaken. The Jinyiwei are arresting members of the Chao Gang. What? Is this true? Absolutely. Moreover, the town protector's officer, Ji Qianhu, has thoroughly quarreled with Overseer Gu of the East Factory, ordering Su Shan, the chief of the Jinyiwei, to conduct the raid. We should not linger here. Let us depart swiftly. When deities clash, even the slightest fallout could lead to our utter ruin. Outside the morning hall, the sharp sounds of conversation pierced the stillness, reaching the ears of all present. In an instant, the previously hesitant relatives of the Shimin family chose to flee, like rabbits escaping a hunter. If they could run for their lives, how much more so could the gathered guests? Before long, the once bustling Shimin family estate was eerily deserted. What are we waiting for? Raid the house. Yes. With Su Shan's command, dozens of Jinyiwei sprang into action. Rather than a mere raid, it felt as though the very foundations of the Shimin family were being uprooted. Aware of their chief's long-standing grievances with the Shimin family, the Jinyiwei approached the task with personal fervor. Well, bandits, you leave us no chance to survive. I will perish before your eyes. Realizing that her protector was powerless against Su Shan, Su Yuemei resorted to theatrics, crying and wailing in desperation. If you must die, do so quickly. It would be fitting to be laid to rest alongside your lord and young master, thus saving a coffin's worth of expense. After coldly uttering that statement, Su Shan turned around and dragged a chair to block the front door. His stance clearly conveyed a message to all the members of the Shimin family. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. However, since I have come to seize your assets, none of you shall take anything out of here. Su Shan's resolute demeanor plunged the Shimin family into a state of utter despair. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Shan devoted himself to consolidating the 20 years of cultivation he had acquired into a new martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. As the process commenced, every essence of the Golden Bell Shield flooded into Su Shan's mind. The Golden Bell Shield is divided into 4 forms and 12 levels. 1. Body Refinement, Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. 2. Qi Refinement, Protective True Qi. 3. Strength Refinement, Subduing Dragons and Vanquishing Tigers. 4. The final form, the unity of Qi and Strength, Diamond Body Protection. The first 3 forms, encompassing 9 levels, could only be deemed superior techniques. Yet, should one achieve perfection in the 4th form, it would transcend the realm of martial arts, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. In the first year of refining the Golden Bell Shield, possessing an extraordinary internal cultivation method allowed you to swiftly master the first layer of the Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. In the 5th year, your physique underwent tremendous honing, and you had evidently grasped the 3rd layer of the Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. In the 10th year, with a deeper understanding of your strength, you learned to manifest internal energy externally, radiating power from your very being. After 20 years of relentless practice, you finally refined the Golden Bell Shield to the 6th layer, enabling the true Qi to be released and retracted at will. With the completion of this process, Su Shan, having comprehended the first 2 layers of the Golden Bell Shield, fully unleashed his true Qi. Bathed in sunlight, waves of purple energy swirled around his body. At this moment, he felt his defensive capabilities had reached an astonishing level. Was he now at the pinnacle of the innate 5th rank? With an array of formidable techniques backing him, Su Shan felt that he could contend even against opponents of the innate 7th or 8th rank. As Su Shan perfected the Golden Bell Shield, news of his raid on the Shimin family spread through the streets. Concurrently, word of his promotion to the Grand Flag of the Jinyiwei also circulated. His status as a 7th grade official marked his entry into the ranks of the officials. What did you say? Su Shan has raided the Shimin family and has now been promoted to Grand Flag of the Jinyiwei? In the east of the city, Jinlian, whose belly had slightly rounded, inquired with exaggerated expressions to her father, Jin Shan. Indeed, he is the youngest Grand Flag in the history of the Jinfu division, and it is said that the imperial envoy from the capital holds him in high regard. The external world is rife with speculation that he dared to offend the Eastern Depot by raiding the Shimin family out of a fierce love for you. Upon hearing this, Jin Lian replied with a confident smile, "Of course. Su Shan has once risked his life for me. Father, let me adorn myself, and we shall take the marriage certificate to the Su family. I believe that when he sees me personally coming to congratulate him, we will surely rekindle our past affection. But what of the child within you? The offspring of the Shimin family is best left behind. Shulong, if he were to know that I would forsake even other people's children for him, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. After finishing his tasks and returning from the home of the Su family, Su Shan rode home clad in somber attire. He had returned. The sound of firecrackers erupted, Pili Pala, Guangdang. As he entered the alley, neighbors who had been waiting there set off firecrackers in celebration. Without any grandiosity, Su Shan quickly dismounted. He exchanged polite bows with everyone. Mother, I have returned. Good, good. Later, we shall light incense for your father and share the joyful news. Mother, do not cry. Have we not endured hardship only to enjoy the sweetness of life now? Yes, yes. By the way, there will be a banquet today. No one is allowed to leave. All right. Just as the crowd surrounded Su Shan and the esteemed official made his way into the courtyard, a shrill voice suddenly pierced through the air. Su Lang. He turned to see Jean Lian, adorned in vibrant attire, sashaying toward him. On such a joyous occasion, was this woman here to ruin my mood? Chapter 26, Ambush in the Wasteland. The glimmer of blades before Su Shan could articulate his thoughts. The enchanting Jean Lian had already approached. Congratulations, Su Lang, on your promotion to the chief banner. Jean Lian, unabashedly, spoke these words with a gaze filled with affection. Convinced that Su Shan must be moved to tears at this moment. Get lost. The abruptness of this singular word caused Jean Lian's smile to freeze instantly. Reflecting on it, she pondered, it must be that I have wounded him too deeply in the past. With this thought, Jean Lian, regaining her composure, playfully nudged Su Shan and said, How vexatious. Su Lang, I know you are still angry with me. I have realized my mistakes. Furthermore, I have made my decision. I do not want the child that is not yours. From now on, I shall only be by your side to support you and raise our children. Is this news surprising or unexpected? With that, she winked at Su Shan. At this moment, Su Shan felt as though he had swallowed something utterly repulsive, and he could no longer restrain himself as he raised his hand. Smack. Ouch. Jean Lian staggered back several steps from the slap. Had it not been for the family members of the Jean clan holding her back, she would have fallen to the ground. Who gave you the audacity to come out and discuss me at such a time? Filthy creature, even dogs would disdain you. If you don't leave, I will not hesitate to slap your entire family. Woo-woo. Hearing this, Jean Lian, with tears in her eyes, feigned innocence and said, Su Lang, do you no longer love me? Have you found someone else? I can't take this anymore. Hit her. This time, there was no need for Su Shan to intervene. The neighbors nearby could no longer contain themselves and raised their arms, coming in full bloom, leaving in disarray. Yet, despite all this, Jean Lian still believed that Su Shan was merely testing her sincerity. Once she had terminated the pregnancy, he would surely reconsider upon witnessing her decisive actions. Resolute, Jean Lian prepared to return home, to retrieve money, and seek a doctor. However, at her doorstep, she encountered the destitute Su Yumei. Just previously, the two women had been at odds at the entrance of the Shimin household. Oh, isn't this the esteemed lady of the Shimin family? How unfortunate to be raided and left homeless. Jean Lian taunted. Unlike you, my Su Lang is still testing my loyalty. Once he comes to his senses, I shall become the wife of a high official. Upon hearing Jean Lian's words, Su Yumei's countenance darkened. So, the rumors circulating outside are indeed true. That scoundrel Su is targeting the Shimin family solely because of you. Ha! Do you not perceive my allure? Ha ha! Jean Lian chuckled, but before she could finish, Su Yumei, clutching the remnants of her hairpin, stabbed repeatedly at her. Stop! Stop! Screamed Jean Shan and his wife in a state of hysteria upon witnessing the scene. However, Su Yumei, consumed by rage, lunged towards them. As the Su family hosted a banquet for their neighbors, Su Shan ventured alone to the rear ridge to pay homage to his father, a figure he hardly remembered. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the connections left behind by this father at the local garrison had afforded Su Shan considerable assistance. Out of respect and obligation, he felt compelled to offer 3 incense sticks in tribute. Old Su, your case file has been entrusted to me by Uncle Chain. Rest assured, from now on, should I encounter anyone from the Black Dragon Society, I shall show no mercy, regardless of the circumstances. The enmity of family and nation will never fade from my memory. Just as Su Shan was burning the yellow paper, a sudden and crisp sound of a branch snapping in the desolate rear ridge heightened his senses. In an instant, he reacted, leaping away from his original position, his protective energy swirling around him. With the grace of the wave-stepping technique, he propelled himself with all his might. At that very moment, dozens of shuriken pierced the ground where he had just stood, and a burning brazier was overturned, sending flames scattering. Simultaneously, the previously soft earth began to heave, forming several mounds that converged at Su Shan's landing spot. With a resounding crash, four shadowy figures emerged from the ground, brandishing their swords in unison, slicing towards Su Shan at the center. In that fleeting moment, Su Shan unsheathed his embroidered spring blade with fierce resolve. The landscape shattered. Power surged forth. Under the stars and the moon, figures blurred and blades flashed. Broken sword edges, severed heads, and splattering blood rained down in a chaotic frenzy upon the ground. As he landed, Su Shan confidently glanced back, not at the dismembered shadows, but propelled by the wave-stepping technique, raced towards the nearby thicket. Cut through the realms of yin and yang. Come forth. With a thunderous roar, the formidable intent of his blade erupted, revealing more shadowy figures hidden within the surroundings. The flying knives concealed within Su Shan's cloak surged forth with ferocity, piercing through the enemy's necks and embedding themselves into the underbrush. Those shadows, driven out by the blade's intent, fell one by one in response. Yet Su Shan, standing firm with his blade, did not lower his guard in light of their demise. His keen perception alerted him to the presence of an even more formidable adversary lurking nearby. Suddenly, a shadow, perfectly aligned with the surrounding trees, lunged downwards at Su Shan. The sharp sword, infused with a chilling malice, approached with alarming speed. Without lifting his gaze, Su Shan deftly deflected the strike with a subtle movement of his arm. Immediately after, he swung his blade in a fluid motion, resembling a high-speed meat grinder, obliterating the descending sword. The clash echoed, and the battle raged on. In the end, even the arm of the assassin was engulfed. Die. Until this moment, the adversary who instilled terror in Su Shan could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Su Shan, wary of overstepping, discreetly activated his Lingbo Weibu while simultaneously unleashing his protective vital energy that enveloped him. Bang! Ziz! Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous might. In that moment of explosive confrontation, Su Shan and the assassin swiftly distanced themselves from one another. With a series of acrobatic flips, Su Shan landed yet staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Conversely, the assassin steadied himself by embedding his katana into the tree trunk behind him. His fierce strike was thwarted by Su Shan's defensive vital energy. Yet, a cut was left on his shoulder, staining it with blood. Yagura, the assassin, upon witnessing the scene with a sideways glance, uttered a phrase that sent Su Shan's blood boiling. Chapter 27. A vengeful blade, leaving no one alive. Cursed be the enemy. No wonder the blood reeks. Su Shan, wiping the bloodstains from his embroidered spring knife with his sleeve, revealed a chilling expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy before him, a Japanese soldier, replied in remarkably fluent Mandarin, "You are far superior to your father. When I was ordered to kill him years ago, it was not nearly as troublesome." Upon hearing this, Su Shan tightened his grip on the spring knife. The Black Dragon Society? Heh. As Su Shan discerned his opponent's identity, the highly skilled ninja, possessing formidable strength, let out a sinister chuckle. After reviewing your dossier today, I regret showing mercy back then. I should have eliminated you along with that wretched dog. Your father's fate seems insufficient to awaken you from your slumber. Do you dare to kill a Japanese? You are simply courting death. A faint smile crept across Su Shan's lips, his expression turning grotesque. Both personal vengeance and national hatred had converged. In front of my father's memory, if I do not eliminate you today, I fear I shall not be able to restrain the lid of his coffin. With that, Su Shan ceased any further words, unleashing his inner energy. Empowered by his swift footwork, he charged at his adversary with astonishing speed. A violet protective aura enveloped him, and the deeply ingrained hatred within him ignited an extraordinary surge of power and murderous intent. Today, it is either you perish or I do. With a swift motion, he sealed off every escape route with flying knives. The most powerful strike, infused with the essence of his blade mastery, was unleashed after a fierce exchange of blows. Swish! The sun and moon dimmed. The bloodied blade descended from above, carving a grotesque chasm into the earth below. Towering trees, standing proudly in the distance, crashed down in the wake of this fierce clash. The high-ranking ninja before Su Shan stood frozen, his eyes vacant. In the next moment, he was cleaved in two, blood mist swirling. Crack! Su Shan, having surpassed his limits, leaned forward, his body nearly collapsing under the strain. The spring knife embedded in the ground supported his weight. After a brief moment of recuperation, Su Shan placed a hand upon the lifeless body, probing for secrets from the past hour of the ninja's life. In the half-hour preceding his demise, this esteemed shadow general had orchestrated an assassination. Rewinding nearly 50 minutes further revealed the information Su Shan sought. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? They had been hiding within the Four Seas Chamber all along? As he witnessed their full-scale mobilization, Su Shan keenly grasped their hiding place. Continuing to peer further, he observed a middle-aged man, dressed as a wealthy patron, holding Su Shan's dossier, speaking in Mandarin to the Shadow General and several other men. Look here, the first-hand information just acquired. The one who fell the notorious Yamamoto Shirlong was none other than Su Shan. Upon reviewing his background, I discovered that his father was none other than Su Xian, the esteemed leader of the Jinyiwei, who nearly uncovered the secrets of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, the Shadow Commander expressed his self-reproach. Lording's it was my inadequacy that allowed the roots of this evil to remain intact. No sooner had he spoken than the middle-aged man coldly commanded, then take the Shadow Guards and eliminate him at once. The blood feud of the Imperial warriors must be avenged. Mo Sihai. Here, Lording's coordinate all actions with the Shadow Commander and ensure there are no mistakes. Understood. Upon hearing the name Mo Sihai, Su Shan's expression turned grim. As a well-known wealthy merchant in Yuhang, he publicly portrayed himself as a benevolent benefactor, enjoying an impeccable reputation locally. Many impoverished students traveling to the capital for examinations had their expenses covered by him, earning him the favor of numerous successful individuals. Little did anyone suspect that he was, in fact, a spy for the East Japan. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce, famous in Yuhang, served as the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in the region. Ding dong. System issued hidden mission. Avenge my father. Mission details. Eliminate Mo Sihai, who lured Su Xian outside the city, and the Shadow Commander who sought his life. Mission progress. 1-2. Mission reward. 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong. Mission issued. Su Xian's last wish. Mission details. Destroy the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Mission reward. 50 years of cultivation. 9 Yang True Scripture. Upon hearing these two system notifications, Su Shan gazed towards his father's grave not far away and spoke. Old Su, the food is already on the table. I, your humble son, will not let you down. Whoosh. Bang. Having uttered these words, Su Shan activated the cloud-piercing bomb. Shortly thereafter, Qin Changdong and his companions, who were attending a banquet at the Su family, rushed over in haste. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, they hurriedly inquired about Su Shan's condition. I'm fine. They are all members of the Black Dragon Society. Those scoundrels. Hearing this, Qin Changdong spoke fiercely. Uncle, for the next few days, please arrange for my mother to stay with Aunt. I've made quite a few enemies recently, and I'm afraid they. Enough said, your uncle will make the arrangements. Having merely taken a brief moment to recuperate, Su Shan hurried back to the town protector's office. Upon learning of his ambush by the Black Dragon Society, Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang emerged from the prison to inquire further. In response to their concern, Su Shan smiled and jested. The old man lost his horse. How could one know it is not a blessing? If they had not ambushed me, how would I have discovered the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang? What did you say? You know the location of the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang? Ji Gang asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, it is at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. My father was lured there and assassinated by Mo Sihai. From the information I have gathered, it appears that lurking here is at least one member of the Black Dragon Society, whose strength is comparable to that of a master in our realm. Additionally, there are at least 2 or 3 other shadow figures among the accompanying personnel. After Su Shan finished speaking, the coldly resolute Shangguan Yin'er declared with a fierce intent, eliminate them completely. Furthermore, we must capture them all. After a brief silence, Shangguan Yin'er continued, Captain G. I recall that the Chaoang and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce have business dealings with each other, correct? Indeed. Moreover, their interactions are quite frequent. With this in mind, we shall thoroughly investigate the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I, as the deputy officer, will lead a team to stir the waters and provoke a response from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Captain G, being well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, will lead his men to ensnare them from the outskirts. Once Shangguan Yin'er had arranged all of this, the now rejuvenated Su Shan volunteered, Deputy Officer Shangguan. I wish to accompany you. I must avenge my father's death. Very well. Chapter 28. A Trap for the Tortoise, Ruthless Decisions. Within the Four Seas Commerce Association, the benevolent president, Mo Sihai, known for his generosity in the eyes of outsiders, now stood subserviently beside Heisei Yakuza's representative in Yuhang, Ikebata Hiroshi, reporting on certain matters. You say the Chaobang possesses both a yin and yang ledger? Upon hearing this, Ikebata Hiroshi abruptly turned, questioning in disbelief. Yes, this is beyond Wu Jingxing's expectations as well. The Chaobang distributed clandestine dividends to local officials and gentry through the pawnshop under his name, Yongxing. Officials and gentry would send representatives each month, exchanging worthless scrap for silver at Yongxing according to the market prices. The records on paper would yield no substantial evidence for the Jinyiwei. However, Zhou Long had covertly taken precautions, ensuring meticulous records of the accounts involving various officials and gentry, including those aiding in the transport of military supplies and the illicit sale of salt. As soon as Moci finished speaking, Ikebata Hiroshi erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Baga Yaru! Wu Jingxing, that incompetent fool! Calm yourself, Ingsa." Upon learning of this situation, Wu Jingxing had already dispatched individuals to resolve it. Indeed, he had better resolve this matter flawlessly. The Black Dragon Society has invested substantial resources to elevate him to this position and make him a disciple of Lin Ruopu. That is a fortune he has earned over 8 lifetimes. Should he fail in this task, I shall implore the Yingshu to command the Imperial Flower lurking by his side to ascertain the fate of his wretched life. Upon hearing this, Moci expressed surprise. The Imperial Flower? Yes, she is a warrior directly overseen by the Yingshu. Her true identity is known only to a select few, even at my level. Very mysterious and extraordinarily powerful. A cold, fierce smile appeared on Ikebata Hiroshi's face as he spoke. Such imperial might. However, dear Ingsa, the situation has not yet reached an irreparable state. This case has vast implications. The Eastern Bureau has dispatched the 8 Tigers to handle the matter. Indeed, remember to maintain contact with Wu Jingxing while keeping our identities and stronghold in Yuhang concealed from all. Just as Moci concluded his statement, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. President, what is it? A large contingent of Jinyiwei has arrived. Jinyiwei? What brings them here? They claim to be conducting a thorough investigation of the Chaobang and have discovered numerous business dealings between us and them. They demand we surrender our ledgers and cooperate with the inquiry. After hearing this, Moci replied, "Understood. I shall descend shortly." Yes. Once the deputy left, Ikebata Hiroshi inquired, "Could there be any slip-ups? Is there any news from the Yingshu?" An upper-tier shadow general has brought an entire team of shadow guards. Taking down Su Shan would be child's play. As for this side, it is merely the Jinyiwei flailing in desperation. To my knowledge, there have been no fewer than 10 merchants questioned today. With my current prestige in Yuhang, they would not dare to act against the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce without solid evidence. After confidently stating this, Moci added, "For safety's sake, it would be prudent for Shadows Wu and the other shadow generals to take refuge in the hidden chamber." Agreed. As Moci subtly manipulated an inconspicuous porcelain vase, a secret door materialized before Jingbian and the others. Once he confirmed that there were no remaining flaws in the situation, he turned to exit. Upon entering the main hall and seeing numerous imperial guards, the obsequious Moci approached them, saying, "The presence of so many esteemed officials at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce truly brings honor to our humble establishment." Without any unnecessary preamble, the Qingyao made their intentions clear, even demanding to take all the account books. This left Moci in a considerable predicament. He had flattered them extensively, yet they remained unmoved. Fortunately, Su Shan's appearance provided an indirect reprieve. "President Mo, may we have a word?" After calming Qingyao's emotions, Su Shan disingenuously led Moci toward a secluded corridor outside the main hall. The imperial envoy from the capital was largely unaware of Moci and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's good deeds in Yuhang, which explained their indifferent demeanor. As a local official, who wouldn't he extend a bit of courtesy to President Mo? Upon hearing this, not only did Moci relax, but so did the servants nearby. Were they akin to the previous officials, merely here to exploit? Thus, upon arriving in the deserted corridor, Moci slipped a stack of silver notes into Su Shan's hand, ingratiatingly stating, "I would be grateful if this esteemed official could speak a few kind words on behalf of myself and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce." Of course. Su Shan, skillfully tucking the silver notes into his inner pocket, wore a disingenuous smile. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Afterward, "The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will send a generous gift to your residence." As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually turned cold and menacing. "What? President Mo does not even recognize me?" Having only seen Su Shan's profile and never his true form, Moci was momentarily taken aback, then quickly forced a smile, saying, "Forgive my lack of discernment, but wait, You should be familiar with my father. Who is your esteemed father? As Moc Hai spoke, Su Shan leaned closer, responding each word with precision. My father is the chief of the town defending division, Su Xian. Hiss. You are pft. With one hand resting on Moc Hai's shoulder, Su Shan swiftly drew a dagger with the other and repeatedly plunged it into Moc Hai's chest. President Mo, how forgetful you are. Did you not arrange for the shadow generals to assassinate me today? Su Shan. Zila. With lethal intention, Su Shan swiftly ended Moc Hai's life without further ado. Had he not sought immediate intelligence, he would have relished in torturing this scoundrel. To outsiders, the two appeared to be clandestinely negotiating some transaction. Yet, Su Shan, through his psychic abilities, was already reconstructing the AI imagery of Moc Hai's interactions with shadows. The dialogue between the individuals was conducted entirely in the local dialect, which left Su Shan filled with regret for not having heeded earlier warnings. Had he known, he would not have fast-forwarded through those films in his previous life. Perhaps within those high-definition Chinese dialogues, he might have discovered something useful for the present. Nevertheless, he observed with clarity the process by which Moc Hai manipulated the vase mechanism to conceal Ingzhua. While Su Shan was swiftly absorbing this information, his companion, Shangguan Yin'er, cast a fleeting glance and then inquired of the nearby Qing Miao, "Is it reliable?" Qing Miao, who had only collaborated with Su Shan once before, responded with an unwavering confidence, "Absolutely reliable." Upon hearing such assuredness, Shangguan Yin'er regarded Su Shan's figure with heightened curiosity. "Very well then, Mo Huizi. You can rest here for now. I shall take charge of the matters below." After deliberately raising his voice to convey this, Su Shan nodded earnestly at Shangguan Yin'er before returning to the main hall. In the next moment, with complete trust in him, Shangguan Yin'er issued the command, "Proceed." Chapter 29. Uprooted. Rewards received. Aside from the incompetent officials of the inspection division, the Imperial Guards accompanying Shangguan Yin'er to the south were all elite members. With her command, any merchant guards displaying signs of resistance were immediately executed. The remaining individuals were swiftly subdued on the spot. Su Shan led Shangguan Yin'er, Qing Yao, and several innate experts directly to the rear courtyard. "What are you doing? This place is not for you. Get out." Swish. Zzz. The two guards stationed outside the archway of the rear courtyard had just shouted these words when two flying daggers pierced their necks. The accompanying Imperial Guards were taken aback by Su Shan's decisive action. In that fleeting moment when the guards exerted their strength, they keenly sensed the guards' prowess at around the 7th rank of acquired strength. Yet, even such a martial artist, who could secure a minor position within the town protector's office, was effortlessly slain by Su Shan from a distance. Every strike found its mark. Clearly, his strength surpassed the understanding of everyone present. Thud. The cries of the two guards attracted the attention of several experts in the rear courtyard. However, as soon as they revealed themselves, the cold-eyed Shangguan Yin'er spoke directly, "Finish them quickly." "Understood." Swish. As soon as her words fell, several innate Imperial Guards charged forward. Their sharp blade techniques swiftly dispatched several foes. They only halted when two innate 4th-rank experts appeared before them. Time wasted. Clang. As Shangguan Yin'er was about to enter the study, she noticed her subordinates struggling to defeat the innate experts within 10 exchanges, prompting her to draw her sword. From a distance of several dozen meters, a torrent of blade energy surged toward the two enemies. Clang. Splat. In the next moment, the two innate adversaries remained in their stances, yet their pupils widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. It was only when blood began to flow down their foreheads that they collapsed under the burden. "This woman is truly ferocious," Su Shan thought to himself. Casting a quick glance at Shangguan Yin'er, bang! With a single stroke, he severed the tightly locked door and kicked it open. He then proceeded with familiarity towards the mechanism of the hidden door. To an outsider, it would seem as if he were at home. Screech. As the vase was twisted, the hidden door slowly creaked open. Swish swish. "Be careful." Ninja shurikens surged towards Su Shan. Clang clang. Before he could evade, Shangguan Yin'er's figure appeared before him in an instant. With a powerful wave of her hand, she summoned her energy to form a wall of wind, deflecting the incoming shurikens, while simultaneously unleashing a swift blade strike towards the hidden passage. Bang! Boom! A roar echoed, accompanied by the shadowy figure, "Eliminate them all." Avenging the warriors of the Empire. Within the dimly lit passage, the harsh cries of birds suddenly pierced the ears of several individuals. The typically taciturn Shangguan Yin'er merely uttered a cold command of charge, leading the charge with fierce determination. Following closely was Qing Yao, whose weapon discharged with the ferocity of a dragon, radiating a palpable aura of death. Su Shan, unwilling to lag behind, was resolute in seizing this rare opportunity to etch a new page in the county records and family genealogy. The heavily armed imperial guards, fueled by an intense hatred for the invading marauders, fought with the fervor of warriors invigorated by a potent elixir. The confrontation spiraled into chaos the moment Jing Bianhao heir uttered the expletive 8 gears of tooth. Bloodshed enveloped the entire passage. Protect Lord Ingzu. Just moments ago, Jing Bianhao heir sought revenge for the fallen heroes of the empire. Now, under Shangwan Yinner's assault, he could not withstand more than 20 moves before losing an arm. The shadowy figures rushing to his aid desperately attempted to buy him time for escape. Yet their efforts were akin to moths drawn to a flame. Do not concern yourselves with me. Take the roster and retreat through another exit of the passage immediately. As long as our covert structure remains intact, the Shadow Master will send reinforcements. With great effort, Jing Bianhao heir, enduring the agony of his severed limb, issued his final command. Intercept him. Su Shan, keenly aware of the urgency, charged forward with all his might. In a sudden turn, Jing Bianhao heir's eyes glowed with a furious red as he recited a forbidden incantation. In the next instant, his body swelled ominously. None of you shall leave today. Recognizing the grave situation, Shangwan Yinner's expression turned serious. A blood explosion? Everyone, clear the area. As she spoke, she summoned a wall of wind, fiercely erecting it before the group. The explosive sound, reminiscent of a master-level self-detonation, reverberated throughout the passage. Although the impact was largely mitigated by the wind barrier, it still left Shangwan Yinner momentarily disoriented, ringing in her ears. At that moment, the passage began to collapse under the strain. Su Shan, closest to her, swiftly embraced her and sprinted toward the exit. Shangwan Qianshi, you cannot be harmed. Yinner, how could I possibly survive without you? As he noticed Shangwan Yinner teetering between consciousness and unconsciousness, Su Shan began his theatrics, slowly regaining awareness. Shangwan Yinner felt something amiss and instinctively placed her blade against his neck. Remove your filthy hands from me. What? An unfortunate misunderstanding. My subordinate was only acting out of concern for your safety, Su Shan muttered, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her chest. However, the spot he had grasped bore an unmistakable imprint of his palm. Goodness, this woman truly possesses remarkable assets. Sir Shangwan, how are you? The fleeing group, including the bluebird, hurriedly inquired upon emerging from the secret passage. I am fine. It is merely a slight scratch. Oh no, a minor injury. As Su Shan solemnly stated this, Shangwan Yinner shot him a fierce glare. Were it not for the unanimous praise of his exemplary character, one could not dismiss the considerable force he had exerted, which could very well have broken his leg. This official is unharmed. Those few Japanese bandits whom Ingzuo risked his life to escort must possess something of great significance. No sooner had Shangwan Yinner finished speaking than a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the periphery of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, Ji Gang, lying in wait, had already mobilized his forces to intercept those few who had slipped through the net. Ding dong. A quarter of an hour later, the system's notification resonated in Su Shan's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, avenging your father. Reward, 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong. Host has completed the task Su Xian's last wish. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation. 9 Yang True Scriptures. Chapter 30, the innate 7th rank, ascending to great heights. Upon receiving his reward, Su Shan immediately channeled his 40 years of cultivation into the Golden Bell Shield. Faced with formidable foes such as the Shadow Generals and the Woko Pirates, he profoundly recognized the significance of personal defense. Were it not for the unyielding fortitude of his metallic wall and the protective chi surrounding him, he would not have returned unscathed this evening. In the 21st year of tirelessly refining the Golden Bell Shield, having adeptly mastered the outward projection of internal energy, his comprehension of chi had reached new depths. Time swiftly passes, almost imperceptibly. In the 30th year of honing the Golden Bell Shield, with chi coursing through his entire being, he finally mastered the formidable technique of subduing dragons and overpowering tigers. With unwavering diligence, in the 40th year of refining the Golden Bell Shield, he transformed the latent power of subduing dragons and overpowering tigers into a tangible force through the channeling of energy. Thus, he unveiled the essence of the diamond power. A lifetime of effort allowed him to uncover the profound truths of the diamond power. Energy radiated outward, providing a protective shield of diamond-like resilience. With a resounding crack, this latest endeavor greatly tempered Su Shan's muscles, bones, and tendons. Clenching his fist, he merely swung his arm in a fluid motion. The force of his punch sent nearby bushes tumbling, while the struck ornamental rockery shattered into fragments. Hearing the commotion, Shangwan Yin'er and her companions, who were searching for the merchant guild, instinctively turned their heads. Upon witnessing Su Shan's poised stance, her delicate brows furrowed. He seems to have grown stronger once again. Has he gained new insights during battle? Indeed, as Shangwan Yin'er observed. The culmination of 40 years of cultivation had not only brought Su Shan's golden bell shield to perfection, but also allowed him to step into the early stages of the innate 7th rank. Remarkably, he had yet to utilize the remaining 50 years of cultivation and the 9 Yang true scriptures. However, upon noticing the astonished gazes of his colleagues, Su Shan refrained from continuing. Vice Minister Shangwan, the fleeing Woka pirates have been completely eradicated. This is the roster we recovered from them. The document was entirely in Japanese, with only a few characters resembling Han script. The rest appeared grotesquely distorted. As Ji Gang relayed this, he handed the roster to Shangwan Yin'er. Immediately proceed to the Honglu Temple and find a translator proficient in Japanese. This could very well be a list of personnel from the Black Dragon Society lurking in Yuhang. Understood. After his subordinate left to arrange this matter, Ji Gang turned and playfully kicked Su Shan, exclaiming, "You rascal, you're quite impressive. Another achievement to your name." Everyone present understood that the mere act of eliminating a shadow assistant and several shadow generals from the Black Dragon Society that night was sufficient for Su Shan to ascend to greater heights. In the company of Ji Gang, Su Shan, unreservedly confident, feigned a humble demeanor and replied, "Tisk tsk, old Ji. I truly envy you for having such an extraordinary subordinate like me. Feeling a bit cocky, are we? You say I'm plump. And yet you're still catching your breath? Haha." As Ji Gang finished his jest, the room erupted in laughter, with the Jinyiwei suffering no casualties. They had successfully annihilated the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang, leaving them in high spirits. Once the list was translated, their contributions would only grow more significant, ensuring that everyone's mood remained buoyant. Even Shangwan Yin'er revealed a rare faint smile. Given the current achievements and capabilities of General Su, upon returning to the capital, the acting official would personally petition for him to be granted the rank of 100 households, which many deemed insufficient. Oh, upon hearing Shangwan Yin'er's words, the old colleagues from Yuhang, who entered with Ji Gang, were utterly astonished. It is crucial to note that promotions within the Town Guardian office are exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding strength. Without innate prowess of the 3rd or 4th rank, one could scarcely hope for the title of 100 households. The shadow general he had previously defeated single-handedly possessed at least the strength of the 6th or 7th rank. The punch he had just executed, having comprehended the martial art, was so formidable that even the acting official had to evade its might. Hiss! When Shangwan Yin'er uttered this, everyone present inhaled sharply. Ji Gang, coming back to his senses, clearly understood that the small temple of Yuhang was soon to be overshadowed by the great Buddha that was Su Shan. An innate expert under 20 years of age was already enough to astonish the crowd. However, he now stood as a towering figure among his peers. Acting official Liao praised, primarily attributing it to the capable guidance of Ji Qianhu. Finally, a sensible remark was made. Ji Gang, playing the role of a supportive friend, chimed in, causing another wave of laughter among the audience. Once this matter concluded, General Su would return to the capital with me to receive the commendation from the commander. The usually taciturn Shangwan Yin'er, having said this, turned and departed. After her exit, all the colleagues stepped forward to extend their congratulations. In the future, this young man might very well become their superior. As predicted by Shangwan Yin'er, the seized roster, upon translation by the interpreter, confirmed the presence of the Black Dragon Society's infiltrators in Yuhang. That night, under the leadership of Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang, nearly the entire force was dispatched to apprehend the spies of the Black Dragon Society throughout the city. Meanwhile, Su Shan, who had just fought 2 battles on that day, opted to stay behind and rest. However, not one to idly pass the time, he took the interpreter to the mortuary. While feeling the body of MOC high for spiritual connection, he clumsily recounted the conversation he had overheard between Jing Bian and heir. This scene thoroughly terrified the interpreter. Having lived for over half a lifetime, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Were it not for Su Shan's silver notes soothing his youthful spirit, he would have fled in fright long ago. However, Su Shan, still carrying a thick accent from his past life, struggled to convey the dialogue, resulting in a rather awkward delivery. Stockings in the pantry, next to Mary. The tone of his speech seemed as though he was uttering curses. General Su, It was deduced that this phrase meant. After laboring through the night, Su Shan painstakingly compiled several key phrases. Zhou Long, Ledger. Wu Jingxing, Bedfellow. Empire's Flower. Shadow Master. With the information currently at hand, Su Shan began to piece together a rough understanding. Zhou Long held a secret ledger that could shake Yuhang and even the political landscape of Jiangnan. Yet, his whereabouts remained a mystery. The reason the armory office was colluding with the Eastern Isles likely traced back to Wu Jingxing. Moreover, lurking nearby was the Empire's Flower, who directly received orders from the Shadow Master. As Su Shan found himself alone in the morgue, just as he was beginning to clarify his thoughts, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Su Zongqi. We have found you. What is it? Xing Bih. Su Shan instinctively inquired upon seeing Qing Niao. Just moments ago. Dai Jinshan took his own life without any warning. Deputy Minister Shangguan has ordered the scene to be sealed, yet we currently have no leads. He wishes for you to come and take a look, hoping to uncover any trace of evidence. Rising and making his way towards the imperial prison. Su Shan expressed his astonishment. He committed suicide? After the destruction of the Chao gang, didn't he already collapse psychologically and divulge much information? That is indeed the perplexing part. Logically, after negotiating with the town pacification office to ensure the safety of his family by the Jinyiwei, he should not have chosen this path. Chapter 31. The Eerie Case. Insight and familiarity. When Su Shan arrived at the solitary confinement cell where Dai Jinshan was held, Shangguan Yin'er was already leading a team conducting a site inspection. What is the situation here? Su Shan inquired directly, foregoing pleasantries. The officer on guard, drenched in cold sweat, recounted, during my night watch, I saw Chief Dai hanging here. I hurried in to bring him down, only to discover he was already dead. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. A prisoner of such significance had committed suicide under his watch, a matter that could lead to severe repercussions. Su Shan, detecting the scent of alcohol on the officer, turned sharply to question, was there anything unusual prior to this? Yes, yes, the officer exclaimed. He suddenly screamed a few times, and when I came to inquire, he said he was having a nightmare. Nodding gravely, Su Shan approached the corpse. His meticulous examination of the body during every case was no longer a surprise to those present. Indeed, at that moment, Shangguan Yin'er instructed her men to maintain silence, inadvertently disrupting Su Shan's focus. Unbeknownst to them, he was employing his spiritual insight to reconstruct the final moments of the deceased. As the scene unfolded, it began with Dai Jinshan attempting to force something into his mouth. After swallowing it hastily, tears streamed down his face as he hung himself from his belt. The narrative advanced. A peculiar sound echoed within the cell. Initially asleep, Dai instinctively turned his head. Ah! He screamed upon seeing a green snake slithering toward him, clutching something in its jaws. As the snake flicked its tongue, it simultaneously revealed what it had been holding. Having completed this act, the snake seemed to retreat as if summoned by some unseen force. Now regaining his composure, Dai Jinshan cautiously approached the object. As he unwrapped the paper encasing it, a small child's silver bracelet emerged before him. His expression shifted to one of tension and excitement upon recognizing the familiar bracelet. What are you shouting about at this hour? The officer from the Imperial Guard questioned impatiently. Nothing, just a nightmare, Dai replied. The officer scrutinized him for any signs of distress, but, finding none, turned to leave. Once the officer's figure vanished, Dai unfolded the paper that had wrapped the bracelet. Inscribed upon it were ominous words, if you wish to protect your family, take matters into your own hands. After reading this, swallow the bracelet along with the paper, leaving no trace. With tears streaming down his face, Dai Jinshan murmured, This is my wife's handwriting, and the bracelet belongs to Huaner. His body trembled uncontrollably. He had once hesitated. Yet, Dai Jinshan dared not gamble any longer. Having revealed part of the truth, his sole request was for the safety of his family. But now, the Jinyiwei had failed in their duty. Resolved, Dai unfastened his belt and hung it from the beam. Standing on the edge of the bed, he struggled to swallow the silver bracelet and the paper, suspending himself above. Just as the scene reached its climax, the system's voice echoed once more. System task released, Dai Jinshan's last wish. Task content, rescue his wife and children. Task reward, 30 years of cultivation. With a start, Su Shan swiftly pulled up the motionless Dai Jinshan. Swallowing hard, he immediately hung him up. The silver bracelet and paper could only be lodged in the esophagus, never reaching the stomach. With a decisive motion, he pried open Dai's mouth and administered a series of forceful strikes. In the next moment, the silver bracelet and the crumpled paper dislodged from his throat. Observing this, Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Yao quickly crouched down to investigate. Was that a child's bracelet? The message on the paper read. The two women exchanged astonished glances as they faintly discerned the characters, then turned their gaze to Su Shan, who was bent over, rummaging through the ground. Su, what are you searching for? Is this a snake scale? In the vision, when the green snake was summoned, its body grazed against the iron bars of the prison, leaving behind the scale. If I remember correctly, there is someone in the Five Poison sect who is exceptionally skilled in snake manipulation, the Golden Snake Lord. As Shangguan Yin'er coldly uttered this name, Su Shan approached the young officer and asked, "Have you been drinking today?" Yes. Did our town's defense office not just dismantle the Black Dragon Society? The imperial envoy from the capital, Commander Gao Peng from the Inspection Bureau, treated the entire office to meet and why. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao, realizing the implication, hastily inquired, "Is there a problem with Gao Peng?" If the Golden Snake Lord had indeed intervened, whether through a venomous bite or by administering poison, he could easily eliminate the defenseless Daishan. Yet, why would he orchestrate a fade of suicide? Following Su Shan's lead, Shangguan Yin'er, with a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes, spoke, because the Golden Snake Lord does not know the exact location where Daishan is imprisoned in the Imperial Jail. He needed someone to guide him to ascertain the specific cell. Forcing Dai to consume the silver bracelet and the note before hanging himself seems, at first glance, a pointless act, merely a superfluous endeavor. In reality, it was to shield this traitor from suspicion. Arrest Gao Peng. Qing Yao, you shall go personally. Understood. All personnel in the Inspection Bureau must be immediately isolated. This time, Shangguan Yin'er was genuinely enraged. The Inspection Bureau's incompetence had been thrust upon them after various factions coerced the Emperor to impose it upon them before they arrived in Yuhang. They handled the case while these bureaucrats sought to gain merit for their future promotions. The excrement they had to endure was already repulsive enough. Yet, it now seemed the situation was far worse than anticipated. Xing Baihu, wait. Su Shan, lost in thought over the silver bracelet, suddenly exclaimed. What is it? On the way here, you mentioned that after Daishan chose to cooperate with us, his only condition was to ensure the safety of his family. Yes. His family, who was protecting them? Where are they now? Once Su Mountain concluded his remarks, Shangguan Yin'er, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation, promptly replied. This matter was arranged by Captain Ji. What matter did I arrange? Just as Shangguan Yin'er finished speaking, Ji Gang's voice resonated from outside. He had just returned, having led his troops to apprehend members of the Black Dragon Society, when he received the news of Daishan's demise and hurried over in haste. Daishan's wife and children? They are in the third secure room of our town protector's office. Who is guarding them? Deputy Captain Dong is leading the team, along with Captain Zhang and Li Shibai from your 6th Division, as well as Li Ziki and others. That is not right. Deputy Captain Dong has been temporarily reassigned to the county below to capture spies from the Black Dragon Society. Before Ji Gang could finish his words, Su Mountain had already dashed out in a flurry. Chapter 32, Wrath Unleashed. Vowing vengeance upon witnessing Su Shan and his companions hastily departing, Ji Gang inquired about the situation. As he grasped the gravity of the matter, a sinister expression contorted his features. Why are you arresting me, Captain? On what grounds do you isolate us? Just after exiting the prison, Gao Peng and others from the inspection department were forcibly taken away by the Bluebird. Hearing their anguished cries, Su Shan, while making his way to the horses, turned and admonished, "You had better pray that nothing befalls my esteemed predecessors tonight. Otherwise, even if your father were the Emperor himself, I shall ensure your demise." In response to Su Shan's furious outburst, the bewildered guards of the inspection department felt a mix of fear and confusion. What on earth had transpired? Meanwhile, Gao Peng, overwhelmed with guilt, turned pale, masking his inner trepidation with shouts. "Deputy Supervisor, you must provide a reason for our arrest. Furthermore, who grants this mere flag officer from Yuhang the audacity to threaten us? Clearly, he holds you, the Imperial Envoy, in contempt." With a swift motion, Shangguan Yin'er, who had been merely passing by, turned upon hearing his distorted accusations and struck him across the face. The force of her blow sent several of Gao Peng's teeth, along with blood, flying. "Bluebird, teach him a lesson about the regulations of the Pacification Office. The rest of you, bear witness to the punishment." Yes. Upon hearing the term regulations, the faces of the inspection department guards turned ashen. Gao Peng, who had just been wailing, fell silent in fear. It was only when he was dragged back into the prison by the Bluebird and others that he began to scream hysterically. "On what grounds do you enforce the regulations against me? What crime have I committed? If you dare to torture me today, I swear upon my return to the capital. Before he could finish, the bluebird's expression hardened as he interjected, unless you clarify the matter at hand. Whether you can return to the capital is uncertain. Begin the interrogation. Yes. Right. Dozens of gallant steeds shattered the tranquility of the night at Shikomen. The third secure chamber of the Yuhang pacification office was located here. As the horses came to a halt, Su Shan leapt down and rushed inside. A strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses as he pushed open the partially ajar door. Zhang Xiaoqi. Hui Gu. Ma Sanpao, he gasped, the names escaping his lips as he beheld the lifeless bodies before him. Clatter. Following closely behind, Shangwan Yinner, Ji Gang, and others were engulfed in fury upon witnessing the gruesome scene. The stench of blood intensified with each step taken deeper into the chamber. When Su Shan laid eyes upon Li Ziki, impaled on a tree with a spring knife, the rage within him ignited into an insatiable desire for retribution. Uncle Li. Gazing at the lifeless figure of Li Ziki, Su Shan called out softly, his voice trembling, as his hand rested on the shoulder of the other. The haunting image of his final moments emerged vividly before his eyes through AI imaging. It was said that tonight the audacious Su Shan had achieved remarkable merit once again, directly dismantling the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang. His future was boundless. He was the pride of our 6th Institute. From the very outset, the scene unfolded with colleagues from the 6th Institute jesting about Su Shan. Li Shiba, what should we be cautious about when we next meet General Su? Should we tread lightly even in conversation? Aha. The typically solemn Li Ziki chuckled in response. He then remarked with profound meaning, Old Su. If only you knew from beyond, you would surely smile in your eternal rest. Our child has succeeded, and we are all delighted. Indeed, we must take advantage of his success. After this mission, I shall treat him to a feast. Perhaps a robust companion as well. What do you think? Someone capable of taking a few hits? Aha. Young Su's fiery temperament might just appreciate that. Their light-hearted banter, however, brought tears to Su Shan's eyes. Deeply immersed in their camaraderie, though his time in this high martial world of the Ming Dynasty was brief, Su Shan felt a genuine sense of care from his colleagues and seniors. Even when tasked with eliminating the mandated criminal, they provided unwavering support from top to bottom. Within the regiment led by Ji Gang, there was no scheming or deceit. True sincerity exchanged for true sincerity. A joyful harmony prevailed. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by the silent encroachment of dark figures. Who goes there? Swish. ZZZ. Wheezy. Kill. Though outnumbered, their adversaries possessed innate strength above the 5th rank. Without the presence of Deputy Qian Hudong, the mightiest among them, Li Ziki was left to fight desperately. Even if I perish, I shall take someone down with me. With a ferocious strike, swish, Li Ziki unleashed his most formidable technique, yet ultimately, he met a grim defeat. Nevertheless, the force of his blade severed the mask adorning the face of the shadowy leader. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Li Ziki, barely clinging to life, widened his eyes in disbelief. Tian Boss Han? You all. Aha. Li Shiba, previously. Our offices and the town guardian's office maintained a peaceful coexistence. What? You think you can act recklessly just because a special envoy has arrived? Tian Boss Han sneered. You have brought this upon yourself, and now you shall pay. As Tian spoke, his subordinates had already seized Daijin Shan's wife and children from hiding within the residence. Tian commanded, this vile woman has already pinned a note. Hand these individuals over to the patrol camp at the intersection, where they will be temporarily detained in the military dungeon. We shall await news from the imperial prison to determine the fate of the Dai family. Fearing any unforeseen actions from Daijin Shan, Tian Boss Han decided to spare the lives of the entire family for the time being. Yes. After arranging everything, Tian Boss Hang waved his hand and commanded, clear the scene. Leave no trace of our presence. Move swiftly. We must reach Luozhui town before tomorrow afternoon to deal with that scoundrel Zhou Long. How dare he hide a secret ledger? Damn it. Just as Tian Ba Hang issued these orders, the ailing Li Ziki, summoning his last ounce of strength, seized his embroidered spring knife and lunged at the nearby Tian Ba Hang. Crack. With a swift motion, Tian Boss Hang effortlessly snapped Li Ziki's arm and, utilizing the very knife of his adversary, pierced through his body. Foolish wretch, he uttered, exerting his strength. He then forcefully pinned Li Ziki against the tree trunk. This is the fate that befalls those who overestimate their capabilities. The scene concluded here. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding dong. System task issued. Li Ziki's last wish. Task details. Eliminate the murderer Tian Boss Hang and his accomplices. Task progress. 07. Task Reward, 50 Years of Cultivation. Chapter 33, A Life-Threatening Strike, A Forceful Rescue. With a deep breath, Su Shan, having emerged from the spiritual vision, cautiously lifted the lifeless body of Li Ziki. Uncle Li. The blood feud must be avenged. His eyes glinted with an inexhaustible desire for vengeance as he spoke fiercely. At that moment, the Jinyi guards surveying the scene hurriedly reported their findings to Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener. Deputy Shangguan, Captain Ji. None of the Jinyi guards on site survived. However, the family of Dai Jinshan has vanished without a trace. As their words hung in the air, Su Shan suddenly rose with a solemn expression. To have relocated so many individuals without the patrolling Jinyi guards noticing, he began. Before he could finish, Ji Gang interjected, the patrol camp. Tonight, the town protector's office ordered a citywide curfew to eradicate the remnants of the Black Dragon Society in Yuhang, specifically instructing the patrol camp to assist. Even the officials were warned by Shangguan Yener not to patrol recklessly, particularly to keep an eye on the highly suspicious Wu Jingsheng. Yet, they had underestimated the influence of the Donglin party in Jianan. It was evident now that their tentacles had extended into the patrol camp. To imprison so many while remaining incognito? The most suitable place would be the barracks dungeon. Guided by Su Shan's insight, Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener swiftly grasped the crux of the clues. You all keep an eye on the scene. Understood. The rest? Follow this captain to the barracks dungeon to search for people. Yes. Just after Ji Gang's furious command, a cautious voice piped up, Captain Ji. We have no solid evidence to directly search for them. What if it leads to a wild goose chase and brings us ridicule? At this, Ji Gang, with a stern demeanor, seized the speaker by the collar. Our brothers have perished. Their bodies lie right here. You dare speak of ridicule? Shangguan Yener, equally influenced by the tense atmosphere, added, the embroidered spring blades of the Emperor's personal guards have not rusted to the point of being unsheathed. I shall bear all consequences. Yes. With the resolute declarations of Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang, hundreds of Jinyi guards surged forward towards the barracks dungeon. Confronted with this menacing force, Zhang Bin, the head of the prison, sensed impending doom. It was clear that the opposition had come prepared. Immediately, he ordered that the 10 or so individuals recently imprisoned be confined in the lowest level of the water dungeon. Block the door to the secret chamber with cargo. We must leave no trace. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Bin's orders, his subordinates hurried to comply. You go find Vice Commander Ma and relay the news of the Jinyi guards' assault on the barracks dungeon. Inform him to hold out as long as possible. But he must come quickly. If the Dai family is discovered in the barracks dungeon, whether alive or dead, we will lose our heads. Understood. Zhang Bin, having entrusted his confidant with this matter, struggled to calm the turmoil within. Had he known, he would have refrained from wading into these murky waters. What was initially promised as a simple task of detaining a few individuals turned dire when the family of the Dai clan was brought in. It dawned on Zhang the gravity of the situation. These were families of notorious criminals under the protection of the town pacification office. Originally, the plan was to relocate them at dawn. However, the Imperial Guard stormed in without warning. Imperial Guard on duty, all unnecessary personnel, step aside. The jarring sounds echoed sharply in Zhang Bin's ears as he braced himself, forcing a smile as he approached. Deputy Officer Shangguan, Captain Ji? What on earth is happening here? This officer inquires whether the patrol camp sent a group of women and children here tonight. The patrol camp cooperated with the town pacification office and apprehended many tonight. They are all here. Which group are you referring to? Before Zhang Bin could finish his perplexed response, Captain Ji acted decisively. With a resounding slap followed by a crack, Zhang Bin screamed in agony as his arm was brutally twisted. Where are those people? Don't force me to resort to torture here. Captain Ji, I truly don't know which group you mean. Zhang Bin realized that should he reveal the truth, he would not only face dire consequences, but his family might also suffer the repercussions. Thus, despite the excruciating pain, he held on. His cries resonated with the other jailers. Your Imperial Guards are being excessively tyrannical, shouted one. Indeed. This prison is under the direct jurisdiction of the patrol camp. Aren't you afraid of repercussions from above? Let go, bellowed a jailer who had just delivered the Dai family into the water dungeon. However, before he could finish, Su Shan leapt forward, swiftly dispatching the jailer with several stabs. What? You. The sudden attack from Su Shan incited the jailers to draw their weapons, but they stood no chance against the furious Imperial Guards. As they were swiftly subdued, Su Shan completed his connection with the jailer. The water dungeon? It must be here. After musing this, Su Shan dashed to the far end of the dungeon. With a powerful kick, he shattered the cargo blocking the hidden door and swiftly sliced through the iron gate that was locked tight by the jailers inside. The explosive force of his strike left the blocking jailers incapacitated. Witnessing this chaos, Zhang Bin trembled, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. It's over. It's all over. Report. The patrol camp leader, Jing Shan, has arrived and is blocking the dungeon entrance. After the subordinates had just finished their report, Jing Shan stormed in, visibly furious. Upon witnessing the grim scene before him, his men dead or wounded, he could barely contain his rage and spoke up. Deputy Shangguan, Captain Ji, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? The conflicts between the town protector's office and the yamen are not matters in which the patrol camp should involve itself or take sides. We have even cooperated fully with your efforts to apprehend the pirates. But now, you have come directly to the barracks dungeon, slaughtering so many people. Isn't that a bit excessive? Hearing this, Ji Gang turned to Jing Shan and replied, more than a dozen of my brothers have perished, while the families of Dai Shan have vanished without a trace. With the curfew in place tonight, only your patrol camp possesses the capability to execute such deeds. Ridiculous. The men of my patrol camp would never engage in such underhanded schemes. Captain Ji, are you suggesting that? Before Jing Shan could finish his statement, an abrupt voice resonated throughout the hall. Then who are they? Turning towards the source of the sound, they beheld Su Shan emerging from the water dungeon, accompanied by the family of the Dai clan. Hiss. Chapter 34. Invincible under the master, one for one above the master. Before him, the scene unfolded, prompting Jing Shan, who had just offended his brother, to draw in a sharp breath in astonishment. The evidence was incontrovertible. It was as if a whiff of conspiracy wafted through the air. Someone had wielded the blade of his patrol unit against the town protectorate. Captain Jing, is this not the most fitting explanation? With a decisive clang, Shangguan Yinner drew her embroidered spring blade from her waist. The aura of the blade shimmered, radiating a chilling light. In the next moment, Jing Shan's hat was severed in twain, his hair cascading down. Captain Jing, no one is to move, sheath your blades. As he spoke, Jing Shan extended his arms, his gaze fixated upon the glinting edge before him. Swallowing hard, he cautiously uttered, Deputy Shangguan, I assure you, I am entirely unaware of this matter. However, rest assured, regardless of who is involved, I will provide you and the town protectorate with a satisfactory answer. After he finished, Shangguan Yinner coldly declared, for days, at most 4 days, on the day we lay to rest the fallen of the town protectorate, I expect you to present the heads of all those involved in this affair for a tribute. Should I discover that you dare to shield or deceive, today it is your cap that is severed, next time it shall be your head. Mark my words. Once the Imperial Guards concluded their operations, Jing Shan, drenched in cold sweat, unleashed his fury upon Zhang Bin and the others. In an instant, the barracks echoed with wails of despair. Captain Jing, it was all Ma Jian and his men who orchestrated this. I thought you were aware, hence their audacity, having achieved the desired outcome. A furious Jing Shan strode out of the interrogation room. Arrest Ma Jian and his subordinates throughout the city. Yes, he bellowed. Wu Jingsheng, you scoundrel. To muddy the waters in Yuhang, you would even scheme against the patrol division? Very well. Relay this morning. We shall rigorously inspect Wu Jingsheng and the Gray Industries under his official's command. The downfall of the Cargo Guild has cost you an arm. I shall ensure you lose a leg. The Yuhang Patrol Division, also tasked with resisting the Japanese invaders, fell under the direct jurisdiction of Jiangnan Prefecture. While they typically assisted the authorities, that did not grant anyone the liberty to act recklessly. Ma Jian, now blacklisted by both the town protectorate and the patrol division, gazed in terror and disbelief at Gu Daong, who had struck him. In that moment, the latter's fingers pierced through Ma Jian's skull, blood streaming down his forehead and nape. With a resounding thud, Gu Daong withdrew his fingers, and Ma Jian's body collapsed under the weight of his own demise. Beside them, Wu Jingsheng hastily gestured for his subordinates to dispose of the corpse. Master Gu, the situation has escalated beyond our expectations. If this continues, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Hearing Wu Jingsheng's words, Gu Daong cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, what disadvantage? As long as they possess no evidence, you can rest easy. Indeed. In the capital, pressure has been exerted on the Empress, compelling Shangguan Yinner to hasten her departure from Hangzhou. Additionally, the decree from the Empress Dowager is en route, intending to hold accountable those at the town protector's office for their indiscriminate killings during law enforcement. The remarkable achievement of dismantling the Black Dragon Society ought to propel Ji Gang to even greater heights. Once he is covertly demoted to the southern frontier, Will the town protector's office continue to act with such impunity, devoid of a grandmaster's oversight? After Gu Daong articulated these thoughts, Wu Jingxing echoed him in agreement. The revelation that Gu had utilized a hidden pawn within the town protector's office raises concerns. Might this not draw unwanted attention? Gao Peng, whose family's fate is tightly grasped by the Eastern Depot, merely received a letter from his father urging him to collaborate with the Golden Serpent Lord. What connection does this hold for us? Indeed, our only vulnerability lies in that clandestine ledger. Surely, no further complications will arise? Absolutely not. With Tian Bashan's innate 8th grade prowess and his 6 companions all above the 5th grade, handling Zhou Long and Luo Shui town will be more than sufficient. Very well. We merely need to await patiently. Once the power struggle in the capital yields results, it will be our turn to wield influence as we please. Kikek. Once Su Shan secured the safety of Dai Jintian and his family, the system's notification chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, Dai Jintian's last wish. Task reward, 30 years of cultivation. Currently, Su Shan's panel not only displays 80 years of unused cultivation but also the martial art, 9 Yang True Scripture, awaiting its application. This martial art, regarded as unparalleled by other practitioners, offers Su Shan, with his innate pure Yang body, an extraordinary efficacy. He intends to channel all 80 years of cultivation into the 9 Yang True Scripture. With Su Shan's command, the profound essence of the 9 Yang True Scripture infused his mind like a divine revelation. He is strong in his strength as the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is willful in his will as the bright moon illuminates the great river. He may be ruthless and malevolent, yet I possess a singular breath of true energy. In the first year of cultivating the 9 Yang True Scripture, you, endowed with an innate pure Yang body and extraordinary mental discipline, swiftly grasp its profound mysteries. With energy sinking into the abyss and strength solidifying at the mountain's root, during your 10th year of diligent practice, you have achieved minor success. Your upper dantian now expanded several-fold by true energy, moving with others and bending with the curve, seeking straightness within the curve and leveraging strength against strength. In your 30th year of tireless teaching, you have mastered this technique, surging into the middle dantian. Your internal force now converges at the upper and middle dantians. Their strength merely grazes my surface, while my intent has penetrated their very bones. After a full cycle of diligent effort spanning 60 years, the ever-circulating true energy continuously expands, allowing you to embody the essence and mysteries throughout your being. In the 80th year of arduous cultivation of the 9 Yang True Scripture, the lesser Yang emerges, while Yin gradually wanes and Yang flourishes. The utmost rigidity and Yang energy permeate the upper and lower dantians, forcefully impacting the 3rd dantian. This iteration of cultivation concludes. Yet due to the limitations of the host's own realm, the 9 Yang True Scripture could not be fully realized to its utmost perfection. Yet, the threshold to the 3rd dantian was merely a step away. With a deep exhale, Su Shan regained his focus and felt the vigorous and unrestrained true energy coursing within him, abundant and potent. He had reached the pinnacle of the innate 8th rank. If the true energy within him previously resembled a meandering brook susceptible to obstruction, now it surged forth like an inexhaustible river. The inner strength radiating outward was formidable at every inch. He was more than capable of contending with those at the innate 9th rank. And he possessed the strength to challenge even master-level experts. Below the masters, I am invincible. Above the masters, I can trade blows equally. Tian Bahang. The blood debts must be repaid in blood. After murmuring these thoughts, Su Shan left a letter behind and mounted his horse. Under the cover of night, he swiftly departed the city, heading towards Luo Shui town, situated 100 miles away. Chapter 35, Vengeance, One Strike. Nestled between Suzhou and Hangzhou, the town of Luo Shui serves as a vital transit point connecting the two cities. Thus, despite its modest size, it boasts a bustling marketplace teeming with merchants and a constant flow of traffic. Having arrived early, Tian Basan stands resolutely before the wooden window of an inn opposite the Fortune restaurant. Behind him looms a menacing presence, 6 assassins, notorious for their heinous crimes committed at Shikumen the previous night. Each of these individuals possesses formidable prowess, roughly at the 5th rank of innate strength. They are not merely skilled in this locale, but are also formidable players throughout Jiangnan. Furthermore, they represent Wu Jingxing's last resort in exerting pressure over Yuhang. Zhou Long certainly knows how to choose a location, Tian mutters to himself. In this densely populated area, any commotion is bound to attract the attention of various factions. particularly the ever-watchful Jinyiwei, who would surely come sniffing around. After contemplating this, Tian Bashan commands, "You six, seal off all possible escape routes in the vicinity." Understood. Bring me Lu He, the chief steward of the Chao gang. Yes. Before long, a cautious middle-aged man approaches Tian Bashan. Tian Gongfeng. Lu He stammers. As the chief steward of the Chao gang, he is one of Zhou Long's few trusted subordinates, compelled to collaborate with them due to his family being held in the grip of the authorities. Do not be anxious, Steward Lu. Once Zhou Long shows himself, your mission will be accomplished. Governor Wu will provide your family with sufficient silver to start anew in a distant city under a different name. But remember, should you dare to play tricks. With a sharp slap to Lu's cheek, Tian Bashan punctuates his warning. Before he can finish, the frightened Lu He hurriedly nods and bows. I would never, I assure you, Tian Gongfeng. Go now, and act naturally. Understood. As Lu He is led away, Tian Bashan turns his gaze back to the throngs of people bustling on the streets. Suddenly sensing an unsettling presence, he instinctively scans his surroundings. Am I being targeted? This should not be the case. Confident in his own strength, Tian quickly dismisses the notion. As Lu He's figure disappears, his attention shifts to the man in a conical hat, Su Shan, who glances at him from a nearby wonton stand. Following Su's gaze, he notes the presence of Lu He and the others. With a clatter, a few copper coins are tossed onto the table as Su Shan lifts the burden he had used to disguise himself and departs. His destination aligns with the position of the assassin who had briefly interacted with Lu He. Concealed in the alley across, Su Shan maintains a calculated distance from his companions. Fresh tofu, just freshly made. He calls out as he meanders down the alley, his cries for customers failing to draw the attention of the fifth-rank assassin nearby. With merely a fleeting glance at Su Shan, and without sensing any fluctuations of energy from him, I clutched the blade tightly and continued to fix my gaze upon the coming fortune restaurant. However, an unexpected sensation seized me. I felt the oppressive force of potent true energy locking onto me. My eyes widened in terror, instinctively turning my head. In the next moment, the seemingly inconspicuous vendor I had previously ignored struck with lightning speed. The sound of a swift blade pierced through the air, followed by the sickening thud as a short dagger, imbued with hidden strength, plunged straight into my chest. The blade penetrated my lung, causing blood to surge into my throat, rendering me incapable of uttering a sound. The internal explosion of the hidden energy ravaged my organs, and until my last breath, I remained wide-eyed, incredulous. How could a dignified fifth-tier innate master be so effortlessly dispatched by a single strike? The assailant possessed strength that far surpassed my own. A ninth-tier innate? A master-level expert? This answer would forever elude me in death. Ding dong. Mission. Li Ziqi's last wish. Progress has changed. Current status. 1-7. Upon hearing this notification, Su Shan immediately chose to connect with it. Previously, through Li Ziqi's imagery, he had only glimpsed the visage of Tian Bashan, remaining ignorant of the identities of the other six. Had he not pursued this lead, identifying Lu He through Tian Bashan's trail, and overheard a few words of caution directed at him, he would still be uncertain of this person's identity. This time, Su Shan ventured here alone, driven not only by the desire for revenge but also to capture Zhou Long and seize that ledger. Regardless of whether Wu Jingxing was the mastermind behind it all, he intended for that individual to face utter destruction. Scholar, Ma Wang, you shall guard the two entrances of the East Market. Understood. Old 7, Spider, lay ambush on the southern and northern sides of the market. Affirmative. Thousand-faced Buddha, you will hold the western flank. Received. Old Ghost, stay with me beneath the inn. Always prepared to intercept Zhou Long, all right. Remember, in order to eliminate future threats, we must deal decisively with Zhou Long only after obtaining the ledger. Rest assured, brother. Zhou Long, a mere fourth-tier innate, stands no chance against us in a direct confrontation, let alone when we, 7 brothers, strike together. A slight effort from us will already push him to his limits. There is no need for such caution, is there? Clearly, the group did not regard Zhou Long as a formidable adversary, hence their bravado in speech. Caution is the mother of safety. This is Zhou Long's image. Memorize it well. Yes, this time. The AI imaging not only allowed Su Shan to see the faces of these 7 individuals clearly, but also provided him with a deeper understanding of their distinctive attire. Simultaneously, he perceived that the encirclement of the 6 within the market was intricately interlinked. At the core was Old Ghost, assisting Tian Bashan, followed by the interwoven positions of Thousand-Faced Buddha, and then the 4 on the periphery. Should any irregularity be detected, it would unravel the entire encirclement. Whoosh. Emerging from his trance, Su Shan removed his conical hat and placed it upon the head of the old ghostly figure responsible for assisting Tian Basan, arranging him in a pose as if resting in an alleyway. Tofu, fresh tofu. Su Shan, shouldering a yoke, made his way through the alley towards the West Market. Not far ahead, he spotted a rotund man with prominent ears leaning against a wall, idly toying with a string of Buddhist prayer beads, his vigilant gaze scanning passers-by. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to the loft of the Lai Fu restaurant, where Lu He was situated. The thousand-faced Buddha, a crucial link in the encirclement orchestrated by Tian Basan. Boss, would you like to buy some tofu? Su Shan's sudden appearance obstructed the thousand-faced Buddha's line of sight. Faced with his inquiry, the latter displayed evident impatience. Go away. Get lost. I don't need it. As he spoke, the thousand-faced Buddha attempted to shove Su Shan aside. However, the moment he reached out, he was abruptly engulfed by a surge of pure yang energy, finding himself instantly immobilized, unable to break free, a clear indication of the overwhelming power possessed by his adversary. You. In a flash, the knife concealed within Su Shan's sleeve ruthlessly sliced through the Buddha's throat, the force of the blade causing a violent rupture. His corpulent body collapsed against the wall, succumbing to the weight of his demise. As Su Shan departed, the firewood propped against the wall concealed the lifeless visage of the thousand-faced Buddha. The familiar sounds of street vendors echoed once more, and Su Shan reappeared at the southern entrance of the market, continuing his silent and methodical assassination. Oblivious to these events, Tian Basan awaited patiently until he spotted a familiar figure entering the Lai Fu restaurant. A subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, "He has arrived." Despite having undergone a disguise, Lu He recognized the newcomer instantly as Zhou Long, the leader of the Chao gang, who was currently being hunted. What has transpired at home? Why, within mere days of my absence, has the Chao gang been obliterated by those vile Jinyiwei? Has Wu Jingxing made no moves? Zhou Long coldly interrogated upon taking a seat. Lu He, feeling guilty, stammered as he recounted the events, his wandering gaze betraying his unease. Lu He, we have treated you well as brothers. Who have you allied with now? The Jinyiwei? The patrol camp? Or perhaps, has the Yamen sent someone to silence you? As he spoke, Zhou Long, concealing a dagger, lunged toward Lu He. Though struck, Lu He's reflexes allowed him to endure, gasping, Tian Gonfu. Save me. Upon hearing that piercing shout, Tian Bathang leapt through the wooden window across from him. In midair, he bellowed, "Old ghost, thousand-faced Buddha, what are you doing?" He had initially believed the situation was well in hand, yet unexpectedly, his two brothers faltered at the crucial moment, forcing Tian Bathang to take matters into his own hands. The six of them were all clandestine operatives nurtured by the magistracy. Previously, Tian Bathang had served as Wu Jingxing's bodyguard. He preferred to remain in the shadows unless absolutely necessary, fearing the scrutiny of the Jinyiwei. However, he now had no choice but to act swiftly. A loud crash echoed, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Ah, murder, murder, run. The lifeless body of Lu He, plummeting from the loft to the street below, sent a shrill scream reverberating through the marketplace. Coupled with Tian Buishang's sudden arrival and Zhou Long's frantic flight, the scene descended into chaos. At that moment, the scholar and the horse trader stationed on the outskirts of the eastern market, upon hearing the piercing cries, quickly turned to retreat and tighten their encirclement. Just then, a fleeing peddler, hastily shouldering his burden, brushed past the scholar. With a swift thrust, a short blade pierced through, prompting the scholar, concerned for the market, to instinctively lower his gaze to his chest. In that instant, bright crimson blood rapidly stained his garment. Chapter 36. The Manus catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Move. The frantic shout of Ma Wang echoed as he perched atop the roof, having leaped to safety. Thud. No sooner had his words fallen than the scholar, merely brushed by the passing crowd, collapsed to the ground. Ah! The sudden death sent the fleeing merchants and townsfolk scattering like startled birds. Ma Wang, witnessing the scene unfold, turned and dove towards his brother. Brother! Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow emerged unexpectedly from his left front. As the burden he held in hand shattered in an instant, a dark iron-embroidered spring knife sliced through the air. Aiming horizontally, caught off guard, Ma Wang summoned his inner strength, instinctively raising his curved blade in defense. Crack! Zing! The curved blade splintered into two. In the next moment, Ma Wang's head was severed from his body, and he seemed to witness his form plummeting. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the heads of several bystanders. Thud! The body hit the ground first, the head following closely behind. Panic-stricken, the crowd erupted in frantic screams. They gazed in terror at the spot where the shadow had vanished. Some among them stammered, "Isn't he the one who was just selling tofu at the market? How? How did he fly?" Clink. Task. Li Ziqi's last wish, new progress update, 6-7. The system's notification rang out as Su Shan, wielding the bloodied embroidered spring knife of Ma Wang, propelled himself forward with all his might utilizing the Lingbo Weibu technique, empowered by the Jiuyang Jinjing. His skill in Lingbo Weibu rendered him almost ghostly, darting through the air in a flash. Zhou Long chose to flee northward. There, Laochi and the spider had already met their silent demise at his hands. Though possessing only the peak strength of an innate 8th rank, Su Shan, now bolstered by extraordinary martial prowess, was fully capable of ambushing and slaying those of innate 6th or 7th rank. This was the transformative power bestowed upon him by the Jiuyang Jinjing in conjunction with his pure yang body. Tian Ba-san. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you this time. Whoosh. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Shan charged fiercely towards the two figures in the north. As the leader of the Chao gang, Zhou Long, despite possessing only innate 4th rank strength, wielded a life-preserving weapon that left Tian Ba-san in a state of utter disarray. The violent rain pear blossom needles. Whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud. The poison needles, discharged from their chamber, forced Tian Ba-san to halt his pursuit, evading by utilizing his agility in the nearby obstacles for cover. Old ghost, thousand-faced Buddha. Spider, are you all dead? Though he cursed under his breath, a foreboding sense of dread loomed ominously over Tian Ba-shan's heart. In principle, one would expect that even if my fellow disciples were momentarily distracted, they would have come to their senses by now. Yet, the stark reality is that none have made an appearance. Could it be that there is an adept lurking behind Zhou Long? Unthinkable. The background of the Zhou family's 3 brothers is well known to Tian Ba-san. For the moment, my only course of action is to capture Tian Ba-san and investigate the absence of the others. Zhou Long. I wonder how far you can flee. Thunderous slash. Whoosh. Ziz. After being locked onto by the innate 8th grade strike, Zhou Long, already at a disadvantage in strength, was compelled to face the attack head-on. However, the disparity in level and realm rendered his efforts futile, even as he summoned all available defensive treasures. The internal energy, manifesting as an external force enveloping his body, was shattered in an instant. The protective garment crafted by the Mo family was also cleaved apart. Thud. As the thunderous slash scarred his back with a ghastly wound, the sword intent rampaged within him. Overwhelmed by the burden, Zhou Long coughed up blood and tumbled down from the eaves. Crash, upon hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He felt dizzy yet mustered the strength to escape once more. Ziz. A deafening roar echoed as the sword intent, from several dozen meters away, brutally severed his legs. In that moment of separation between his upper and lower body, Zhou Long, leaning forward, collapsed onto the ground. Slap. Leaping down from the rooftop, Tian Ba-san gripped his sword tightly. His eyes filled with malice. Run, go on, keep running. Governor Wu and the others have always treated you well. You wretched creature, how dare you keep secret accounts? Where's the ledger? Faced with Tian Ba-shan's roar, Zhou Long, with great difficulty, turned his head and erupted into laughter. If I reveal where the ledger is, that last strike of yours Wu and Ti merely have severed my legs. Tian Ba-san, the town protectoress office is also investigating those accounts. Isn't it? That is my lifeline. Swoosh. Ziz. No sooner had Zhou Long finished speaking than Tian Ba-san swung his sword again, directly severing his right arm. You, Zhou Long. Do not forget that you and your 2 brothers' wives and children are all in Yuhang. Refuse to comply? I will make you witness their demise one by one. Upon hearing these words, agony froze on Zhou Long's face. Despicable. I have no time to engage in discussions of morality with you. Where's the ledger? Swoosh. Swoosh. Just as Tian Ba-san concluded his statement, he suddenly sensed a hidden weapon approaching from behind and swiftly turned around. Clang. Slap. And dodging and parrying. Several flying daggers embedded themselves into the ground and surrounding walls. His sword, capable of cutting through iron, bore several deep gashes. The clash of hidden forces reverberated through his right hand, leaving it somewhat numb. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Step forward. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust in this desolate expanse. As the wind ceased and the dust settled, a towering figure wielding a blade emerged from the distance, coming into the view of Tian Ba-shan and Zhou Long. The embroidered uniform guard? Zhou Long exclaimed, recognizing the origin of the weapon in the stranger's hand. Upon discerning the stranger's features, Tian Buishan's expression turned grave as he spoke. Su Shan? At the sound of this name, Zhou Long's pupils dilated slightly. Though he had never encountered the man, he was aware that Su's rise to power was built upon the ruins of the Chaobang, and that his two younger brothers had met a tragic end at Su's hands. Did you come alone? Ji Gang did not accompany you? Tian Boshang inquired, his gaze piercing as he sensed no other presence nearby. Is it necessary to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Tian Boshang? Today, shall we settle the blood feud regarding Shikumen, concerning my colleagues and uncle? Hiss. Chapter 37. The Demon Appears, Lingering Death by Lingqi. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Tian Boshang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Had last night's events been exposed? However, upon reflection, the fact that this individual had come alone to Luoshui town indicated he possessed no concrete evidence. Yet this young man, in just one night, had pinpointed them as the culprits. Such prowess was enough to leave Tian Boshang astounded. The greater his strength, the more intense Tian Buishang's murderous intent became. How do you seek revenge? What could a youth, not yet 20, achieve, even with extraordinary talent? As his words faded, a cold smirk grazed Su Shan's face as he raised his embroidered spring blade, responding, on the contrary. I have already slain 6. You are the 7th. What? At this proclamation, Tian Buishang's pupils widened, instantly igniting a blaze of fury within him. Those old ghosts were slain by you? 7 individuals were the cherished disciples of the 7 oddities of Jiangnan. They roamed the martial world together, and after being recruited by the Donglin party, they publicly safeguarded Wu Jingshan while secretly removing obstacles for him. The bond among the brothers and sisters was profound. Over the years, nothing untoward had occurred. Who could have imagined that today they would meet their demise at the hands of this wretched creature, losing 6 lives? This was enough to incite Tian Buishang's wrath to an inferno. Furious, are we? Su Shan continued, my comrades have perished in scores. One was cut 10 times. Today, before the esteemed Zhou Dazhong, I shall execute you by Lingqi. Consider it a demonstration. Let him witness the fate of opposing the Jinyiwei. With that, Su Shan surged forward with a powerful thrust of his blade, the dust kicked up by his feet enveloping the battlefield in a tempest. In that instant, Tian Boshang, unwilling to be outdone, drew his sword. I shall see whether your tongue is as sharp as my blade. With a swift motion, the two forces collided. Zhou Long, bracing himself with one arm, was violently thrust aside by the force of their clash. The once steadfast warrior, now limbless, rolled helplessly for dozens of meters. Alongside him was the formidable Tian Boshang, who, upon managing to turn and glimpse his adversary, drove his sword into the ground to steady himself. In stark contrast, Su Shan not only did not retreat a single step, but instead advanced with renewed vigor. At that moment, Zhou Long finally comprehended why his 2 brothers had perished at Su Shan's hands. The realization struck Tian Boshang as well. This mere collision had illuminated a harsh truth. His opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. A mere Jinyiwei captain of the 8th innate rank? Was this a jest? The reality had rendered further contemplation futile. For Su Shan, with an elusive grace, charged forth with relentless ferocity. The world shattered. After Su Shan's initial strike descended, even though Tian Boshang exerted himself to block it, the blade imbued with hidden strength could not withstand the pressure and began to crack. Meanwhile, his body sank, leaving a footprint in the earth. The force was overwhelming. Before Tian Boshang could regain his composure, Su Shan's second strike arrived. Crack. This time, the blade shattered. The evasive Tian Boshang felt his inner energy shatter as well. Under the stars and moon. Puff. Utilizing the broken blade, he barely resisted the third strike. Yet his inner energy was scattered. Uncontrollable blood erupted forth in an instant. Stop, cease. At this moment, terror filled Tian Buishang's eyes. He instinctively howled in desperation. Yet before his words could fully escape his lips, Su Shan's 4th strike came crashing down. The blade divided yin and yang. Sizzle. Ah. As the arm wielding the sword was cleaved, Tian Buishang's anguished scream reverberated throughout the town. Completely shaken by the scene, Zhou Hu lay still, feigning immobility, terrified that even the slightest movement might provoke the wrath of this demon. Su Shan, we, the 7 disciples, are the heirs of the 7 wonders of Jiangnan. If you dare to unleash your fury today, they will certainly not spare you. Stand down now, and I may still speak a good word for you. Laughing, Tian Boshang invoked the weight of his sect, yet Su Shan's laughter rang out, wild yet laced with bitterness. The 7 wonders of Jiangnan? We are the Imperial Guards. Did you restrain yourselves last night? The sun and moon were devoid of light. Swish. Sizzle, with the final strike of the reverse two instruments blade technique. Su Shan not only severed Tian Buoshang's legs, but also shattered his two energy centers. Henceforth, even if he survived, he would be rendered a cripple. Su Shan's motive was to strip him of the protection of his inner energy, for the subsequent torment would be all the more excruciating. Swish. Sizzle. These 10 strikes were for Brother Huizi. Ignoring the victim's cries, Su Shan continued to swing the blade. These 10 strikes were for Uncle Sanpao. Blood and flesh flew, exposing half-bare bones. Ugh. Even Zhou Long, who had taken countless lives, could not help but vomit at the sight. Yet in his mind lingered the faces of fallen comrades and uncles, and with each name called, Su Shan's strikes grew sharper. These 10 strikes were for Zhang Xiaoqi. Tian Boshang, now devoid of strength to scream, was embedded in the ground like a bloodied figure. Were it not for the steady beating of his heart, Zhou would have believed he had perished. He wished for death, for this man before him to deliver a swift end. Yet Su Shan, determined, made him wish for a fate worse than death. 1, 2, 9. These final 10 strikes were for my uncle. Li Ziki, sizzle. The sharp blade finally grazed the neck of Tian Boshang. With a chilling thud, the head was severed, tracing a blood-curdling parabolic arc before landing squarely before Zhou Hu. Gazing upon Tian Buoshang's lifeless form, his face frozen in terror and despair. Zhou Hu was so frightened that he braced himself on one arm and recoiled several meters away. The wind continued to howl, and the blood flowed unabated. Yet, the ominous footsteps of a malevolent presence drew nearer, echoing in Zhou Long's ears. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he raised his gaze once more. There stood Su Shan, wielding the embroidered spring knife, looking down upon him with disdain. With each drop of blood, thick with the essence of an innate 8th-grade warrior. Falling from the blade's tip, the yellow sand below congealed into clumps. To Zhou Long, all of this appeared grotesque and terrifying. Where are the account books? You may choose to remain silent. Yet for me, whether dead or alive, there shall be no secrets. With that final thought, Su Shan pressed the bloody butcher's knife against Zhou Long's throat. Chapter 38, Pinnacle of the 9th Rank, a twist at the funeral. With his teeth chattering, Zhou Long wished to utter a no, yet the scene before him robbed him of such courage. The account book is at San Lingku. I shall accompany you to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Su Shan, while wiping the blood from his blade, muttered, San Lingku? A round trip will take 2.5 days. Enough time to attend Uncle Li's funeral. Grandfather, my 2 brothers and their families are still in the hands of that scoundrel Wu Jingsheng. Our deaths would be insignificant. I beseech you to rescue them. Zhou Long, with tears streaming down his face, summoned all his courage to speak. In response, Su Shan lifted Zhou Long's chin with the tip of his knife and asked, Will the account book and your life enable me to crush Wu Jingsheng beneath my heel? Yes, killing him 10 times would suffice. I swear not to harm your family, Zhou Long replied eagerly. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you. At that moment, with no path of retreat left, Zhou Long resolved to follow Su Shan, for he was now his only glimmer of hope. Qi replenishing pills, hemostatic pills. Await me here. Su Shan casually tossed a few pills to Zhou Long before turning to leave. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he returned, leading a horse laden with 6 severed heads wrapped in cloth. As he unveiled the package, the heads of Lao Gui, Xu Xing, and Ma Wang were revealed within. Gazing upon their unseeing eyes, Zhou Long, filled with terror, could not help but feel a sense of reverence for this decisive young man before him. Let us go. Onward. During their journey, Su Shan finally accessed the system interface he had previously concealed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission Li Ziki's will. Task reward. 50 years of cultivation. After galloping for 2 hours, considering Zhou Long's injuries and the horse's stamina, Su Shan decided to take a brief respite. During this time, he channeled all 50 years of cultivation into the Jiuyang Jinjing. The 81st year of refining the Jiuyang Jinjing through relentless training and combat has granted you newfound insights into this technique. In the 100th year of diligence rewarded by the heavens, the force may cease, yet intention remains unbroken. From the peak of darkness, one transforms into light. 8 yangs envelop you, and true energy flows ceaselessly. Shaoyang arises from the old yin, and Shaoyin springs forth from the old yang. In the first 30 years of cultivating this technique, with Jiuyang flourishing, your true qi encompasses all, glimpsing the heavenly principles. This iteration concludes Jiuyang Jinjing great perfection. With a thunderous roar, as the deduction reached its zenith, Su Shan's eyes flew open, his internal energy surging outward. In an instant, a wave of scorching energy erupted from him, snapping nearby tree trunks and shattering stones. The sudden upheaval startled the steed, causing it to whinny in alarm. Zhou Long, terrified, dropped to the ground, clutching his head, as Zhou Long gazed upon the ravaged shrubs and stones surrounding him. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked up at the towering figure before him. He was certain that the oppressive aura he had just sensed was indicative of a master-level prowess. This youth, how remarkably young he appeared. At the pinnacle of the 9th rank, all the meridians connecting to the 3rd dantian had been thoroughly opened by the pure and vigorous qi. He was but a step away from the master realm. More importantly, whether it was day or night, the energy he absorbed could instantly be transformed into yang qi, providing an endless source of replenishment for his dantian. This encapsulated the essence and profundity of the Ninein Manual. In this moment, Su Shan felt an overwhelming strength within him. Even against a first-rank master in their initial stage, he possessed the capability to vanquish them. Against someone like Shangguan Yener, a second-rank master at the early stage, he felt confident that he could hold his ground in a prolonged battle. "Sir, did you just advance?" Zhou Long, propped up by one arm, cautiously inquired. "Indeed. Innate 9th rank?" In Zhou Long's estimation, since his counterpart had effortlessly bested Tian Bas Han, an innate 8th rank, this enlightenment must surely signify at least the 9th rank. 9th rank, pinnacle. Zhou Long gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Su Shan's subsequent revelation nearly caused him to pinch himself in disbelief. He can slay a first-rank master. A prodigy indeed. In the entire Ming Dynasty, who else possesses such remarkable strength at such a young age? This only solidified Zhou Long's resolve to pledge his allegiance to him. "Have you rested well?" "Huh? Yes. I am ready." "Then let us be on our way. I still wish to return in time to attend Uncle Li's funeral and bid him farewell." "Very well." In the year of Jiaqin, the 5th month, on the 5th day, it was deemed inauspicious for marriage or relocation, however. It was favorable for funerals and burials. Spring rain fell gently, cleansing the northern outskirts of Yuhang. Hundreds of imperial guards, clad in somber attire, gathered under the leadership of Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang to pay their final respects to Li Ziki and others. Among the procession extending for hundreds of meters was also Captain Jing Shan and his men from the patrol camp. Though the tragedy at Shikomen had been determined to be unrelated to him, and Jing Shan had ensured that all involved were sent to the local magistrate's office, he felt it was only appropriate, both emotionally and morally, to lead his men in homage. As the coffin was sealed and earth was laid to rest, the atmosphere was thick with sorrow. Clatter. The sound of a palanquin being lowered punctuated the solemnity of the ceremony. Just as the funeral was underway, a harsh voice suddenly pierced the air. Upon turning towards the source of the noise, they beheld the governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingxing, accompanied by Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, arriving ostentatiously in their palanquin. Paying respects? A weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. What good intentions could that possibly entail? Indeed, as they disembarked from their festive attire, they shouted boisterously at Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang. "Congratulations, Deputy Shangguan. Best wishes, Captain Ji." Boom. Once the two of them had finished their harmonious exclamations, the entire venue erupted in outrage. Some members of the Imperial Guard even drew their swords in a show of dissent. However, Ji Gang and Shangguan Yener, aware of the inappropriateness of causing a disturbance at a funeral, signaled for their subordinates to remain calm. Indeed, it was rather inappropriate to celebrate during such a solemn occasion. Nonetheless, we were overwhelmed with joy upon receiving the news concerning the two esteemed individuals. Observing the stern expressions on Shangguan Yener and Ji Gang, Gu Daong and Wu Jingxing continued to speak loudly, declaring, "You may not yet be aware, but the Empress Dowager's decree has arrived in Jiangnan this afternoon. The governor of Jiangnan, Renfeng, will personally come to announce it. Due to the slippery roads from the rain, they are proceeding a bit slowly. So we thought it best to inform you in advance." With that, Gu Daong stood tall, surveying the crowd with an air of triumph. Firstly, the esteemed Shangguan Qianshi, the legitimate son of the North Marquis, has formally sought the hand of the Emperor's favored teacher. What a splendid match, a momentous occasion indeed. The Empress Dowager was exceedingly pleased to hear this news, and has specifically instructed Shangguan Qianshi to return to the capital forthwith to make arrangements for the wedding. Chapter 39, The Majestic Return, angrily slapping the governor. Even the usually composed and rarely angered Shangguan Yener found herself clenching her fists in suppressed mirth upon hearing the words of her interlocutor. Yet, out of respect for the solemnity of Li Ziki and the other's funeral, she restrained her wrath. The heir of the Northern Marquis seeks a marriage proposal, and the deputy commissioner is expected to comply? With pressing matters at hand, such a request is simply untenable. It was evident to all that this maneuver by the Empress Dowager was not only an affront to Shangguan Yener, but also an attempt to stifle her ongoing investigations in Jiangnan. The heir of the Northern Marquis was notoriously known as a debauched scion of the capital. To marry such a man? It would be nothing short of an insult. What? Is Deputy Commissioner Shangguan preparing to defy the edict? Witnessing this, Qing Niao stepped forward, ready to speak, but was swiftly halted by Shangguan Yener. Let matters be discussed after the funeral. With a disdainful glance at the eunuch beside her, she turned to Ji Gang and added, Captain Ji's troops have successfully annihilated the Black Dragon Society lurking in Yuhang, which has brought great relief to the populace. The news has reached the capital, and the Empress Dowager is exceedingly pleased. A promotion to the position of Regional Pacification Envoy in Lingnan is being considered for Captain Ji. Lingnan, a land rife with tribal chieftains and incessant turmoil. It is a place designated for exiled officials. A promotion in name, yet a demotion in essence. Have you finished speaking? If so, you may leave. Ji Gang, perceiving the insidious intentions of his counterpart, shared the same sentiment as Shangguan Yener and thus replied in a voice laced with cold authority. Captain Ji, your words are rather hurtful. We, alongside Governor Wu, represent the Empress Dowager in paying tribute to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the nation. Gu Daong, with a fa of politeness, turned to the distant Commander Jing. Commander Jing, I have heard that you have been quite active in recent days, unjustly sealing numerous legitimate businesses, inciting the wrath of the people. Oh dear, you don't genuinely believe the heavens of Yuhang have changed, do you? Just like the gentle drizzle, the skies of Yuhang will eventually clear. Wu Jingxing's expression was notably fierce. In recent days, the patrol camp under Jing Shan's command had targeted and sealed several of his enterprises in retaliation. Now emboldened, he felt compelled to flaunt his power. After delivering this remark, Gu Daong and Wu Jingxing performed a symbolic 3 bows to Li Ziki. As they turned to leave, Gu Daong suddenly recalled something. Oh, by the way, in light of recent incidents where certain imperial guards exhibited excessively brutal enforcement methods, drawing considerable criticism, the Empress Dowager has specially appointed me to oversee this matter on behalf of the Eastern Factory, with assistance from the local authorities, particularly concerning that Captain Su Shan. His violent enforcement and malicious killings are utterly outrageous, inciting public outrage. Today, as we bid farewell to our colleague, we shall not pursue immediate action. However, starting tomorrow, an official investigation into his actions will commence. After Wu Jingxing finished speaking, Gu Daong raised his head to add, Where is Su Shan? Come out. In response to the domineering shouts of Gu Daong and Wu Jingxing, Ji Gang, filled with righteous indignation, took a large step forward. As his tall figure emerged before them, the two instinctively took a step back. Ji Qianhu, what do you intend to do? Listen closely. The personnel of the Zhenfu Division are not to be investigated by the Eastern Depot, let alone the Yamen, Gu Daong questioned with a strained voice, attempting to wield his ace once again. However, before his words could settle, Shangguan Yener interjected, the Emperor's personal guards only obey the sacred decree, implicitly suggesting that even the Empress Dowager had no authority to intervene. Very well, Shangguan Qianshi, Ji Qianhu. I hope that when Governor Ren arrives this afternoon to read the imperial edict, you will still possess such bravado. At the same time, Wu Jingxing, equally provoked by the two, declared fiercely that Su Shan is within my grasp. Can you two gentlemen protect him for a moment, or perhaps for a lifetime? Su Shan, come out, do not hide like a turtle. Not only did the two fail to find Su Shan's figure among the crowd, but even the Jinyiwei colleagues had not seen him for several days. Logically, given his close relationship with Li Ziki, he should not be absent. Just as Ji Gang was preparing to defend Su Shan and confront Wu Jingxing, a rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed through the woods in front of the northern outskirts cemetery. The sudden and urgent noise drew the attention of the crowd instinctively. Is that Su Shan? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face. Although they were colleagues, Su Shan appeared strange due to his drastically different attire. His blood-stained plain clothes were soaked with rain. Beneath the unkempt hair, his handsome face was covered in stubble, imparting an air of maturity that belied his years, yet also a hint of ferocity. Whoa! As he reined in his horse, Qin Shandong, among the crowd, hurriedly approached. Where have you been, you rascal? We were worried sick. While speaking, Qin Shandong handed him a strip of white silk. Wishing to convey something, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Shan. Uncle Qin, I will explain everything later. I want to pay my respects to Uncle Li and the others first. With that, Su Shan tied the white silk around his head and, grasping a package hanging from the horse's back, stepped forward. As he walked, his colleagues made way, their gazes inevitably drawn to the package in his hand. Due to being soaked by the rain, the white wrapping was now seeping with blood. This scene appeared grotesque and shocking to all present. What could be inside that? Based on my experience, it resembles a head. Hiss. So many? Whose is it? How would I know? With each step that Su Shan took along the muddy road, he left behind a footprint. The imprints were swiftly filled with puddles, yet they were stained a vivid crimson by the dripping blood. Although the path was not lengthy, the scarlet traces moved all present at the scene. Even Wu Jingxing, who had intended to confront him with harsh words, instinctively retreated a few steps as Su Shan approached. However, sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, he feigned composure and, with spittle flying, demanded, Su Shan, what do you have wrapped in that package? I warn you. The authorities are preparing to investigate your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. If there are severed heads inside, but Wu Jingxing did not finish his sentence. This time, Su Shan showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Chapter 40. A shocking revelation, the re-emergence of dark arts with a resounding thud. Wu Jingxin was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, landing squarely in the muddy waters. This sudden turn of events rendered all present momentarily speechless. You dare strike an official? Wu Jingxing stammered, his words interrupted by the furious roar of Su Shan, who pointed menacingly at Gu Daong beside him. Wu Jingxing, if you utter another word today, this castrated dog beside you will not be able to save your life. I, Su Shan, declare this. Gu Daong had heard whispers of being referred to as a castrated dog in private, but as one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Bureau. He had never before been publicly insulted by name. Preposterous. Today, we shall. Just as Gu Daong moved, Ji Gang and Shang Wanyin advanced a step forward, one on each side. In unison, the Imperial Guards below drew their swords, positioning 1/3 of them to confront the officials who had come to the scene. Jing Shan, remaining motionless, signaled his subordinates to hold their ground. An eerie silence enveloped the area in an instant. Faced with the close protection of 2 masters, Gu Daong, despite the seething anger within, dared not make another move. Meanwhile, Wu Jingxing, after being aided to his feet, glared with his pig-like visage and weakly declared, You. Su Shan, this matter is far from over. Ignoring his words, Su Shan approached the family members of Li Ziki, bowing deeply. Aunties, sisters-in-law, I kindly ask you to take the children and your families away for now. What follows is not suitable for your presence. All right. Once they had retreated to a safe distance, Su Shan knelt down and unwrapped the bloodied parcel. With a gruesome roll, the severed head, freed from its cloth binding, tumbled down the slope. Upon seeing the visage of the head's owner, Wu Jingxing and several officials emitted piercing screams. Hiss. Even Ji Gang and Shang Wanyin, who were restraining Gu Daong, could not suppress their gasps of shock. Jing Shan leaned forward for a closer look. As recognition dawned upon him, he blurted out, Tian Boss Hang? A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered Imperial Guards, patrol soldiers, and officials as they heard this name. Tian Boss Hang? The esteemed Grand Worshipper of the Bureau, hailed as the finest swordsman of Yuhang. More importantly, he was a veritable innate 8th-grade master. Dead, killed by Su Shan. In the profound silence that followed, only the sound of rain echoed in the ears of the crowd. It was not until Su Shan turned and casually placed Tian Bushang's head before the tombstone that the stillness was shattered. Uncle, the 7 assassins who slaughtered you at Shikumen are all here. The principal culprit, Tian Bas Han, met his demise at my hands. Each individual received 10 strikes. 100 blows could not bring about death. This exquisite technique was imparted to me by Su Shan during my training in courage. What do you think? Does it tarnish your reputation? As Su Shan's choked voice resonated throughout the venue, all enigmas unraveled. The esteemed official of the Yamen orchestrated the brutal slaughter of the Imperial Guards at the Stone Cave Gate, subsequently utilizing an insider from the patrol camp to dispatch the family of Dai Jia to the military prison, thereby coercing Dai Jinshan into suicide. If one were to claim that this matter bore no relation to Wu Jingxing, even a dog would scoff at such an assertion. As the individual embroiled in this affair, Wu Jingxing was utterly flustered. At that moment, though his head spun, he still shouted in a frenzy, These are baseless accusations. Where is the evidence? You. I report to the esteemed official, Qian Shi, and to you, Captain Qi. While pursuing these 7 murderers, my subordinate apprehended Zhou Long, the leader of the Chaobang gang. From him, we procured irrefutable evidence of collusion between the Chaobang and officials of Yuhang in illicit arms and military provisions trafficking. Among those implicated, there are as many as 41 officials, led by Wu Jingxing. The evidence is indisputable. I implore you to make arrests. With a sudden pivot, Su Shan concluded his statement while the imperial guards drew their blades, pressing them against the throats of the Yamen officers and accompanying officials. Did you all hear that? Then why do you linger? Arrest them. Indeed. As Captain Ji uttered these words, his gaze bore down upon Gu Daong, who had just revealed murderous intent in an instant. Gu Zhangshi, do you intend to silence those who know too much? It seems Wu Jingxing possesses quite a wealth of knowledge. At this juncture, two deputy captains had already bound Wu Jingxing tightly, effectively eliminating any possibility of Gu Daong acting. Initially, the intention was to use this funeral to decisively suppress the arrogance of the pacification envoy. Yet who could have anticipated that the plan would backfire? Take him away and treat him well. Yes, Captain Ji, allow me to remind you, Governor Wu is a graduate of the Imperial Examination, a protege of the late Emperor, and has been honored with a yellow robe for his contributions to disaster relief. Should you dare to employ torture, even His Majesty would be unable to shield you from the consequences. Gu Daong's words were not solely directed at Captain Ji. They also served as a warning to Wu Jingxing. Rest assured, Gu Zhangshi, a living Wu Jingxing is far more valuable to us than a deceased or injured one. Su Shan, present. In the future, when you take a life and someone inquires about evidence, you may inform them that it derives from Governor Wu's testimony. They wish to discern truth from falsehood? They shall be required to seek imperial permission in the capital. Understood. Captain Ji's intricate strategy left Gu Daong utterly speechless. Previously, our pacification office had suppressed numerous cases, stymied by the Yamen's obstructions, preventing them from coming to fruition. Now, with Governor Wu's confession, the culpability is unequivocally theirs. In summary, before the appointment of the new governor, I shall not permit any power to defy the authority of the town's administration. Indeed, once Ji Gang concluded his remarks, Jing Shan, who had previously been publicly chastised by Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong, seized the opportunity to declare, Captain Ji, we are short-staffed, and our patrol unit is willing to lend our services. Excellent. At that moment, Gu Daong comprehended better than anyone else the repercussions of this incident. The forces that had previously suppressed their anger toward Wu Jingxin would soon emerge like mushrooms after rain, eagerly pointing fingers at his alleged transgressions. Should the situation spiral out of control, Wu Jingxing, a protege of the East Forest Party, would find himself ensnared in a noose of their making. Even if Gu Daong were fortunate enough to evade this calamity, his return to the capital would surely invite severe punishment from the authorities. He could only pray for the swift arrival of the new governor to stabilize the situation in Yuhang. What was once an infallible plan had now unraveled catastrophically due to Su Shan. This left Gu Daong retreating like a beaten dog, casting a venomous glare at the distant Su Shan. You wretched cur, you must perish. In stark contrast to Gu Daong's seething hatred, Ji Gang, who was preparing to groom Su Shan as a successor, lavishly praised him before shifting to the matter at hand. I have read the letter you left before your departure. Wu Jingxing's confidant is a spy directly affiliated with the Black Dragon Society, the Empire's flower? Indeed. Is the information reliable? Absolutely reliable. This intelligence was obtained by Su Shan during his communion with heir by the well. What? Is there a problem? As per our current investigation, Wu Jingxing has only his lawful wife by his side. There are no concubines or mistresses. Does Wu Jingxing not have a son? Are you referring to Wu Qin? He is his adopted son. Nonetheless, I have dispatched agents to conduct thorough surveillance on their activities, all meticulously recorded and saved just for you. At this point, Ji Gang paused and continued. Moreover, there is another delicate case at home that requires your personal investigation. Are you trying to keep me from becoming too entangled in Wu Jingxing's case? Haha, understanding without overt acknowledgement is the mark of a true friend. After a hearty laugh, Ji Gang gradually subdued his mirth and, with earnest gravity, remarked, this case has escalated to a point where not only you and I, but even the official in charge must report to the Emperor for a decree. However, given your significant contributions to this case, a mere 100 households as a reward would be utterly unacceptable. As Ji Gang mimicked Su Shan's tone while delivering these words, both men spontaneously erupted into laughter. Aware that Ji Gang had his best interests at heart, Su Shan did not dwell on the matter any further. What case could be so troublesome that it weighed heavily on the household? A week prior, several young women had gone missing, and when discovered, they were found as lifeless corpses, each bearing 5 finger-shaped bloodstains on their skulls. Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned and said, demonic arts? The 9 bone claw. To cultivate this technique, one must procure the energy of a maiden born on a year, month, and day. Such methods are insidious and the death toll is gruesome. During the reign of the late emperor, it was classified as a forbidden art, leading to widespread persecution. In the martial world, it has been rare to hear of anyone practicing this technique in the last 60 years. Its sudden emergence in Yuhang is indeed astonishing. It must be eradicated immediately. Yes. Just as Su Shan returned to the town protector's office to take on a new case, Gu Daong hurried back to the Wu residence. Keeping a watchful eye on the Wu family, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives, while also standing guard against any unorthodox raids by the Jinyiwei. After he had assuaged the concerns of Wu Jingsheng's wife, Madame Zhang, the adopted son, Wu Qin, who bore a strikingly feminine demeanor, gracefully approached Gu Daong. Master Gu, I appreciate your concern regarding my father's matters. It is my duty. Moreover, my father fears that any changes might impede your cultivation, which is why I have been tasked with finding the furnace vessels required by you. When will you be able to use the latest batch? Upon hearing this, Gu Daong's eyes brightened. Hiki, no wonder Governor Wu dotes on you so much. You are quite capable. Thank you for your kind words, Master Gu. Tomorrow evening then. Today, we need to discuss with Inspector Ren, who has come here, how to address the current situation. Indeed. Chapter 41, A Request for Assistance. Tonight in the bridal chamber, as Su Shan returned to the town guardian office, he spotted his mother, Wu Su, clasping the hand of their neighbor, Aunt Wang. Standing at the entrance. Mother, Shauna, where have you been these past few days? Captain Ji said you were on a case. Were you hurt? In response to Wu Su's concern, Su Shan beamed a radiant smile and reassured her, Mother, I am perfectly fine. After calming his mother, Su Shan turned his gaze to Aunt Wang, whose eyes were brimming with tears. What troubles you, Aunt? Has something happened at home? Little Doubao is missing. What? She has been missing for nearly 3 days. Recently, numerous young girls from the surrounding area have inexplicably vanished. When they are found, it's only to identify their corpses. Your aunt has reported it to the authorities, and our neighbors have also joined the search. Yet, there has been no news. We were left with no choice but to come to you. Thud. As soon as Wu Su finished speaking, Aunt Wang collapsed to her knees. Su Zongqi. I beg you to save my little Doubao. Su Shan quickly helped her to her feet and led her inside. After offering some comfort, he inquired, Aunt, do you know Doubao's birth date and time? Yes. After receiving the information, Su Shan's expression turned grave. Indeed, it is the year of the Yin. During the Yin month, and the Yin hour what? Nothing. Aunt Wang, please stay with my mother for a few days. This case is now under my jurisdiction. If I require your cooperation, I will reach out to you. All right. Without taking a moment to rest, Su Shan hastened to the morgue. Guided by the coroner, he discovered the bodies of several young girls. Whoosh. As he unveiled the white cloth, Su Shan was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. The girls' eyes bulged, filled with blood vessels, and their mouths were twisted in agony. Their bodies were emaciated, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. However, distinct binding marks were evident on their wrists and ankles. They had evidently been abducted and subsequently delivered to someone for the purpose of dark sorcery. While examining the corpses, Su Shan also attempted to communicate with their spirits. Hiss. Due to the AI's first-person perspective, the initial images depicted their final moments, filled with unbearable pain. Their limbs were bound, and their eyes were covered. Yet, the 5 fingers piercing through their skulls elicited shrill cries of despair from each victim. These haunting visuals offered Su Shan little in terms of clues. However, with his current innate rank of the 9th tier, he could maintain this communication for up to 90 minutes. The scenes unfolded. Each girl was imprisoned in a dark, windowless cellar. When transported, they were blindfolded and had their mouths sealed. Clearly, the captors exercised utmost caution. Dong. As the imagery reached the 40-minute mark, a hidden door swung open, and someone brought them food. At that moment, Su Shan, through their eyes, perceived a jarring bell tolling. A bell? The places in Yuhang where one could hear the bell closely. A temple? A Taoist monastery? A nunnery? Ding dong. At that very moment, the system's notification sound echoed once more. System issues a time-limited mission. The girl's last wishes 1. Mission objective: dismantle the location where they are captured and imprisoned, and rescue the other abducted women. Mission reward: 30 years of cultivation, 6 veins divine sword. Ding. System issues a time-limited mission. The girls will too. Mission objective: eliminate the demons who have harmed them. Mission reward: 50 years of cultivation. The time-limited mission has commenced, with 24 hours remaining. As the system announcement concluded, Su Shan exhaled deeply and gradually regained his composure. Xia Baihu? Upon turning, Su Shan noticed Qing Niao standing there. her face filled with anticipation. A ghostly presence? She moves without a sound. Indeed, Su Shan had been overly focused. Have you made any discoveries? Suddenly squatting down, Qing Yao inquired with an intensity that nearly brought her face close to his. The fragrance of a maiden wafted towards Su Shan, stirring his heart. Xia Baihu. Why are you so invested in this case? Shouldn't you, as an imperial envoy, be concentrating on the Wu Jingsheng case right now? Rising from his crouch, Su Shan covered the girls with a white cloth. Just as he finished speaking, Qing Yao, lost in memories, trembled as she spoke. A few years ago, my mother was assassinated while she was out. The assailant used the 9-in white bone claw. For years, my father and I have been investigating this matter. But to no avail. Heaven rewards the diligent. I encountered this case in Yuhang. Bang. After uttering those words, Qing Yao knelt on one knee before Su Shan and said, I earnestly request you, Su Zongqi, to help me unearth the murderer. In gratitude, I, Qing Yao, am willing. Before she could finish, Su Shan interjected, willing to offer yourself in return? Given your earnestness, I shall agree. However, once the task is accomplished, do not renege on your word. As Su Shan solemnly declared this, Qing Yao stood there, her face flushed, at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, upon witnessing his unwavering confidence, Qing Yao knew he must have uncovered some clue. Although their acquaintance had been brief, they had resolved several cases together. Which unsolved case had he not handled with finesse? Thus, Qing Yao held absolute faith in him. Do you have a lead? She hurriedly pursued Su Shan as he exited, eager to inquire. Ever since my father's passing, my marriage has become a source of great concern for my mother, especially following that recent debacle. She has been increasingly anxious. Upon hearing Su Shan's seemingly unrelated remarks, Qing Yao was taken aback. What does this have to do with the case? Bang! As her words faded, Su Shan turned with utmost seriousness. Once you have cheered my mother up, I shall assist you in avenging yours. With that, Su Shan resolutely made his way to the residence of his mother and Aunt Wang. After Su Shan was ambushed by shadows, his mother had been placed in a small courtyard adjacent to the Jinfu department headquarters. Mother, Aunt Wang. Upon catching sight of the accompanying Qing Yao, Su Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. The young girl was indeed quite charming. With a sudden and audacious motion, Su Shan, with one arm around Qing Yao's slender waist, forcibly pulled her to his side. This unexpected and bold display left both Qing Yao and Su Mu momentarily stunned. Mother, this is the captain of the punishment bureau from the capital, and we have already pledged ourselves to one another, Su Shan declared. Look at this figure, how enticing. Next year, I shall have you cradling our grandchild, he continued, his words laced with levity as he playfully slapped Qing Yao's pert backside, causing it to jiggle. This act nearly provoked her to draw her weapon in public. Is it really true? Su Mu inquired, her voice laced with incredulity. After exchanging glances with Su Shan, Qing Yao, her cheeks flushed, retracted any thoughts of violence. With a determined effort, she forced a smile and addressed Su Mu, saying, Aunt. Yes, it is indeed true. Mother, if you doubt it, I shall consummate our union tonight, Su Shan asserted, leaving Su Mu in utter disbelief. Chapter 42. Is the flower of the empire a cross-dresser? Always ready to fight. What nonsense is this? Even if there is a private agreement for a lifetime commitment, one must adhere to the formalities of 3 letters and 6 gifts. One must never shortchange the young lady. After chiding her son, Mother Su took Qing Yu and walked inside. The in-laws looked at their daughter-in-law and found her increasingly delightful, which filled them with joy. However, it was Qing Yao, frequently glancing back, who cast several glares at Su Shan, who was conversing with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, have you taken little Doubao to any temples, Taoist shrines, or nunneries recently, especially during the time before she went missing? Upon hearing this, Qing Yu realized that this man was indeed here to investigate, taking the opportunity to please his mother. Yes, we have. A few days ago, Jingshan Temple held an exceptionally grand Universal Salvation Day, where Master Fei himself presided over the event to bless the faithful. After finishing, Su Shan muttered, Jingshan Temple? Did they ask for your birth date? Of course they did. To have the enlightened monks perform blessings for you requires your birth details. Having pursued the elusive 9-in white bone claw for many years, Qing Yao was well aware that the cauldron needed to refine this demonic art was a young girl of the right age born during the yin hours of yin months and yin years. It is extraordinarily difficult for an ordinary person to acquire such information, akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Yet, a so-called Universal Salvation Day allowed the faithful to willingly divulge these details. Subsequently, one could select a suitable cauldron from among them. Following Su Shan's line of inquiry, Jinyiwei had now found the breakthrough in the entire case. Shaner, you don't suspect Jingshan Temple, do you? That's impossible. Master Fei is a highly respected monk in Yuhang and even in Jiang'an. Even the son of Governor Wu has become his disciple, mingling among the worldly. Who? The son of Wu Jingxing, Wu Qin. Indeed. With the affirmation, Su Shan fell into deep contemplation. After several moments, he murmured, "Must the flower of the empire be a woman? What did you say?" Qingyao, unable to hear clearly, instinctively inquired. "Nothing. I have a bold hypothesis that I need to verify." Before leaving, Mother Su personally adorned Qingyu with a family heirloom jade bracelet, leaving the latter somewhat flustered. "Take it. If you don't, my mother will never agree to our early consummation." "Huh? Even if I take it, that's not right. You must take responsibility for the young lady." Without waiting for Qingyu to retort, Mother Su directly countered. Once outside the courtyard, Qingyu intended to return the bracelet but was met with Su Shan's firm refusal. "What is this? After helping you untangle the case, you're not planning to help me placate my mother? Are you backing out after getting what you wanted? You are so crude." Qingyao, who had never displayed her feminine side before the opposite sex, now blushed deeply and stomped her foot. "I accept the crude label, but the latter part one do not. Investigate the case." Upon hearing this, the blue bird regained composure and pursued ahead, saying, "Shall we verify whether the unfortunate maidens have ever visited the Golden Mountain Temple during their lifetimes?" Clever. With the case files in hand, you shall investigate each household. Remember to inquire delicately, so as not to reveal our investigation into the Golden Mountain Temple. And you? Upturn the wedding chamber, strive to consummate the arrangement tonight. As he gazed at Su Shan entering the prison, the embarrassed bluebird turned and led the others to verify the situation. "Is Brother Shan here?" Quickly, notified General Qin. As Su Shan's figure appeared within the prison, the guards stationed there regarded him with palpable tension, as if facing an imminent threat. In this very place, due to his proclamation of "I shall not coexist with evil," this prominent figure from the town guard had dispatched countless criminals to their demise. "What is the matter? Why do you all stare at me so?" Su Shan had scarcely uttered these words when the voice of Qin Changdong approached from afar. "They fear you may act recklessly again." "Uncle Qin, what brings you here?" "To prevent fire, theft, and the unpredictability of Su Shan." These are the very words of Captain Ji. "You scoundrel, let me tell you, even if you harbor immense resentment towards Wu Jingxing, you must not resort to violence." Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled. Ji Gang genuinely feared that he might secretly eliminate Wu Jingxing. Given his current capabilities, he could not rely on others to maintain order. Only Qin Changdong was suitable for the task. "Uncle, I am merely seeking clarification on a matter. I assure you I will not resort to extreme measures." "Not acceptable. This is all for your own good. Your promotion order is about to be issued. You must not create further disturbances." "Very well, Uncle." Look, there is an airplane." "An airplane? What is that?" With a swift motion, Su Shan struck his palm against Qin Changdong's neck. In the next moment, this uncle, who was merely at the 8th or 9th rank, collapsed into Su Shan's embrace. "What shall we do?" Su Shan carefully laid Qin Changdong upon the ground and surveyed his fellow brothers in the prison. With expressions of despair, they exchanged glances, saying, "Brother Shan, please do not let him die. If anything happens in the prison again, we shall bear the consequences. Rest assured, you will remain alive. Moreover, there shall be no torture. I will not put you in a difficult position." Upon hearing Su Shan's assurance, 2 junior officers clung to a nearby post and suddenly collapsed. As they fainted, the remaining guards and soldiers averted their gazes to the ceiling. Even as Su Shan brushed past them, they chose to ignore him, heading straight for the cell where Wu Jingxing was detained. When he saw Su Shan skillfully opening the cell door, the once arrogant disciple of the Prime Minister, who had been boasting earlier in the day, turned pale with fear. Su Shan, what do you intend to do?" "I must inform you." Before the words could escape his lips, Su Shan delivered a sharp slap to his right cheek. With sheer brute force, Wu Jingxing was sent spinning into the air, completing a full 360 degrees before crashing onto the straw-covered bed. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Yet it failed to summon any lieutenant or mighty warrior to the scene. Even the concealed masters hiding in the shadows, after channeling their internal energy, rendered themselves as inconspicuous as mere air. As long as death was avoided, encounters in the imperial prison were common occurrences. With a swift motion, Su Shan, unceremoniously tugging at Wu Jingxing's hair, dragged him deeper into the bowels of the prison. "Master Shan, have you brought in more fresh goods?" someone inquired. "Hurry. Today is for business." Su Shan whispered a few words to a couple of seasoned associates, who nodded in understanding. We're well versed in this matter, Master Shan. They proceeded to haul the semi-conscious Wu Jingxing into a solitary cell. 2 minutes later, the scar-faced man, driven by unfulfilled desires, sidled up to Su Shan. Master Shan, based on my years of experience, this fellow is undoubtedly one of us. Are you certain? I guarantee it. Those confined in the lowest depths of the imperial prison are all exceptional talents. Their certainty was unwavering. What? The flower of the empire is a cross-dresser? Almost let that slip by unnoticed. As Su Shan mumbled this, the scar-faced man flatteringly remarked, Master Shan, isn't their chaos above? Have they confiscated more properties? Let us bring in some fresh goods for our amusement. Didn't we just receive a few eunuchs a few days ago? Su Shan replied. Don't remind me. They're nearly ruined. There are too many wolves and too little meat. Understood. I'll make arrangements tonight. As he spoke, Su Shan pulled Wu Jingxing up once more. Thank you, Master Shan. From now on, we shall no longer worship the Bodhisattva or the Buddha, but rather offer our reverence to your longevity plaque. After tossing Wu Jingxing back into the dungeon, Su Shan prepared to leave the prison with determined strides. As he brushed past a few blind-eyed lieutenants, he halted and instructed. Identify a few officials who have previously crossed us and send them to the deepest part. Understood. I'll inform my uncle that once he has finished with his case, the rascal Su Shan will come to atone. Good. Upon exiting the prison, Su Shan made his way straight to the archives to review Wu Chen's dossier. If he was indeed the flower of the empire, then what role did the presiding judge play? Was he perhaps the shadow master? While Su Shan pondered these questions, the returning Qing Niao hurriedly approached him. Hold on. Don't leave just yet. What is going on? The governor of Jiang'an, Renfeng, has come with a royal decree to pacify the region. And what does that have to do with me? Su Shan looked down at the breathless Qing Niao before him, and indeed, her face was obscured. A woman whose toes were hidden from view was considered exquisite. Yet, if a man were to gaze upwards and not see her forehead, that would be the epitome of beauty. Accompanying him were 2 acolytes, the woodcutter Nan Shiren and the sword of Yuehan Xiaoying, both of whom were disciples of the 7 unusual heroes from Jiang'an. Among the 7 you previously dispatched, 2 were their direct disciples, while the remaining 5 were their nephews. Captain Ji and Commissioner Shangguan have gone to handle the case, leaving behind several skilled individuals to guard the prison. They must have intentionally chosen this opportune moment to arrive. Upon hearing this, Su Shan closed the dossier and inquired with a smile, Have you come to the town protectoress office to seek revenge against me? Though they claimed it was merely a friendly spar, before Qing Yu could finish her sentence, a raucous shout resonated from outside the archives. Su Shan, you worthless cur, come out. The voice boomed like a great bell. With no evidence, you slaughtered my disciples and nephews. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. As soon as the words fell, Su Shan abruptly rose and declared, What strength allows such arrogance? Both were of the innate 9th rank. Su Shan, you must remain calm. I have already sent someone to summon Commissioner Shangguan and Captain Ji, Qing Niao urged. However, Su Shan, unwilling to grant the adversary a moment's respite, disregarded Qing Niao's counsel and stood resolutely. Su Shan, you. This time, without allowing Qing Yu to finish, he halted and proclaimed, in the face of an enemy. One must draw their sword. I care not who they are or their rank. As old Ji would say, if you lack the courage to draw your blade, what business do you have as a member of the Jinyiwei? With that, Su Shan, his eyes filled with cold determination, charged forth. Chapter 43, The Provocation at the Door. A surge of killing intent. Bursting forth from the archives, Su Shan and Qing Niao immediately spotted the woodcutter, Nan Shiren. Standing atop the highest edifice of the town suppression office, Jian Jiu Hall, with a menacing appearance, vociferously taunting. This was no mere confrontation aimed at Su Shan, it was a desecration. An affront to the entire town suppression office. You cur, get down here. Fueled by genuine fury, Su Shan uttered these words as several concealed daggers imbued with dark energy shot forth. Whoosh! In the face of this sudden assault, Nan Shiren, wielding his blade, attempted to counter with a strike of his own before leaping down to deliver a thunderous blow. Clang! However, the moment his blade met the first dagger, it was instantly gouged. The second dagger caused his grip to tear at the base of his thumb. Thud, thud. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Nan Shiren evaded while hastily descending from the eaves of Zhongjuan Hall. At that moment, Su Shan leapt over the obstructing structure, reaching the main hall directly. Bang! As he landed, the sight before him ignited a blaze of rage in his eyes, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Before him stood Han Xiaoying, the maiden. brandishing her sword at the entrance of Zhongjuan Hall. In front of her, the Jinyiwei, outraged by Nanshiren's trampling of their sanctum, drew their blades in anger. Seizing upon this incident, Ji Gang aimed to purge the stubborn forces in Yuhang, having taken away the majority of the town suppression office's elite. Those remaining were mostly civil officials or flag bearers. The two highest-ranking Baihu had already sustained numerous wounds, blood-soaking their flying fish uniforms. Yet, even in such a state, they stood firm, facing Han Xiaoying, who surpassed them in strength, with unyielding resolve. Not just them, even the junior flag bearers, lieutenants, and strongmen, despite their injuries. They all brandished their blades, ready to fight to the death. This scene left Qing Niao, who had just been urging Su Shan to remain calm, both infuriated and deeply astonished, knowing the futility yet still persisting. To outsiders, this might seem foolish. Yet for the Emperor's personal guards, it was a matter of life and death to uphold the honor of their flying fish uniforms. In stark contrast, the Jinyiwei in the capital, who often hesitated to consider consequences and implications, appeared utterly spineless. It was only at this moment that she finally comprehended the commander's intent, why he had specifically dispatched this so-called group of young elites to Yuhang to handle the case. They were not merely there to gain experience. They were there to learn the spirit of drawing swords against any enemy. You indeed possess some skill, but not much, Nanshiren declared, a fierce expression crossing his face as he saw Su Shan advance to the forefront, having been forced down from the eaves by Su Shan's daggers. At that moment, a sardonic voice echoed from the main seat, belonging to Gu Daong. Nan Gongfeng. He is the culprit who slaughtered your disciple and nephew, Su Shan. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Nanshiren and Han Xiaoying sharpened, turning their attention towards Su Shan, perched in the esteemed main hall. Ren Feng momentarily paused from his tea to cast a glance outside. He then let out a cold snort, revealing a profound disdain. In the conspiratorial mind of Ren Feng, it was utterly implausible for a chief of the Jinyiwei to single-handedly slay 7 innate masters. There must be some orchestration by Ji Gang behind this. Perhaps they aim to present a Na'vi youth to bear all the blame? Today, I shall send him to his demise. With a decisive motion, Ren Feng set down his cup and spoke in a low voice. The blades and guns are blind. You must exercise restraint. Do not inadvertently kill this young man, who has repeatedly shattered peculiar cases, and who dares to disregard the Eastern Depot. Yes, Magistrate Ren. With Ren Feng's covert directive, Han Xiaoying, gripping her girl's sword, emitted a shrill sound of the blade. This was a manifestation of her sword intent. It was evident that she harbored murderous intent. Meanwhile, the woodcutter Nanshiren raised a hand to halt her. Seventh sister. I underestimated him earlier and fell to the ground. At this, the audacious Nanshiren pointed at Su Shan, adding, he is mine. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoying sheathed her sword and replied coldly, do not let him off too easily. Otherwise, when eldest brother and second brother arrive tomorrow, how shall they vent their frustrations? Understood. As the two conversed, Su Shan meticulously examined the injuries of his comrades, muttering unreservedly, 37, 38, 39. Upon reaching this count, Su Shan turned, brimming with wrath, and addressed Han Xiaoying, a total of 39 wounds. Today, you shall not escape unscathed. What? Ha! As Su Shan's words echoed, Ren Feng and Gu Daong, who were listening intently within the loyalist hall, were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter in unison. Where did Ji Gang find such a brash little fellow? His bravado exceeds even that of my foot odor. Kikek. Gu Daong, laughing flamboyantly, pinched his fingers delicately and remarked, Magistrate Ren, to compare your foot odor with his bravado is to elevate this wretch. The governor of Jiangnan was a high-ranking official, a solid third-rank officer, embodying both military and political authority, a veritable regional magnate. Thus, Gu Daong treated him with utmost flattery. This also explained why Nanshiren and Han Xiaoying felt emboldened to act with such impunity. While the two mocked Su Shan without restraint, outside, Nanshiren gripped his blade tightly, a cold smile adorning his face. You wretched fool. I shall see what prowess you possess to dare speak so brazenly. I shall also witness how you slay my disciple and nephew. With that, Nanshiren sprang into action. Crack. With a surge of power, he crushed the blue stone slab beneath him. Soaring high, he descended upon the increasingly closer Su Shan with the force of a tempest. The air around him grew increasingly suffocating due to his rapid descent. This ability to instantaneously affect the senses of others was sufficient to demonstrate that his opponent was undoubtedly of innate 9th rank. Yet at this moment, Su Shan, who had yet to draw his blade, stood resolutely in place, his gaze piercing as it bore down upon his adversary. Was he merely standing there? pretending to be impervious. Heh. It seemed he had taken the pretense too far. Now, with the breath of Nan Gongfeng locked onto him, escape was no longer an option. I had yet to witness anyone elude capture once ensnared by that formidable presence. Whoosh. Just as a few accompanying constables exchanged words. The exquisite spring blade suspended at Su Shan's waist was suddenly unsheathed. Intent to kill surged forth, a glimmer of cold light flashing forth. Z. In the next instant, the blade in Nan Shiren's hand split into two. His head, akin to a bloodied ball, traced a gruesome arc before crashing heavily into the Loyalist Hall. Chapter 44. The Wrath of the Diamond. Lingering pain to the foe. With a resounding bang, a freshly severed head crashed into the Loyalist Hall, instantly toppling the tea beside Ren Feng. The suddenness of it all startled the Inspector Ren, who sprang up in terror. The splattered tea and blood stained his face and official robes from top to bottom. The lifeless head of Nan Shiren, eyes wide open in death, continued to spin on the table. This ghastly, terrifying, and vivid spectacle. Not only Ren Feng, but even the bloodthirsty Gu Daong stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. With a soft thud, the headless corpse of Nan Shiren, along with the broken blade he had held, collapsed under its own weight. In that instant, the previously tranquil scene erupted into a cacophony of shock and confusion. The wide-eyed Qing Miao and the wounded Jinyiwei, taken aback, gazed at the young figure before them with newfound respect. A master of innate ninth rank. With a single stroke, he had slain his opponent? Even if he had underestimated his foe, such an overwhelming display of power could not be achieved without absolute dominance. By this reasoning, Su Shan, what realm does he inhabit? A master? No, he had not drawn upon the powers of heaven and earth. He too was of innate ninth rank. Yet, why was he so extraordinarily powerful? Fourth brother, Han Staoying, frozen in place with her sword in hand, finally let out a shriek. Like everyone else, she could hardly believe that her senior brother had been cleaved in two by this young man with but a single blow. Hadn't he been pestering me about how to dispatch those scoundrels of Tian Basan? Now he had witnessed it firsthand. With a firm step upon Nan Shiren's lifeless body, Su Shan coolly remarked as he approached Han Xiaoying, "This is how I kill." Oh, and to be precise, Nan Shiren was subjected to lingering punishment. Soon, you shall have the honor of experiencing all of this. With a thunderous crash, Su Shan unleashed his internal energy. Under the protection of the golden bell, pure yang energy swirled around him. In the next heartbeat, Su Shan's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood menacingly before Han Xiaoying. So formidable. If Nan Shiren's earlier attack had merely left me breathless, Su Shan's strike instilled a sense of utter helplessness within me. Amidst the murmurs of the Jinyiwei, the astonished Qing Miao muttered, "Such domineering pressure I have only witnessed from my father. How can he wield such overwhelming energy if he is not a master?" As Nan Shiren's head tumbled into the hall, Ren Feng realized that the situation had spiraled beyond their control, especially after Su Shan's furious assault. His eyes widened as he rushed toward the hall's exit, shouting in desperation, "Stop. I command you to halt." The blade divides the yin and yang. With a resounding bang and a sizzling sound. The sun and moon are devoid of light. The winds of fate had yet to carry Ren Feng away. As outside, the anguished wails of Han Xiaoying echoed, filled with a profound despair. The sound of flesh meeting steel reverberated in the air, leaving Ren Feng stunned and aghast. Rooted in place, entranced by the gruesome spectacle before him. In that moment, Han Xiaoying, her arms severed by Su Shan's ruthless blade, lay prostrate upon the ground, akin to a mere wooden post. The fleeting shadows of the knife danced alongside Su Shan's lethal strikes, each one dripping with the blood of its target. Every slash was deliberate, mirroring precisely the injuries inflicted upon his earlier companion, serving not merely as retaliation but as a potent declaration of war against those who dared to provoke him. The splattering of blood and flesh mingled with torn fabric, erupting like fireworks in the eyes of the onlookers. 38-39. With the final blow delivered, Han Xiaoying, reduced to a grotesque figure drenched in her own blood, collapsed into the crimson pool beneath her, the vivid hue searing into Ren Feng's vision. In that moment, silence reigned supreme over the scene. The spectators, even hesitant to draw a breath, tread lightly, fearful of inciting the wrath of this fearsome deity. Ren Feng, who had been mere steps away, staggered backward in terror. It was only after being steadied by Gu Dali, who had rushed over, that he managed to regain his footing. Su Shan, do you dare to strike down the envoy of Jiang'an Prefecture?" He bellowed, his voice a mix of fury and disbelief. Upon hearing this, Su Shan, with one foot planted upon Han Xiaoying's fallen form and the blade of his embroidered spring knife poised at her throat, regarded Ren Feng for the first time with a piercing gaze. Just a single glance was enough to instill a deep-seated dread within Renfeng. Yet, feigning composure, he attempted to return the glare, meeting only Su Shan's bloodthirsty smirk in response. May I inquire, esteemed Ren, is the envoy of Jiangnan Prefecture officially documented? Su Shan's words cut through the tension, drawing the brows of the crowd into a tight frown. The term envoy referred merely to the skilled individuals conscripted by the government to maintain a semblance of control over the martial world. Were they officially registered? Certainly not within the military roles. They were merely elite enforcers, temporary operatives with a semblance of authority. No, they are not registered, but... Before Renfeng could finish his retort, Su Shan pressed further. Do they hold any official titles? Naturally, lacking any official record precluded them from holding any position of authority. Who bestowed upon them the audacity to intrude upon my jurisdiction? Su Shan's voice rose sharply as he posed this question, retracting the embroidered spring knife ever so slightly. The razor-sharp blade, moving with a speed perceptible to the naked eye, sliced through Han Xiaoying's neck, and blood gushed forth, a horrifying spectacle to behold. The scene incited a chorus of gasps from the onlookers, each inhale a testament to their shock. Turning his attention towards the officials and guards who had accompanied Renfeng, Su Shan, still gripping the blood-dripping knife, advanced deliberately. The remaining imperial guards, severely injured, bore their own share of culpability. Listen closely, he commanded. I am inquiring of you. Who granted you the audacity to draw arms against the Emperor's own soldiers? Directly placing the blade against the shoulder of the guard commander, Su Shan interrogated him word by word. The sound of the blade scraping against the official attire, Zila, resonated sharply in the eerie silence of the scene. The guard commander, merely at the 5th rank of innate strength, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he cast a fearful glance at the edge of the sword. Terrified that this man before him might inadvertently sever his head. At a loss for a response, he cast a pleading gaze toward Renfeng and Gu Deong, who stood not far away. I am asking you a question. Why are you looking at Governor Ren and that castrated dog? Su Shan said, one hand holding the knife, the other pointing towards Renfeng and Gu Deong, his voice cold as he added, if I were to take them seriously, the scene would not be so blood-soaked. To be reprimanded by a captain of the Jinyiwei? Both Ren and Gu Deong were instantly filled with rage. Su Shan, do not be so arrogant. Clang. Zila. Just as the words left their lips, Su Shan swiftly severed the guard commander's ear. As the man crouched down, clutching his wounded face and howling in agony, Su Shan turned, spreading his hands in a gesture of defiance, and declared, I am indeed this arrogant. What can you do about it? Chapter 45. Promotion to Qianhu. Decisive action before reporting. Su Shan's response, though soft-spoken, struck like an invisible slap across the faces of Renfeng and Gu Deong, echoing sharply in the air. In that instant, Gu Deong, revealing his sharp claws, contemplated unleashing his magical prowess to vanquish Su Shan. Yet he was acutely aware that to employ such powers publicly would render him a target of collective ire, even jeopardizing the protection of his own lord. Ren the inspector was not merely a high-ranking official of Jiangnan. He represented the Empress Dowager on this occasion, delivering her imperial edict. Such actions were tantamount to disrespecting the Dowager and her authority. Before Gu Deong could articulate his indignant thoughts, Su Shan interjected, representing whom? The Dowager? Declaring an edict? Come, my friends, enlighten Gu about our true identity. As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, the imperial guards echoed in unison, the emperor's personal troops. We heed only one command, the imperial decree. We answer solely to his majesty. The thunderous proclamation resonated throughout the entire Jinfu office. In this moment, amidst the waning power of the monarchy, Qingyu felt her blood surge with fervor upon hearing such solidarity. Inspector Ren, we of the Imperial Guards are sustained by the Emperor's provisions and grace. Unless you are a special envoy today, do not flaunt your authority here. Are you attempting to intimidate us? Your companion is no better than you. Laughter erupted as Su Shan brazenly declared these words. Renfeng, having suffered both loss and humiliation, trembled with rage, exclaiming, very well. I shall see if the Zhengfu office can shelter you, Su Shan. As soon as Renfeng's words left his lips, an unexpected voice pierced through the crowd. Whether the Zhengfu office can protect Su Shan is not for you to decide. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned to look. Officer Shangguan? They beheld Shangguan Yenner striding forward, clutching a yellow silk pouch. Officer Shangguan, your timing is impeccable. I must recount the events that transpired, so you may understand the situation before deciding whether to support Su Shan. Renfeng intended to manipulate the narrative, but before he could finish, Shangguan Yenner interjected. I witnessed everything that occurred just now. When did you return? Su Shan inquired, turning to her. Right when Nan Shiren drew his blade. Then why did you not reveal yourself? When Su, the general, was incapable of handling the situation, I would certainly have appeared. However, now that the deed is done, what purpose would my presence serve? To protect the life of Han Xiaoying, who has harmed our colleagues. Am I to be so foolish? As if my head were kicked by a mule? Shangguan Yinner's candid remarks, delivered without pretense, caused many in attendance to suppress their laughter, swallowing hard in response. With unwavering candor, she straightforwardly conveyed the stance of the town pacification office to Renfeng and the others. You. The combination of Shangguan Yinner and Su Shan left Renfeng utterly flustered. A slap from the left was one thing, but a punch followed on the right. The imperial edict arrived. Before Renfeng could utter a word, the stern Shangguan Yinner began to unveil the yellow silk pouch in public. Swish. Upon hearing these 3 words, the guards instinctively prepared to kneel in reverence. However, at that moment, Shangguan Yinner announced, by the emperor's decree, the town pacification office has worked diligently. All personnel shall not kneel while receiving the edict. Stand and listen. Obey the imperial command. As the crowd collectively responded, Shangguan Yinner, while unfurling the edict, cast a glance at Renfeng and Gu Daong in the distance. While the emperor showed compassion for the guards by permitting them to stand, he did not extend the same courtesy to Inspector Ren or Manager Gu. At this juncture, Shangguan Yinner raised her voice. Kneel to receive the edict. Otherwise, for disrespecting the imperial authority, I shall break your legs. Whoosh. No sooner had she spoken than Su Shan, standing closest, unsheathed his embroidered spring knife. This is my forte. Thud. Though mentally resistant, Ren Feng's body surrendered, and he was the first to kneel. Gu Daong soon followed suit, no longer daring to defy. The same went for the constables who accompanied them. How amusing it was to witness a third-rank official kneeling while I stood. Su Shan murmured as he sheathed his knife. His words elicited cold glares from Renfeng and Gu Daong, who both shot daggers at him. Meanwhile, Su Shan deliberately bowed with his back towards them to receive the edict. I'll leave my back to you. Don't just stare at my behind. The unexpected remark caused a ripple of suppressed laughter among the audience. Be serious. Shangguan Yinner admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Su Shan. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. After reciting an elaborate and obscure preamble, likely intended for Su Shan to read, some of the characters were beyond his comprehension. A minute later, the main content finally emerged. Promoted to the position of Qianhu Ji Gang in Yuhang, to serve as the Jiangnan town pacification envoy. Promoted to the deputy Qianhu of Yuhang. After rewarding several key officials, it was finally Su Shan's turn. Promoted to the position of chief flag Su Shan in Yuhang, as deputy Qianhu. During the investigation, you possess the authority to act first and report later. Boom. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Everyone raised their eyes, astonished, as they gazed at Su Shan. Behind him, Renfeng and Gu Daong fixed their eyes firmly on his backside. Given Su Shan's capabilities, his promotion to deputy Qianhu was anticipated. However, the phrase act first and report later was nothing short of astounding. From this moment forth, Su Shan was granted imperial permission to take lives. Such power was staggering. Naturally, Su Shan's elevation was not without the commendation of Shangguan Yinner. Just the phrase a lineage of integrity, impeccable character, exceptional talent, and reverence for imperial authority earned him significant favor. Vice Captain Su, should anyone dare to slander you with baseless accusations of indiscriminate slaughter and violent law enforcement in the future, let them venture to the capital and seek an imperial decree for clarification. As she spoke, Shangguan Yinner cast a profound glance towards Gu Daong. Previously, when Su Shan held the position of chief flag, Gu Daong could not bring him down. Now, not only is he the vice captain, but he also possesses the authority of executing first and reporting later, making Gu's task even more arduous. After expressing his gratitude, Su Shan suddenly inquired, where has old Ji gone? At such a splendid moment, he should make an appearance. Just as Su Shan finished speaking, a contorted corpse was hurled over the wall. Following that, Ji Gang's irate voice approached from afar. Damn it, the Golden Snake Lord truly is slippery. I chased him for 10 miles. Oh, isn't that Governor Rin? Why does your face look so pale? Today, in blatant defiance, you're making such a grand display. All to create an opportunity for the Golden Snake Lord to eliminate Wu Jingsheng, aren't you? Su Shan, what was it you said? I anticipated your anticipation. Yes, that's the line. Slap. Chapter 46. Locking onto the murderer, undercurrents rising as Ji Gang spoke. He forcefully swatted Gu Daong aside in front of Renfeng. Thud. Gu Daong, nearly having his crown shattered by the blow, instinctively summoned the power of the Taiyin for self-defense at the moment of the attack. Though fleeting, this action was keenly sensed by Su Shan, who possessed the innate pure yang body and the nine yang opening. The power of Taiyin? The nine yin bone claw requires this very essence of pure yin. As Su Shan pondered this, growing suspicious of Gu Daong, Ji Gang, exuding an overwhelming presence, pointed at Ren Feng and Gu Daong, declaring, using the same trick again? This is how Dai Jinshan met his demise. I want to let you succeed a second time. Faced with Ji Gang's intimidating demeanor, Ren Feng, despite feeling anxious within, forced himself to maintain a facade of calmness. Ji Town Protector, I do not comprehend your words. However, your public assault on the East Factory SQ Chief is indeed what is it to you if I strike him? As the Town Protector, my actions towards him are a sign of respect. In that moment, the arrogant and overbearing Ji Gang mirrored Su Shan's earlier demeanor. Truly, as the superior is, so too are the subordinates. Whether feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware, Ren Feng, I advise you to tread lightly. Do not wade too deep. Or else the very first act of this Town Protector upon assuming office will be to keep a close watch on you. Begone. With Ji Gang issuing his dismissal, Ren Feng and Gu Daong, once spirited, now left like lost dogs. The situation today, ostensibly targeting Su Shan and the Jinyiwei, was in truth a ploy from the East Factory to eliminate witnesses regarding Wu Jingsheng. Shangguan Yinner and Ji Gang were merely playing into the scheme. Someone like Gu Daong, a persistent thorn in the side, should be dealt with opportunely. It was evident that the frequent actions of the Wadujio in Yuhang were inextricably linked to the East Factory. One of the 8 tigers of the East Factory could not simply be disposed of at will. If you encounter trouble, I, along with Shangguan Qian, would be prepared to take drastic measures. Gu Daong is but the adopted son of the East Factory's director, unless his crimes are unforgivable. As soon as Ji Gang finished speaking, Su Shan replied, what if he is indeed the practitioner of the nine yin bone claw? Whoosh. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Yinner, Qing Miao, and Ji Gang all turned their gazes towards him in unison. Had there been significant progress in the case of the missing young girl? A small hole had revealed a large crab. I have even unraveled the connections with the Imperial Flower and the Shadow Lord of the Black Dragon Society. Come, let us discuss this further indoors. With a face alight with excitement, Ji Gang strode purposefully into the room alongside Su Shan, following closely behind. Shangguan Yinner listened intently to Qing Miao's report. However, this was the first time they had heard of the Imperial Flower and the Shadow Lord. Without holding back any longer, Su Shan laid out his bold speculations and deductions. When he mentioned discovering that Gu Daong had indeed summoned the Taiyin power, Ji Gang expressed his astonishment. Why did I not sense this? Old Ji, how do I explain this to you? I am an innate pure yang body, practicing the 9 yang scriptures. I am exceedingly sensitive to this Purian force. With a swift motion, Ji Gang and Qing Miao were taken aback. No wonder his cultivation has advanced so rapidly. This is the reason. Are you certain you are an innate pure yang body and practicing the 9 yang scriptures? As kin. There is no need for me to deceive. The exaggerated expression of Shangguan Yinner shifted as she gazed at Su Shan. Your Majesty, your cursed poison body can be saved. Contemplating this internally, she prepared to send word back to the capital. As for the veracity of Su Shan's claims, her master has ways to discern the truth. Just as Ji Gang and the others were making arrangements based on Su Shan's provided clues, the disgraced Gu Daong and Ren Feng lost their appetite for evening drinks. One hurried off to urge the other 5 of the Jiang and 7 freaks to reach Yuhang swiftly, while the other returned to the Wu residence to summon Wu Qin. Young Master Wu, we shall partake of those furnace cauldrons tonight. Once our divine skills are perfected, we shall surely cleanse the town patrol office in blood. Observing Gu Daong's fearsome visage, Wu Qin discerned that the timing was ripe and spoke, Chief Gu, you may use them whenever you wish. However, due to the recent surge of missing young girls, the town patrol office and the patrol camps have intensified their surveillance. It may be impossible to deliver them directly. Thus, it is necessary for you to personally make a visit tonight. Upon hearing this, Gu Daong raised his gaze and inquired, where to? Jinshan Temple. Once Wu Qin uttered this name, Gu Daong was momentarily stunned. Then a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. A splendid place indeed. A sacred ground of the Buddha. Perfect for exorcism. You go arrange it. We shall depart tonight. As twilight approached, the carriage carrying Wu Qin and Gu Daong quietly exited the residence. After their departure, Qing Miao, who had been monitoring their every move alongside Su Shan, was about to rise when Su Shan suddenly embraced her. You, Shu. In the next moment, Su Shan skillfully emitted a piercing wildcat cry. This series of actions left Qing Miao in a state of astonishment, with the sound attracting a few wildcats. Several shadows swiftly appeared, chasing after the direction in which the carriage had vanished. Witnessing this, Qing Miao's bright eyes widened in surprise. Are there others monitoring Gu Daong and Wu Chen? At this rate, I truly ought to throw you into the dungeon to learn from those within. This is to ensure they are not pursued. The more cautious they are, the greater the issues they face. After Su Shan shared these words, Qing Miao, feeling inferior, asked, "Is there anything else?" "None." "Then can you let go? Just hold on a little longer." "You." Qing Miao directly pushed Su Shan away, her complexion flushing crimson. Thankfully, it was the night, and no one could see. We agreed not to bring any blades. We shall retrieve them uniformly upon arrival at Jinshan Temple. How did you secretly hide one? As they closely followed the carriage from a distance, Qing Miao inquired with confusion. I didn't bring a knife, did I? That seems impossible. When you embraced me just now, I distinctly felt the hilt pressing against my waist, she added. Upon hearing this, Su Shan glanced down and awkwardly replied with a smile, that is my sidearm. A folded red tassel spear, you say? Indeed, Su Shan responded, somewhat evasively. Unsure of how to clarify, are you secretly practicing marksmanship as well? If you have the time, we should engage in a friendly spar. Are you certain? Su Shan retorted. Once you've made up your mind, I shall gladly accompany you. Ah, a spar? What else is there to consider? I've already come to a decision. After articulating these thoughts, Su Shan nodded firmly. Very well. Once this case is resolved, I shall allow you to refine your skills with my firearm. As they spoke, they had already caught sight of Jinshan Temple in the distance. Chapter 47, Collusion and Comprehensive Extermination. With a sharp squeak, the carriage came to a halt, and the rear door of Jinshan Temple swung open. Gu Daong, adjusting the carriage curtains, cast a vigilant glance around, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Young Master Wu's men are quite alert, having followed us all the way. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen, who had lifted the curtain and was retrieving a stool, replied with flattering deference, in serving Master Gu, one must naturally exercise caution. Indeed, quite endearing, Gu Daong responded, descending from the carriage, clad in a black robe. He followed Wu Chen directly to the abode of the temple's abbot. What is the meaning of this? Why proceed straight to the abbot's residence? As Wu Chen cautiously pushed open the door, he spoke, My master has long admired the esteemed name of Master Gu and has been eager to meet. Hence this special waiting. Amipa. As he uttered these words, a monk with a benevolent visage appeared before Gu Daong. I am Fahi. It is an honor to meet you, Master Gu. Please, come in. Everything you require has been prepared. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if communicating in silent agreement. Subsequently, Gu Daong entered the meditation chamber, while Wu Chen escorted them to a concealed room before turning to leave. Amidst the flickering candlelight, within the darkened chamber, several dozen young maidens were bound and blindfolded, their terrified whimpers echoing. As Gu Daong gazed upon them, his eyes were filled with greed. Yet they lingered on a flag hanging upon the wall, emblazoned with the words bounteous military fortune in the language of the East. Surely, these words must serve as a battle cry for the Eastern military? Master Gu, indeed well informed. Allow me to reintroduce you to the shadow leader of the Black Dragon Society in Yuhang, Koizumi Junhikiro. If Su Shan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Your mother must be quite prolific, producing 8 sons? With a sly chuckle at the direct introduction, Gu Daong responded, Koizumi, are you not concerned about being reported to us? Master Gu, we share common adversaries, do we not? Moreover, our Black Dragon Society can continuously provide you with the furnace for practicing the demonic technique, 9-in White Bone Claw. Collaboration breeds mutual benefit. The extermination of the town protector's office and the eradication of Ji Gang and his ilk are our shared objectives, are they not? Very well, splendid. Just as Gu Daong and Koizumi Junhikiro engaged in jovial discourse, the Imperial Guards had completed their purge and encirclement of Jinshan Temple. Deputy Minister Shangwan and Protector Ji, stationed at the periphery, confirmed the area had been cleared. It was evident that the shadow guards of the Black Dragon Society were present. Upon receiving this report, the two men unhesitatingly issued commands. Act. Leave no one behind. Yes. With a swift command from Shangwan Yenner and Ji Gang, the agile Su Shan was the first to dart out from Jinshan Temple. Who goes there? Whoosh. A monk, sensing an unusual sound, had scarcely uttered a word when a sharp flying dagger pierced his neck. Before he could collapse, Su Shan, fleet of foot, rushed to confront him. He was acutely aware that Wu Qin was leading Gu Daong directly to the meditation room of Master of Feihe. This way, as for Su Shan's judgment, Shangguan Yin'er and the others had placed their blind trust in him. Who dares to intrude upon Jinshan Temple at such an hour? The sudden appearance of Su Shan and his companions prompted the shadow guards stationed there to shout in alarm. However, before he could complete his warning, the accompanying Qianhu and Deputy Qianhu had already taken decisive action. Faced with these beasts, who had previously harmed their fellow comrades and innocent civilians, everyone was prepared to fight with all their might, striking with lethal intent. Outside, Wu Chun was thrown into a state of panic upon encountering the suddenly emerged Jinyiwei. Just as he turned to rush into the meditation room to alert his master and Gu Daong, Su Shan, employing the swift technique of Lingbo Weibu, dashed toward him with lightning speed. During this interval, to ensure absolute certainty, several flying daggers had been launched to seal off any potential escape routes for Wu Qin. Consequently, when Su Shan approached, the seemingly feeble Wu Gongzi was compelled to reveal the depths of his Eastern martial arts. In the blink of an eye, swish, zing, ah. Nevertheless, he stood no chance against Su Shan, and with a single exchange, his blade was severed, and his arm was cleaved as well. In excruciating pain, he barely had the chance to scream before Su Shan thrust a blade into his heart. Should I call you Wu Gongzi, or shall I refer to you as the flower of the empire? At the sound of these words, Wu Qin's pupils dilated in shock. He was utterly oblivious to when his exposure had occurred. Without granting him the opportunity to contemplate this predicament, Su Shan relentlessly stabbed him multiple times, sending him to meet the king of hell. In the moment of his last breath, Su Shan connected with him telepathically. Upon learning the whereabouts of Feihe and Gu Daong, he swiftly drew his blade and charged in alongside Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao. Chapter 48. Ascension to Mastery, the Power of Heaven and Earth. After reaching a preliminary consensus with Koyama Junikuro on how to deal with the town suppression office, Gu Daong, licking the corner of his mouth, strode toward the imprisoned maiden. His relentless pursuit of power had driven this castrated dog to the brink of madness after enduring repeated setbacks and humiliation. He yearned to personally slay Su Shan, who dared to bare his teeth at him. He longed to twist off the heads of Ji Gang and his associates, using them as mere playthings. Sitting under the aegis of his aunt, Koyama Junikuro sipped sake while coldly observing the unfolding drama. Where there is desire, there lies leverage. Wu Jingsheng's ambition was to rise above the rest, and the Black Dragon Society had facilitated that. Thus, he found himself like an old dog, wagging his tail in servitude before his master. Now, Gu Daong too harbored desires. One day, he too would become a mere lapdog of the empire. As Koyama Junikuro savored his drink, thoughts of delight coursed through him. That pig only knows how to act tough in its den. Suddenly, a chilling sound broke through the air. What was that? The anguished cries from outside the dim room caused Gu Daong to retract his outstretched hand toward the maidens. Springing to his feet, Koyama Junikiro's expression turned grave. Gu, remain calm. I shall investigate. Thud. No sooner had he spoken than a bloodied figure staggered into the room. The Shadow Master. The Imperial Guard has invaded Jinshan Temple. What? How did they discover our location? Just moments ago, Koyama Junikuro had reveled in the prospect of new prey, but panic overtook him at this revelation. Gu Daong was even more flustered. If the Imperial Guards captured him, the colluder with the Black Dragon Society and the architect of these heinous acts against the young maidens, not even his godfather could save him. Run, Gu instructed. There are 2 exits in the secret passage. We shall split, you to the left, I to the right. Once the Black Dragon Society rises again, I shall continue to provide you with quality furnace cauldrons. Very well. As the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously within the passage, the 2 men hastily fled in opposite directions. Just as their figures were about to vanish into the depths of the dark corridor, Su Shan, Qing Niao, and Shangguan Yin'er burst in. They had intended to catch their foes off guard. Little did they know that several shadow generals, recently dispatched from the east to reconstruct the intelligence network, lay hidden within the meditation chamber, inadvertently revealing their whereabouts. Split up? Su Shan commanded. You and Qing Niao pursue Gu Daong. I shall chase that bald monk. Understood. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the bound maidens collectively let out soft whimpers. The Imperial Guards who had entered alongside them promptly set about rescuing the captives. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have fulfilled the maiden's wish. Task reward, 30 years of cultivation, 6 meridians divine sword. As the system's notification chimed in, Su Shan, unable to multitask, focused entirely on pursuing Gu Daong. Whoosh. Thud thud. Run. You wretched cur, can you escape? empowered by the two supreme martial arts. Su Shan unleashed his full prowess with the swift wave step, pursuing the fleeing Gu Daong with a speed that was like lightning. The mountains and rivers trembled. With a resounding clang and a thunderous roar, Su Shan struck down fiercely. The already overwhelmed Gu Daong had no choice but to halt and withstand the blow. Ziz. Bang. At the moment of their collision, a cloud of dust was stirred up. As the haze dissipated, Gu Daong's dark robe lay in tatters, his headpiece shattered, and his hair cascading down. Clad in steel gauntlets, his arms trembled ever so slightly. Facing him, Su Shan gripped his embroidered spring blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. Master Gu. Do you still intend to conceal your cultivation of the sinister 9-in bone claw with the eagle claw technique? Your tale has already been exposed. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Gu Daong, his face twisted with rage, howled in despair. You vile mongrel, time and again you thwart my endeavors. Even if I perish here tonight, I shall take your life. Boom! As Gu Daong's energy surged, a chilling force of the Tine erupted forth with overwhelming might. The steel gauntlet in his hand was pierced by his own sharp nails. With bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, he resembled a malevolent spirit. His strength escalated, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, a resonance achievable only by those who have reached the master realm. This enhancement continued unabated. Observing this, Su Shan dared not be complacent. He directly channeled the remaining 30 years of his cultivation into the 6 meridian swordplay. Now, he stood but a step away from the master realm. This 30 years of cultivation combined with the unparalleled 6 meridian swordplay was sufficient to enable him to surpass this threshold. Clatter. Just as the two faced off, Jinyiwei, wielding the Overlord spear, galloped onto the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, she questioned coldly, the 9-in bone claw? Were you the one who killed my mother years ago? Hee. With the situation laid bare, Gu Daong let out a treacherous laugh. What of it if we did? Blame your father, the Qing Long. It was his intervention that thwarted our affairs, and his humiliation that turned us into a laughingstock in the capital. Years ago, Gu Daong was tasked with eliminating dissidents for the Donglin faction, yet was nearly slain by Qing Long in front of everyone. Hence, with resentment festering in his heart, he extended his wicked hand toward your mother once he had healed. Ah, indeed, your mother suffered greatly in her departure, but her blood was foul. Come, let us see what flavor your blood holds. Boom. Gu Daong, his true energy unleashed, fully demonstrated his master-level prowess. Even this force alone rivaled that of the second-tier master, Shangwan Yenner. Our family senses that Ji Gang is hastily approaching this way. Fear not, for by the time he arrives, you shall have already become 2 lifeless corpses. Whoosh! As the words fell from his lips, Gu Daong leapt into action. First targeting the weaker Jinyiwei. Clang! Bang! Although the Jinyiwei was merely at the 5th rank of innate strength, it exhibited a prowess that astonished even those of the 8th rank. Yet, before a master, it appeared utterly fragile. A man is attempting to stop a chariot. Allow me to escort you to your mother. Swish! The blade divides yin from yang. Rumble! Just as Gu Daong's energy surged forth, a blade's force sliced through the air from the flank. Striking directly, the power of heaven and earth. Mastery. Bang! Puff! Under the tremendous impact of this blade's power, Gu Daong's body soared away like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 49, Surpassing Limits to Defeat the Dog. Who else but me? With a heavy thud, Gu Daong crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to lift himself, he gazed incredulously at Su Shan, who was brandishing his blade not far away. During the daylight hours, when he faced Nan Shiren and Han Xiaoying, Gu Daong had been utterly convinced that this man could not harness the forces of heaven and earth. Yet, that single strike had rendered his nearly second-tier Master-S body unable to withstand the impact. How had he accomplished this? The scene was not only shocking for Gu Daong. Even the surviving Jinyi looked on in terror at Su Shan, who approached with his weapon drawn. Have you entered the Master Realm? Upon hearing this, Su Shan, without attempting to conceal his advancement, fixed his gaze on Gu Daong and softly replied, "This is my first foray into the Master Realm, and my grasp of the forces of heaven and earth is still rather unrefined. I nearly harmed you just now. Please, stand back a bit. I intend to practice with this castrated dog and familiarize myself with these heavenly energies." With a resounding boom, a powerful surge of true qi erupted from Su Shan, radiating outward in all directions. This phenomenon even evoked a resonance with the heavens, producing a piercing sound. Jinyiwei, acutely aware of the intensity enveloping her, could not help but swallow hard. Before arriving in Yuhang, she had prided herself on her innate talents, believing herself exceptional, if not comparable to the likes of Shangwan Yenner. However, After witnessing Su Shan's path to ascendance, she realized just how insignificant she truly was. It was important to note that he hailed from humble beginnings, lacking the resources and backing they possessed. Yet, through sheer determination, he had reached the master realm before the age of 20, a rarity throughout the entire Ming Dynasty. Step aside. I shall avenge my mother-in-law. Once we return, you should pamper your mother-in-law a bit more. At these words, Qingyao felt her cheeks flush as she stepped back. Yet, gazing at Su Shan's towering figure, her eyes sparkled with a complex blend of emotions. Su Shan, you have truly hurt me today. With a swift motion, Gu Deong, now standing opposite Su Shan, used the sharp spikes on his fingers to penetrate several acupoints on his body. Witnessing this, Jinyi exclaimed in alarm, "Acupoint piercing? Su Shan." He is forcibly elevating his realm through this method. In response, Su Shan, wiping his blade with his left arm, revealed a cold smile. I can sense it. He is merely opening his three dantians to forcibly absorb the forces of heaven and earth. The advantage of this technique is a rapid elevation in power. However, the repercussions are dire, ranging from the destruction of his dantian to immediate death. With a rustle as several spikes pierced his body, Gu Deong's realm surged directly to the second-tier master level. But it was not over yet, as it was the hour of Z. The time of day when the Yin energy was at its peak, his strength continued to rise. You have already damaged half of your dantian with the reverse flow of your meridians and the 9 Yin bone claw. Are you still attempting acupoint piercing? After uttering these words, Su Shan, brimming with fighting spirit, firmly grasped the hilt of his blade and declared, "Excellent. I too wish to ascertain the limits of my capabilities." With that, the golden bell shield activated in its entirety. Dozens of crimson, true energy swirled around him. In an instant, as he surged forward, he propelled the Lingbo Weibu to its utmost limit, an ethereal dance of approach and retreat. The Jiuyang Jinjing circulated swiftly among his three dantians. The numerous flying daggers concealed within his cloak were the first to strike as he sped towards his opponent. Alongside these daggers were the initial two forms of the 6 meridian swordplay he had just devised, the Shaoshang sword qi and the Shangyang sword qi. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Shan now unleashed all his formidable skills. With no path of retreat left, Gu Deong confronted the advancing Su Shan head-on. "Youngster, your courage alone is enough for me to regard you with a measure of respect. However, today, I shall make you aware that in the face of absolute strength, any dazzling martial technique is utterly futile." As the two unleashed their energies, a violent clash ensued. The resulting dust cloud caused the nearby Qingyao to be momentarily blinded, its body struggling against the overwhelming force as it retreated. 9 Yin divine claw. Perish. Sun and moon without light. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The scattered sand and stones fell in a tumultuous cascade. With a swift motion, Ji Gang, who had just vanquished 2 shadow assistants, and the recently victorious Shangguan Yinner, rushed to the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the unfolding spectacle. As the dust settled, Su Shan stood with his back to them, maintaining his stance with the blade poised for action. In stark contrast, Gu Deong faced him, his hair disheveled, and his eyes gradually losing focus. "How could your true energy be so formidable, having just entered the master realm? My cultivation level surpasses yours by 2 ranks, yet why?" Thud. Before he could finish his thought, Gu Deong crumpled to the ground under the weight of his own limitations. Su Shan, having sheathed his sword, turned to gaze down at him and remarked, "The realm determines a warrior's lower limits, while martial techniques are the essence that reflects a warrior's upper potential. And my greatest expertise lies in defeating those of higher rank." With that, Gu Deong, having drawn his last breath, collapsed before Su Shan. In that moment, not only Shangguan Yinner and Qingyao stood in awe, but even Ji Gang, who was known for his strength in adversity and ambiguous prowess, looked at Su Shan with eyes filled with shock and admiration. However, unlike the others who remained rooted in place, he stepped forward to meet the leisurely approaching Su Shan. Clapped. "Well done, lad." Lifting Su Shan with one hand, he immediately infused him with true energy. "Isn't this act tiring? What do you think? I feel as if I've been ravaged by all the women in Yuhang. My waist aches." As they shared this light-hearted banter, Ji Gang could not suppress a chuckle. Before others, Su Shan stood tall as ever, receiving the highest commendation among men. "You are indeed formidable." The system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, on completing the time-limited task, the wish of a young girl too. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation." As the sound faded, Su Shan beheld the disheveled Renfeng being escorted by 2 deputy captains. "Governor Ren, You are to supervise the operations of tonight's action by the town defense office. Henceforth, let there be no more slander against our imperial guards for wanton slaughter of the innocent. Look here. Wu Jingsheng's adopted son is a spy for the Black Dragon Society, known as the Flower of the Empire. The abbot of Jingshan Temple, whom you personally received, is a shadow leader of the Black Dragon Society. One of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, Gu Deong, not only colludes with them, but has also practiced the sinister art of the Ninean White Bone Claw. Prior to this, he has mercilessly taken the lives of hundreds. How shall this memorial be drafted? I trust you do not require instruction from the town defense envoy? Thud. Upon hearing these words, Renfeng, who had been dragged from the bed by the imperial guards, immediately collapsed to the ground in terror. A calamity is brewing. Be it the Donglin Party or the Eastern Depot. Chapter 50. The storm approaches. Dark tides surge in the capital. Within the imperial palace's Yangxin Hall, the Empress, Jinyiwei, spat out a mouthful of black blood, her complexion pale as she propped herself up. Beside her, the anxious maid Honggu, who was channeling energy for her, said with concern, "Your Majesty, the frequency of your poison affliction is increasing. Relying solely on the pure young pills crafted by the Celestial Master may prove insufficient. We must swiftly locate a practitioner of the innate pure young physique, or else." Before Honggu could finish her sentence, Jinyiwei, with a bitter smile after swallowing a pure young pill, interjected, "It's not that simple." Setting aside the challenge of finding someone with the innate pure young physique, such a warrior must also attain the rank of at least a 7th-rank Grandmaster. Moreover, their internal cultivation must be of the utmost pure young martial arts. Since Master Yuan took control of the town and comfort office, he has secretly sought for 5 years on my behalf. Yet, to this day, there has been no success. I have resigned myself to fate. However, before my demise, I must ensure that I hand over a complete Ming Dynasty to Yu Ning. The Yu Ning mentioned by the Empress refers to her younger sister, Zhu Yu Ning, who, despite being just past the age of coming of age, has already entered the Grandmaster realm and shows signs of awakening their ancestral lineage. 5 years prior, in a bid to free herself from the control of the Donglin Party and the Empress Dowager, Jinyiwei forcibly awakened her ancestral line through a secret method from the western regions, demonstrating the golden dragon coiling around the pillar before the court, compelling Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyun to return power to her. However, this act also resulted in her becoming an embodiment of extreme yin and toxicity, the yin poison physique. To maintain her condition, she must regularly consume pure yang pills, and to eradicate it completely, she must cultivate the western region's secret method, Joyful Zen, together with a warrior possessing the innate pure young physique, who has also reached the 7th-rank Grandmaster level. Furthermore, this warrior must practice pure yang martial arts. The stringent nature of these requirements renders the hope of fulfillment exceedingly slim. Sushan, author, is this tailored for you? Confused expression, Your Majesty, Master Yuan requests an audience outside the palace. Upon hearing the maid's announcement, Jinyiwei quickly replied, "Admit him. By your command." The late-night visit from the Celestial Master surely signifies a grave matter. Could it be related to Yu Hang? Honggu, assist me in changing my attire. Yes. Moments later, the commander of the town and comfort office, the Imperial Master, Yuan Tiangang, was ushered into the Yangxin Hall by the maid. With a swift motion, as soon as the door closed behind him, Yuan Tiangang unleashed a surge of true energy to seal the entire Yangxin Hall, ensuring their privacy. The cautious demeanor of their master left both Jinyiwei and Honggu astonished. "Master, what has transpired? May heaven bless the Ming. Your Majesty, we have found the innate pure yang physique you require." Where? In Yu Hang. Upon hearing this, Honggu, brimming with excitement, interjected, "What is his realm? What kind of martial arts does he practice?" "He cultivates the formidable and unyielding Nine Yang scripture and, at a mere youthful age, has already attained the Grandmaster realm." Yuan Tiangong's words filled both Jinyiwei and Honggu with elation. "What is his identity?" "He is Su Shan, a deputy commander of the Jinyiwei." Su Shan? This name sounds familiar to me. Previously, Yenner independently sought an imperial decree for a certain Jinyiwei from Yu Hang, praising his exceptional skills and innate talent. Before Jinyiwei could finish her words, Yuan Tiangang hastily interjected, "It is he. With a reputable background, reverence for imperial authority, and a character of utmost integrity, Su Shan. Such a remarkable celestial herb has even brought joy to Honggu on behalf of your Majesty. Furthermore, I have just received an urgent message from Yu Hang, dispatched over 800 li. Su Shan has achieved remarkable feats once more. Despite Yuan Tiangang having lived for a century, Today his face radiated an uncontainable smile. After swiftly reading through the urgent dispatch, Jinyiwei expressed her delight. Excellent. Splendid. The foster son of Lingbo Weibu is a spy for the Black Dragon Society? The abbot of Jingshan Temple, esteemed by the governor, is the shadow master of the Black Dragon Society? Gu Daong of the 8 Tigers from the Eastern Factory, who has slaughtered dozens of young girls in pursuit of demonic cultivation, is in collusion with the Black Dragon Society. This time, I shall see what further words Lingbo Weibu has to offer. Filled with excitement, Jinyiwei paced a few steps in the Yangxin Palace before stating, Celestial Master, our immediate priority should be to escort Wu Jingxing and his associates to the capital. This will strike a vital blow to the Donglin faction. Your Majesty, I have already arranged this matter. Additionally, I have issued an order to summon Su Shan to the capital. Excellent, Celestial Master, your arrangements are commendable. Meanwhile, in the Yongshou Palace, several thousand meters away from the Yangxin Palace, bang, crash, although it was deep into the night. The sounds of Empress Dowager Lin Riyun smashing things echoed within the palace. Outside, the servants knelt in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Among them, the most conspicuous was Wei Zhongxian, the head of the Eastern Factory. Alongside him knelt Yu Huatian, the head of the Western Factory. Rest assured, Empress Dowager, this old servant shall ensure this matter is handled properly. As those words fell, the distinctly menacing Chao Zhengchun, chief supervisor of both factories, stormed out in fury. Supervisor. Slap. As Wei Zhongxian attempted to speak, Chao Zhengchun struck him across the face. Subordinate, incompetent. Incompetent indeed. Your godson Gu Daong has effectively handed a knife to the Jinyiwei. They can strike at any moment. As Chao Zhengchun finished speaking, Yu Huatian cupped his fists and said, Supervisor, please quell your anger. If the Eastern Factory cannot handle this matter, I shall take charge from the Western Factory. You, Supervisor, I am willing to atone and achieve merit. Atone and achieve merit? The wife of the Azure Dragon has died at the hands of Gu Daong. What do you think he will do next to target your Eastern Factory? Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian shrank his neck and fell silent. For the sake of maximizing benefits, the Jinyiwei will undoubtedly detain Wu Jingxing and his associates back to the capital. Supervisor, this is our final opportunity to take action. Yu Huatian spoke up. Yuan Tiangang will undoubtedly be prepared. He will dispatch someone to monitor your every move. We cannot afford any mistakes, otherwise it will be disastrous. You go. Establish a discreet line of communication with the leader of the 5 Poisons sect. Inform him that once this matter is resolved, I shall acquiesce to the conditions he previously proposed. Indeed. Furthermore, ensure he keeps a close watch on a certain deputy Qianhu named Su Shan. Our current predicament is entirely attributable to him. I desire his utter destruction. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Yu Huatian promptly set about making arrangements. After his departure, Chao Zhengchun summoned Wei Zhongxian to his side, saying, Prevention is better than cure. You are to attend to another matter for me. After whispering a few instructions, Chao Zhengchun coldly added, Should you fail again, I shall not hesitate to ruin your reputation. Rest assured, this affair shall not encounter any further mishaps. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shan, who was blissfully unaware of his burgeoning notoriety, upon returning home to recuperate his vital energy, devoted his recently acquired 50 years of cultivation entirely to the mastery of the 6 Meridians divine sword. Power, after all, is his sole means of safeguarding his life. Chapter 51. Rationally enjoying melons, betting as needed. The 6 Meridians divine sword comprises 6 swords and 7 styles, namely, the Shaoshang sword qi, the Shangyang sword qi, the Zhongchong sword qi, the Guanchong sword qi, the Shaochong sword qi, and the Shaozi sword qi, along with the 7th style, the 6 Meridians penetration, which is unveiled after mastering the 6 Meridians. This technique is a royal secret of Dali. The first 6 swords can be described in playful terms as proactive martial skills, projecting the true energy from various acupoints through the fingers, manifesting the intangible into the tangible. Mastery of these 6 swords elevates this technique to the realm of unparalleled martial arts. However, grasping the essence of the 6 Meridians penetration transcends this, rendering the martial art truly supreme. The concept of 6 Meridians penetration bears a remarkable similarity to the acupoint stabbing employed by Gu Daong previously. By utilizing sword qi to unseal the 6 Meridians, it facilitates a rapid elevation of the martial artist's realm and level. Unlike acupoint stabbing, which may lead to irreversible harm, the 6 Meridians penetration, despite having an exhausting phase, does not inflict permanent damage upon the 3 Dan Tian. Mastering this technique has endowed Su Shan with a profound foundation for advanced combat. The 30 years of cultivation not only enabled Su Shan to master the first two swords, but also opened the lower dantian, allowing him to reach the realm of a grandmaster. He now eagerly anticipates what level he might attain with 50 years of cultivation. The simulation progresses. In the 31st year of cultivating the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, with all meridians unblocked, your true energy is robust, and when striking the acupoints, you achieve results with half the effort. 40 years have swiftly passed. With the Shaoshan, Shangyang, and Zhangcheng acupoints unblocked, your internal strength surges, reaching Guancheng. Heaven rewards diligence. 100 years transform the formless into the tangible. With 4 meridians sword chi flourishing and infused with the energy of Jiuyang, you have successfully unsealed Shaocheng. Time flies. In the diligent 80th year, the Shaozi sword chi manifests effortlessly. The 6 meridians are interconnected, and the cultivation reaches a grand accomplishment. This simulation has concluded. As the system alert resonates, Su Shan opens his eyes and exhales a breath of turbid air. Each simulation transports him to another world, yet the results grow increasingly astonishing. Having just recently stepped into the realm of Grandmaster, he has now attained the pinnacle of the first-grade Grandmaster. It is noteworthy that one is already deemed a master in the innate realm of the Ming Dynasty. In the Grandmaster realm, one possesses the capability to establish their own sect. Many martial artists spend their entire lives stagnating at the innate level. Yet Su Shan, having arrived merely a few months ago, has already become a minor grandmaster. Alas, how remarkable that 80 years of cultivation has not yet brought the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to complete fruition. This 6 Meridians penetration shall become his ultimate trump card. With further perseverance, he shall advance. Awakening after a deep slumber until the sun is high in the sky, Su Shan emerges from his dwelling only to find his mother, with tear-filled eyes, engaging in a lengthy discourse with a bluebird in the main hall. "Mother, why do you appear so sorrowful? Are you dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law? I think she is quite good. Dear old lady, do not be too choosy. What you gather in the basket is what truly matters. She is quite nurturing. Go, go, go." Su Shan's words are met with a scolding glare from his mother, who wipes away her tears of joy. Upon arriving in the capital, do refrain from such levity. The capital? What purpose draws you there? Su Shan, perplexed yet intrigued, cast his gaze towards the rising figure of Qing Niao. An official decree has been issued, commanding you to escort Wu Jingsheng and his associates to the capital alongside Officer Shangguan, and subsequently report to headquarters. Officer Shangguan and Captain Ji have specifically instructed me to summon you back to the town protectorate to deliberate on the escort route. Noticing your slumber, I stayed with your aunt to engage in conversation. We reminisced about your childhood and your upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, which left your aunt in tears. Hearing this, Su Shan jested. Still calling her aunt? Why not just say mother? It wasn't until they exited the Su residence that Qing Niao grasped the meaning of mother from Su Shan. Blushing fiercely, she glared at him, exclaiming, "If this continues, our relationship will become quite complicated. Then perhaps there is no need for explanations." Su Shan replied, "I can endure a little hardship. Do not burden yourself with guilt or heavy thoughts. Before they could reach the town protectorate, a passerby hurriedly rushed toward the alleyway. "Fellow townsfolk, what transpires ahead?" There is a challenge being issued at the town protectorate's entrance. In the Ming Dynasty, martial prowess is esteemed, and the populace is naturally valiant. Disputes often escalate into brawls, and setting up a ring for combat is quite commonplace, provided both parties agree on the rules. Typically, the authorities, whether they be from the Yamen or the town protectorate, refrain from interference. After all, matters of the martial world are governed by unwritten customs. On ordinary occasions, the patrolling Jinyiwei might even indulge in a bit of gambling for amusement. Yet, to dare establish a ring before the town protectorate is indeed surprising to Su Shan. Let us go and witness this spectacle. There may be juicy news to savor. With this proclamation, Su Shan, without hesitation, grasped Qing Niao's hand and dashed forward. In that fleeting moment, the world around the timid Xing Yishan became a blur. Her senses numbed as she forgot to resist. Only upon reaching the arena did she, fearful of being recognized, wriggle free. Her autumn-like eyes frequently darted towards the man in front, who stood on tiptoe, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Is that a blind man on the stage? Shoo, do not prattle. Do you know who he is? He is. Before anyone could unveil his identity, the blind man, wielding a serpent-headed staff, ascended the stage and, channeling his inner strength, shouted with fervor, "I am Ku Jinyi, the leader of the 7 Wonders of Jiangnan, Fly and Bat. I challenge Vice Captain Su Shan of the Town Protectorate to a duel. At this proclamation, Su Shan blurted out, "What the hell? The drama has unfolded right before my eyes?" In stark contrast to Su Shan's nonchalance, Qing Niao erupted with fury upon hearing those words. How dare he provoke the Town Protectorate at its very doorstep? He has not violated any rules, setting up a ring and raising a battle flag. He is explicitly challenging us. Look, there is even a life and death contract laid upon the table. What a meticulous person. Once Su Shan concluded his remarks, Qing Niao, astonished, inquired, "Is it common for the Jinyiwei to turn a blind eye to such matters? How can one remain indifferent and merely gaze into the distance?" Following Su Shan's guidance, the Qing Yu beheld a loft within the confines of the Town Protector's office, filled to capacity with the brocade-clad imperial guards in their flying fish attire. An inexplicable cacophony of hawking emanated from that very place. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, rice wine, beverages. Make way for those in front. For those desiring to place bets. Come here to make your mark, sign, and leave your fingerprint. This time, Captain G shall preside over the stakes. As per our usual custom, if you lack funds, you may defer payment, and it will be deducted from your monthly salary. All proceeds will be directed towards disaster relief and porridge distribution. Let it be known in advance that this round differs from previous ones. We shall not wager on victory or defeat, but rather, Su Deputy Captain, how many moves will it take to resolve this blind man outside? The odds vary according to your needs. With but this one proclamation, Jinyi, standing upon the platform, was consumed by rage, for the influence he had previously cultivated was obliterated in an instant. Chapter 52. A Hidden Blade. All eyes upon us. Outside the Town Protectorate, a lively scene unfolded, yet within the Loyalist Hall, Ji Gang remained as composed as a mountain. In contrast, his counterpart, Shangwan Yin'er, bore a trace of indignation upon her countenance. Glug, glug. The freshly brewed Longjing tea was being savored by Shangwan, the deputy minister. As Ji Gang poured the tea, he wore a calm smile and remarked, "The arena has been set before the Town Protectorate, attracting numerous figures from the martial world. It is evident that someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes." Upon hearing Shangwan Yin'er's words, Ji Gang responded with a chuckle, simply referred to Renfeng. "There is no need for subterfuge. He's merely testing our limits." With righteous indignation, Shangwan Yin'er interjected, "Indeed, if we were to lose, Jinyi would openly seek vengeance for his disciples and nephews. Even if we were to win, it would set a poor precedent. In the future, those in the martial world might confront the Jinyiwei at the slightest provocation. Ignoring the matter, the newly established Town Protectorate would become a laughingstock. We would be undermining the established rules of the martial world." Once Ji Gang elaborated on the underlying motives behind Renfeng's actions, Shangwan Yin'er asked, "A calculated strategy?" It is not so grand. At most, it is a clever ruse," Ji Gang replied. As he spoke, a spark of realization ignited in Shangwan Yin'er's eyes. How does Ji, the Town Protector, intend to respond? Let it unfold naturally. Drink tea. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er, perplexed, raised her teacup. If Jinyi were to provoke other colleagues, I might offer some stern advice. Yet Su Shan is quite astute. Look at the cases he has handled. Each concluded splendidly, often with unexpected delights. To be honest, if it weren't for the teacher's explicit request for him, I would not have let him go. Once she had finished speaking, a hint of guilt washed over Shangwan Yin'er, prompting her to hastily reply, "Upon reaching the capital, the teacher will appropriately arrange his position." The 4 great deputy ministers of the capital, Qilong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Who was he being prepared for? What seemed a simple inquiry was, in truth, Ji Gang paving the way for Su Shan. The teacher's confidential letter mentioned a desire to hear your thoughts. Xuanwu is more about preservation than advancement, which limits Su Shan's potential. As for Zhuke, that old hag is tempestuous. Su Shan, being inexperienced, might find it overwhelming. After he had voiced these thoughts, Shangwan Yin'er inquired, "What about Baihu? He shares a kinship with Su Shan. That is a case of mutual floss. If they were to collaborate, they would dare to reach for the heavens with a mere ladder. Do you believe it?" The mere thought of their volatile tempers elicited laughter even from Shangwan Yin'er. As for the Qinglong of the Northern Town Protectorate, he is the most suitable for Su Shan. Moreover, given that his late wife was avenged by Su Shan, along with the connection to Qingyao, he would likely be favored. After hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er responded, "I shall convey your sentiments to the teacher. Then do relay one more message. My people will enter the capital in full, and if they are no longer needed, they must be returned intact. In those years, I Ji Gang boldly charged into the capital with a heart ablaze with righteous fury. Even now, my blood remains unchilled, my blade unsullied, and I still stand firm. After articulating these sentiments, even Shangguan Yenner was filled with astonishment. With little desire to elaborate, Ji Gang raised his cup with a smile, saying, I merely relay the words as they were spoken. In recent years, several promising individuals have emerged from my household. My willingness to assume the role of the Jiang and inspector stems from a desire to pave the way for the youth, to clear away the obstacles in their path. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Jiangnan, and Su Shan will assist me in this endeavor. Let us toast with tea in place of wine, as a tribute to the celestial master. Each word spoken by Ji Gang carried a tone as calm as still water, yet to Shangguan Yenner, they resonated with unparalleled authority. The South and North, strong against the strong, a power that defies prediction. Very well, the moment outside is nearly ripe. Let us join in the revelry. Upon hearing the raucous shouts of Jinyi, who unleashed his inner energy, Ji Gang, smiling, gestured invitingly. Such egregious arrogance. Betting that he could resolve the conflict in mere moves? Su Shan, where art thou? Dare you ascend the stage and sign this death warrant before engaging me in battle? Let us determine our fates and rank. Boom. After uttering these words, Jinyi deliberately released his true energy. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. The onlookers, along with lower-ranked martial artists, were sent reeling. Once they regained their composure, terror was etched upon their faces. Is this the legendary transformation from formless to form? Is Master Ku at the pinnacle of mastery? Even if he has not yet reached that realm, he is at least a consummate 9th-grade innate master. Had Master Ku not been injured during the defeat of the infamous Black Wind duo, he would undoubtedly have established a sect as a Grand Master by now. Indeed, the 7 heroes of Jiangnan are renowned for their chivalry. How is it that they now confront the Jinyiwei? Do you not know? His disciple and nephew were unjustly slain by Su Shan of the Jinyiwei. The woodsman Nan Shiren and the sword maiden Han Xiaoying sought justice, only to meet their demise as well. With no other recourse, Master Ku led the other 4 heroes to the inspectorate to establish a challenge. As this group of conspicuous individuals debated loudly, Su Shan, standing beside them, quietly inquired, what does the Yamen offer for this task? I, Su Shan, shall provide double. Slap. As he spoke, Su Shan slapped the official indictment onto the face of the leading man. Water soldiers, a phenomenon throughout history. Though Su Shan's introduction was soft-spoken, it left the gathered crowd breathless. This unusual occurrence drew the attention of Jinyi and the other 4 heroes, who instinctively focused on this side. Thud. Without hastening his pace or employing lightness of foot, Su Shan steadily advanced toward the arena, during which the citizens and martial artists in his path willingly cleared a passage. In that moment, it seemed as though a beam of light illuminated him from above, making each of his steps the focus of attention. Only when he ascended the stage did Jinyi regain his senses and utter, You are the deputy Qinhu of the town guard, Su Shan? In response to his inquiry, Su Shan chose to disregard him entirely, striding directly to the table. With a brush in hand, he signed the death warrant. With a resounding bang, the flamboyant signature was completed, and Su Shan casually tossed the brush onto the table. He then cast a glance at the 5 men beside Jinyi. It is your turn now. Sign together to avoid wasting everyone's time. Upon hearing this, Jinyi and his companions were incensed, retorting, What do you mean by that? I intend to fight all 5 of you. Chapter 53, The Blade Strikes the 5 Oddities. Gleaming brightly, what constitutes the pinnacle of penmanship? The answer lies in the thunder that arises from silence. When Su Shan boldly proclaimed, I shall strike down 5, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were rife with disbelief, as if summoned by the words. Ma Wangshan Han Baoju and his 3 companions, who had previously remained below the ring, ascended the stage with menacing intent, charging towards Su Shan. Upon hearing their approach, Jinyi intervened, halting their advance and turning to Su Shan with a piercing inquiry. Vice Captain Su, should you commit to this life and death pact? The fates shall rest not in your hands, but in the heavens. In response, Su Shan scoffed. I have never subscribed to the notion that fate is dictated by the heavens. I place my faith solely in the blade within my grasp and the brothers who stand behind me. Su Shan intended to bolster his comrades in the Jinyiwei, yet he was unaware that Ji Gang, slowly ascending the loft, would dismantle his stance. Su Shan, the brothers behind you may not be your protectors. They might very well covet your position. Ji Gang's words prompted a cacophony of mocking laughter from the Jinyiwei gathered above. their dismissive attitude further inciting Jinyi and his companions. Ji Jifu, the 1 versus 5 was a request from Vice Captain Su himself. You must bear witness to this. The implication was clear. Should we inflict harm or even death upon you on the stage, you cannot later invoke the banner of the Jinyiwei to seek retribution. 1 against 5? What wager did I just set? Ji Gang inquired, turning his head. Vice Captain Su, how many moves will it take to vanquish this old blind man? Let us adjust the terms. Jinyi and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, while even Ji Jifu seemed to regard the youth's fervor with skepticism. In the midst of their verbal sparring, Ji Gang coolly remarked, if one is not fervent, can they truly be called young? He then casually handed the revised wager to a subordinate, adding, today's bid is singular. Can Su Shan slay all 5 within 10 strikes? Yes or no? With Ji Gang's declaration, the atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically, as if the assembled audience had been jolted from their stupor. This attitude demonstrated a blatant disregard for the 7 oddities of Jiangnan. Jinyi, flustered, barely managed to utter a single word before Su Shan interjected. Let us modify the wager. 5 strikes. Can I slay all 5? I shall wager 1,000 taels myself. Yes. With that proclamation, Su Shan flung several banknotes into the air. The paper currency, propelled by hidden strength, lodged itself into the wooden window of the loft like a barrage of darts. Just this display alone sent ripples of fear through the crowd. Haha, this cocky young lad truly knows how to put on a show. The brothel keeper scoffed, casting a glance downward, claiming to be unimpressed. As Ji Gang's words echoed in the air, the once tense atmosphere was abruptly punctuated by laughter from several onlookers. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yin feigned deafness, yet as her colleagues began placing bets, she too pulled out silver notes to join the fray. Shangguan Qianshi, what are you betting on? Indeed, Su Shan can slay 5 with 5 blades. Very well. Shangguan Qianshi bets 500 taels on Su's 5-blade sweep. The attitude of the Zhengfu officials had transcended mere mockery towards Jinyi and his companions. It was now akin to pressing them forcefully into the ground. Sign. With a sharp sound, the irate Ma Wangshan Baoju was the first to affix his signature, having long since lost his temper. The usually affable Zhang Ashing now bore a stern expression as he too signed. The crowd below held their breath in anticipation. A spy from the office hurriedly returned to report the situation to Ren Feng. What did you say? 1 against 5? And he brazenly claims a 5-blade sweep? Su Shan, you are indeed too young. Amidst his delight, Ren Feng sipped his tea, a cold smile gracing his lips. One opens the market, and one places a heavy bet that Su Shan can achieve this. Ren Feng spat out the hot tea he had just sipped. Are they not the least bit concerned? Upon hearing this, his subordinate succinctly recounted the events. Though the flying bat had yet to reach the master realm, he was a perfect pinnacle of innate 9th rank and could stand against a newly entered master martial artist, coupled with Han Baoju, Zhang Ashing, and the other seasoned 9th rank experts, who endowed them with such audacity to act so nonchalantly. A sense of foreboding crept into Ren Feng's heart as he waved his hand, commanding, to the arena. Yes, on the stage. With no further ado, Jinyi signaled his brothers to ascend. They were not dismissive of Su Shan's prowess, knowing full well that he had slain 2 of their own siblings. Thus, before the confrontation, Jinyi cautioned the remaining 4, watch my signals closely. Su Shan, catching this remark, looked at him in surprise and replied, Hiro-ku. That seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? With your sight gone, how can they follow your cues? Shall they merely guess? The tension in the air eased slightly due to Su Shan's words, yet it only served to infuriate Jinyi and his companions further. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to fight. With that, as Jinyi's voice fell, the remaining 5 of the Jiangnan 7 monsters charged at Su Shan with the swiftness of lightning. Each was fully committed, intent on resolving the matter with this audacious young man in the shortest time possible. To the outside observer, Su Shan appeared utterly devoid of any means to evade. In fact, as the 5 struck, he remained rooted in place, seemingly having abandoned all resistance. Dare I say, those with exceptional skill possess audacity, armed with their own secret weapons? The indomitable shield. In that very moment, as the 5 assailants brandished their weapons, poised to strike at Su Shan, he unleashed the most formidable technique of the Golden Bell Shield. In an instant, a cataclysmic force erupted, sweeping outward in all directions from his core. The vital energy, radiant as the crimson sun, transformed into tangible blades of energy, each one aimed at Jinyi and his cohorts. With a resounding crash, the air was thick with tension. In mere moments, the once menacing 5 lay defeated upon the arena floor, their strength utterly sapped. The one with the lowest cultivation, the raucous city rogue Jian Fa, was left spitting blood on the spot. In stark contrast, Su Shan remained unperturbed, his presence commanding. The force of 9 sun-like energies encircled him, merging flawlessly with the midday sun, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated him resplendently upon the stage. Chapter 54. The Power of Celestial Phenomena. Overturning the entire scene in that fleeting moment, even the composed Ji Gang could not contain his excitement. He rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Has he drawn the light of the sun into his being? Is he resonating with the cosmos? This young rascal, did he not just enter the Master Realm last night? How could he comprehend the power of celestial phenomena in such a short span?" The criterion for ascending to the Master Realm is the opening of the 3 dantians, allowing one to draw the power of the universe into their body. The ability to resonate with the cosmos and transform external forces into one's own. Thereby comprehending a martial artist's unique celestial power is the fundamental measure of a master-level warrior's prowess. Typically, only by unleashing one's celestial power can one be regarded as a true master. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the onlookers but also the astounded Shang Wanyener stood there, speechless. It is crucial to note that, possessing the heavenly phoenix physique, she too only grasped the power of celestial phenomena half a year after entering the Master Realm. Yet here was Su Shan, who, upon stepping into the Master Realm, comprehended celestial phenomena within a single night. What a prodigious talent this is. They say that insiders discern the nuances while outsiders merely observe the spectacle. Surrounding commoners and lower-tier martial artists, though unaware of the intricate principles behind this bizarre scene, were nonetheless terrified as the 5 oddities of Jiangnan, led by the Flying Bat, attempted to assault Su Shan, only to be repelled by mere energy without him lifting a finger. Previously, they thought the young man was merely boasting. Now, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary strength. Gulp. Jinyi, suppressing the blood rising in his throat, his face pale, gasped as he propped himself up, his pupils dilating as he questioned, "The Master Realm? A Grand Master who has comprehended the power of celestial phenomena? Did not the inspector say you were at most a peak 9th rank? Certainly not a master?" In response to Jinyi's inquiry, Su Shan remained silent. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and softly called out, "Azure Bird, utilize the sword." With that utterance, the embroidered spring knife, originally hanging at the waist of the Azure Bird, flew forth from its sheath in an instant. The next moment, it was firmly grasped in Su Shan's hand. To seize an object from a distance? This demonstrated mastery over energy to an extraordinary degree. In that instant, Jinyi understood all too well. Once the blade was drawn, their 5 brothers would indeed meet their end. Thus, he uttered a classic phrase that had never failed him in the martial world. "In this confrontation, Su Vice Captain's skills surpass ours. We concede. Whether to kill or to maim, we leave it to your discretion." Ordinarily, unless there existed a profound vendetta, martial artists would adhere to the principle of leaving room for others. Even after signing a death contract, they would not genuinely strike lethal blows. They might even clasp their fists afterward, expressing admiration for the gallantry of Ku the great hero. However, Su Shan, with merely a high school education, had always been in the 2nd class. Swish. Zing. Ah. As soon as Jinyi's words fell, Su Shan's figure appeared before him. With a swift motion, the blade descended, severing body from head. The sudden and gruesome scene unleashed a cacophony of piercing screams. Even the formidable Jinyi and the other 3 oddities expressed their terror as they cried out. 5th brother, Yu. The emotionless Su Shan, having executed a decisive strike, murmured softly, "The first cut." With that, his ghostly figure flickered before another individual. "The second cut. Swish, huh? Withdraw, retreat." Blood from Han Baoju splattered across my face. "Don't crowd. The head has rolled at my feet." The onlookers, who had encircled the arena, hastily retreated in fear. When they glanced back at the knife-wielding youth on the stage, their eyes were filled with dread. Su Shan, I. The third cut. Before the word cut had fully escaped his lips, the head of the laughing Umaba Zhang Ashing was already severed from his body. Nearby, the skilled scholar Zhu Song propped himself up with his folding fan, preparing to leap from the stage. "I concede. I do not wish to die. I." Swish. A glint of cold light flashed, and blood sprayed. This time, as Zhu Song nearly fled the stage, his blood splattered like ink upon the faces of those water soldiers. Terrified, they crumpled to the ground. Standing on the stage, Su Shan, wielding the embroidered spring knife, pointed at them, declaring, "What I just said stands. Today, whatever reward the Yamen offers you, I will double it. But the condition is, you must clear my name. I cannot be tainted by infamy. Thud. As soon as Su Shan's words fell, the already frightened water soldiers immediately knelt before the stage. Su Vice 1000 household. Sir. Slap. As they cried out. They slapped their own cheeks in desperation. We were wrong. Slap. We were blinded by greed, serving the Yamen and slandering Vice 1000 household Su. We wish to live. We wish to live. Upon hearing this, Su Shan scoffed. Turn left at the back. That is the town protector's office. Go in now and confess everything. And I will count it as your voluntary surrender, granting you leniency. We will confess. We will confess. Pitter-patter. As they spoke, these individuals scrambled towards the town protector's office. At this moment, on the arena, only the flying bat Jinyi remained of the 7 wonders of Jiangnan. He longed to flee, but under the firm grip of the master-level aura, he understood well. All actions were futile. Patter. Su Shan's footsteps were light, yet they resounded painfully in the ears of him and the gathered crowd. Hiroku, the struggle at court is not a matter for you, men of the martial world, to participate in. We gamble on victory and defeat, while you wager your lives. With these words, Su Shan slowly raised his right hand, still holding the knife. Just then, a shrill voice pierced through the air, approaching swiftly to the ears of the crowd. Stop. Su Shan, you shall cease this at once. Hearing the sound, Ren Feng, seated within the palanquin, pushed aside the curtain and leaned out, unleashing a frantic howl. Upon hearing this, Jinyi, visibly relieved, exhaled a sigh. In his view, with the magistrate of Jiangnan speaking, the vice-captain before him ought to show some consideration. Yet, in the next moment, he was met with a death knell that echoed ominously. The 5th strike. The sound ceased, and the blade fell. Swish. Jinyi, his body now severed, lay prostrate at Su Shan's feet, while his head traced a bloody parabola before landing squarely within Ren Feng's palanquin. Thud. Clang. Clutching the severed head, Ren Feng tumbled out of the palanquin, shrieking in terror. Meanwhile, Su Shan, standing atop the arena, toyed with his embroidered spring knife. Glancing towards the loft. Old G. I, Su Shan, demand payment. Chapter 55. A feigned retreat to conceal a true strategy with your monthly salary of merely 5 taels. Where did you acquire this 1,000 taels for gambling? After uttering these words, Ji Gang turned to Qin Shandong and said, Old Qin, investigate this matter. If it is illicit funds, they must be confiscated. Upon hearing this exchange, Su Shan, who was on the verge of tears, slowly descended from the platform. It is easy to evade an overt attack, but difficult to guard against a covert insult. 2 elder relatives have conspired against me. Aha. Their banter elicited uproarious laughter from the assembled imperial guards, while the onlookers and martial artists fell silent. As if gripped by fear, not far away, Ren Feng, who had rushed in vain to save Jinyi, was left trembling and rolling away after discarding his severed head in terror. Spotting Su Shan emerge from the crowd, he stormed over, brimming with indignation. Su Shan, did I not command you to cease? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shan swiftly slapped the death warrant he had just signed onto Ren Feng's face. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. We settle both victories and lives here. As Su Shan spoke, the bloodied Xiuquan knife was already poised upon Ren Feng's shoulder. Witnessing this scene, the accompanying officers stood alert, while the imperial guards sharpened their blades with menacing intent. With a chilling smile etched upon his face, Su Shan wiped the bloodstains off his opponent's official robes. Meanwhile, Ren Feng, casting a sidelong glance at the blade, trembled uncontrollably, fearing that a single thrust would result in his demise, much like Jinyi. Ren the inspector, this is the first and the last time. Should there be a next time, I, Su Shan, shall remove this flying fish attire and challenge every one of you at the entrance of the Ren family ancestral hall. I will slay the living by day and unearth your ancestors by night. Upon hearing such a threat, Ren Feng was genuinely frightened. Yet, he attempted to maintain composure as he shouted towards the loft, Gee, the town protector, you must hear this. You must see what he is saying and doing. As soon as his words fell, Ji Gang replied, count me in for the grave digging tonight. I have learned the art of dividing gold and pinpointing acupoints. We might even profit handsomely from this venture. What? Vice Minister, ladies allow me, exclaimed Shangwan Yenner. It is ill-favored for a man to strike a woman. Upon hearing her words, Ren Feng's face turned as pale as paper. Thus, a rather agreeable decision was reached. With a swift motion, Su Shan sheathed the clean Xiuquan knife back into its scabbard at his waist. Turning aside, he and his companions made their way towards the town protector's office. As he passed by Renfeng's captain of guards, he unexpectedly delivered another slap. Ouch! Even though the opponent possessed innate strength of the 8th or 9th grade, he was thrown into disarray by this unexpected blow. If you cannot even draw your sword, how can you ensure the safety of our officials from Jiangnan? What a useless fellow. After saying this, Su Shan turned and displayed an innocuous smile towards Renfeng, saying, Governor Ren, I have taken care of the matter for you. No need for thanks. Oh, by the way, regarding the rules of the Jinyiwei, we manage the killing, not the burial. Please assist in disposing of the bodies. With this remark, Su Shan, accompanied by the Jinyiwei, swaggered into the town protector's office. During this time, the officials blocking their path scattered like startled birds. Bang! Clatter! Useless, a bunch of inept fools. Upon returning to his temporary residence in Yuhang, Renfeng, who dared not show his teeth in front of others, was like an unleashed husky, bristling with indignation in his own territory. The captain of the guards, with half his face swollen like a pig's head, stood there motionless, pretending to be a tortoise. The accompanying officials remained silent, heads bowed in deference. Why don't you all step up and strike? If they die, there is the consolation payment for the deceased. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the captain and others cast a fleeting glance at Renfeng, thinking to themselves, weren't you also terrified to the point of wetting your trousers? What was originally a scheme targeting the town protector's office had now turned into a laughingstock for the officials. Once Su Shan subtly shifted the nature of the contest to a struggle within the court, the entire essence of the incident transformed. In the future, should similar events occur, the town protector's office would no longer adhere to the so-called rules of the martial world. They would simply use provocations against the Jinyiwei as justification for any killings or actions taken. If you forsake martial ethics to serve the officials, we, the Jinyiwei, shall take on the role of the executioners. Su Shan managed this affair with both substance and prestige, while the office led by Renfeng was left in disgrace. At that moment, a clerk hurriedly entered. Sir, there is an old acquaintance outside seeking an audience. An old acquaintance? I have no friends in Yuhang. I shall see no one. Renfeng, still fuming, replied brusquely. He gestured for the clerk to dismiss the visitor. As he spoke, the clerk revealed a token. The plum blossom token. Upon seeing this, Renfeng's pupils dilated slightly. He quickly responded, please, bring them in at once. Yes. Directly escort them to my study. Understood. The East Lin party's gathering place in the capital was the East Lin Academy, filled with plum blossoms. Thus, the token they used for communication was the plum blossom token. Once inside the study, upon recognizing the face of the man in the black robe, Renfeng promptly bowed in greeting. The visitor, without superfluous words, succinctly conveyed his purpose. Before departing, he coldly remarked, Governor Ren, both the Empress Dowager and Chief Minister Lin are greatly disappointed with your actions in Yuhang. Should this matter be mishandled again? Without allowing the other to finish, Renfeng abruptly knelt, declaring, Rest assured, my lord, Wu Jingsheng and his subordinates will never reach the capital alive. Oh. And there is also a certain Su Shan. He is under direct orders from the Inspector General to be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Renfeng, who once again wielded a terrifying power, patted his chest and assured, Rest assured, Su Shan will not survive. At the same time, as Renfeng received the man in the black robe, Ji Gang, Shengwan Yenner, and Su Shan were seated together, deliberating on how to escort Wu Jingsheng. No matter how many skilled individuals were assigned, none could guarantee absolute safety on the perilous journey of 800 li to the capital. Moreover, with 1,000 days of thievery, how could one expect to be on guard every single day? Rather than being led by the nose, it would be wiser to feign a straightforward approach while secretly maneuvering. When Su Shan articulated his proposal, Ji Gang, who had set aside the tea lid, smiled faintly and inquired, Are you suggesting we part ways? One by water, the other by the official road? Indeed, elaborate further, he urged. The Grain Guild illicitly transports numerous goods to the capital each year. And despite the stringent inspections along the waterways, incidents are rarely reported. Each creature has its own path. Let us entrust professional matters to professionals. Zhou Long, the head of the Grain Guild, is still alive, is he not? After Su Shan concluded his thoughts, he paused briefly and added, Before Wu Jingsheng is escorted to the capital, Renfeng will need to verify his true identity, and besides, the dungeon is brimming with talent. The King of Thieves, with whom I have forged a brotherly bond in there, can certainly be of use. A second Wu Jingsheng can be crafted from a mere leather mask. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Ji Gang murmured with a hint of admiration. Luring the enemy deep into our territory, capturing them effortlessly. This game may indeed yield a great catch. Punishing you to endure hardship in the dungeon is undoubtedly the right course. Chapter 56. The Legacy of Weiwu and the Spirit of Jianan before his departure. The most significant matter for Su Shan was the coming-of-age ceremony. For him, once he accepted this rite, he would transcend the realm of mere craftsmen and could openly seek solace from the fairer sex. Henceforth, his colleagues would no longer indulge in revelry behind his back. At the very least, they would ensure he had a robust companion to withstand the rigors of life. With his hair bound, a gift of a name from his father awaited him. In the absence of Su's father, the bestowal of the name naturally fell to Ji Gang. As Su Shan emerged from the inner chamber, Ji Gang, leading the elders, stepped forward and remarked, "Su Shan, my uncles and I may be less learned, so as long as it isn't something absurd, I shall accept it." Laughter erupted at Su Shan's response, much to the amusement of those present. "Let us be serious. We hope you embody the virtues of Confucius and Mencius." Thus, Ji Gang declared, "Your name shall be Mingda, Su Mingda." Goodness. The legacy of Wei Wu and the spirit of Jianan? Do these uncles not seem a bit dubious? As part of the coming-of-age ceremony, it was customary for the uncles to offer their gifts. Following Ji Gang's lead with a red envelope, Su's father's old colleagues presented their tributes. "Mingda, today we have prepared a special gift for you." While speaking, Qin Changdong mysteriously presented a brocade box to Su Shan. "What is this? Let me see." Upon hearing the prompt, Su Shan opened it, only to retrieve a sheep intestine casing. "As you have become an adult, it is time to experience the tender embraces of romance. Carry it with you to avoid any mishaps." In ancient times, there were no contraceptives. People often used animal intestines and fish bladders as substitutes. Due to their distinct odor, clandestine encounters were colloquially referred to as sneaking a whiff. Su Shan, possessing a modicum of cultural understanding, recognized the jest and the good intentions of his uncles. "Uncle Qin, this feels a bit insulting. What? Is this sheep intestine casing presentable? It should at least be a pig's intestine casing." The uncles, caught off guard, exchanged awkward glances, their smiles faltering. This was akin to a group of men stuck on the freeway, attempting to relieve themselves discreetly with a water bottle, who could manage it without embarrassment. Naturally, bottles from nutritional drinks were excluded from this analogy. At that moment, Ji Gang, with hands spread wide, chimed in, feeling awkward. "Are we unable to show it off? Mingda, I have a well-aged pig's intestine casing. You must take it with you." "You, old Ji, had I not been at a disadvantage, I would have retaliated long ago." Laughter ensued as Su Shan's farewell banquet commenced, marking his impending journey. After several rounds of wine, the uncles could not help but offer Su Shan some words of encouragement. When it was Ji Gang's turn, he swiftly downed Su Shan's toast and then cautioned, "In the capital, be discreet." This isn't the usual demeanor of old Ji. Before Su Shan could voice his thoughts, Ji Gang added, "If you can act, do not waste words. If you find it unbearable in the capital, return. Should I and your uncles be unable to withstand the pressure, let us procure a few vessels and clandestinely sail to the land of the rising sun to wreak havoc. In essence, we must never allow ourselves to be subjugated. We are the ones who shall impose our will upon others." Such a defiant proclamation stirred deep emotions within Su Shan. Even when he first arrived, feeling utterly lost and without merit, these uncles extended to him their utmost compassion and care. Particularly, Ji Gang. This master, capable of dominating the entirety of Jiangnan, chose to languish in Yuhang, avoiding advancement, for he feared the widows of fallen brothers would plead for their husbands, and the orphans would seek their fathers. Now, having accepted the role of pacifier in Jiangnan, he seeks to shield the orphaned children from the storm and rain. Why then act like a weeping woman? Summon the fierce spirit of a master. Come, let us drink. No more cups, let us use bowls instead. Excellent. The following day, before the imperial prison, Wu Jingsheng, shackled and clad in filthy prison garb, was brought before Renfeng for identification. The foul stench emanating from him prompted him to lunge forward. Ren the inspector. I have said nothing. They beat me, insulted me, even attempted to torment me emotionally. Yet, I uttered not a word. Save me, save me. The odor was indeed overwhelming for Renfeng, who stifled the urge to retch, offered a few words of encouragement, and then instructed the Jinyiwei to take him away. Not far off, Ji Gang observed this scene and quietly inquired of Su Shan, "Is he not quite the actor? Where did he come from?" "A death row inmate. His family was compensated with 500 taels. Intriguing. Is there no issue with the Qingyao team? Rest assured, Deputy Dong and the others are seasoned veterans." The Qingyu had departed a day prior, returning to the capital with the real Wu Jingsheng via waterways. The one before them now is merely bait cast by the pacification office. Return to the capital, with a command from Shangguan Yinner, the convoy, containing Wu Jingsheng and his associates, departed Hangzhou in grand procession. Shortly after leaving the city, Renfeng ordered the release of a hawk with eyes as red as rubies. For 2 consecutive days, the weather remained still and clear. As they entered the jurisdiction of Yingtianfu, a contingent dispatch from the capital joined the escort, easing the tension among many. The shrill cry of the hawk echoed once more in Su Shan's ears. Instinctively tilting his head upward, he focused intently on the hawk circling overhead, sensing a hint of something amiss. What is it? Is there a problem? Shangguan Yinner, noticing Su Shan's repeated gaze skyward, turned to inquire. Throughout their journey, hawks occasionally soared above them. Just as Su Shan finished speaking, the Jinyiwei captain Xiu Fei, responsible for their reception, interjected, Deputy Su, is this your first field duty? You seem a touch too jumpy. Let us momentarily set aside the matters of the surrounding numbers. The captain has already deployed both visible and concealed sentinels. Considering the strength of the entire escorting team, should anyone foolishly leap forth, the reduction in numbers would render us insufficient to uphold our brotherhood. Would you not agree? Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Su Shan merely smiled faintly, refraining from further commentary. Instead, it was Shangguan Yinner who spoke up, cautioning, better safe than sorry. Indeed. Throughout the journey, Shangguan Yinner's repeated inquiries regarding Su Shan's humble demeanor had already begun to irritate Xiu Fei and the other Jinyiwei from the capital. A mere deputy captain, especially one emerging from the thoroughly disreputable Yuhang town constabulary, what merits does he possess? Be sharp, everyone. There are still 20 miles to the Shui Min post. We cannot afford any mistakes. Zhang Baihu, present. Even a glance from a wild dog along the way warrants immediate execution, lest Deputy Captain Su feel apprehensive. Indeed. One team shall accompany me. We will eliminate dogs and birds along the journey and bring down that hawk as well. Understood. This clearly pointed rhetoric aimed at Su Shan was indeed grating. Just as the escorting team was nearing the Shui Min post, the circling hawk, bloodied, fell into the arms of a figure clad in black. Underestimating this pack of imperial hounds, it seems. There are seasoned veterans within the ranks. After muttering this, the figure in black turned and asked, is everything arranged at the Shui Min post? In response, they reported, all is in place, my lord. We strike tonight. Affirmative. Chapter 57. The Invisible Weapon, Most Lethal. As the inexplicable disappearance of his subordinates unfolded, the man in the black robe revealed a sinister grin. Shangguan Yinner, a celestial body? A supreme furnace. For you, I shall personally take action tonight. With a chilling cackle, he crushed the falcon in his grasp, transforming it into a mist of crimson. At the Watergate Inn, dinner is served. At last, a proper meal. After days of gnawing on rations, my throat feels scorched. Shangguan Yinner and several high-ranking officials dined at a separate table yet remained within the hall. Upon noticing Su Shan surveying the surroundings without taking a seat, she promptly called out to him, Deputy Jinhu Su, it's time to eat. Hearing this, Su Shan responded with a smile, while traveling, I only consume the rations I have brought. You all enjoy. Bang. As Su Shan finished speaking, Zhang Baihu, who had just chased off the eagle and dog, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, What's this? With so many around, you're trying to show off, huh? What are you pretending for? Silence. Before Zhang Baihu could finish, Shangguan Yinner sternly admonished him. Secretary Shangguan, this fellow is too. Without waiting for Zhang Baihu to complete his sentence, Xiu Fei quickly interjected, What fellow? He is Deputy Jinhu Su. While out here, we must exercise caution. Where are the inspectors? Here. Check the meals consumed by our brothers. Huh? They were inspected several times before being served. Inspect once more, lest Deputy Jinhu Su be frightened into not eating. Understood. Standing at the staircase, Su Shan cast a cold, piercing glance at them before ascending alone. Zhang Baihu, who had just risen in anger, was pulled back by others, muttering curses under his breath. What nonsense. Come down. This brat hasn't even grown a hair yet, probably just relying on connections to rise. It's pointless to argue with someone like him. Hearing his subordinate's remarks, Zhang Baihu begrudgingly took his seat. Bang. Crash. However, just as he settled down, his chair suddenly exploded into splinters. Startled, Zhang Baihu stumbled backwards several steps before managing to regain his balance. The bizarre scene left everyone present in a state of shock and disbelief. Are there termites here? Clearly not. Otherwise, why would only Zhang Baihu's chair break? Several nearby Jinyiwei lowered their heads to inspect, noting the cut was remarkably clean, as if cleaved by a blade. Who did this? That is odd. Zhang Baihu was fine when he sat down. Transforming energy into a blade? I haven't sensed any fluctuations of true energy. This is. To attain the position of Qianhu, Xiao Fei was no fool. Though he had yet to comprehend the power of celestial phenomena, he was undoubtedly a master. If even he had not detected any energy fluctuations, it seems Shangguan Yin'er is the only one in the inn with such capabilities. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, Su Guanyin, with her head bowed over her meal, stated without lifting her gaze, "It was not my doing. My internal strength cannot achieve such caprice." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They instinctively turned their eyes towards the direction in which Su Shan had departed. How young could he be to possess such formidable power? It was he who had slain Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. When Su Guanyin spoke again, her mere words left the assembled imperial guards from the capital utterly speechless. A single person did this. As she raised her head, her added remark sent waves of astonishment rippling through the gathering. They were all seasoned members of the capital's elite and were well aware of Gu Daong's prowess. On the surface, he appeared to be at the pinnacle of the innate 9th rank. But in reality, he had single-handedly defeated 2 masters of the martial arts. Yet, such a ruthless figure had been vanquished by this youth. It was utterly terrifying. The 7 oddities of Jiangnan, whom they had been discussing with great enthusiasm along the way, were also among his victims. At this news, even Xiao Fei could not suppress a deep gulp. At that moment, Su Guanyin set down her chopsticks and, wiping the corner of her mouth, added, "A total of 14 individuals, including masters and apprentices, none escaped unscathed, and none were left intact. You may doubt his expertise, but do not question it. The last person who underestimated him was Kurei Kai's Shadow Master, Kazumi Junakir, and now, it has only been 7 days since." Each explosive revelation sent shivers down their spines, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. If these accounts had come from another's lips, skepticism might have lingered. Yet, when spoken by Su Guanyin, a disciple of the emperor and the female disciple of the empress, who also held the position of vice commander in the Imperial Guard, her words carried absolute authority. Being seasoned members of the Imperial Guard, they understood the significance of capturing the Shadow Master of the Kurei Kai. Even the capture of a mere shadow general could elevate their status. His father was a martyr, and his mother a common woman, raised through the aid of his colleagues. Every accolade he earned was carved out with his own blade. It was not Su Shan who was unworthy of the title of Vice Thousand House, but rather that title which belittled his strength and capabilities. At this juncture, Su Guanyin cast a glance at the already sweating Zhang Baihu, then coldly stated, "Were it not for the unwritten rule in Yu Hang's pacification office, prohibiting the drawing of blades against one's own, I would have dismantled not this stool, but you. There will not be a second chance. Otherwise, I cannot save you." With that, Su Guanyin turned and descended the staircase, leaving the crowd behind in stunned silence. Exchanging glances as they stood there. In an instant, Su Shan's image loomed large in their minds, formidable and unassailable. As night fell, a light yet firm knock echoed at the door. Inside, Su Shan opened it, revealing, "Oh, Deputy Officer Su? What brings you here so late? Shall you not invite me in for a moment? My mother once said that young men must take care to protect themselves when venturing outside." At this, the usually solemn Shangguan Yin'er couldn't help but burst into laughter, her enchanting smile captivating Su Shan's attention entirely. Leaning against the doorframe, he gestured with a hand to invite her in. "Today, I shall bring them to apologize to you," he declared. Su Shan, who was pouring tea for Shangguan Yin'er, responded with a smile, "It's nothing. It's not that I distrust my colleagues, but my harsh experiences in the dungeon have taught me that the world can be perilous. To put it bluntly, I fear for my life and cherish it dearly." If anyone else had uttered such words, Shangguan Yin'er might have believed them. But him? Perhaps it was best to let it be. "It's quite warm in here," Shangguan Yin'er remarked, her complexion flushed as she accepted the tea. "Warm? The Qiming festival has just passed, and the weather is delightful, not warm at all." Su Shan replied, "No, your gaze resembles a thickened sauce. What is going on? Have you come to a realization? Or perhaps you found clarity?" Noticing the unusual heat radiating from her own body, Shangguan Yin'er felt her blood surging, her thoughts drawn increasingly to the handsome young man before her. Chapter 58. The Assault on the Post Station, One Man at the Gate. Deputy Minister Shangguan, you appear to be in a most unusual state. It seems as though you have fallen victim to the poison of love. Allow me to take the risk and absorb the toxin to heal you," said Su Shan, as he sensed Shangguan Yin's increasing discomfort. If it truly is the poison of love, can it be extracted? Shangguan Yin, who was forcefully circulating her meridians to maintain her state, inquired instinctively. That depends on one's innate talent. As for me, Su Shan, though I am not inclined towards such matters, I am willing to attempt it. The earnest Su Shan showcased his skills as a serpent, yet he was acutely aware of the looming danger. The assailants were clearly targeting them. What was administered to Shangguan Yin was no ordinary poison, but rather a form of sorcery. The inspectors of poison, those inept fools, had naturally failed to detect it. Clatter, clatter. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Deputy Minister Shangguan, it is dire. My brothers are either suffering from relentless diarrhea or are utterly weak. Some have even succumbed to exhaustion. The feeble cries outside resonated like thunder in the ears of Shangguan Yin and Su Shan. With a forceful push, they opened the door, only to find the Imperial guards in the hall sprawled in disarray. Only a handful of them remained unscathed, bustling about in a frenzy. These were the brothers who had previously worked alongside Su Shan and held unwavering faith in his abilities. The Imperial Edict, combined with the 10 fragrance softening powder, and a small amount of the 9 corpses reviving powder. The Haven tea poisoned you outright, but it is sufficient to leave you defenseless. Having learned the art of poisoning from Liu Yaoji, Su Shan was no stranger to these colorless and tasteless vile substances. However, the issue lay in his lack of knowledge regarding the detection and antidote of poisons. Immediately bring the severely affected inside. Those who can still move. Stay with me at the forefront. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. Crash. Just as Su Shan finalized his arrangements, several smoke bombs were hurled into the post station from outside. Sizzle. Upon hitting the ground, the smoke bombs rapidly emitted toxic fumes. Under normal circumstances, the inspectors of poison would have been able to handle such an emergency. But now, each one of them seemed to struggle even to catch their breath. Form ranks. Clatter. Su Shan leaped down from the loft, and as his feet touched the ground, dozens of crescent-shaped flying daggers, accompanied by a resonating hum, swept into the hall like a tempest. Protect our brothers behind us. Clang, clang. With a swift draw of his sword, Su Shan activated his golden armor, shielding himself against the concealed deadly intent lurking within the toxic smoke. Simultaneously, Shangguan Yin, fighting against the surge of blood, summoned her true energy to form a wall of wind, intercepting the remaining flying blades. Playing with flying daggers? You are but children in this game. In a moment of airborne elegance, Su Shan half-turned and unleashed the dozens of concealed daggers hidden within his cloak. Whoosh, whoosh, thud. Ah. In the next moment, a chilling scream erupted from outside the door. Su Shan, be careful. At the very instant he steadied himself, a diminutive figure, armed with a bloody blade, lunged downward toward the crown of Su Shan's head. Not only that, but a colossal entity also surged forth. As Shangguan Yin caught sight of this scene, her delicate features paled in horror. Just as her words fell, the leading shadow confronting her coldly retorted, Shangguan Yin, perhaps you should prioritize your own safety. If you continue to channel your energy, the poison of the will permeate your meridians and dantian, leaving you utterly powerless. Even now, your strength is but 80% of its peak. The longer this drags on, the weaker you become. Jia jia, dang, bang. Despite her physical affliction, Shangguan Yin maintained an imposing presence against the onslaught from both sides. Enough of your prattle. I, Shangguan Yin, if possessed of only such meager skills, would hardly be worthy of donning this crimson python robe. Phoenix cries at dawn. Chirp. Soundwave technique? Quickly employ the turtle breathing method to shield your ears. Puff. Even with the swift warning from the leading shadow, some of the enemy's skilled assailants still fell victim to the ambush on the Imperial guards, forcing them to create distance from Shangguan Yin and her companions. In contrast, the battle on Su Shan's side raged fervently. The blade divides yin and yang. Bang. Guancheng's sword chi. Swoosh. The stout monk concealed behind the twofold blade technique was Su Shan's cunning 6-meridian divine sword. As the massive figure valiantly blocked the strike, Guancheng's sword chi pierced straight through his body. Pat, pat, pat. In an instant, both sides momentarily halted, standing distinctly opposed to one another. With the faint flicker of candlelight, Shangguan Yin vaguely recognized the leading shadow. Elder Aili of the 5 Poisons sect? The ominous figure beside him must be your disciple, the Ice Toad, riding the moon, I presume? Upon hearing her reveal his identity, Elder Aili coldly remarked, No wonder you are the prized disciple of Yuan Tiangang. You possess some skill. Had I not preemptively employed my poison, dealing with you today would have been quite troublesome. As AI Li spoke, Su Shan glanced at Shangguan Yin, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, her enchanting eyes shimmering like silk, and inquired, "And who are the diminutive and corpulent figures? I do not strike down nameless foes." After uttering these words, the two figures, having failed in their underhanded attempt, directed their fierce gazes towards Su Shan, the Five Poisons boy, the stout monk. Both were prominent figures of the Five Poisons sect. Hearing this, Su Shan, twisting his neck, declared fiercely, "Are these two merely second-tier masters? That rotund one even has his realm artificially elevated through potions. With such a ragtag ensemble, do they truly believe they can seize captives from Captain Qiu and his comrades? Is this not a tad condescending towards them? Is it Qiu Qianhu? Where is he?" After searching for a while, Su Shan finally spotted his figure among the injured. "Su, Vice Qianhu, in this battle, I must admit that Qiu was indeed overconfident. If I manage to escape this calamity, I shall reserve the entire Jinyiwei River for a grand welcome to you, Vice Qianhu." Upon hearing this, Su Shan smiled broadly and replied, "Just for your meticulous arrangements, I shall ensure your safe passage." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the furious AI Li bellowed, "You don't actually think it's just the four of us, do you? This operation is led by the left will king of the Five Poisons sect. Yinner. That name sounds formidable. What is their strength?" In response to Su Shan's inquiry, Shangguan Yinner answered, "At the very least, they must be at the master realm. Peak 5th rank." Once she finished speaking, Su Shan, wide-eyed, glanced at her and thought, "Indeed, we have truly caught a big fish this time." Chapter 59. The Phoenix dances across the 9 heavens, harnessing the tempest. The cryptic exchange between the two individuals instilled a sense of foreboding in AI Li and her companions. According to their intelligence, no master-level experts from the Jinyiwei had left the capital. Was this a deliberate ruse, an attempt to sow discord among them? Sensing the fluctuating emotions of her allies, AI Li coldly remarked, "Do not be swayed by their deceitful words. Within the vicinity of Shuimin Post, no one could rival the Wheel King. Eliminate them. Deliver the Tianfeng body of Shangguan Yinner to the Wheel King for handling." Upon hearing AI Li's command, the poisonous boy, licking his lips, sneered, "The Wheel King has proclaimed that once his powers are perfected, the Tianfeng body shall be shared among us. Let us all charge together." The brazen utterances of the enemy incensed Shangguan Yinner. "Hold that old fool back. I shall deal with the 3 of them first." With a swift motion, the knife-wielding Su Shan was about to advance when Shangguan Yinner, having bitten her finger, marked her forehead with a blood-red sigil. In an instant, a crimson phoenix emblem appeared on her previously fair skin. Witnessing this, AI Li and her companions instinctively halted. With a thunderous roar, a powerful surge of pure primordial energy erupted from Shangguan Yinner, radiating outward in all directions. Several lower-tier disciples of the poison sect were unable to withstand the overwhelming force and spewed blood. Even AI Li, nearing the 4th-tier master realm, staggered back uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Shan was enveloped in a golden light, standing unharmed, astonishment etched on his face as he beheld this woman beside him. At that moment, Shangguan Yinner appeared as blinding as the midday sun. Her skirts billowed, her presence almost cloaked in a fiery glow that deterred any approach. More terrifying was the fact that her power was surging exponentially. The pure primordial energy dominated the entire scene. This sudden turn of events stripped AI Li and the poison sect members of their earlier bravado, replaced now by fear and grimaces. 4th tier. 5th tier. How can she be so strong? Has her Tianfeng body awakened? No, she is forcibly tapping into her bloodline power to reach this level. The true awakening of the Tianfeng body begins at the 8th tier. She cannot sustain this for long. Advance. The Wheel King will cover for us. With AI Li's command, they charge forward once more without hesitation. I shall slay these foes. Phoenix dances across the 9 heavens. With her declaration, Shangguan Yinner unleashed her energy turn sword, hurtling toward the enemy. Goodness, this woman is truly formidable. Not a single individual in the enforcement division holds any insignificance. Hearing this, Qiu Fei lowered his head in shame, while Su Shan brandished his knife and joined the fray. The sun and moon were shrouded in darkness. As Su Shan, who possesses the strength to contend with the 3-grade masters, confronted the rotund monk, previously wounded by his 6 meridians divine sword, it was an utterly overwhelming annihilation. "Elder AI, save me." The portly monk, pierced by several blades, let out a desperate wail. Yet, as he turned his head, he beheld the fierce sight of Shangguan Yinner decisively severing AI Li's right arm. Pooh! The slender Xiuchuan knife penetrated the corpulent figure. The agonizing scream, however, emanated from the fallen AI Li. At this moment, the monk, struggling to utter another cry, found that Su Shan's expertly executed sword techniques were piercing into his lungs. The surging blood choked his windpipe, leaving him to suffocate helplessly. "Master, save me." Swish. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, splitting into two. As the newly ascended master, Ice Toad, stepped forward, he called out these words before collapsing to the left and right. The Five Poisons boy, propelled several meters away by the purest essence of true energy, sensed the dire situation and turned to flee. Trying to escape? What about the power that ambushed me moments ago? As the words left his mouth, several flying daggers shot forth. The concealed 6 meridians divine sword followed closely behind. Clang. Clang. Pooh. Even with both hands wielding blades, the Five Poisons boy struggled to fend off the flying daggers. Yet the 6 streams of sword energy ruthlessly pierced his diminutive frame. As he fell to the ground, he faintly heard Ai Li's frenzied roar. "Leftwell King, save me." The 3 cries for help echoed the despair of the Five Poisons cult members. Indeed, where was the Leftwell King? Why had he not yet appeared? Bang. Crash. The already fragmented wooden door was kicked open from the outside. The sudden noise drew the attention of everyone present to the entrance. As the dust settled, a towering figure emerged, one hand gripping a sword and the other clutching a severed head, striding in with formidable steps. Thud. The head he casually tossed rolled beside the blood-soaked Ai Li. Gazing upon the lifeless head, Elder Ai's pupils dilated in shock as he screamed, Leftwell King? How is this possible? Clad in blood-stained garments, the imposing figure stood resolutely in the main hall, his features becoming ever clearer. Ji Qianhu? When Xiu Fei and the others saw the true face of this man, they were left speechless, frozen in place. In their eyes, the Yuhang Town Pacification Office was utterly inept. A bear is only as strong as its keeper. The reason for this is the incompetence of the office's 1,000 household chief. Ji Gang. What about Southern Ji, Northern Zhua? What nonsense about growing stronger when facing the strong, power undetermined? Merely the flattery of busybodies. But now? The esteemed left-wheel king of the Five Poisons cult, a peaked 6th grade master, had his head severed with such ease. What unfathomable terror this was. Damn it. I thought both left and right-wheel kings would appear. Startled, I pulled out 2 nails from my body. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? It left me covered in blood. Gulp. Upon hearing Ji Gang's words, even Su Shan couldn't help but swallow hard. The fact that old Ji had 6 dragon-locking nails embedded in him was no secret in the Yuhang Town prefectural office. As for their origin and the reason for his sealing, he remained silent, and no one dared to inquire further. However, today, he had inexplicably removed 2 of them in one go. Su Shan winced at the thought. Do they still have unfulfilled wishes? From Su Shan's perspective, a wisp of green smoke hovered above the heads of Ai Li and the others. While he was gathering their remains, he had taken note of everything. Ding dong. Group Limited Time Quest. The wishes of Ai Li and others. Quest content. Cultivate together with Shangwan Yenner, who possesses the celestial phoenix body. Quest rewards. 80 years of cultivation. Detoxification skills, disguise techniques, and poison creation skills. Fat-headed Luo. Me too. Jiayu. Me too. Five Poison boy. Same here. Chapter 60. Open conflicts and subtle struggles. Luring and releasing. Alas, these wretched creatures show no semblance of humanity. You are already dead yet still harboring sinister intentions. Pa. Utterly shameless. While Su Shan's heart brimmed with curses for their ancestors, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the precariously weakened Shangwan Yenner. With 80 years of cultivation and the myriad skills bestowed by the Five Poisons sect, the allure was irresistible even to a dog. Do not blame me for lacking humanity. The rewards are simply too enticing. As Su Shan pondered these thoughts, Shangwan Yenner, unable to bear the strain any longer, staggered back a few steps. Thud, thud. Shangwan's deputy. Witnessing this scene, Su Shan swiftly rushed to her side, instinctively supporting her. After forcibly unleashing his bloodline power, the intoxicating poison of the love insect had invaded her entire being. The dance of the phoenix in the 9 heavens was her final act of defiance. Now, with her pure essence fully depleted, she possessed no inner strength to suppress the surging poison. Her complexion flushed, breath quickening. At that moment, Shangwan Yenner exhibited a charm starkly different from her previous icy demeanor. Old Ji, how is Shangwan's condition? Crouching down to channel energy into her, Su Shan inquired with a meaningful look. It is grave. She requires the continuous assistance of a master-level expert to suppress the poison within her. I have lost too much blood and my vital energy is nearly exhausted. I fear I lack the strength. This honorable yet arduous task falls to you." With a serious expression, Ji Gang placed a hand on Su Shan's shoulder and added, "Go to the back courtyard. I shall guard you." Upon hearing this, Su Shan felt a surge of emotion, nearly shedding crocodile tears. "After this is accomplished, old Ji, I must express my gratitude. This duet of camaraderie is both collaborative and commendable." In the aftermath, Su Shan would earn the reputation of being self-sacrificing and altruistic. "Then I shall humbly obey." With that, Su Shan, cradling the semi-unconscious Shangguan Yinner, dashed towards the back courtyard. Observing his hasty figure, Ji Gang's face broke into a paternal smile, feeling a sense of pride. His own pig has finally found a grand cabbage. What father would not be pleased? If it were a daughter, the circumstances would likely be quite different. Deputy Su shall channel energy and heal Shangguan's deputy. From this moment forth, the back courtyard is a forbidden zone. No one shall enter. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy. Understood. With Ji Gang's command, the back courtyard of the station became utterly isolated from the outside world. "Child, all I can offer you are these meager resources. The latter part of this endeavor now rests upon your own strength." At the same time, as the Wheel King led his forces to launch a surprise attack on the Shuimin station, a cargo ship bearing the insignia of the Eternal Merchant's escort slowly approached the capital's ferry terminal. Thud. As the ship docked, countless shadowy figures surged forth. After firmly securing the vessel, the green bird escorted Wu Jingsheng off the ship. Father, the deputy of the town protectorate, Qi Long, personally led the way, instructing his men to assist Wu Jingsheng while gesturing that no formalities were necessary. "You have worked hard along the way. Let us forego pleasantries." His Majesty has commanded an immediate interrogation of Wu Jingsheng. Within the interrogation chamber, where instruments of torture had long been prepared, the anguished cries of Wu Jingsheng echoed, reaching the ears of Qin Long, who presided over the proceedings. Clap, clap, clap. A quarter of an hour later, a respectful officer approached Qin Long, saying, "Deputy, he has confessed." Jinyiwei Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this location, Qin Long sprang into action, leading his team towards the outskirts of the city. However, before they could arrive, towering flames illuminated the dark night. "Deputy, that direction seems to be Jinyiwei Mountain Manor." Qin Long, his eyes aglow with firelight, muttered coldly, "Chao Zhengchan, you have prepared for contingencies. This game shall be played at our leisure. I request a thorough investigation into this matter." Understood. At the moment Qin Long led his troops out of the city, spies from the two agencies had already reported his movements to Chao Zhengchan. Qin Long is heading to Jinyiwei Mountain Manor? Without solid evidence or witnesses, the town protectorate would not act there. The only explanation: Wu Jingsheng has entered the capital. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian, standing nearby, exclaimed in disbelief, "Governor, isn't Wu Jingsheng at Shuimin Post now? Tonight, the revolving Law King and the others." Before he could finish, Chao Zhengchan interrupted, a feigned retreat concealing a hidden advance. "This is becoming interesting." Thankfully, Wei Zhongxian acted swiftly. Otherwise, this situation would have been troublesome. Report. Lord Wei requests an audience. "Let him in." Shortly after Chao Zhengchuan's words, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly entered. "Governor, I have executed all those who needed to be eliminated. However, the Jinyiwei suddenly arrived on horseback. We had no choice but to set the entire manor ablaze. My subordinates feared." Hearing this, Chao Zhengchun replied, "Is it not thorough enough?" "Indeed. After the hour of the rabbit, I will seek a decree for the Eastern Depot to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. At that time, leave no trace behind." Understood. As the entire capital was embroiled in the power struggles stemming from Su Shan's clandestine maneuvers, he, meanwhile, was at Shuimin Post, coveting the goddesses of the city's young elites. "Yinner, I have done my utmost. The love curse has entered the Dantian. With my current strength, I am powerless." Sensing the approach of a male presence, Shangguan Yinner, her consciousness hazy, murmured, I know. This curse, given the present circumstances, was indeed deemed unsolvable." Su Shan, with a hint of suggestion, remarked, "It is not entirely unsolvable. The love curse is not a poison. It merely requires." Before he could finish, Shangguan Yinner abruptly regained a semblance of clarity. She understood the most fundamental method to dispel the love curse. Yet, she also realized that if allowed to fester, she would struggle to maintain control, potentially leading to irreversible harm. Nevertheless, as a woman, she instinctively resisted all of this. Su Shan, I have faith in your character. Do not behave like a brute. After he finished speaking, Su Shan nodded emphatically and said, "Understood. I have devised an alternative for you. Just wait a moment." As he spoke, Su Shan dashed out of the room and returned with 2 items in hand. This is a rolling pin. It is devoid of barbs and exceptionally smooth. However, considering your tolerance, I have thoughtfully prepared some lard for you as well. When applied, it is rather silky. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er was seething with indignation, nearly on the brink of an outburst. "Rest assured, I shall stand guard at the door for you. This matter is known to heaven and earth, as well as to you and me." With that, Su Shan, employing a strategy of feigned retreat, prepared to depart. Meanwhile, unable to suppress her tumultuous emotions, Shangguan Yin'er, with the last remnants of her clarity, venomously retorted, "Su Shan, you are even worse than a brute." Chapter 61, Vengeance and Strategy. "You may strike me, you may berate me, but you shall not tarnish my pure soul. What are you doing? Shangguan Yin'er, I caution you. I, Su Shan, am not a man to be trifled with. You must restrain yourself." In the face of Su Shan's righteous admonition, Shangguan Yin'er, unable to control her body, lunged forward just before losing consciousness. "You initiated this, you provoked me. I have always been one to repay grievances tenfold." A sudden spring rain pattered against the eaves, wooden windows, and surrounding leaves, creating a resonant sound that drowned out the decadent noises within the room. The rain beat upon the banana leaves, and the night was sleepless. Fallen petals scattered, bringing forth joy. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited group mission, fulfilling the wishes of AI Li and others. Rewards: 80 years of cultivation, detoxification technique, disguise technique, poison crafting technique. As the system's melodious notification rang out, Su Shan, having fought several battles that night, held the large white goose and smiled in his slumber. The early bird catches the worm. Accustomed to rising before dawn, Su Shan quietly left his room. After washing up, he devoted the cultivation he acquired in the early hours to advancing the 6-meridian sword. It took a full 40 years of cultivation to elevate this technique to a state of perfection, endowing Su Shan with another life-saving move, the 6-meridian's pulse strike. Simultaneously, his realm ascended from the pinnacle of a first-grade master to the 2nd grade. The previously elusive 9-yang true scripture has now been unlocked? Gazing at the appearance of the red plus sign on the panel, Su Shan unhesitatingly devoted the remaining 40 years to its advancement. At this moment, dawn broke. A ray of sunlight illuminated Su Shan's resolute face. As he opened his eyes once more, the gentle morning light that had graced him transformed into a searing, rich glow. The 9th move of the 9-yang true scripture. 9-yang radiates the heavens. Boom! The wave of energy surged, pure and boundless. Pat pat pat. Ji Gang, who had been guarding the 2 for half the night, leaped over upon sensing the unusualness in the courtyard. Upon feeling the overwhelming pure essence emanating from Su Shan, his eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "You've reached the 3rd grade? You have refined the power of celestial phenomena into pure essence?" The true manifestation of entering the master realm lies in comprehending the power of celestial phenomena. After condensing and purifying this force, one reaches the first watershed of the master realm, the pure essence of a 3rd-grade master. Even the proud Shangguan Yin'er, without invoking the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens, cannot unleash pure essence. Hence, she has remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. But now, Su Shan has successfully overtaken her on the curve. How could this not astonish Ji Gang? A moment of realization. By a stroke of luck, he has ascended. They say the 3rd grade is the dividing line of the master realm. Old Ji, I didn't find it particularly difficult, did I? Gazing at Su Shan's smug demeanor, the elder Ji, regaining his composure, scoffed. If this were to be spread, you would be beaten to a pulp. Isn't this merely a display before you? After Su Shan finished his remarks, Ji Gang gestured for him to step outside. It seems the Tianfeng physique has indeed proven to be quite beneficial for you. Just a smidge, just a smidge. After expressing this, Su Shan seized the opportunity to voice his lingering doubts. Elder Ji, to my knowledge, the love curse takes 24 hours from the moment it is cast until it manifests. Precisely, which is why the Wudu sect chose to act last night. No, what I mean is, did someone place a curse on Shangguan Yin'er when she left Yuhang City? Hearing this, the halted Elder Ji smiled mysteriously. Your mind is indeed sharp. When Renfeng verified Wu Jingsheng's identity, standing beside him was the disguised AI Li. You. Upon Ji Gang's candid revelation, Su Shan's exaggerated expression rendered him momentarily speechless. The scheme devised by the Inspector Ren was orchestrated by AI Li, and I merely played the role of a shield for them. That is the truth. The purposes are twofold. First, to allow the Wudu sect to come perilously close to success. Second, at this point, Ji Gang gazed at Su Shan with profound significance. To secure a formidable ally for you in the capital. Adoptive father. Begone. After jesting, Ji Gang added with a smile, the imperial teacher Yuan Tiangang. I am still uncertain of his true intentions for you. However, that wretched old man is quite cunning. I believe not a word of his bluster. Yet now, the situation has shifted. His rarest disciple, possessing the Tianfeng physique, your beloved Su Shan. With this connection, coupled with the protection of the Qinglong, as long as you do not commit regicide in the capital, they will navigate any significant troubles on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Su Shan, momentarily stunned, regarded Ji Gang with an expression deep and sincere. Cease your hypocritical facade. I do not require your flattery. Damn. Shangguan Yinner's identity is far more complex than it appears. How you manage this delicate situation is your own concern. In short, old Su's daughter-in-law is extraordinary. Ji Gang then solemnly added, old Su's son is even more remarkably impressive. Your words make me wish to forge a brotherly bond with you. Are you indirectly mocking me? Heh. However, Elder Ji, this matter cannot withstand scrutiny. Oh, come now. You play the dual roles of a performer and a virtuous figure. No one would suspect your integrity. And you? After Su Shan concluded, Ji Gang, exuding an air of authority, adjusted his attire and declared, whether Jiangnan is in chaos or not, I, Ji Gang, hold the final say. He is the imperial teacher. I dare not. Hiss. Even Su Shan, upon hearing this, could not help but take a sharp breath in admiration. Truly formidable. Go. I am returning to Jiangnan. Should anything arise, send me a message. If not, offer incense in abundance to my longevity tablet. Consider it a gesture of filial piety. Having spoken, the resolute Ji Gang departed without casting a glance back. By the time Su Shan returned to the station, the recovering Qiu Fei, now at 50% of his strength, approached him with utmost reverence, saying, Deputy Qian Hu Su, a pigeon dispatch from the capital has arrived. It is for your eyes only, from the esteemed Shangguan. The subordinate hesitated, uncertain of her condition, hence, before Su Shan could utter a word. The tightly shut door was flung open by Shangguan Yinner. I am fine. The poison has been dispelled. I only sustained some minor abrasions. Minor abrasions? Who do you think you are insulting? Su Shan's retort remained unvoiced as he observed Shangguan Yinner grasp the secret letter. She staggered a couple of steps due to her discomfort, leaning against the wall to steady herself. Witnessing this, Su Shan's confidence blossomed into a smile. The Tianfeng physique? The capital's celebrated beauty? Is this all she amounts to? Is she not merely leaning against the wall for support? Chapter 62. The Chasm Between Clouds and Mud. Twin souls in flight? Upon finishing the confidential letter in her hand, Shangguan Yinner promptly destroyed it. She then inquired, Qiu Qianhu, how is the condition of the brothers? Most have recovered quite well, though a few still bear serious injuries. You should lead a team to stay behind and accompany the wounded on their journey. The rest shall return to the capital in a jiffy. Understood. Once Qiu Fei had retreated, Shangguan Yinner, who dared not meet Su Shan's gaze, spoke with a hint of hesitation. Come in, I have something to discuss. As Su Shan entered the room, she commanded, close the door. Here again? Su Shan remarked. In an instant, Shangguan Yinner turned her head, her cheeks flushed, glaring at him. I hope that what transpired in the early hours, with her emotions settling. Shangguan Yinner hesitated to continue. I understand. Rest assured, I will not hold you accountable. What? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yinner was taken aback. You are a lofty daughter of the capital, while I am merely a peasant from a small fishing village. We are worlds apart. I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred, merely a fleeting nightmare. Yet, Yinner, you cannot deny that I, Su Shan, have traversed through your world, leaving behind a vivid, crimson mark. Pointing towards the stains upon the bedding, Su Shan, after expressing his sentiments, turned away. A classic line from a scoundrel. Filled with hypocrisy. I loved, I slept, and then I departed. In the past life, Su Shan had thrived on the spoils of others. At the very moment he turned, he imagined her heart shattering. She should have rushed to embrace him from behind, tearfully lamenting, Shan, how could I live without you? The sound of footsteps indeed echoed. Su Shan smiled. As a former VIP member of the romantic escapades, an untouchable master of seduction, he thought he could handle this matter with ease. However, in the next breath, all his confidence was shattered by Shangguan Yinner's swift kick. Bang! By the heavens! Su Shan nearly found himself in a dire predicament, only to turn and see Shangguan Yinner, filled with ire, a blade poised at his throat. With a slight quiver in her voice, she questioned, "What do you take the women of the Tianfeng clan for? A phoenix seeks its mate, only yielding to one man, unless widowed." Hearing this, Su Shan was left dumbfounded. Is he even more despicable than I? Do I merely serve as a disposable item, used and discarded, and then obliterated for good measure? To feast upon the spoils, and then betray one's kin, is that the way of it? I am the victim here, understand. Upon Su Shan's declaration, Shangwan Yin'er felt a stir of emotion. Though she had only vague memories of the events from that morning, particularly the moments before her poison had taken hold, they remained vivid in her mind. The man before her, of commendable character, had endeavored to suppress the onset of her affliction with great care. Even in the end, it was an uncontrollable outburst that led to the escalation. Objectively speaking, he is the true victim, while I am the architect of this turmoil. Yet, in this situation, I feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. With a loud clatter, the distraught Shangwan Yin'er relinquished her grasp on the dagger. In a moment of vulnerable sincerity, she uttered, "I'm sorry. My heart is in turmoil." Observing this, Su Shan slowly rose and approached her, speaking with profound emotion. "If you are truly conflicted about our relationship, then remain by my side, regardless of the title you bear. Whenever you miss me, reach out. There is no pretense between us, as long as you speak. I will yield, unwavering for a lifetime. If we cannot be husband and wife, let us cherish a lifelong romance. As long as you are present, my love will endure." Lin Wei's pretentious lamentations always resonate with the hearts of mature, artistic women. In a previous life, Su Shan's charm proved irresistible, and it remains effective even now. Overwhelmed by his sudden declaration of tenderness, Shangwan Yin'er instinctively placed her hand on his shoulder. Those few minutes of relative silence granted her a sense of belonging amidst the chaos in her heart. Following the natural course of events, Su Shan felt he could take a step further. Shangwan, the commissioner. Smack. However, upon hearing Qiu Fei's voice reporting from outside, she instinctively pushed Su Shan away. What's happening? Shangwan Yin'er stammered, her voice trembling slightly. "As per your instructions, the team is ready." "Very well, I shall go out now." "Understood." With her heart racing like a startled deer, Shangwan Yin'er exhaled deeply upon hearing Qiu Fei's departure. She composed herself, once again donning a frosty expression. Upon opening the door, a thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Su Shan, saying, "If you speak of what transpired at dawn as mere gossip, I will kill you, and then take my own life." "Hey, is your love for me so profound? You intend to haunt me even in death? To fly together in the afterlife?" "Heh, woman." Instantly flustered, Shangwan Yin'er's face flushed crimson once more. At a loss for words, she hurriedly exited. No longer needing to feign the role of a prisoner escort, the entire entourage hastened toward the capital. During this time, Shangwan Yin'er deliberately distanced herself from Su Shan, perhaps reflecting a hint of pretense. A woman should not indulge. This had always been Su Shan's philosophy as a rogue. A day and a half later, the group arrived at the northern gate of the capital. From a distance, they could see Qing Miao and others awaiting their arrival. "Commissioner Shangwan, Vice Captain Su. My father had intended to greet you personally today, but an unexpected murder case arose, prompting him to send me in his stead. The fact that such a case could warrant the direct attention of the esteemed deputy of the town protectorate clearly indicated its extraordinary nature. What case requires the personal attention of the deputy criminal commissioner? A dozen or so imperial guards transporting goods from Jinyiwei Mountain Villa have been ruthlessly slaughtered." Upon hearing this, Su Shan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "In the presence of the emperor, killing his own guards? What audacity!" The emperor, in a fit of rage, commanded the local authorities to solve the case within a specified time frame. "Su, the deputy captain, you are an expert in such matters. I implore you to assist by inspecting the scene. To arrive in the capital and immediately engage in an investigation? Do they regard people as mere livestock? Well, I was jesting. Let us proceed. Lead the way, and enlighten me on the details of the case as we journey forth." Upon hearing Su Shan utter the word livestock, the fragmented memories of Shangwan Yin'er resurfaced. Her body tensed, and she dared not meet his gaze. As an imperial envoy, she was obliged to report back to the palace upon her return to the capital. Thus, she could only watch as the two figures faded into the evening light. Knowing that Qing Niu had once acquired Su's mother's jade bracelet in Yuhang, Shangwan Yin'er's heart was a tumult of emotions at that moment. Chapter 63. Sarcasm and Confrontation. What kind of place is the Jinyiwei Villa? Upon learning that it was revealed by Wu Jingxing, Su Shan instinctively inquired. After a detailed explanation from Qing Miao, he finally grasped the concept. Jinyiwei Villa resembles an upscale private club from a previous life, catering to the dignitaries of the capital. Officially, the proprietor is a merchant, yet in reality, it is an establishment of the Jiangnan aristocracy. To put it more bluntly, the shadow of the Donglin party looms behind it. In Qing Yao's words, the services within are boundless. If you can conceive it, they can deliver it. It operates on a membership basis, utilizing a system of seasoned members bringing in newcomers, ensuring high levels of exclusivity and confidentiality. The Donglin party relies on familial ties and connections to bind their internal network. Externally, they manipulate interests through coercion and inducement. Jinyiwei Villa thus serves as a notoriously unscrupulous intermediary in this intricate web. The town protector's office had long set its sights on this locale, yet lacked concrete evidence. However, with Wu Jingsheng's arrest and subsequent revelations, an opportunity arose for the Jinyiwei to take action. Wu Jingsheng divulged that within a concealed chamber of Jinyiwei Villa lay records of numerous officials who had indulged in debauchery here, along with their peculiar predilections. These documents served as leverage for the Donglin party to extend its influence over the Ministry of Personnel and various officials. Regrettably, a devastating fire obliterated the evidence. The unwilling father sought an imperial decree to thoroughly investigate this matter. Meanwhile, the Eastern Depot sought to intervene and seize control. Ultimately, it was His Majesty who withstood the pressure, assigning the case to the Town Protector's office for an exhaustive inquiry, with the Ministry of Justice collaborating closely. After hearing Qing Niao's account, Su Shan instinctively posed a question. How could there be fatalities among the Jinyiwei? The fire from last night was swiftly contained, and some documents remained intact. It was during the transport of these materials that the Jinyiwei and the detectives from the 6 doors were ambushed midway. The scant remaining clues were also irrevocably lost. As they spoke, the duo had already galloped to the scene of the incident. The area was now cordoned off by the Jinyiwei and the detectives from the 6 doors. Upon seeing Qing Niao arrive with her entourage, they promptly cleared a path. Xing Tongji, this is Su Shan, the deputy from Yuhang. In public, Qing Niao addressed her father by his official title. Su Shan, a towering figure of formidable stature, appeared notably excited as he gazed at Su Shan. The avenging of his wife's death was a debt he had repaid. Furthermore, having been thoroughly informed about the events in Yuhang by Qing Niao, he held a deep admiration for this exceptionally capable and gifted young man. After exchanging pleasantries, Qinglong spoke. I've heard you possess a remarkable talent for solving cases. Allow Qing Niao to guide you to the scene to see if any new discoveries await. Indeed, as Su Shan turned, his subordinate was reporting something to Qinglong. Upon hearing this, he muttered, the Eastern Depot truly knows how to seize opportunities amidst chaos. Just as a situation arises here, they request to take over the case? After uttering these words, Qinglong leaned in to discuss further arrangements. After a cursory glance at the crime scene, Su Shan made his way directly towards the numerous corpses. Fresh from his arduous journey to the capital, he had yet to change out of his travel attire. Consequently, as he approached the bodies, a voice bellowed, "Who is this? Who permitted an outsider to approach the corpses?" Upon hearing this, Su Shan instinctively turned to face the speaker, a constable. Before he could respond, his companion, Qing Niao, clasped her hands in salute and said, Captain Niu Jin, this is Su, the deputy Qian who recently transferred from the town protector's office in Yuhang. The speaker was Niu He, one of the 16 esteemed captains in the capital, known by the moniker Mighty Diamond Yell. Ah, a deputy Qianhu? From Yuhang, no less? As the detectives and the imperial guards present began to discuss the case, they instinctively cast glances at Su Shan's youthful visage. It was rumored that the town protector's office in Yuhang did not recruit from outside, relying solely on connections. Unless a remarkable talent emerged, the positions were typically reserved for the offspring of their own kin. Consequently, Yuhang's town protector's office garnered a reputation for nepotism and mediocrity. Humph. A deputy Qianhu at such a tender age. This is no mere stroke of luck. It's as if the family is ablaze with fortune. What? Does your family possess a mine? Laughter erupted as Niu He mocked Su Shan with a teasing tone. Qing Niao, upon hearing this, felt indignant on Su Shan's behalf and opened her mouth to defend him. However, before she could utter a word, Su Shan, maintaining his composure, simply smiled and stated, I am here to investigate the case. They are truly excessive. You clearly earned your position through merit. Why? If a dog bites us, can we not retaliate? What difference is there between us and beasts? As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the constables led by Niu He froze, united in indignation. Their gazes converged on Su Shan. How dare you speak so? Clang. The silver captain accompanying Niu He, restrained by the presence of other imperial guards, refrained from uttering the insult dog. However, in a fit of rage, He drew his sword a third of the way. What do you intend to do? Qing Miao admonished loudly. In contrast, Su Shan knelt beside the corpses, examining their wounds with a deliberate calmness, and remarked, according to the rules of our town protector's office in Yuhang, anyone who dares to raise arms against us, regardless of their status or background, shall be executed on the spot. With a disdainful glance at the silver captain, he added, I advise you to sheath your drawn blade. Should you dare to threaten me, I will not hesitate to slay you before all. Your fellow captain standing beside you shall not be able to protect you. I, Su Shan, declare this. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the entire gathering erupted in an uproar. To be considered a golden captor, one must possess at least the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Moreover, Niu He, an elder of the 6 doors, had achieved the initial stage of a master. Although he had yet to comprehend the power of celestial phenomena, he was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Was not this assertion a touch too audacious? You truly are arrogant, lad. The sound of Niu He gripping the hilt of his blade echoed ominously. Beside him, the silver captor, invigorated by his superior's proclamation, thought to himself, let us see if you possess the strength to back such hubris. With that, he not only unsheathed his blade with swiftness but also leaped towards Su Shan. Witnessing this, the vigilant Qing Miao had just prepared to confront the impending threat, when suddenly a figure brushed past her. Swish! The beautifully crafted spring embroidery blade, which had hung at her waist, was drawn forth. Chapter 64, On-Site Spirit Communication. Identifying the culprit. At the periphery of the crime scene, Cold-Blooded, one of the 4 renowned captors of the 6 gates, was relaying the details of the case to the Azure Dragon. At the time of the incident, Captain Niu He and his men were returning from Jinyiwei Mountain Villa and, upon witnessing the scene, engaged in a fierce battle, paying a heavy price as they dispatched several robbers. Consequently, both Niu He and a few surviving silver captors sustained grievous penetrating wounds. After performing rudimentary bandaging, they remained on-site to assist the investigation conducted by the town pacification office. Esteemed officer, we have also suffered the loss of 7 brothers within the 6 gates. Upon hearing Cold-Blooded summary, the Azure Dragon, despite harboring some doubts, responded, your efforts are commendable. The compensation for our brothers will be borne entirely by the town pacification office. Boom. Just as the Azure Dragon finished speaking, an overwhelming and chilling force erupted at the crime scene. What a profound celestial power! As he spoke, the Azure Dragon and Cold-Blooded instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sudden energy surge. In their line of sight, a man clad in the silver captor's official attire brandished a blade toward the side. Simultaneously, a shadow darted past, drawing out the embroidered spring knife from the waist of Qing Miao. Su Shan, recognizing the identity of the shadow, the Azure Dragon gasped in astonishment. Halt! Cold-Blooded, having also discerned that the power emanated from Su Shan, roared desperately while rushing toward the scene. Swoosh! Ziz! However, in the blink of an eye, the swift stroke of the blade concluded the encounter. The silver captor, whose blade had been cleaved in 2, found himself suspended in midair, split in half along the line of his nose. Crash! The explosive spray of blood erupted like ink splattered across Niu He and the other members of the 6 gates. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Captain Niu, upon witnessing this horror, instinctively yearned to strike back at Su Shan in vengeance for his fallen subordinate. Yet, just as he contemplated moving, he heard Cold-Blooded's frantic roar. Niu He, remain still. Bang! Cold-Blooded's commanding shout immobilized Niu He instinctively. In the next moment, his official hat shattered, his hair cascading down to his shoulders. More terrifyingly, the ground before him bore a gaping fissure, stained with the blood of the silver captor, grotesquely crimson. Witnessing this, his eyes widened, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. To speak plainly, had he taken even a half-step forward, he would now share the fate of silver captor Zhang Ying, cleaved asunder. Boom! Cold-Blooded, albeit a moment too late, was consumed with rage upon seeing the corpse of the silver captor and attempted to focus his energy on Su Shan. However, as he prepared to strike, the surging pure primordial energy was abruptly intercepted by the Azure Dragon, who had rushed to the scene. Not only did the Azure Dragon block Cold-Blooded's energy, but he also swiftly contained Su Shan's retaliatory force behind him. With that singular action, he effectively suppressed the murderous intent of both parties. What is the meaning of this? The Azure Dragon, his expression stern, immediately demanded an explanation. Swoosh! Su Shan, having effortlessly sheathed his embroidered spring knife, replied with an air of indifference, I am here to investigate, not to endure their scornful jests. According to the regulations of Yuhang's town protectorate, those who draw their weapons shall face execution without mercy. If he dares to unsheath his blade, I shall not hesitate to strike him down. It is as simple as that. Without uttering another word, Xu Shan turned and approached the lifeless body of his colleague to commune with the spirit. Meanwhile, Qing Miao stepped forward to recount the events in their entirety. Upon entering the AI perspective alongside Vice Captain Zhang, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the robbers, Xu Shan was struck by a chilling revelation. He witnessed a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Vice Captain Zhang, caught off guard, was stabbed in the back by his comrade, Niu He of the Six Doors, who had fought alongside him. This treacherous act left Zhang vulnerable, granting the robbers an opportunity to strike. Zzz. As Zhang succumbed to multiple wounds, he inflicted a piercing blow upon Niu He in his dying moments. You, Niu He, how dare you consort with thieves? The Jinyiwei will not spare you. Xing Tongji will avenge us. A sinister chuckle escaped Niu He's lips as he loomed above. He retorted, You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet insist on forcing your way into hell? Do you truly believe you can investigate Jinyiwei Mountain Manor? Just as Niu He finished speaking, his subordinate, Silver Hunter Zhang Yang, who had been slain by Xu Shan, approached and declared, Boss, they have all been eliminated. The robbers are no more. Only this brat remains. Niu He nodded appreciatively, looking down upon the feeble Vice Captain Zhang, sneering. No one will know that it was the three of us who orchestrated this. Tell me, with our valiant efforts in battle, do you think Xing Tongji will personally commend us? He laughed derisively. If you must blame someone, blame the Jinyiwei for choosing the wrong side. After communing with several deceased souls, Xu Shan unraveled the truth of the matter. Niu He's claim of leading reinforcements was a ruse. His true intent was to betray. In fact, he had even turned his blade against his own subordinates and those accomplices among the robbers. Only he and his two surviving brothers, Silver Hunters Zhang Ying and Zhang Cheng, remained. The elaborate deception and the scene of the crime could indeed absolve them of suspicion. However, even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. Ding dong. The system issues a collective mission, the last wishes of the Jinyiwei. Mission objective, publicly expose the hypocritical masks of Niu He and his cohorts and eliminate them. Mission progress, 1-3. Mission reward, 50 years of cultivation. And the 18 dragon subduing palms. As Xu Shan returned to reality from his communion, the system promptly announced the mission. At that moment, the cold-blooded divine hunter, advocating for his subordinate, spoke with a sharp tone, Xing Tongji. We from the Six Doors shall assist you Jinyiwei in this case. This is indeed a thankless endeavor. Especially in the case of Jin Bunyu, they risked their lives to eradicate evil. Yet now, due to mere sarcastic remarks, your men have slain them. Shouldn't you provide an explanation to the Six Doors regarding this matter? Huh. Upon hearing this, Qinglong let out a cold laugh and retorted, You are not even qualified to demand an explanation from this official. Let your chief Jian Jiu Huang discuss it with me once he emerges from confinement. Your unwavering defense of your own has left Lang Shui blushing with indignation and embarrassment. I shall certainly report this matter to the Ministry of Justice and petition His Majesty. How you choose to handle it is your affair, while how to resolve it is my concern. Qinglong's imposing demeanor signifies that he has taken upon himself all the responsibility. In this regard, he is no less resolute than Ji Gang. Very well, then. We shall take our leave. Hold on. Long Shenbu, I, Xu Shan, shall provide an explanation to your Six Doors. Chapter 65. Public Exposure, Stupefaction. Upon hearing Xu Shan's words, not only the bystanders but even his most trusted ally, Qing Miao, felt that he was being excessively arrogant today. The most indignant were several of the Qinglong's direct subordinates. Under the oppression of the Donglin Party in the two factories of the East and West, the Jinyiwei was already surrounded by enemies in the capital. The Lushan Min, overseen by Jian Jiu Huang, was one of the few allies of the Zhengfu division. Although their relationship was not one of utmost intimacy, they would still look out for each other in matters of great significance. Yet today, for this young man, they had already encountered discord with Lushan men. While it was unreasonable to expect boundless gratitude, one should at least possess a sense of appreciation and refrain from further entanglements. Even the Jinyiwei harbored prejudices against Xu Shan. Yet Qinglong regarded him with considerable interest, even going so far as to step aside to allow him to come forward. A latecomer who had garnered great expectations from Ji Gang, and a youthful prodigy capable of evoking celestial power. Such qualities would undoubtedly earn him Qinglong's unconditional favoritism at any time. What explanation do you intend to provide to Lushan men? Cold Blood inquired, each word laden with intensity. In response, Xu Shan, with a faint smile, softly replied, I have learned a bit of medicine and possess decent skills. I wish to assist Niu Jinbu in examining his wounds, doing what I can. The Jinyiwei and constables present were perplexed, unsure of his intentions. Was he bowing down? Intentionally yielding to Lu Shanmin? Humph. I have no need for that. As Su Shan's words left his lips, Niuhe, with disheveled hair, feigned indignation and retorted. You think merely examining the wounds of the silver constable you killed is sufficient for an explanation? You Jinyiwei certainly overestimate yourselves. Beside Niuhe, the silver constable Zhang Sheng frantically added, given his reaction, it is entirely understandable. After all, Zhang Ying, who was just slain by Su Shan, was his own brother. Shouldn't the emperor's personal guards regard themselves with some importance? Clap. As Su Shan approached Niuhe, his steps did not waver. Recognizing that Cold Blood did not genuinely intend to back down, he pointed fiercely, exclaiming, I advise you to retreat immediately behind the Xingtongzi, or you shall bear the consequences. Bang. Boom. No sooner had Cold Blood spoken than Su Shan, taking another step forward, emanated an aura that instilled fear in all present. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the few Lu Shanmin masters who had stood before Niuhe were forcefully pushed aside by this overwhelming force. Only Cold Blood, a fourth-grade master, remained standing. You. What is this? As the crowd was rendered speechless with terror, Qilong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Pure Yuan True Qi? Beginning at the third-grade grandmaster level. Gulp. Qinglong's revelation caused everyone present to widen their eyes in astonishment and swallow hard. A third-grade grandmaster? How old could he possibly be? At such a tender age, has he already ascended to the pinnacle of power in this world? Just moments ago, they were mocking his position as deputy commander, questioning its legitimacy. Yet now, it seems that this very title has belittled Su Shan's formidable prowess. Even Qing Yao, who is perhaps most familiar with Su Shan, stands in astonishment. The last time Su Shan made his move, he faced the 5 monsters of Jiangnan. Hadn't he just begun to grasp the power of celestial phenomena then? What an extraordinary talent! It is hard to believe that with the strength of Cold God Captor, I would need to cower behind Xingtongji. I merely wish to inspect the wounds on Niu Jin Captor. Upon hearing this, Niuhe and Zhang Cheng grew increasingly tense. At this moment, they could only long for Cold Blood to exhibit even greater dominance. Thus, they deliberately raised their voices, proclaiming, Our 6 doors do not require your explanations. The instant their words fell, Su Shan's aura intensified dramatically, surging with vigor. 9 streams of crimson pure essence spiraled around him, and his thunderous voice resonated throughout the venue. You do not require it? But my fallen colleagues from the Jinyiwei, they demand this explanation. With a swift motion, Su Shan's true energy enveloped the entire arena. Not only did he move, but the elite Jinyiwei warriors accompanying him also appeared in a flash. What do you mean by that? Bang! As Cold Blood's words echoed, Su Shan's energy thrust him away from Niuhe, stumbling back a few paces. Cold Blood was still preparing to shout when Su Shan, facing Niuhe with unyielding resolve, took action. Swish. Zizzle. What are you planning to do? Su Shan's first strike effortlessly tore open Niuhe's clothing and the bandages covering his wounds, fully revealing the penetrating injury on his shoulder to all present. Cold Blood, completely restrained, seethed with rage, especially upon witnessing Su Shan thrusting the knife towards Niuhe. The sound of the embroidered spring knife piercing Niuhe's body, coupled with his agonized cries, reverberated throughout the venue. Enraged, Cold Blood, intent on retaliating, found Su Shan pointing the bloodied embroidered spring knife at the fresh and old wounds of Niuhe for all to see. Cold God Captor, could you please take a look? Niu Jin Captor, what distinguishes these new wounds from the old ones? Hiss. As Su Shan posed this question, the vast space fell into a brief silence, quickly followed by a chorus of gasps. The embroidered spring knife, elongated and with a concave arc, created wounds that were starkly different from those inflicted by the weapons of the 6 doors or the robbers. Identical? According to Niu Jin Captor's previous statement, weren't these injuries inflicted by the robbers? As this realization dawned upon the crowd, a dreadful thought began to take shape in their minds. It could also be a case of mistaken identity. As we delve into a more vivid portrayal, a sudden whoosh and crackle resonate in the air. Without sparing a glance, Su Shan swiftly swings his arm. The sharp blade cleaves through the air, effortlessly tearing apart the clothing of Zhang Qing, who had just been vocal in support of the Niuhe gang. In the following moment, the bandages entwined around him burst apart, revealing several claw-like gashes before the astonished crowd. These marks are unmistakably from the hidden weapon of Deputy Qianhu Zhang, the eagle claw hook. Indeed, this very set of concealed arms was crafted during my visit to the artisan workshop alongside him. A collective gasp echoes through the large venue as someone elucidates the origin of these wounds. you had prepared meticulously previously when the Jinyiwei examined the injuries. You cleverly concealed the original wounds with artificial skin, narrowly escaping scrutiny. You even employed the secretive disguise technique of the Wadujio, withered wood blossoms in spring. Upon finishing this declaration, Su Shan turns to glare at the already dumbfounded Cold Blood, stating, Cold God Catcher, I have provided the explanation you sought. But when shall the 6 doors furnish the account that the town protector's office demands? A resounding bang follows. Chapter 66, The Great Wisdom Appears as a Demon. The dragon's countenance radiates joy. Confronted with Su Shan's inquiries, the previously unyielding and fierce Cold Blood found himself at a loss, rendered speechless. Especially upon sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the likes of the Azure Dragon and his companions, he was left utterly disoriented. He could never have anticipated that it was his own subordinate who, in an act of treachery, would betray the Jinyiwei. Xing Tongji, I was unaware of this matter. And moreover, before Cold Blood could finish his sentence, the Azure Dragon, raising his right arm, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his cheek. Thud. No one present perceived the Azure Dragon harnessing his true energy, yet with that single strike, he sent the 4th-grade Grandmaster Cold Blood flying several meters away. Such prowess left Su Shan astounded. Goodness! Just how formidable is my father-in-law? Is he truly this ferocious? A mere claim of ignorance. And he need not account to the Zhengfu Sea? Call Jian Jiu Huang. Today he must emerge from his seclusion. The blood of the Jinyiwei shall not be shed in vain. The Azure Dragon's formidable presence enveloped the scene in a brief silence. It was only when Su Shan moved towards Niuhe and Zhangcheng that they, in a moment of realization, began to question him. How did you come to know of the Wittesect's secretive transformation technique, the withered wood blossoms in spring? And how did you suspect us? Upon hearing this, Su Shan scoffed derisively. Shall I disclose that it is because I have ascended to the Tianfeng body and was rewarded with this divine ability by the system? Yet, I must maintain the facade of mystery. I have slain more Wittesect protectors of level and above than you have ever encountered. Gulp. At this proclamation, the audience, bewildered yet impressed, could not suppress a collective swallow. Just as their doubts lingered, Su Shan continued with a sardonic grin. The Wheel of Law, Elder Aili. The Widow Boy, the head of the fat-headed Luo. I presented those as a greeting gift to Xing Tongji upon my arrival. The more one kills, the greater their experience. As he uttered these words in a remarkably nonchalant manner, the vast assembly fell into a profound silence. Yet, in the gaze of the crowd directed at Su Shan, there was an unmistakable blend of awe and reverence. Even Cold Blood, who had only moments ago bared his teeth at him, now looked on in astonishment. The Widow Boy and fat-headed Luo were within Cold Blood's reach to slay, yet Elder Ai Li and the Wheel of Law were entities beyond his capabilities to challenge. As for how I discovered your identities, if I lacked such abilities, I would feel embarrassed to claim affiliation with the Yuhang Zhengfu Si. A prodigy. The meticulous training of Ji Gang has yielded an exceptional disciple. The Azure Dragon, increasingly admiring Su Shan, pondered silently. Your inquiries have concluded. Now it is my turn. Was your earlier mockery intended to exacerbate the conflict between the 6 doors and the Zhengfu Si? At this, Niuhe's pupils dilated slightly. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, his expression conveyed his answer to the onlookers. Let me speculate your motives. Firstly, to obfuscate the truth, preventing the Jinyiwei from focusing on the case itself, fearing exposure of your own misdeeds. And where there is one, there is often a second. What might be your second aim? Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon gazed at Su Shan with admiration. Delay the time. As long as the Jinfu division cannot solve the case in a short period, the higher authorities will revoke the Jinyiwei's right to investigate the Jinyiwei villa. The current mastermind is likely seeking an edict and creating momentum. Aha! Once Su Shan finished speaking, the Azure Dragon laughed heartily and said, the Eastern Factory is indeed seeking an edict, and the Donglin Party is already generating momentum. After these words, the crowd's gaze towards Su Shan brimmed with even greater reverence. Before he even entered the capital, he was brought to the crime scene. And relying solely on his deductions and scant clues, he had already analyzed the trajectory of the situation. Truly formidable. At this moment, the Bluebird, who was intently observing Su Shan's profile, harbored unusual sentiments in her eyes. Young, accomplished, capable, intelligent, and bold. What girl would not feel a flutter in her heart for such a man? Hearing the Bluebird say, "You are quite skilled at interrogation? I do not concern myself with their fates, but I demand to know everything they are aware of in the shortest possible time." The Azure Dragon patted Su Shan's shoulder and spoke with a smile. Whether they are dead or alive, there are no secrets in my hands. I admire your confidence. Take them away. Yes. In the imperial palace, the imperial study. Since Empress Jinyiwei assumed power, the Empress Dowager Lin Ruoyan seldom graced this place. However, today, to bolster her subordinate, she made her way here. Not only her, but several ministers of the cabinet seemed to have conspired to gather here for an audience. Your Majesty, while the Jinyiwei are indeed the Emperor's personal guards, their capabilities are rather limited. Such crucial material evidence was unexpectedly destroyed by a few thieves during transport. Not only did we suffer casualties, but it also delayed the investigation. It is well known that the Jinyiwei Villa case has stirred the entire city. If not handled promptly, it could tarnish the imperial reputation. Seated beside the Empress, Lin Ruoyan merely opened the discussion, and the cabinet ministers eagerly followed suit. With a countenance that was exceptionally strained, Jinyiwei forced a smile and questioned, then according to the Empress Dowager's opinion, who should handle this case? In my view, it would be more prudent for the Eastern Factory and the Six Doors to jointly investigate. I second that. I second that. As soon as Lin Ruoyan finished speaking, several ministers led the chorus of agreement. Is the Eastern Factory truly more reliable than my personal guards? With a grim expression, Jinyiwei coldly inquired, Your Majesty, at least in the current situation, where the populace has lost faith in the Jinyiwei, the Eastern Factory is more suitable. No sooner had Lin Ruoyan spoken than Chao Zhenchun stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, this old servant will certainly not betray your trust. But fear that the Director Chao is merely crying thief while being a thief himself. Accompanying the king was Yuan Tiangang, who retorted directly, Both are the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world, having engaged in both overt and covert struggles for many years. The words of the Celestial Master have displeased me greatly. This murky water is one the Eastern Factory does not wish to wade into. Ultimately, is it not the incompetence of the Celestial Master's son that has led to this? Chao Zhenchun's words were undeniably blunt. Your Majesty, the deputy of the Northern Town Guard, Qi Long, has urgently reported. At that moment, Honggu outside the Imperial Study spoke up. Urgent report? Announce him. Shortly thereafter, Qi Long entered the hall. After paying his respects to the Emperor, he immediately got to the point. The case of the Jinyiwei being robbed has been resolved. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei rose with delight. Meanwhile, Chao Zhenchun and others nearby furrowed their brows slightly. Indeed, it is absolutely certain. After conveying this, Qi Long succinctly summarized the case. The golden captains of the Six Doors dared to betray my loyal guards? Qi Long. Yes. I demand to know who is behind this. Understood. Who handled this case? I shall reward him handsomely. The timely resolution of the case lifted Zhu Youwei's earlier gloom. The Emperor's countenance was filled with joy, naturally warranting a reward. Returning to your Majesty, the one who solved this case is Su Shan, the newly appointed deputy Qianhu from Yuhang Town. Who? Su Shan? Upon hearing this name, Zhu Youwei was instantly moved. Not only her, but even Yuan Tiangong's eyes brightened. Nearby, Lin Ruoyan and Chao Zhenchun each exhibited a glimmer of intense murderous intent in their eyes. Chapter 67, Promotion to Thousand Household, The Struggle of Priorities. Cough. The dry cough of Yuan Tiangang made Zhu Youwei realize her indiscretion. She then spoke again. According to the report from the returning Chief Officer Shang Wan, this Su Shan possesses both valor and wisdom, and is indeed a master in handling cases. It appears to be true. Upon hearing this, Qi Long generously praised. As stated by Chief Officer Shang Wan, he is truly remarkable. Excellent. I hear he follows the path of martial arts that embodies utmost strength and vitality? Indeed, replied Honggu. Your Majesty has conferred upon him the Zhengyang sword from the Imperial Treasury. He is promoted to Thousand Household and tasked with thoroughly investigating the case of Jinyiwei Villa. With this sword, I grant him the authority to act first and report later. The assembly was left in utter astonishment by the series of rewards bestowed by the Empress. Setting aside the fact that the Zhengyang sword resonates with the forces of heaven and earth, the phrase act first and report later alone granted Su Shan significant power. Unlike the proclamations in Yuhang, this time the Empress publicly declared her decree in the presence of the Empress Dowager, cabinet ministers, and Chao Zhenchun. This was tantamount to adorning Su Shan with a gilded status. Fortune and calamity intertwined. Su Shan, now seen through the eyes of the elite, would have to endure even fiercer storms. Half an hour later, Qi Long returned to the Bizenfu. Upon his return, Officer Huang Chaojie immediately approached him. Criminal officer. How did it go? What were the young man's methods? He inquired softly, gesturing towards the direction of the dungeon. TSK, Huang Chaojie replied. His blade is steady. His heart ruthless. That scene was truly captivating. Didn't he confess? The Five Poison sect has infiltrated the Six Doors, and we have traced and dismantled one of their strongholds in the capital. This stronghold is a designated procurement site for the palace's vegetable inspection department, with established connections to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Eastern Depot. Upon hearing this, Qinglong smiled. So they were caught off guard, were they? Huh, they weren't. Huang Qiaojie laughed. Let us pass this lead to Jian Jiu Huang. The Six Doors owe us an explanation, do they not? Understood. Huang Qiaojie added, moreover, according to Nyohi, the accomplices of their robbers seem to be desperate rogues nurtured by the Money Gang. Money Gang? The North Marquis? The Money Gang is the largest gang in Beijing, and its backer is one of the power holders of the station military in the capital, the North Marquis. The city defense camp is under his command. He is also one of the key figures controlling the situation in the capital along with Lingbo Weibu. Send someone to investigate personally. Yes, in the dungeon. The already bloodied and battered Nyohi weakly uttered, I have said everything that needs to be said. Grant me a swift end. Su Shan, grant me a swift end. As he spoke these words, Su Shan effortlessly swung his arm, slicing through Nyohi's neck with a single stroke. As you wish. Ding dong. Contribution host. Task completed. The wishes of the Imperial Guards. Task reward. 50 years of cultivation, 18 dragon subduing palms. As Su Shan was about to conduct a local simulation, the sound of footsteps approached him from afar. Su Shan, heed the decree. Your subordinate. His Majesty grants permission. No need to kneel. After saying this, Qilong unfurled the imperial edict and read it aloud in a formal manner. Su Shan was promoted to the position of 1,000 household of the Jinyiwei and tasked with a thorough investigation into the case of the Jinyiwei villa. He was bestowed with the Jinyang knife, which granted him the authority to act decisively. Your subordinate, Su Shan, receives the decree. As Su Shan accepted the edict and the precious knife, the exuberant Qingyu exclaimed, Father, with such a significant blunder from the Six Doors, will they be unable to assist in this case any longer? Henceforth, will the Jinyiwei solely retain the investigative power? Upon hearing this, Qinglong smiled and replied, though the Six Doors have been sidelined, the Eastern Factory has been included. This case will now be jointly investigated by the Jinyiwei and the Eastern Factory. Father. How could this be? It shouldn't be. Before Qingyao could finish her thought, Su Shan, toying with the precious knife, scoffed. The so-called struggle within the court is merely a continual process of mutual compromise between both parties. His Majesty must have obtained what he desired. Indeed, the newly appointed governor of Yuhang and this year's chief examiner for the spring imperial examination are both His Majesty's people. Hearing this, Su Shan instinctively remarked, the Donglin party has invested such a considerable sum? Does this not further indicate that the case of Jinyiwei Villa is deeply entangled? When I left the palace, the Eastern Factory had already dispatched personnel to the crime scene at the first opportunity. Upon hearing Qinglong's statement, Su Shan jested, Xing Tongji, they truly treat people like cattle. I shall head to the scene immediately. Once this case is resolved, I shall personally host a welcoming feast for you. Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, present. With a shout from Qinglong, two men clad in the attire of Deputy 1,000 households of the Jinyiwei stepped forward. One was adept at assassination and intelligence gathering, while the other excelled in tracking and possessed remarkable lightness of foot. Both were masters of their craft. They would each lead a team and follow your command. As soon as Qinglong finished speaking, the two clasped their fists in unison and said, we pay our respects to 1,000 household Su. Remarkable names indeed. Go prepare. In 15 minutes, we shall depart for Jinyiwei Villa. Understood. An hour later, Su Shan, dressed in a blue official robe, led his contingent to the remnants of Jinyiwei Villa, now reduced to scorched earth and vague outlines. Yet, even in this state, they were encircled by the Eastern Factory guards who had arrived ahead of them. What are you doing here? The Eastern Factory is investigating. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. As several minor officials dismounted to clear the way for Su Shan and Desan, the Eastern Factory's chief officer responsible for perimeter security shouted hoarsely, we are under the command of 1,000 households Su from the town suppression department, tasked with a thorough investigation into the Jinyiwei Villa case. A thorough investigation of the Jinyiwei Villa case? We have received no such orders. Our instructions are that no one, aside from the Eastern Factory guards, is allowed to step foot into Jinyiwei Villa. After the other party arrogantly finished speaking, the negotiator's expression turned cold and stern. What is going on? He replied to Su Qianhu, stating that the Eastern Factory had not received any orders to collaborate with the Jinyiwei on the case, thus preventing their entry. Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled. Collaboration in investigations certainly has its hierarchy, especially in the case of the Jinyiwei mountain villa. The more the Eastern factory seized control, the easier it became for them to obliterate any suspicious evidence. Not having received orders for joint investigation, it was merely a pretext, leveraging their strength in numbers to deliberately exclude the Jinyiwei. The Eastern factory's arrogance is intolerable. Naturally, Li Yuanfang, who discerned the underlying motives, spoke coldly. Let us remain calm. They are merely acting under orders. Is that so? Su Shan replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. Indeed, with a swift motion. He took a piece of paper and a pen from the accompanying clerk and elegantly inscribed the word order before slapping it directly onto the other person's face. You have now received your order. Can you depart now? Are you mocking us? Chapter 68. A glance too many. Even the dog must suffer as the Andes Han halberd pointed angrily at Su Shan, having just roared. Li Yuanfang, consumed by rage, unsheathed his blade and severed the outstretched finger. A piercing scream erupted from him, echoing throughout the estate. Upon hearing the commotion, Ma Hu, the East Factory supervisor, stormed in. Visibly enraged. Clutching his severed finger, Andes Han cried out in a choked voice, Supervisor Ma, you must take charge. The Jinyiwei have drawn their blades without cause. My finger has been sliced off. Furious at this, Ma Hu bellowed, You wretched scoundrel, has the Jinyiwei dared to defy the East Factory? Who is the leader among you? Come forth. While Ma Hu raged, Su Shan turned to face Li Yuanfang, who had just drawn his knife. My lord. I could not restrain myself. The fault lies with me. Su Shan accepted the embroidered spring knife from Li Yuanfang, examining the bloodstains on the blade with deliberate calmness. How did your leader instruct you to wield a knife? The question left not only Li Yuanfang but also Wang Qinian and the others in stunned silence. Is this truly how one uses the embroidered spring knife? At that moment, Ma Hu approached menacingly. We are speaking to you. Are you pretending to be mute? In an instant, Su Shan turned and cleaved downward. The next moment, Ma Hu's body erupted in two, as if severed by a machine. Blood sprayed forth like ink, splattering onto Andes Han and the other guards behind him. After a brief silence, terrified screams filled the air, especially when Ma Hu's body fell to either side. The guards, led by Andes Han, stumbled back in fear, some even collapsing to the ground. Conversely, Su Shan turned, advancing towards Li Yuanfang, swallowing hard at the sharp gaze of his superior. Even the fierce Li Yuanfang found it hard to suppress a gulp. This is the correct method of wielding the embroidered spring knife. Since you have drawn your blade, why allow him to live? Are you waiting to settle scores come autumn, to take revenge on your family? Su Shan's soul-searching inquiry left all the Jinyiwei present in astonished contemplation. Casually tossing the embroidered spring knife back to Li Yuanfang, Su Shan added with a calm tone. Now, take that technique you just used to sever his finger and behead him. Before Su Shan, after bellowing that word with his chest held high, the fierce and menacing Li Yuanfang charged towards Andes Han with his blade drawn. Without turning back, Su Shan surveyed all the Jinyiwei present. At that moment, a terrified scream emanated from Andes Han behind him. How dare you? We are all under Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. Before he could finish his words, the resolute Li Yuanfang swiftly severed his head. Report to the Lord, and Dishan's head has been brought. Li Yuanfang, presenting the trophy and bowing to Su Shan, proclaimed. Clap for him. With Su Shan leading the way, an eerie and chilling applause erupted throughout the venue. This is your first time accompanying me, Su Shan, on an official mission. You may not be particularly acquainted with my working style. I am not one for grand theories. I have 3 simple requirements of you. First, obedience. Second, obedience. Third, still bloody obedience. As long as you adhere to these 3 points, as long as I am alive, I will bear the weight of the heavens. Do you understand? Understood. The weak response echoed back, prompting Su Shan to question. Have you not eaten? Understood. This time, the Jinyiwei shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Get to work. Shout the slogan. With that command, Su Shan strode forward with purpose. Following closely, Wang Qinian, veins bulging at his neck, shouted, Jinyiwei are on duty, and idle folk should be gone. At that moment, the accompanying Jinyiwei stood tall and proud. Even their steps resonated with power. In stark contrast, the Eastern Depot guards, who had just shown their teeth, now fell silent after losing their 2 mainstays, Ma Hu and Andes Han, faced with the resounding steps of the Jinyiwei. The outnumbered Eastern Depot guards recoiled in terror. With nowhere left to retreat, they willingly vacated a path. Each one gripped their weapon's hilt, wary of an imminent clash. Why hold your blade if you dare not draw it? What are you pretending to be, a fierce wolf? The crisp sound of clapping from behind caused Su Shan to instinctively halt and turn. He saw Wang Qinian delivering a slap to a guard who had been glaring at him. That's the spirit. If they dare glare at us, they deserve a slap. Stop and truly feel this exhilaration. With Su Shan's command, the sound of slapping resonated through the air. In the capital and even in Yingtian Prefecture, the once proud Eastern Depot Guards, backed by the likes of the Duke Chao, the Empress, and the Eastern Forest Party, now bowed their heads in fear. Unable to voice their anger, there is no way around it. Andy Mountain. The two severed corpses, marked by a haphazard cross of horizontal and vertical lines, have yet to drain their blood completely. Remember this well. I do not inquire about others, but as long as I, Su Shan, lead the charge, every one of you from the Eastern Factory is to bow your heads in our presence. Unaccustomed, I shall sever them for you. Damn it. Is the joint operation attempting to intimidate me? Each of you behaves as if you have never faced death. Only when Su Shan strides forward again does the humiliating spectacle for the Eastern Factory momentarily come to a close. Observing their proud and imposing retreat, a deputy minister, his face swollen from a slap, growled fiercely, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry back to the capital and summon Lu Zhangshi to exact our revenge. We shall go at once." Some, utterly terrified, eagerly volunteered to distance themselves from this place of turmoil. "You few, remain here with me. Today, we shall not allow a single one to escape. Yes, Su Shan, with Lu Zhangshi's arrival, we shall see how arrogant you remain." Chapter 69, Restoring the Truth. Turning the tide. In a location that had been scrutinized repeatedly by the Jinyiwei, the Six Doors, and the Eastern Factory, Su Shan found it hard to believe that he could uncover any clues from the surface. What truly drew him here was the fact that the bodies of the victims from Jinyiwei Villa remained in their original state. After instructing his subordinates to conduct another thorough search, Su Shan led his team further inside. During this time, a scribe accompanying him succinctly recounted the earlier investigations carried out by his colleagues. A total of 78 individuals had perished within the villa. Among them, 90% died while still in their last living state. The forensic experts had detected chronic poison within their bodies, with the onset of toxicity occurring just before the fire. Upon hearing this, Su Shan surveyed the remnants of what was once a grand estate, now reduced to a mere framework, yet still exuding a sense of majesty, and quietly inquired, "What about the remaining 10%? All were slain by a single stroke." The bodies of these individuals were discovered in a hidden room. Once the scribe finished his report, Su Shan turned to his companion, Li Yuanfang, and asked, "What are your thoughts, Yuanfang?" My lord, I can only observe with my eyes." The forthright Li Yuanfang replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Shan met his sincere gaze and smiled, responding, "Your wise eyes sparkle like stars in the night sky. They have certainly blinded many a fool. My lord, your knowledge is boundless. A true master of both literature and martial prowess. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the mighty river." As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, Wang Qinian interjected with a fawning tone, "You should express such sentiments more often." With that remark, Su Shan, stifling a laugh, continued deeper into the villa alongside the scribe. "Wait, Lord Wang. Which part of that statement indicated that Su Qianhu is a master of knowledge? Blinding people's eyes? That seems illogical. I am not easily deceived, given my limited education." The earnest Li Yuanfang questioned Wang Qinian. "Given that you, Lord Li, have already grasped the celestial forces, is it unreasonable for you to be a Qianhu? Why do you remain merely a deputy?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang shook his head vigorously. "I do not know. If heaven is to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first endure trials of the heart and mind?" After letting out a cold chuckle directed at his companion, Wang Qinian suddenly noticed something and quickly approached Su Shan with a flattering demeanor. "Su Qianhu, mind your step. There are stairs ahead." As Su Shan passed several corpses, he engaged in a symbolic communion with each of them. The clues he garnered were scant. They had all been busy with their own affairs one moment and met their sudden demise the next. These two charred bodies have fused into one. They must not have lived virtuous lives. Deep within the backyard, behind a rockery, a female corpse remained in a seated position, with a male corpse lying beneath her. Previously, this area had been a garden, and with the rockery concealing them, their interaction would have gone unnoticed. Now, with the garden scorched and the rockery collapsed, their arrangement seemed particularly jarring. Intrigued, Su Shan regarded the scene as if watching a short film, communing with the spirits of the departed. As the scene unfolds, reminiscent of a ride in a shaking car from a past life, the woman's expression is one of profound anguish. In that fleeting moment, a haunting melody echoes in Su Shan's mind. Father's father is called grandfather. Just as Su Shan prepares to withdraw his otherworldly abilities and conclude his morbid amusement. The ensuing tableau casts a shadow of gravity upon his countenance. Lu Yu, don't move. There are others. At the sound of the man's voice, the woman instinctively crouches down. Almost immediately, a flurry of hurried footsteps resonates from outside the rear hall, not far from the artificial mountain. From her vantage point, the woman observes an elderly man leading several figures clad in black robes toward the interior. Be cautious, Lu Zhangshi. The elder beckons one of his companions, instructing, bring all 6 remaining managers here. Inform them that the master has sent someone to meet in the dark room. Understood. Subsequently, several hurried figures make their way into the rear hall. Suddenly, the poison takes effect, and the man and woman perish instantly. The scene abruptly halts. This has become intriguing. Regaining his composure, Su Shan strides purposefully toward the rear hall, with the bewildered Wang Qinian and others hastily following suit. Sir Su. Xing Tongxi and his men discovered the nearly incinerated documents within this very dark room. The 9 individuals here were not victims of poisoning. They were all brutally slain. Stepping into the so-called dark room, Su Shan listens attentively to Wang Qinian's account while simultaneously connecting with the spirits of the 9 deceased. Among them, 2 are guardians of the estate, both caught off guard and swiftly dispatched. Through the perspectives of the remaining 7, Su Shan reconstructs the events of that fateful night. Lu Zhangshi, the documents concerning certain officials from the capital are all here. Those of the 3rd rank and above have been preserved separately by the master. In the realm of artificial intelligence, the leading manager sycophantically addresses Lu Jin. Is everything here? No backups, I trust? Even if you gave me 100 lives. I wouldn't dare. Very well. Take everything that can be carried. For what cannot be taken, destroy it on the spot. Yes, with Lu Jin's command. His subordinates immediately spring into action. From the perspective of the 2nd manager, Su Shan also glimpses in Desan, Ma Hu, and others. The investigators are indeed the culprits? No wonder the Eastern Depot is so formidable. Lu Zhangshi, what on earth has happened? Your compatriot, Wu Jingsheng, the governor of Yuhang, is not only a covert agent for the Eastern Japan Black Dragon Society, but was also caught red-handed by the Jinyiwei. Before assuming his post in Yuhang, he had been here organizing these documents for the master. Though sealed, who can guarantee he wouldn't expose you? With a swift motion, Lu Jin personally draws his blade, silencing the leading manager who had been conversing with him. The adept warriors accompanying the Eastern Depot follow suit, brandishing their weapons. Lu Zhangshi, we shall reveal nothing. Lu Zhangshi. Zila. The scene has vanished entirely. Ding dong. The system issues a group task, the last wishes of the innkeepers of Jinyiwei Villa. Task content, eliminate the executioners led by Lu Jin. Task progress, 217. Are there 17 individuals involved? Excluding the already slain Andihan and Ma Hu, quite a few remain. To ascertain their appearances, Su Shan repeatedly employed divination, memorizing their facial features and identities. During this time, an unexpected gain transpired. Several innkeepers, each harboring ulterior motives, conspired to create false accounts, thereby amassing a considerable sum of silver. Some of it has already been dispatched, while a significant portion remains hidden within the secret compartments of the east wing of the villa. This time, when Lu Jin made his sudden visit, they feared that their deceit had been uncovered. They purposefully gathered to synchronize their narratives. This particular detail was what Su Shan seized upon. What they concealed could be silver, but it could also be account books and backups of member information. As for how to articulate it, that solely depends on his eloquence. In this game, I shall turn the tide against the winds. Chapter 70. Fishing for evidence. Those willing take the bait. After sitting silently beside the corpse for an extended period, Su Shan suddenly rose and departed. The individuals who had been trailing him, including Wang Qinian, hastily followed suit. My lord, have you made some discovery? Wang Qinian inquired as Su Shan made his way toward the eastern chamber. From the remnants of the silk that was not entirely incinerated in the secret chamber, it is evident that these individuals are prominent figures from the Jinyiwei villa. The perpetrator, in a state of panic due to the sudden visit of the Jinyiwei, hastily murdered and disposed of the body, leaving in a flurry. Consequently, certain documents were not completely destroyed before they set the place ablaze and fled. Be it the 6 doors, the Eastern Depot, or the Jinyiwei, all their focus has been directed toward the rear courtyard and the secret chamber. They have overlooked a crucial avenue of investigation. Following Su Shan's line of reasoning, Wang Qinian's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, the personal belongings of these notable figures. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang expressed his surprise, but the eastern chamber where they resided has been reduced to ashes. If the rear hall contains a secret chamber, is it not conceivable that the quarters of these distinguished individuals might also have hidden compartments? Once Wang Qinian articulated this thought, Li Yuanfang experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, Yuanfang, I shall refrain from asking you for your opinion in the future. You need only concern yourself with the grim tasks of killing and executing the dirty work. You are quite different from the Yuanfang I once knew. After jesting, Su Shan waved his hand, commanding, summon everyone. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we must uncover something of value. Yes, the abrupt commotion caused by the Jinyiwei also piqued the curiosity of the Eastern Depot's deputy chief, Haidagawei, who could not help but investigate. Out of fear of the embroidered spring blades in the hands of their adversaries, they only dared to climb atop the walls and observe from a distance. Is the Jinyiwei overindulging in their feast? What are they digging about in such a frenzy? Hearing this, Haidagawei scoffed. Desperate measures. They simply wished to put on a show, providing themselves a plausible excuse upon their return. Considering their haphazard efforts, if they were to unearth anything, I would eat my hat. Just as Haidagawei confidently declared this, jubilant shouts erupted from the direction of the eastern chamber. Lord Su, Lord Wang, there truly is a hidden compartment. Inside, there are several large boxes. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Depot guards perched atop the walls widened their eyes and instinctively glanced at Haidagawei, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. What is all this ruckus? Are you not aware of the dogs behind the wall? Wang Qinian's furious roar brought them back to reality. Dogs behind the wall? Haidagawei, they are insulting us. Smack. We are not deaf. Have they truly stumbled upon something by sheer luck? Bang. Clatter. As Haidagawei spoke, the first box was successfully retrieved from the depths. Due to its overwhelming weight, the contents tumbled out. Silver? A plethora of gleaming silver? Quickly, pack it into boxes. The chaos of the Jinyiwei was keenly observed by Haidagawei and the other guards. Indeed, there was something of value? How had they discovered it? Such doubts lingered in the minds of the guards. Meanwhile, the anxious Haidagawei frequently turned to glance at the official road, anticipating the arrival of Lu Jin, their superior. However, while the Jinyiwei had already salvaged several large boxes, their leader was still nowhere in sight. Why is Master Lu taking so long? You all need to hurry back to the city and inform Master Lu. If we delay any longer, the opportunity will slip away. Yes. After relocating several boxes of gold and silver to count, Li Yuanfang proactively reported the approximate amount to Su Shan. Su Qin, who initially estimated that these boxes contained over 20,000 taels of silver and gold ingots. Before the report could be completed, Su Shan inquired, I'm not interested in these items. Are there no account books or official documents? Hearing this, the straightforward Li Yuanfang immediately replied, None. I specifically searched. But this could be of interest. Su Shan emphasized, Sir, I truly found nothing. Frustrated by Li Yuanfang's unwavering honesty, Su Shan nearly lost his composure. Xing Tongji, you were sent to assist me in this investigation, not to provide me with comic relief. After Su Shan's remarks, Wang Qinian quickly interjected, If the Sir says it exists, then it certainly does. Moreover, it is comprehensive and far-reaching. Upon hearing this, Su Shan smiled. Remember, whether it's the Jinfu department or His Majesty, what matters is not the process, but the outcome. They want to hold the Eastern Depot accountable and eliminate its personnel. Our task is to secure convictions and execute the guilty. As for the means, that is of little consequence. Do you understand? In response, Li Yuanfang nodded earnestly, I understand. Sir, I truly do, and I shall not be obstinate in the future. How endearing you are. Su Shan, amused despite his irritation, then conferred with the two for about 10 minutes. By the end, even Wang Qinian was taken aback by this audacious plan. Is there a problem? None. Li Yuanfang promptly replied. Whoever the Sir deems guilty is indeed guilty. Whom the Sir wishes to see perish must surely meet that fate. Yes, that is the spirit. Now act accordingly. Qinian, you will lay the bait, and Yuanfang, you shall accompany me to eliminate the target. Understood. The anxious Haidagawei, scratching his head in frustration, scanned for Lu Jin's figure. Yet, as he awaited his arrival, he instead saw Wang Qinian rushing out in haste. With a wary eye, Haidagawei concealed himself within the grove where the Jinyiwei tethered their horses. Holding his breath, he strained to listen in the dimming light. Lord Wang, you must return to the town supervisory office at once and report to the deputy criminal officer. Master Su has uncovered a backup of the official's information at the crime scene. This is of utmost importance. Ensure that the deputy criminal officer sends someone personally to assist. Remember, it is imperative to evade the watchful eyes of those eunuchs. Understood. By the way, as he spoke, Wang Qinian cast a vigilant glance around before adding, inform the deputy criminal officer that, for the sake of safety, Master Su and I will split our forces. The Lord will personally escort this list via the narrow path to circumvent the main route back to the capital. He will arrange for assistance from that side. Meanwhile, I shall transport the gold, silver, and jewels to distract the eunuchs. Understood. Avoid the official road to prevent encountering reinforcements from the eastern depot. Nightfall approaches. Press forward swiftly and return promptly. Orders acknowledged. With a soft thud, as he watched the Imperial Guard depart, Wang Qinian turned, his gaze penetrating as he glanced towards the area where Hai Degui was concealed. A cold and cunning smile gracing his lips. Chapter 71. The dog-slaying plan unfolds. Only after Wang Qinian had walked far away did Hai Degui cautiously peek out from the dung-laden hollow. The pungent stench that assaulted his senses was nearly enough to make him retch. Yet, in Hai Dagui's eyes, all of this was worthwhile. For he had gleaned the core information. The subsequent developments unfolded precisely as Wang Qinian had described. The Jinyiwei, without lingering at the crime scene, promptly departed with several large boxes in tow. As Hai Dagui trailed them, his heart raced when he saw them split into two paths at a fork in the road. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, one of the 8 tigers of the Dongchang, Lu Jin, finally arrived with his entourage. Upon witnessing his arrival, Hai Dagui hurriedly approached him. Master Lu, you have arrived. Where are the Jinyiwei? Lu Jin, glancing around, directly inquired. They have left. They have left. Left? We came from the official road. How come we did not see them? They were afraid of encountering us from the Dongchang and thus avoided the official road. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin, who had dismounted, questioned, did they truly uncover something? Absolutely. There are several boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, and Hai Dagui added in a hushed tone, there are also backup files of official documents and the accounts of Jinyiwei Villa. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin felt a chill run down his spine, his head buzzing. This matter was entirely under his purview for the factory master. If anything went awry, his life would be forfeit. Is that truly the case? We all saw it. The Jinyiwei were on high alert against us. Thankfully, I remained vigilant and laid out a plan in advance to ascertain their route back to the capital. Hai Dagui had intended to take credit, but before he could finish, Lu Jin seized his collar and slapped him across the face. Ouch. Master Lu, what are you doing? You've been babbling for so long, and still haven't gotten to the point. Where are they? Which route did they take? The officer responsible for escorting the official documents and account books, Su Shan, took the one-line sky route. The other route was a diversion meant to mislead us. Before Hai Dagui could complete his thought, Lu Jin kicked him to the ground. Do I need to know where the other route leads? Pursue them. Yes. Lu Jin, indeed, had been delayed by pressing matters. Prior to this, he had held a clandestine meeting with the assistant supervisor of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Hongfei, regarding the upcoming spring examination, coercing him with both threats and inducements. This was a crucial task entrusted by the factory master. Thus, he could not arrive at the crime scene promptly. After all prior leads had been thoroughly eradicated, and his own men were monitoring the site. But who would have anticipated? The newly appointed Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, Su Shan, not only eliminated his men but also uncovered pivotal information. Damn it, you have put me in a very precarious position. Go. With haste, Lu Jin vanished as swiftly as he had arrived. At the scene, only Hai Dagui and a few factory guards remained, standing there in the dust. Particularly, Grandfather Hai. Having endured the stench of horse manure and suffered for the sake of gathering such significant intelligence, had expected to earn the favor of Manager Lu. However, the outcome was not only a slap to the face, but also a kick, and he was showered with spit. What kind of situation is this? Grandfather Hai, what shall we do now? When one of the subordinates cautiously inquired, the furious Hai Dagui roared, how would we know? Just as he finished speaking, a sudden voice emerged from behind them. Since Grandfather Hai is still uncertain of the next steps, why not visit the Jiaoyu prison of the town protector's office? Upon hearing this, the remaining Hai Dagui and the factory guards instinctively turned to look. They beheld the Jinyiwei, led by Wang Qinian, surrounding them completely. Wang, Deputy Qianhu, what do you intend to do? As I have stated, I invite you to the Jiaoyu prison to witness the 10 most excruciating tortures of the town protector's office. After saying this with a smile, Wang Qinian gestured, arrest them all. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. Yes, we are personnel of the Eastern Factory. You have no authority to apprehend us. We slap. With several resounding slaps, Hai Dagui's already swollen cheek, from being struck by Lu Jin, had transformed into a grotesque visage. Take them away. After uttering these words, Wang Qinian mounted his horse. Gazing into the distance, he appeared to murmur, almost to himself. The dog slaughter plan, personally orchestrated by Lord Su, has officially commenced. Just as Wang Qinian was escorting Hai Dagui back to the capital, Lu Jin, riding at full gallop, had already pursued his men into the heart of the area. From a distance, they could see the flickering light of torches along the narrow path. Catch up and stop them. Yes. Manager Lu, what shall we do next? One of the accompanying Eastern factory guards inquired coldly. What is there to question? If the Jinyiwei can be ambushed once, they can be ambushed again. We must eradicate every last one of them. Not a single person can be allowed to escape. Understood. Whoosh. Bang. Nay. Just as Lu Jin and his men galloped towards the flickering light, a sudden horse tripwire sprang up, halting the advance of their steeds. In an instant, chaos ensued, with men and horses tumbling over one another. The piercing cries of horses echoed throughout the area. An ambush. Swish. In an instant, Lu Jin, propelled by urgency, leaped back from his horse. Over 10 capable guards followed suit, yet a few fell heavily to the ground before they could regain their composure. Several shadowy figures eerily materialized beside them. Sizzle. The sharp sound of slitting throats became the predominant theme within the dense forest. Meanwhile, not far away, the still airborne Lu Jin and his companions were facing a second wave of slaughter. Whoosh. Hundreds of crossbow bolts formed an impenetrable net, crashing down upon Lu Jin and his men. Seek cover. Use your chi to block the arrows. Thud. Screams. Even though Lu Jin promptly raised the alarm, several individuals fell victim to the merciless assault of crossbow bolts. Even Lu, the steward himself, received particular attention from the hidden puppeteer. Beneath the bloodthirsty daggers lay a subtle, nearly imperceptible sword aura. As Lu Jin defended against several flying daggers with his blade and innate energy, this concealed sword energy brutally pierced through his shoulder. With a resounding thud, he staggered backward, barely maintaining his footing. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 2 or 3 guards rushed to his side. This is the devastating crossbow of the town protector's office. The Imperial Guards? Just as Lu Jin and the others unveiled the identity of the hidden puppeteer, more than 10 individuals clad in the embroidered fish attire of the Imperial Guards, accompanied by Su Shan and Li Yuanfang, encircled them completely. Chapter 72. Both Wisdom and Valor. Benevolence and Authority. Confronted by the menacing Jinyiwei with drawn swords, Lu Jin, clutching his wound, darkly inquired, "Have you Jinyiwei defied the heavens? How dare you ambush our Eastern Depot personnel? How many heads do you possess?" Before Lu could finish, Su Shan, with hands clasped behind his back, replied with a serene smile, "And you, Lu, have slaughtered the residents of Jinyiwei Villa and conspired with the 5 poison sect to eliminate my Jinyiwei. How many heads do you truly possess?" Upon hearing Su's words, Lu Jin's mind buzzed with confusion. Yet, on reflection, whether it was the massacre at Jinyiwei Villa or the collusion with the 5 poison sect, he had left no trace. What Su claimed was merely conjecture and speculation. Casting a glance at Su's azure official robe, Lu Jin instinctively asked, "Su Shan?" The name conjured memories of his fallen comrade Gu Daong, who had been slain by Su and his men in Yuhang. On their return to the capital, with the assistance of Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang, they had executed a cunning ploy, rendering the Eastern Depot vulnerable. Little did he anticipate that his first encounter with his adversary would unfold in this manner. "How dare you utter my lord's name, you castrated cur?" As Lu Jin's words fell, Li Yuanfang, standing nearby, interjected with an unexpected wit. This caused Su Shan to glance at him with barely contained amusement. "Yuanfang, you have matured. Your wit is increasingly commendable," Su Shan remarked, eliciting a shy smile from Li Yuanfang. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, publicly branded as a castrated cur, contorted his face in rage. "You, Su Shan. First you brazenly executed my Eastern Depot supervisor at Jinyiwei Villa, and now you lay in ambush here to slaughter my men. Are you truly so astute?" Lu Jin's words barely escaped his lips when Su Shan, casually cleaning his ears, responded with a grin. I shall lay my cards on the table. No more pretense. Whether it be slander or truth, my message remains clear. I, Su Shan, captain of the Zhenfu division, shall claim the head of Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, to establish my authority. With arms outstretched, Su Shan declared with undeniable bravado, pointing directly at Lu. He then amplified his proclamation. "Lu Jin, the head of the Eastern Depot, sought to destroy evidence by launching a nocturnal assault on our Jinyiwei colleagues. We shall fight valiantly and eradicate the invading foe. Our achievements warrant recognition. I, Su Shan, captain of the Zhenfu division, formally request commendation for my fellow comrades. Upon Su Shan's declaration, Li Yuanfang and the others gripped their swords tightly, the blades creaking under their tension, eagerly awaiting their leader's command to engage the enemy. Dear brothers, I have prepared the commendation documents. Let your performance commence. With Su Shan's command, Li Yuanfang led the Jinyiwei, all fierce as tigers, charging towards Lu Jin and his men. In contemporary times, the individuals before them are not the infamous leaders of the Eastern Depot, but mere eunuchs who can elevate their status. In the capital, it has become commonplace for the depot guards to overshadow the imperial guards. However, the situation has shifted. As long as they follow Lord Su, they can reap rewards, gain promotions, and eliminate the eunuchs. Not a single one shall escape. With a swift motion, Li Yuanfang, a master of the realm who has comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, would not have been merely a deputy if he were not inherently dull and uncharismatic. After all, even Shangguan Yin'er has attained a higher position. Thus, as he dealt with the injured Lu Jin, he struck him down with force. Lu Jin, already burdened and now severely wounded, utilized the explosive energy to create distance from Li Yuanfang. Each breath he took was labored, and his piercing gaze bore into the frenzied imperial guards. His accompanying depot guards had been decimated, leaving him utterly isolated. You scoundrels, even if I perish, I shall take you down with me. With that declaration, Lu Jin produced a slender silver needle from his bosom and plunged it into the crown of his head. In the next instant, a powerful torrent of energy surged outward in all directions. Li Yuanfang, seasoned and perceptive, halted his pursuit. His pupils widened as he frantically shouted, "No! He intends to self-destruct his Dantian. Protect Lord Su." With urgency, Li Yuanfang and the others turned to encircle Su Shan, each channeling their strongest defensive techniques to shield him from the impending blow. However, just as they pivoted, a searing, crimson blade aura sliced through the night's darkness, grazing Li Yuanfang's shoulder as it aimed at Lu Jin, who was preparing to perish alongside them. With a resounding crack, the blade's impact echoed as they heard the sound of Lu Jin's Dantian shattering. Following that, the perilous figure of Lu Jin erupted before their eyes. As limbs were scattered and blood mist filled the air, the group instinctively directed their gaze towards Su Shan, who had praised the blade. At that moment, he wielded the Zhengyang blade and lauded its excellence. To overpower Lu Jin, who sought to self-destruct with sheer strength, this was a definitive manifestation of overwhelming superiority in terms of realm. Even Li Yuanfang, who had comprehended the celestial phenomena, lacked such foundation. Yet, their lord achieved it effortlessly. As the crowd remained in shock, the towering tree behind Lu Jin collapsed with a thunderous crash. Pure Yuan true energy? Sensing the residual force, Li Yuanfang's eyes widened as he inadvertently revealed Su Shan's true realm, beginning at the third rank of the Master Realm. Goodness, how young is he to possess such terrifying power? Lord Su, impressive indeed. Lord Su, truly formidable. Lord Su, so formidable. The orchestration of the dog slaughter plan embodies intellect, while demonstrating prowess reveals courage. Bestowing accolades upon them signifies benevolence, and prevailing over the competition showcases authority. A harmonious blend of wisdom and valor, coupled with grace and might. In this endeavor, Su Shan seeks not merely the slaughter of dogs, but the hearts and minds of his subordinates. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the collective task, fulfilling the wishes of the shopkeepers. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation. As the system's notification chimed, Su Shan was busy arranging for a report to be sent back. Do you know how to report back? Yes. We fought valiantly and annihilated the bandits. Yet, in a desperate act, Lu Jin detonated his own Dantian, destroying the evidence that Lord Su had painstakingly uncovered. Let me articulate it in my own words. Understood. Proceed. Once this subordinate departed, Li Yuanfang cautiously inquired, Lord Su, should we not conceal this from the chief prison officer? Do you believe the dog slaughter plan has reached its conclusion? The most thrilling segment unfolds in the capital. Merely killing dogs conveys no meaning. We must also strike at the heart. Chapter 73. Reporting injuries, not mourning. Upon encountering the bewildered expression of Li Yuanfang, Su Shan gently patted his shoulder and chuckled. Next time, when you hear something you cannot comprehend, simply respond with. Before Su Shan could finish, Li Yuanfang interjected, Lord Su, you're amazing. Yuanfang, you've even mastered the art of interrupting. Su Shan teased with a grin. He then raised his voice, inquiring, "Is anyone injured?" "None," came the enthusiastic response. "Under the wise and mighty Lord Su's command, we achieved a resounding victory with 0 casualties." "Indeed, say more. Praise our Lord Su on my behalf." Su Shan, amused by the banter, nearly let slip an expletive. He then playfully probed, "There truly are no injuries?" "Huh?" Now engaged in a reverse line of thought, Li Yuanfang pondered this carefully. Unable to grasp the implication, he widened his eyes and cautiously asked, "Lord Su, is it true or is it not?" We fought valiantly, annihilated the enemy, yet each of us bears grievous wounds." Li Yuanfang, facing 100 foes, sustained multiple stab wounds, yet he persevered through the pain. Looming from the second squad, afflicted by hemorrhoids, refused to leave the battlefield despite his injury. Zhang San from the 3rd squad, Li Si from the 4th, and Wang Ermatzi from the 5th squad performed acts of heroism worthy of song and legend. Given this, the wealth we seized, amounting to several tens of thousands in gold and jewels, should at the very least afford us half for our recovery, don't you think? With Su Shan's impassioned declaration, Zhang San, who had only a minor cut on his pinky, felt his injury was far more severe. He dropped his spring knife, unable to maintain his grip. Goodness! Wang Ermatzi and Lu Ming, snapping back to reality, slapped their foreheads in realization, adding another item to their registration: concussion. "Come, one by one, step forward to report your injuries." As soon as Su Shan concluded, Li Yuanfang stepped forward and exclaimed, "Lord Su, after my intestines were exposed, I wrapped them around my waist thrice and continued to fight valiantly." "Huh? Lord Su, I was ambushed by a castrated dog who pierced my heart. Yet, what of it? I still charged at the enemy." "Oh, Lord Su, the castrated dog severed my head and sent it rolling across the river. Nevertheless, I retrieved it and pressed on." Lord Su, my intestines were dragging on the ground. Yet, thinking of your grace and the emperor's expectations, I tucked them back in and battled fiercely." Su Shan, exasperated yet amused, tossed them a pen and paper, saying, "I asked you to report injuries, not to recount your demise. Can we not be more sensible? With tales of intestines wrapped around waists, severed heads, and hearts being excavated. Those who know might think I am in the realm of divine legends." That individual with the dragging intestines stepped forward. Come, let me see where you have concealed it." "Ha." Upon hearing Su Shan's words, the crowd erupted into laughter. Yuan Fang, keep an eye on their registrations. Maintain some decorum. Understood. While they busied themselves with the documentation of workplace injuries, Su Shan ventured alone towards the dismembered body of Lu Jin. Upon locating the head, Su Shan sought to unravel what Lu Jin had been engaged in during the preceding hours. Is this at the Lu residence? The deputy supervisor of the Ministry of Rites, Lu Hongfei? Instead of securing the scene at Jinyiwei Villa, he has come here? What nonsense is this?" Su Shan mused silently as he began to observe through Lu Jin's perspective. "Deputy Supervisor Lu, I hope you will cooperate during this spring examination. There are those above who do not wish for His Majesty, presiding over the spring examination for the first time, to have his desires fulfilled. I understand. I fully comprehend." Lu Hongfei, merely a subordinate of the Donglin party, but hailing from a prestigious family, thus possessed significant autonomy in discourse. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Jin represented the Eastern Factory to engage in profound dialogue with him. "Lu, let us speak candidly. I truly wish to avoid involvement in factional disputes. Furthermore, the cooperation you speak of could very well lead to execution." Lu Hongfei made his stance clear. Evidently prepared, Lu Jin, unfazed by his refusal, responded with calmness. "Deputy Supervisor Lu, are there not enough executions already?" Lu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Hongfei, visibly displeased, directly questioned him. "The orphanage under the Ministry of Rites has reported a consistent annual decrease of over a dozen children in recent years." "Deputy Supervisor Lu, where do you suppose they have gone? Would you like the Eastern Factory to assist in the investigation?" Bang! Clatter! At this proclamation, Lu Hongfei, who had previously been so composed, abruptly stood up, accompanied by the jarring noise of chairs and tables. Through Lu Jin's eyes, Su Shan could distinctly perceive the tension and fear etched on his face. "The orphanage? A welfare institution for the care of the elderly and orphans. It falls under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites. Why would Lu Hongfei be so agitated about the disappearance of a mere dozen children?" "Calm down, Deputy Supervisor Lu. The Eastern Factory and the Ministry of Rites have always supported one another. I hope we can work together on this matter." Thud. After Lu Jin concluded his remarks, Lu Hongfei, now devoid of his earlier bravado, slumped back into his seat, utterly deflated. "What do you need from me?" When the time comes, someone will reach out to you. You merely need to facilitate matters. The subsequent discourse held little significance for Su Shan. It merely consisted of the Eastern Factory's personnel seeking Lu Jin to join them in an assault on Jinyiwei Villa. Spring examination, the orphanage, Deputy Supervisor Lu Hongfei. It appears I have stumbled upon a significant lead. After muttering this to himself, Su Shan called out, Yuan Fong. Yes. Gather a few astute brothers to assist me in investigating the orphanage. Having concluded, I succinctly issued a reminder. Understood. Remember, conduct discreet inquiries without alarming others. Our team specializes in investigation and intelligence gathering. Meanwhile, arrangements were being made in Shushan. The dog slaughter plant commenced its most crucial phase. In the Northern Town Supervisory Office. Within the confines of the prison, Hai Dagui, bound in Xingtai, screamed in desperation, Lord Wang, I assure you, everything I have said is the truth. Steward Lu instructed us that anyone who retrieves anything from Jinyiwei Villa must destroy it on the spot. Those who dare to resist, even the Imperial Guards, shall be mercilessly dealt with. Furthermore, regarding your earlier inquiry, on the night of the fire at Jinyiwei Villa, I did not leave the palace. But I can confirm that Steward Lu was dispatched to the scene. As his cries echoed, in a hidden chamber adjacent to the torture room, Wei Zhongxian, the chief of the Eastern Depot, drenched in cold sweat, addressed the prominent figures behind him with a croaky voice. This is utter nonsense. It is a coerced confession. Chapter 74. Interlinked and Heartless Killings. Xing Tongji, you summoned me here merely to witness this farce. And yet you have the audacity to invite the esteemed head of the censorate, Elder Lai Mingqing, to join in the mockery? What is your true intention? Wise Hongxian, enraged, shouted hysterically towards Qing Long. Seated at the forefront, the venerable statesman Lai Mingqing spoke with a stern countenance. Wise Hongxian, I have indeed heard of the East Factory's arrogance. Nay. Elder Lai, this is clearly a frame-up. Are you suggesting that my East Factory could simply detain a member of the Jinyiwei, force a confession, and then call upon you to bear witness? What you would hear would be nothing of substance. After Wise Hongxian's declaration, Qing Long interjected with a chuckle. There is no need for such alarm, Wise Hongxian. If this were merely the case, I would hardly have dared to invite Elder Lai and you to the Bizenfew. The Bizenfew's Captain Su Shan has been ordered to investigate the incident at Jinyiwei Villa. Although the scene has been utterly incinerated, they still discovered several chests of gold, silver, and jewels in the hidden compartments of the East Wing, along with specific documents catering to the peculiar preferences of these officials. Gulp. At this revelation, the once frenzied Wise Hongxian swallowed hard. He understood all too well the implications of such documents becoming public. How could Lu Jin have allowed this? Had everything not been meticulously arranged? How could there still be backups? This matter was of utmost gravity, touching upon numerous facets. If the Bizenfew were to handle this alone, it would invite public scrutiny. Thus, the East Factory and the Lu Shaman were invited to collaborate, with the censorate overseeing the entire process. As Qi Long spoke slowly and deliberately, Wise Hongxian felt a chill wash over him. Lai Mingqiang, renowned for his integrity since the previous emperor's reign, held a reputation in the Ming Dynasty that surpassed even that of the chief minister Lin Ruopu. It was precisely this esteem that made his censorate both feared and revered by various institutions and officials alike. Elder Lai, we have new developments in the case of the Jinyiwei ambush. I can confirm that the involvement of the 5 poison sect spies is undeniable. However, the point of command issuing orders was the procurement office. There is a close association with the East Factory's Lu Zhongshi. This is evidence of their clandestine dealings. Upon presenting the evidence, Jian Jiu Huang was met with Wise Hongxian's furious retort. Jian Jiu Huang, your Lu Shaman have traitors among you. Do not cast your filth upon the East Factory. We must acknowledge that Lu Jin has been misled. Feeling an acute sense of crisis, Wise Hongxian desperately sought to distance himself from the situation. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Hai Dagui echoed from the interrogation room. Lord Wang, there is one more matter. I overheard that you will be escorting documents back to the capital from the first-line sky to report to Lu Zhongshi. He is currently leading men to intercept you. You Jinyiwei must act swiftly to rescue them. Does this count as a meritorious act in atonement for my crimes? Bang. In the dimly lit chamber, upon hearing the words, Lai Mingqing rose in anger, glaring furiously at Wei Zhongxian. In that moment, the once formidable Wei was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. Should any unfortunate event befall the envoys bearing the documents, this esteemed minister would undoubtedly petition for the dissolution of the Eastern Depot in tomorrow's court session. Just as Lai Mingxing finished his outburst, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. Xing Tongji, what has happened? Su Qianhu has urgently sent someone back with a report. Where are the others? An incident has occurred. Upon hearing this, Qilong dashed outside, closely followed by Lai Mingxing and Jian Jiu Huang. The last to emerge, Wei Zhongxian, was met with the sight of a blood-soaked Jinyiwei being assisted toward Qilong. What has transpired? Xing Tongji? While escorting the documents back to the capital, we were ambushed by Lu Jin, the head of the Eastern Depot, and his men. Under the valiant leadership of Lord Su, we fought fiercely against them. And the result? Where is Lord Su? Qilong demanded with a roar. Severely injured. Lord Su led us to annihilate the enemy, but before Lu Jin perished, he detonated himself, clutching the box of documents. All the precious information we had painstakingly gathered was reduced to mere fragments. Despite his grievous wounds and profound sorrow, Lord Su rallied the remnants of our forces, desperately searching through the debris for anything of worth. He specifically instructed one of us to return and report. Xing Tongji, you must advocate for us. This Jinyiwei's Oscar-worthy performance propelled the entire dog slaughter plan to its climax, simultaneously escalating the incident to extreme proportions. With a thunderous crash, Qilong, now seething with fury, unleashed a torrent of murderous intent directed at Wei Zhongxian. As the name left his lips, Qilong was poised to draw his blade. Xing Tongji, no. Lai Mingxing rushed forward, placing his mortal form before Qilong. Jian Jiu Huang intervened, grasping the former's arm. Rest assured, Minister Lai will certainly advocate for the Jinyiwei's grievances. Hearing Jian Jiu Huang's words, Lai Mingxing spoke with grave seriousness. I solemnly promise that I will not rest until justice is served against the Eastern Depot. Now, our immediate priority is to dispatch personnel to retrieve the injured for proper care. Indeed, it was only after the dual persuasion of Lai Mingxing and Jian Jiu Huang that Qilong subdued his murderous intent. After sending men to retrieve Su Shan and the others, he pointed a finger at Wei Zhongxian, his gaze aflame with anger, declaring, "This matter will be etched in the annals of the town protector's office. In the future, we shall repay this debt 100-fold. Silenced, Wei Zhongxian slinked away amidst the united Jinyiwei, departing in a state of disgrace. Even after exiting the North Town Protector's office, his scalp tingled, and his mind buzzed incessantly. Once he regained his composure, he meticulously reviewed the entire scheme of his adversaries. From the sudden unearthing of evidence to the alternative journey back to the capital, and then to luring them into the fray. Each link is intricately connected, forming a seamless chain. After Lu Jin exposed the evidence in a dramatic revelation, the circle was completely closed. He not only eliminated the personnel of the Eastern Bureau, but also struck at its very heart. Now, regarding the incident at Jinyiwei Mountain Manor. To claim it has no ties to the Eastern Bureau? Not even a dog would believe that. It's akin to smearing yellow mud in one's trousers if it isn't excrement. It is still excrement. He could foresee that at tomorrow's morning court, the censors, led by Lai Ming, would rush to impeach the Eastern Bureau with fervor. To kill and to strike at the heart? How ruthless. Has the Celestial Master personally intervened? All current dilemmas have been cast aside in his mind. What remains now is to hasten back to the palace and seek assistance from his own supervisor and the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, this incident has been steadily fermenting through various channels throughout the vast capital. Chapter 75. New position, difficult to guard against. A sharp clap echoed through the Yongshou Palace at that very moment. Wei Zhongxian, nearing the 6th rank of master, fell heavily to the ground like a kite with severed strings. The palace maids and eunuchs stationed both inside and outside bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even the head of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, stood there like a mere minion, not daring to breathe. What a splendid hand played to shambles. Take your 6 sickly cats to guard the imperial tomb. Without a summons from me, you are not permitted to enter the palace. The Empress Dowager. Upon hearing Lin Ruyun's words, just as Wei Zhongxian was about to retort, Chao Zhengchun, turning back, coldly interjected, "Aren't you going to express your gratitude?" The old servant kneels in thanks for the Empress Dowager's grace. As Wei Zhongxian shouted these words, Chao Zhengchun bent down to retrieve the shattered ring for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's primordial true energy had further advanced. How delightful. Haha. Since the events in Yuhang, nothing has brought me solace. What is there to celebrate? I have heard that the one who achieved merit for the town guard is that Qianhu from Yuhang? Yes. What was his name again? Forget it. A name belonging to the deceased brings bad luck. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun bowed his head and said, "This old servant knows what to do." Reclining languidly on the bed, Lin Ruoyan, whose every glance and smile exuded allure, softly added, "In this round, The Celestial Master has severed your arm. In the next round, do not let me hear of any misfortune. This is the list of candidates for this year's spring examination. As the Empress Dowager spoke, a matron presented a folded document to Chao Zhengchun with both hands. Yes, this old servant shall take his leave. Once Chao Zhengchun exited the Yongshou Palace, his stooped figure instantly straightened. Wei Zhongxian, who had been waiting outside, approached with a pig-like face. Supervisor, your subordinate. Without the Eastern Depot. Are you not the right-hand man of the supervisor? Transitioning from light to dark is not necessarily a bad thing. You personally assigned someone to keep watch over the Ministry of Rights, especially that Lu Hongfei, the deputy supervisor of the ministry responsible for logistics after the spring examination. He is crucial. Understood. Send people to Jiangnan. All related to the Jinyiwei villa must vanish. Got it. After Wei Zhongxian hurriedly departed, Chao Zhengchun summoned Yu Huatian to his side and said, "The Empress Dowager has spoken. Su Shan must die. The Wheel King of the Five Poisons sect has entered the capital. That carries weight. Go arrange it. And ensure that Qing Long and Yuan Tiangang do not seize any incriminating evidence." Understood. In the Imperial Study. Celestial Master, you say this plan did not originate from you? Zhu Yue, who had initially suspected that Yuan Tiangang was secretly orchestrating the situation, was taken aback upon receiving this news. Even the accompanying Honggu and the vice commander of the Imperial Guard, Shangguan Yinner, furrowed their brows in concern. Indeed, it was not I. However, this scheme is truly exquisite. Just as Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, a female official outside softly reported, "Your Majesty, Celestial Master, the person has arrived." Summon. Before long, a figure clad in black robes slowly entered the hall. "Your servant, Wang Qinian, pays his respects to your Majesty," he began. "There is no need for such formalities." The sovereign interjected. "Wang Qinian, I ask you, was today's maneuver orchestrated by the Azure Dragon?" "Not at all. It was the brainchild of Su Qianhu." "Who? Su Shan? Mengda? Pray elaborate." Wang Qinian, ever the eloquent speaker, animatedly recounted how Su Shan led the charge, slaying the dogs before the Jinyiwei manor, and how he stumbled upon the cache of illicit silver. When discussing the dog slaughter plan, his excitement peaked. Lord Su remarked, "Whether it be your Majesty or the Celestial Master, what matters is the outcome, not the process." He further stated that we, as the Emperor's personal guards, dedicate our lives to erasing the stain of shame upon your Majesty. Thus, they devised the dog slaughter plan accordingly. That was not my phrasing," Su Shan interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yue's countenance brightened, and after exclaiming "good" thrice, she added, "Loyal ministers, my champions of revival, truly the embodiment of the King's might. I shall reward him generously." Aside from Zhu Yue, the one most secretly elated was Shangguan Yin'er, who, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of concern. As the various factions in the capital reveled in discussions about this scheme, the mastermind, chief playwright, and leading man of the dog slaughter plan, Su Mingda, was ingratiatingly placing a petition for merit before the Azure Dragon. "Why don't you seize the opportunity to take half of the stolen silver and still be promoted? I heard that you, the assistant criminal judge, are a devout Buddhist. I have specifically reserved a jade-faced golden Buddha for you." As he spoke, Su Shan presented the valuable statue before the Azure Dragon. "Is this your means of testing the officials? What does the inscription behind me say?" Upon hearing this, Su Shan gazed upward by candlelight. "Licentious woman? This is easily dealt with." "Bang!" exclaimed the Azure Dragon. "This is pronounced Tandong." After this outburst, the Azure Dragon himself broke into laughter. "You rascal. In our northern town pacification office, a Qianhu should lead a division. Where is the virtuous Qianhu planning to go? I am but a brick in the assistant criminal judge's wall. I shall be moved wherever needed. As for this merit petition, inspection division, perhaps? That same division that specializes in house raids thoroughly exploited by the officials of the capital? Not a chance." Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon closed the merit petition and, in all seriousness, declared, "I shall review this petition further. Qianhu, regarding your acceptance of my jade-faced golden Buddha, I require you to submit a written self-critique. No less than 500,000 words." "How many?" "Even if I transcribe spring and autumn and the analects in full, it would not suffice to reach 500,000 words. That is your concern. Alas, the exquisite jade-faced golden Buddha grows more enchanting with each gaze, captivating one's heart. I have a request. Release the Azure Bird to accompany me on my assignment. Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, they must not be absent." What are you staring at?" Bringing the azure bird is my precaution against the unruly officials. Agreed. Upon hearing those 3 words, a wicked smile crept across Su Shan's face. Officer Xing, do you understand what is meant by covert regulations? Tomorrow, black silk. The day after, uniforms. This is the most fundamental dress code for you. Oh, by the way, each division has a cap on personnel, especially the inspection division. 1 position for 1 individual. Do you wish to commend your brothers? For everyone you wish to promote, I shall approve 1. Furthermore, I have already disseminated the news of your impending appointment and the restructuring of the inspection division. Those pampered officials are all on edge, sharpening their knives. Particularly that Lu Feng, whom you deceived in Yuhang. He is the 2nd son of Lu Hongfei, the deputy supervisor of the Ministry of Rights. Privately, he has made some harsh remarks. After Qing Long finished speaking, Su Shan, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, gave him a thumbs up. As he turned to leave, he muttered, "If I do not cause your daughter to miss her monthly cycle for 10 months, I would be unworthy of the name Mingda." Chapter 76. At the Pinnacle. Striving for greater heights. Shortly after Su Shan departed, Qing Miao entered briskly. "Father, there are rumors circulating that you have appointed Su Shan to take charge of the inspection department?" "Indeed," replied the Qing Long, who was enamored with the jade-faced golden Buddha, his voice resonating with a nasal tone. "Such a significant merit. Is it not somewhat disheartening? Furthermore, both the Celestial Master and His Majesty harbor great expectations for you." Before Qing Miao could finish her sentence, Qing Long interjected, "This aligns with the Celestial Master's intentions." In her confusion, Qing Miao listened as Qing Long continued. "Do you not comprehend? With Su Shan's capabilities and acumen, he possesses the potential to become a powerful minister. However, before that, he must remain a solitary servant. Once he has streamlined the inspection department, he will have offended nearly all the officials in the capital. This is a fortuitous development. The old Celestial Master is nurturing and tempering him in the manner of a successor. In the future, it is possible that he may occupy the chair of our town pacification department." Though night had fallen, the Lu residence in the capital was ablaze with light. Lu Feng's elder brother, Lu Neng, hosted a family banquet for his brothers and colleagues from the inspection department. After several rounds of toasting, Lu Neng, serving as a deputy general in the city defense camp, raised his glass and spoke coldly. "My younger brother, though somewhat impulsive, is generous and unconcerned with trifles. I had intended for him to go to Yuhang and achieve some merits. Who could have anticipated that he would fall victim to treachery, rendering him unable to care for himself? What is even more intriguing is that this traitor will brazenly assume control of the inspection department tomorrow." Swish. As soon as Lu Neng finished his statement, Xian Shan, the acting deputy of the inspection department, rose with his cup in hand and said, "Deputy General Lu requires no further elaboration. A mere country bumpkin from Yuhang aspires to command the inspection department. Upon his inauguration tomorrow, I shall ensure he receives a harsh welcome, so he understands whose territory this is." Hearing this, Lu Neng patted his shoulder and said, "Is a mere warning sufficient?" Upon his words, Lu Feng's immediate superior, Ma Rulong, the captain, immediately stood up and declared, "Deputy General Lu, whatever you require from us. My brothers will not utter a single word of protest." "Excellent. I am grateful for your trust. Rest assured, my plans will not adversely affect you while also ensuring that Su Shan pays for his blood debts." Su Shan, who had arrived amidst a chorus of hostility, remained oblivious to their schemes. What cannot kill you will ultimately make you stronger. It was this principle that propelled him to ascend to the 3rd-grade master realm within less than half a year of donning the Ming attire. True strength is the foundation of his existence. He channeled a century's worth of cultivation into the newly acquired martial art, 18 dragon-subduing palms. Upon opening his panel, Su Shan poured all the cultivation he had accumulated from the previous 2 tasks into this martial art, which consists of 6 techniques and 18 forms. From the dragon's regret to the dragon soars in the sky, followed by the twin dragons draw water, the divine dragon wags its tail, and ultimately the dragon battles in the field and 6 dragons revolving. The 18 palms of the subduing dragon, as one of the pinnacle external martial arts, embodies the epitome of masculine strength in the world. This perfectly aligns with Su Shan's innate pure yang body and the 9 yang divine art. In the first year of honing the 18 palms of the subduing dragon, you, endowed with supreme internal martial arts and an innate pure yang body, swiftly grasped the fundamentals. You have already begun to comprehend the essence of the dragon's regret. After 2 decades, you have delved into the quintessence of external arts. The crux lies in the mastery of power exertion. You effortlessly wield the dragon's swords in the sky and have become proficient in the twin dragon's draw water. As time hastens by, a full 60 years flit past. You have distilled this martial art's profound meaning, achieving consummation in the divine dragon wags its tail, while the dragon battles in the field progresses into a refined state. After a century of tempering, the heavens reward diligence. 6 dragons revolving radiates with brilliance. With the conclusion of this iteration, a sudden boom resonates. In that fleeting moment when the system's final notification echoes, Su Shan abruptly opens his eyes and leaps up. At the instant he channels his true energy, 6 dragons coil around his arms, accompanied by the 9 Yang divine art. Several blazing, crimson dragon heads, with gaping maws, lunge towards the artificial hill in the backyard. Bang. Crash. In an instant, the towering artificial hill is reduced to ashes. This is merely the result of Su Shan restraining his true energy. At the 4th grade master level, possessing such exquisite external martial arts alongside the 9 Yang scriptures and numerous unparalleled martial techniques. Below the 6th grade, I am invincible. Should I forcibly enhance my strength through the 6 meridians pulse, I would also possess the capability to contend above the 6th grade. It is imperative to note that within the master realm, there lie 3 critical thresholds, 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade, corresponding to the powers of heavenly phenomena, pure primordial energy, and chaotic primordial energy. Yet, with pure primordial energy, bolstered by the 6 meridians pulse, Su Shan has attained the means to rival masters wielding chaotic primordial energy. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely leave others in shock. What heavenly prodigies or kings of fortune would pale in comparison before him? Early the next morning, Su Shan, accompanied by Wang Qini and Li Yuanfang and Qing Yao, set forth towards the supervisory office in the southern alley of North Street. As one of the few independent organizations outside the Northtown Pacification Office, the supervisory office possesses the authority to investigate cases, conduct raids, and imprison individuals. It is the most powerful yet, regrettably, the most disreputable department among the 10 offices of the Pacification Office. Upon Su Shan's arrival with his companions, only a handful of individuals stood at the entrance. The leader, clad in the official garb of a trial officer, approached them. Though unfamiliar with Su Shan, he recognized Qing Yao. Upon seeing them halt, he promptly stepped forward and stated, Trial Officer Deng Ziyue of the Supervisory Office, accompanied by the Imperial Guards, pays respects to Chief Su, and to Deputy Chief Wang, Deputy Chief Li, and Trial Officer Xing. Deng Ziyue? That name rings a bell. Dismounting, Su Shan whispered, My lord. Trial Officer Deng was previously a camp officer at the border. Discontent with his superior's embezzlement, he reported it but was subsequently hunted down. After carving out a bloody path, he was saved by the deputy criminal. Lord Wang, let us not dwell on this matter further. Once, in a moment of youthful ignorance, Deng Ziyue spoke with a hunched back and an obsequious expression. The passage of time and the harshness of reality had dulled his edges, causing him to forget the posture of standing tall. And what of the others? I recall that the inspection division was managed by a deputy from the Qianhu. Oh, are you referring to Xian Shan, the deputy Qianhu? He has taken his brothers to investigate a case. Investigate a case? Upon hearing such an assertion, not only Su Shan himself, but even Qing Yao furrowed their brows in disbelief. What case could they possibly be investigating? This bunch of bureaucrats could barely muster the discipline to arrive on time. Just then, at the end of North Street and South Alley, a cacophony of hooves echoed sharply. Turning to behold the commotion, dozens of well-dressed guards on spirited steeds charged toward them. Leading the charge was the unmistakable figure of Xian Shan, his face flushed from drink. Investigating a case? More like indulging in morning spirits. Clear the way, all of you. Step aside. The horses are startled. A collision could be fatal. Go. As he shouted this, Xian Shan galloped forth, charging directly at Su Shan. Chapter 77. Overestimating one's abilities, facing severe punishment. Protect the Lord. In response to this scene, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and others instinctively positioned themselves in front of Su Shan. Yet, rather than retreating, Xian Shan covertly spurred his horse forward, charging ahead. In his eyes, Su Shan's position as 1,000 households was certainly due to his strength. However, rumors circulated within the external world, and even among the town protectorate, that he had sustained severe injuries during his confrontation last night with Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory. Moreover, the harm he endured stemmed from the opponent's self-detonation of their dantian. Such irreversible damage would require at least a year and a half for recovery. It was precisely for this reason that Xian Shan, who fancied himself a master, dared to act so recklessly. 1,000 households on their first day in office, needing to hide behind subordinates? How would one manage in the supervisory department thereafter? Yet, while aspirations may be grand, reality is often starkly different. As Xian Shan, alone on horseback, charged forward, Su Shan, who had initially been shielded by Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, unexpectedly pushed them aside. Remember, in the future, following this 1,000 households into battle means charge with me, not charge for me. After uttering these words, Su Shan's gaze met the galloping steed and Xian Shan, murmuring, "Do you enjoy playing? Let us play a grand game. The mighty dragon has regrets." Boom. Those standing beside Su Shan felt no indication of his true energy being summoned, yet they beheld a crimson true dragon, formed from genuine force, lunging towards the war horse and Xian Shan with its gaping maw. Nay, the horse, sensing the imminent peril, let out an ear-piercing whinny. Yet, in the next moment, the dragon's enormous mouth engulfed the steed. Bang! In the spectator's view, the war horse, which had been galloping with all its might, was instantly dismembered the moment it was devoured by the true dragon. A blood mist enveloped half of the northern alley, staining the street a deep crimson. Puff. Clatter. In this critical moment, although Xian Shan summoned all his true energy to defend himself and swiftly separated from his steed, the explosive residual force not only shattered his proud, indestructible body, but also sent him hurtling towards the wall like a kite severed from its string. Crash. After crashing heavily to the ground, Xian Shan rolled to a stop at Su Shan's feet. In that instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Not only were the officials present, including Ma Rulong and his companions, rendered speechless by Su Shan's display, but even Deng Ziyue and Qing Yu stood there, dumbfounded. Even Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian witnessed their 1,000 households employ such a technique for the first time. The explosive visual impact, combined with the blood-red hue of the northern alley, left everyone feeling a chill run down their spines. Snap. As Xian Shan struggled to rise, Su Shan firmly pressed him down with a foot. Meanwhile, the esteemed official Su retrieved a handkerchief from his chest, bending down to wipe the bloodstains from his official boots. The once arrogant and domineering Xian Shan was now firmly beneath his heel. If you cannot even control a beast, how can you claim to be a deputy 1,000 households? Scoundrel. The clay figure still exuded an air of rusticity, not to mention the ever-watchful Xian Shan who had been managing the supervisory department. After a frenzied howl, he swiftly drew his embroidered spring knife, poised to strike at Su Shan's leg. Swish. Ziz. There was no need for Su Shan to take action. The quick-witted Li Yuanfang rendered his dominant hand useless in an instant. In that moment, Xian Shan's piercing cries echoed throughout the streets. Deputy Jian Jiu Huang. The chilling scream finally snapped Ma Rulong and his companions back to reality, prompting them to rush over. Xian Shan, the deputy Jian Jiu, was a secular disciple of the Xiankong Temple, and his master was none other than the esteemed Jinyiwei, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the temple. Dismounting his steed, Ma Rulong bellowed out Xian Shan's background. The Xiankong Temple was a royal sanctuary for blessings, where many monks enjoyed close ties with dignitaries and nobles. Additionally, as secular disciples, they were renowned for their formidable abilities. Accustomed to reverence, they gradually lost sight of their own limitations. What then? What course of action should I pursue? Turning to face Ma Rulong, Su Shan approached him. His smile remained, yet to the observer, it appeared menacing. Gulp. Unable to suppress a deep swallow, Ma Rulong dared not utter another word. Deng Ziyue. Yes, my lord. I am new here and unfamiliar with the regulations of the town protectorate. Could you clarify them for me? At this, Su Shan turned to the tormented Xian Shan and inquired, what punishment for insubordination? The punishment is flogging. And if the situation is particularly severe, involving drawn blades? Upon hearing this, Deng Ziyue's expression twitched, but he answered truthfully, flogging to death. Since there are laws to abide by and regulations to consult, what is there to wait for? Let us proceed according to this standard. Hiss. After Su Shan casually concluded his remarks, gasps of astonishment resonated through the crowd. To execute a deputy Jian Jiu? He was also a secular disciple of the Xiankong Temple. Under the tutelage of Master Jinyiwei. Su Jian Jiu, let me remind you once more, he is. Slap. Before Ma Rulong could finish his sentence, Su Shan, half-turned, delivered a resounding slap to his cheek. Thud. The man, spinning in midair, crashed to the ground, letting out a wail reminiscent of a banshee. Just moments ago, when given the chance to speak, he uttered not a word. Now, he barked like a mad dog. After casting this remark aside, Su Shan declared, all the Jinyiwei of the supervisory department assemble for the execution. Under the authority of Deng Shibai, carry out the sentence. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziyue was left dumbfounded. Just as he was about to respond, Su Shan interjected. Those who defy the order shall be executed without mercy. Swish. With that proclamation, Su Shan stepped into the supervisory department, and closely trailing him was Li Yuanfang, dragging Xian Shan along like a lifeless dog. The scarlet drag marks upon the ground were so shocking that even Ma Rulong, with half his face swollen grotesquely, and the officials dared not defy any longer and hastened to the training grounds. Officer Xing, what are you still doing with me? At this juncture, shouldn't you be fetching a chair and a table and brewing a pot of tea for me? You, do not overstep your bounds, or beware. I shall pierce you with my red tassel spear. I shall surely seek your counsel when time permits. With that, Jinyi turned to fetch a stool. Observing her innocent silhouette, Su Shan revealed a sinister smile. My lord, the suspect Xian Shan has been brought here. Officer Dang, proceed with the execution. Just as Su Shan finished speaking, Xian Shan, who was restrained, screamed with a contorted face yet terrified eyes, Su Shan, if anything befalls me, the hanging monastery and my master shall not spare you. Bang! Crash! No sooner had he uttered these words than Su Shan snatched the wooden rod from Deng Ziyue's hands and struck it directly against Xian Shan's waist. In an instant, both the wooden bed supporting Xian Shan and the wooden rod in Su Shan's grasp shattered into pieces. Moreover, Xian Shan's central energy field was brutally crushed by that blow. Chapter 78, Establishing Authority Through Blood, Unyielding in Execution. At the moment when his dantian shattered, Xian Shan immediately spewed forth a copious amount of crimson blood. In an instant, the vitality that once animated him vanished, leaving him breathless and sprawled upon the debris of broken wood. A martial artist, reduced to a mere shell by the destruction of his dantian? Even if he were to survive, he would be rendered useless. The explosive and bloodthirsty scene caused the assembled Jinyiwei to collectively inhale sharply. Unable to suppress their shock, Deng Ziyue, still maintaining his posture of having his Xuanmu seized, widened his eyes in disbelief at the unfolding drama. It was only when Su Shan returned the Xuanmu to him that he snapped back to reality. I am indeed a man of a fiery temper, heedless of advice, he thought, increasingly curious about how the Hanging Temple would not relent against him. After uttering these thoughts, Su Shan lightly patted Deng Ziyue's shoulder and added, I have set an example for you. Adhere to this standard. With that, Su Shan turned to depart. Suddenly, Deng Ziyue spoke up from behind. My lord, perhaps you should seek another to assist you. I cannot bring myself to do it. Upon hearing this, Su Shan pivoted sharply, pointing at him. If you find it difficult to act, consider how in these years, this group led by Xian Shan has oppressed you. If you cannot strike, remember the fervor with which you carved a bloody path from the border garrison in your youth. The world is rife with injustice. Let blood summon the thunder. These were your own words from years past. As Su Shan recounted the earlier sentiments, Deng Ziyue, still reeling from the shock, clenched the Xuanmu tightly, producing a sound akin to a creaking hinge. The courage you have lost, I shall help you reclaim it. If the heavens should fall, I, your captain, shall stand before you, blade in hand, to defy fate. Strike. As Su Shan's impassioned call resonated, the fervor ignited once more within Deng Ziyue, whose veins throbbed visibly as he bellowed. I, your subordinate, shall obey your command. Captain, execute the sentence. In an instant, blood and flesh were splattered, accompanied by the wails of the condemned. Ma Rulong and the others watched in terror, while Su Shan, unfazed, settled leisurely into a chair, observing the increasingly frenzied Deng Ziyue, a serene smile gracing his features. The previous night, he had meticulously reviewed the files of everyone within the inspection department who could be of use, who must perish, and who should be dismissed. He understood it all too well. What are you still doing standing there? Pour the tea. Su Shan called to the attendant, Qing Miao, who stood behind him. As his words echoed, Wang Qinian prepared to serve, but Su Shan outright rejected him. Why should it matter that she is of the lowest rank? What is wrong with serving the leader? Very well, Su Qinhu, I shall pour the tea for you, Qing Miao replied, her smile thinly veiling her displeasure as she bent to fulfill the task. The collar is too tightly wrapped, she muttered under her breath. What did you say? Su Shan inquired, chuckling as he replied, I'll design a uniform for you one day, solely for you to wear for my eyes only. Su. Migda. As Qing Miao uttered these three words through clenched teeth, Su Shan, slightly taken aback, responded, You may continue to call me Lord Su. At work, one must maintain a degree of seriousness. The demeanor of his attitude truly unsettled the blue bird, who provocatively remarked, Lord Su, do you require me to showcase some talents for you? Can you sing 18 touches? Upon hearing this, even Wang Qinian could not suppress his laughter. The Tune 18 touches, a favored ditty among seasoned connoisseurs, especially captivates when a maiden sings while intimately guiding your hand in a lesson. It is immensely evocative. Just as the blue bird was about to erupt in indignation, Su Shan beckoned Li Yuanfang to approach him. He then quietly inquired, "Are you certain that the dozen or so children who go missing each year from the orphanage are all sent to the hanging monastery?" "Absolutely. However, when my subordinates went to investigate, the hanging monastery yielded no trace of these children." Upon overhearing this exchange between Su Shan and Li Yuanfang, both the blue bird and Wang Qinian widened their eyes in astonishment. What clandestine case were they entangled in? Nevertheless, during the covert investigation of the hanging monastery, my subordinate made a startling discovery. Each night, numerous lavishly adorned carriages would congregate at the rear mountain of the monastery, guarded by martial monks. Fearing to raise alarm, they refrained from probing further. Upon hearing this, Su Shan furrowed his brows and remarked, "Well done. However, we must definitely pay a visit to the hanging monastery." Investigating the hanging monastery is no simple task. The relationships are intricate, and the procedures are cumbersome. The blue bird interjected softly, "What procedures are necessary? We can simply storm in." Before the blue bird could finish her thought, Su Shan turned towards the mangled corpse of Xian Shan and stated, "I have already beaten the secular disciples of the hanging monastery to death. Shouldn't his master, the Grand Master Jinyiwei, seek vengeance? Why is it permissible for the monks of the hanging monastery to retaliate, yet not for the audacious and flamboyant Su Qianhu to strike back?" Hiss. As Su Shan concluded his chilling remarks, the blue bird, Wang Qinian, and Li Yuanfang could not help but take a deep breath, filled with trepidation. You had planned to target Xian Shan from the outset, not merely to establish authority, but also. The blue bird's words were abruptly cut off by a fierce glare from Su Shan. In that instant, she fell silent. Yet her gaze towards him brimmed with astonishment. If one intends to establish dominance, why not select someone of significance? Moreover, today he had proactively sought death, hadn't he? Wang Qinian. Present, my lord. On my first day in office. If the news of the death of the secular disciples of the hanging monastery does not spread like wildfire, compelling the bald monk to seek revenge, that would be entirely your failure, Wang Qinian. Just watch, my lord. Slap. Clang. Just as Wang Qinian finished speaking, the wooden rod used for execution by Deng Ziyue fractured once more. Upon inspection, his eyes turned red, and he breathlessly apologized. "My lord, Xian Shan has been executed." He is dead? Upon hearing this, Su Shan straightened his slouched posture and, turning to Li Yuanfang beside him, commanded, "Go, deliver a few more stabs. We must ensure he doesn't rise again and frighten me." Understood. With that, Su Shan's words sent shivers down the spines of the observing Jinyiwei. The implication was clear. Whoever he wished to eliminate would have no chance of survival. Thud, thud. Without hesitation, Li Yuanfang executed Su Shan's orders, stabbing the body multiple times in front of everyone. This explosive scene rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. "My lord, how shall we handle the corpse?" Upon hearing this question, Su Shan rose slowly, a cold smile on his lips. "The Jinyiwei are responsible for execution, not burial. Find a few familiar with Xian Mountain and send the body back to the hanging monastery." Hiss. What a ruthless individual. Does he truly fear the martial monks of the hanging monastery coming for retribution? Chapter 79. Vowing to follow to the death, to demonstrate determination. As Su Shan finished speaking, Deng Ziyue considered from his perspective, "My lord, it would be prudent to afford Shinkong Temple some dignity, wouldn't it?" Implicitly suggesting that we should avoid causing embarrassment for one another, especially since it is your first day in office. Indeed. Then, let us provide him with a death compensation. You draft the document, and I shall sign it. The content should state that he, while intoxicated, engaged in a conflict with a fugitive, ultimately resulting in his demise at their hands. Yes, that shall suffice. What? This is hardly dignified. This would only add fuel to the fire, exclaimed Deng Ziyue. To die while bearing such infamy, and to have it documented. Just as Deng Ziyue was about to voice more concerns, Li Yuanfang, standing beside him, promptly intervened. "My lord has tasked you with a duty. Fulfill it." "Yes, yes." Deng Ziyue, deterred from further protest, quickly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Su Shan approached the ranks of the Jinyiwei on the training grounds. "I care not for your backgrounds, your familial legacies, or the extent of your connections. Within the inspection department, please refrain from challenging this captain's temperament with your egos," Su Shan stated. His smile unwavering as he emphasized, your birth is determined by your parents, but in the inspection department, your demise is dictated by me, Su Shan. Should you wish to avoid finding your names on the casualty list, I kindly ask that you temper your edges and ill tempers and maintain a reverent awe towards me. I also hope that we may collaborate harmoniously in our future endeavors. With that, Su Shan turned to depart. Applause should be in order. Wang Qinian, the sycophant, exclaimed this as he led the applause. Instantly, the inspection department was filled with thunderous claps, regardless of their sincerity or pretense. Su Shan's display of power sent shivers down many spines. Yet, there remained those undeterred, eager to clash against the odds. What shall we do now, Ma Baihu? After the assembly, a junior official cautiously inquired of Ma Rulong. Send 2 brothers to return the body of Deputy Captain Xian to Shinkong Temple. Do you know what to tell them? Understood, replied Ma Rulong. Does that dog truly consider himself important? Shinkong Temple is not far from the capital. Master Jinwu shall arrive by tomorrow. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Once Ma Rulong finished speaking, the junior official added, should we remind Deputy Liu that tonight's situation may change? No need. We shall have double assurance. Su Shan, watch as I bring about your downfall. As Wang Qinian arranged for the news to spread, the word of Su Shan's first-day execution of a disciple from Jinwu also circulated within the circles. Those who previously harbored resentment towards Su Shan began to covertly fan the flames, disseminating the news to Shinkong Temple. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this affair, the esteemed official Su, was being guided by Deng Ziyue through the various functional areas of the inspection department. My lord, is this place truly necessary to visit? This is a dungeon. From now on, this shall be my abode, my treasure trove. How could I not take a look? Su Shan's words sparked a flurry of imagination among his companions. After a brief exchange of glances, they hastily stepped into this dim, damp, secluded dungeon. Sir Su, I do not comprehend your previous statement. One of them exclaimed. If you do not understand, just shout impressive. Deng Ziyue responded, only for Li Yuanfang to interject with a reminder. His words left even Qingniu dumbfounded. Those summoned here by our inspection department must be either affluent or of high status, correct? Indeed. Are their families not particularly anxious? Eager to find a way to send provisions and clothing to their loved ones inside? To minimize their suffering and punishment? Yes. But how will they facilitate this? By mere words? Henceforth, we shall establish an official pricing, fair to all. By the Buddha, if the Tathagata himself were imprisoned here, I would extract 2 of his relics as our labor fee. If the bold demon king were to commit a transgression and find himself here, would we allow him to leave without tilling 1,000 acres and earning his share? And if the red boy fails to adhere to the rules, I would break both his hands and cast him at the city gate to beg until he has earned enough for his ransom. If his mother, Princess Iron Fan, dares to show her teeth, I shall throw her into the pleasure quarters until she has compensated me with 5,000 for her services, covering both principal and interest. In short, I, Su Shan, demand payment. Gulyalu. Upon hearing Su Shan's grand declaration, his companions swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. You are a chosen officer by His Majesty, the esteemed head of the inspection department. Yet your words sound as if you intend to establish a bandit corporation for plundering. Already, you seek to amass wealth upon your appointment? Su Shan, how do you differ from those corrupt officials we have captured? Others dare not question Su Shan's decisions, but Qingniu candidly expressed her thoughts. Women. Large of bosom yet lacking in intellect. You. What of me? Are you gazing at me like a peacock displaying its feathers? Your family is affluent. And with a father like the chief of criminal justice, you have never known want, lacking neither wealth, martial arts, nor elixirs. But the brothers below do not share such fortune. Do you know the market price of a cleansing elixir or a true essence pill in the black market? 3,000 taels at the very least. Previously, during my time as a captain, I earned a mere 5 taels a month. Not even enough to afford a single pill. Were it not for old G draining his savings, we orphans would be left to eat dirt. If you wish for your brothers to fight for you, do you expect them to go into battle without strength or means? Why have the 2 factories recently overshadowed the Jinyiwei? It is simply because they lack nothing, possessing superior overall strength. In other places, I cannot inquire. However, within the inspection department, whatever equipment, martial arts, or elixirs the eunuchs possess, my brothers must have as well. Whatever the eunuchs lack, my brothers must also possess. A single flower blooming does not herald spring. It is the collective blooming of myriad flowers that fills the garden with spring. As Su Shan finished speaking, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and Deng Ziyue, along with their companions, clasped their fists and knelt on one knee, declaring, "Lord Su, your noble intentions are commendable. We pledge to follow you unto death." After assisting one another to rise, Su Shan turned to Qing Miao and stated, "As long as you remain my subordinate, do not question any of my decisions. If I command you to squat, you shall not stand. If I instruct you to lie down, you shall not rise. Even if I were to approach from behind, prepared to strike with a sharp weapon. You must trust that I am driving away evil spirits and ensuring your peace, wishing you swift success in your endeavors. Henceforth, can we expect such execution of orders?" Deeply moved by Su Shan's words, Qing Yu replied earnestly, "Indeed. Good. Come find me alone tonight. I shall personally assess your resolve." He added. Just as Qing Yu was taken aback by this, the thoroughly indoctrinated Li Yuanfang straightened his posture and declared, "Lord Su, I too wish for you to witness my determination this evening. To hell with it." Chapter 80, A Feast Without Joy, Lanterns to Settle Accounts. Having inadvertently ventured into the realms of pyramid schemes, insurance sales, Amway, and other dubious enterprises, Su Shan had once basked in the luminous glory of being a sales champion. In northern Myanmar, he shared a brotherly bond with his elder brother and maintained a close relationship with his sister-in-law, akin to the legendary friendship of Duan Yu and Zhang Fei. When it came to brainwashing, he was nothing short of an expert. Upon arriving here and managing relationships with subordinates, was it not akin to having the upper hand? As Su Shan emerged from the dungeon, he was met by the pig-headed Ma Rulong, accompanied by a throng of imperial guards. "Lord Su," he began, "it was our ignorance that led to our offense against you. We humbly beseech you to forgive us." Hearing such obsequious words, the affable Su Shan responded, "Why would I regard you as mere nuisances? That would be an affront to nuisances themselves." "Ah, haha, merely jesting. What brings you here?" "To express our sincerest apologies. We have organized a banquet at the gathering of Immortals Pavilion in your honor tonight. We hope you will grace us with your presence." Su Shan's eyes widened in exaggerated delight. "The gathering of Immortals Pavilion? One of the grand establishments in the capital. I must attend. I have yet to visit." "Then it is settled?" "Indeed, it is settled." Upon receiving Su Shan's affirmative response, Ma Rulong turned away, a disdainful smirk creeping across his face. "Look at him. A rustic who has never seen the world. Whatever he consumes tonight, he shall pay for it in blows. Tomorrow, Master Jinwu will arrive in the capital, and we shall crush his head in one fell swoop." As he spoke with confidence, the astute Deng Ziyue approached, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect. "Lord Su, beware of feasts that lack true joy." Pray elaborate." The mastermind behind the gathering of Immortals Pavilion is none other than Lu, the esteemed Lu Shibai. Of the Lu family, Lu Feng and Lu Hongfei? "Indeed." Su Shan chuckled heartily. "Then I must go. I have heard that the Lu family has made bold proclamations, threatening my very way of life. I shall meet them and discern their capabilities. However," he pondered, "one can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can one expect to guard against theft every day?" That evening, Su Shan, accompanied by Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, duly attended the banquet. From a distance, Ma Rulong and his entourage approached to tend to their horses, but once inside the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, they excused themselves, leaving the trio in the care of the proprietress, Lu Ruhua. As they made their entrance, Lu Ning, who had arrived early, introduced the two middle-aged men beside him. "Zhang Yushi, my Yushi." The young man at the forefront is Su Shan, the esteemed captain of the supervisory division. So young?" "Indeed, brimming with youthful vigor and confidence." "Haha. Rest assured, Lu Kanjiang. Should he dare to abuse his power and act tyrannically, we shall not hesitate to report him tomorrow. If the guards of the gathering of Immortals Pavilion happen to injure them under justifiable circumstances, we shall strive to uphold the truth in our report. Then I shall rely on both of you, esteemed officials." As Lu Ning spoke, he discreetly handed each of the two men a silk pouch, filled entirely with silver notes. This was not their first endeavor of this nature. Many young men transferred to the capital were brimming with confidence and arrogance. They had become adept at catering to the whims of the local officials. Injuries and misfortunes were commonplace. In the end, matters were always downplayed. To avoid suspicion, this deputy general decided to make his exit first. "Lu, you are busy." Once Lu Nung withdrew from the room, his subordinate stepped forward and said, "Lu, everything is arranged. The guards at Jiuxian Tower have been replaced with skilled practitioners from the martial world. Moreover, 3 masters are stationed there, 2 of whom have comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, more than capable of handling the 3 of them. However, their required elixirs and silver are not insignificant. Provide them." As long as they execute the task flawlessly, I, Lu Neng, shall pay in full. Understood. Watching Su Shan and the others enter the hall, Lu Ning sneered. The show is about to begin. Unfortunately, I shall not witness it. Keep a close watch. Indeed. With that, Lu Ning exited through the back door. Bang. Crash. Just as Lu Ning departed, the sound of a teacup shattering on the ground echoed through the hall. Oh dear, esteemed officials. How careless of you. You have broken the prized treasure of Jiuxian Tower, the Celadon tea set from the previous dynasty. What are we to do now? As Su Shan, Li Yuanfang, and Wang Qinian passed by the display rack on their way upstairs, this bizarre scene unfolded. The leading figure, Lu Ruhua, immediately immersed in the act, exclaimed, "What on earth happened?" At that moment, Ma Rulong rushed out in a fluster, as Lu Ruhua splashed dirty water on his Su Shan. The straightforward Li Yuanfang was ready to erupt in anger. Smack! Su Shan, with one hand pressing down on him, smiled and shook his head. Observing Ma Rulong publicly stirring animosity under Su Shan's name, he thought, have you lost your sight? Do you know who stands before you? The youngest thousand household of the town defending office in the supervisory office, Su Shan, bestowed by His Majesty himself. So what if you broke the Celadon tea set from the previous dynasty? No one ever dares to demand payment when Su Qianhu dines out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhua, who was playing along with Ma Rulong, anxiously interjected, are you not bullying us? What if we are? To bully you is to hold you in esteem. Su Qianhu. We shall not indulge him in this matter. Ma Rulong, pulled by Su Shan, displayed great indignation. One fanned the flames while the other stoked resentment, both performing at a level fit for a farce. Under their impassioned portrayal, the arranged diners began to step forward in condemnation, while the hidden masters within Jiuxian Tower were poised to spring into action. Enough, Ma Baihu. Do not let this trivial matter disrupt our gathering. How much is it? I shall compensate. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian was visibly moved. Such a mediocre performance, is it not evidently deliberate? The adults at home cannot possibly be oblivious. Any thoughts? Are preparations underway for something significant? After clarifying the situation, Wang Qinian silently stood by, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. This Ru kiln tea bowl from the previous dynasty, at the very least, must be worth several thousand taels. Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled. He could not even be bothered to argue about such an obviously counterfeit relic. In his previous life, he had seen a film featuring a similar scene, where a black market shop extorted the garrison commander for 200 silver dollars. Now, reality mirrored the cinematic tale. Wang Qinian, step forward, compensate the shopkeeper. Yes. When Wang Qinian actually produced the banknotes, Lu Ruhua and the others were left dumbfounded. At this moment, should he not be filled with righteous indignation? No. It is imperative that he takes action. With this in mind, Lu Ruhua lifted a candle lamp, casting light upon the floor, and declared, "Our flooring here is entirely solid wood. It has been significantly marred by the fragments. You must compensate for that as well." Are you assessing damages with a lamp? This segment, I am even more familiar with. Chapter 81. A Just Cause, a Grand Slaughter. Rather than being incensed by the matter, Su Shan found himself chuckling to himself, leaving onlookers perplexed. Compensation. Full compensation. Whatever the merchants demand, we shall provide. With a grand gesture, Su Shan instructed Wang Qinian to handle the affair appropriately. This maneuver effectively deprived the lurking masters of the martial world of any pretext to take action. The two hidden censors, observing from the shadows, were left utterly bewildered. This Su Qianhu was either profoundly cunning or had received prior counsel. How could he endure such provocation? Patience is key, since he was at the gathering of immortals. Could Lu Qinjiang truly allow him to depart unscathed? They decided to observe the unfolding events. Inside the chamber, the two censors awaited further developments, while Lu Ning's deputy busily continued with arrangements. Unfazed by the incident, Su Shan entered the private room, engaging in light-hearted banter with his subordinates. After introductions, Su Shan matched the officials' names with those in his records. A significant number of high-ranking officials from the supervisory department were present. It seemed they would capture them all in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Deputy Jianhu Wang, Deputy Jianhu Li. Please take your seats, urged Ma Rulong, who was quite attentive upon seeing Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang arrive. We'll excuse ourselves. My lord, I do not have enough silver on hand, so Li and I shall return to procure more. Hearing this, Su Shan, comfortably seated in the lead position, waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Remember, we represent the authority. Let not a single word be found flawed. Yes, my lord. Once Su Shan had spoken, Ma Rulong and the others exchanged glances before hastily chiming in. My Lord Su, I believe we have coddled these merchants too much. If we ignore them, what can they truly do? The censors of the imperial court are like hounds, sniffing around for the slightest disturbance. Let us remain discreet and low-key. Now, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Fill our cups and drink freely. No more wine jars or cups. Let us use wine barrels and bowls instead. As he spoke, Su Shan took the initiative to lift a wine barrel. At that moment, he stealthily introduced the poison he had confiscated from the 5 poisons sect into the barrel. How could we let Lord Su pour the wine? We shall do it ourselves. They insisted. Let us drink. In the private room, Su Shan clinked cups with each official who offered a toast. Immune to all poisons, he thrived on resilience. Yet, the others were not as fortunate. In the main hall, Wang Qinian, having secured enough funds, engaged in polite negotiations with the proprietress, Lu Ruhua. Despite his earnestness and sincerity, the silver notes fell short, and even copper coins were offered as a supplement. My Lord Wang, this is insufficient. I just sent someone to inquire with the owner, who stated that this set of porcelain is worth a fortune. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the smile gradually faded from Wang Qinian's face. Master Lu, are you attempting to raise the price arbitrarily? What nonsense is this from Lord Wang? I am merely a humble worker, bound by the price set by my employer. As a fragile woman, I find myself powerless. Perhaps you should consult with Lord Su once more. As she spoke, Lu Ruhua cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qinian, her charming demeanor betraying an underlying fierceness. Their negotiation was observed clearly by the censor concealed in the loft. Even a clay figurine retains some earthiness. Our Lord Su is likely to explode with fury. I have already prepared the impeachment documents. Master Ma, could you assist me in refining them? Aha! Bang! Just as they reveled in their triumph, a piercing sound of a door being kicked echoed from the second floor. Huh? At the sound, Lu Ruhua in the hall, along with the 2 censors diagonally opposite her, and the adept hiding in the shadows, instinctively turned to look. They beheld Su Shan supporting Ma Rulong, who was frothing at the mouth and bleeding from his nostrils, entering their line of sight. What has happened to the Lord? Wang Qinian inquired instinctively upon witnessing the scene. There is poison in the food and wine. Wow. At this shocking revelation, a stir spread throughout the expansive Jushin building. Coming to her senses, Lu Ruhua retorted fiercely. How could that be? Are you deliberately causing trouble? Slap. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Qinian, recognizing it was time to act, struck her across the face. Ouch! You. The Jinyiwei are attacking. Hearing this, the fierce Su Shan shouted, Attacking? Today, I shall kill Li Yuanfang. At your service. Command the entire Jushin building to be surrounded. Let not a single fly escape. How dare anyone poison the Emperor's guards in broad daylight? If I do not avenge my brothers, I would be unworthy of this embroidered uniform. As Su Shan roared these words, everyone in the Jushin building was left stunned. Particularly, the 2 censors in the loft exchanged bewildered glances, leaving aside other matters. Just the act of poisoning the Emperor's guards would justify the Jinyiwei overturning the entire Jushin building. The Jinyiwei are merciless to those who dare to resist. In just a few minutes, Li Yuanfang, Deng Ziyue, and a large contingent of Jinyiwei entered the scene. The unfolding situation exceeded everyone's expectations. To gather such a multitude of Jinyiwei in such a short span, it is unbelievable that this was not premeditated by Su Shan. Not even a dog would believe that. Yet now, he has a legitimate cause. Vice Commander Wang, what shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Vice Commander Wang, who remained to coordinate the situation in Luning's stead, gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, we've been outmaneuvered by that scoundrel Su. How despicable. Poisoning one's own kind? Vice Commander Wang, the skilled fighters we have gathered from the rivers and lakes cannot withstand scrutiny. Now, it would be better to fight back than to sit idly by. Let us take action. Yes, clatter. With a commanding shout from Deputy General Wang, the hidden masters of the martial world emerged from the shadows. Protect the Lord. There are assassins. Wang Qinian's voice immediately defined the identity of those who appeared. They were no longer mere guardians acting on behalf of their employer. Instead, they had become accomplices in the poisoning of the Emperor's elite soldiers. Kill. With a swift motion, the formidable Wang Qinian leaped in front of Su Shan, brandishing his weapon to confront 2 adept masters who had comprehended the forces of celestial phenomena. After exchanging several blows, he exhibited no signs of defeat. Rather, he maintained a distinct upper hand over the 2. Old Wang, your strength is impressive. As these words were spoken, Su Shan unsheathed his formidable Zhangyang blade with ferocity. With a swift and decisive stroke, the enemy's head was severed from its body. The lifeless head, eyes still wide in disbelief, crashed heavily against the door of the compartment housing the two censors. Chapter 82, Transforming Clouds into Rain. Suddenly, a severed head appeared, startling the two censors, who clung to each other and screamed in terror. Su Shan, casting a significant glance at them, curled his lips into a cold smile. Prior to the banquet, Su Shan had instructed Jinyiwei to station men around the gathering Immortals Pavilion. He was eager to ascertain which prominent figures would grace the occasion tonight. The Deputy General of the City Defense Camp, Lu Ning, was orchestrating the affair, with the two censors serving as witnesses. Had Su Shan truly clashed with the merchant over a shattered teacup? He believed the censor's report would surely state, bullying the weak and disregarding the law. They were all cunning foxes, seasoned by a millennium. What kind of tale were they trying to weave with me? As Su Shan muttered this, he effortlessly dispatched a master of the realm. Meanwhile, the sole remaining celestial expert from the opposing faction was swiftly eliminated by the combined efforts of Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian. The entire situation at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion was firmly under Su Shan's control. "Release me, at once. I am the Vice Commander of the City Defense Camp," roared Vice Commander Wang, who was seized by Jinyiwei and several Imperial guards. With a sharp slap, Li Yuanfang silenced him before he could finish his protest. The sudden blow left him dazed, robbing him of his anger. Was the City Defense Camp also implicated in the poisoning of the Emperor's personal guards? This warranted thorough investigation. Bring everyone, dead or alive, back to the supervisory office. I shall personally interrogate them tonight. Yes, with Su Shan's command, all those who had gathered at the pavilion, whether merely spectating or truly involved, were apprehended by the Imperial guards. You, Su Qianhu, do you know who the owner of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion is? Are you not afraid of bringing calamity upon yourself? Screamed Lu Ruhua, who was being dragged away. Upon hearing this, Su Shan toyed with the shattered teacup and retorted with a cold laugh. Your owner dares to poison the Emperor's guards. Does he not fear retribution? What I have to fear? Alas, this broken teacup is worth a fortune. Wang Qinian, come here. Yes. Make sure Lu, the manager, consumes every last bit of it. Consider it my invitation to her. Understood. And this floorboard, tear it up and feed it to her as well. Understood. As the Imperial guards began to lift the floorboards, Li Yuanfang approached and murmured, My lord, Ma Rulong and the others have already been sent for medical attention. In truth, it seems to me that if they perish, the situation will escalate even further. You know nothing. On the first day of my lord's tenure, so many subordinates have died, he cannot escape responsibility. After Wang Qinian finished speaking, Su Shan replied with a smile, insightful. Moreover, these officials are, in my eyes, mere piles of silver. Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, caught up in the moment, simultaneously exclaimed, Su Darren, you are formidable. Just as they finished speaking, a shrill cry echoed from not far away. By what right do you detain us? We are all censors of the Court of Judicial Review. Believe it or not, we will impeach you, the Jinyiwei, tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned his gaze in that direction. He observed two censors, struggling with agitation, displaying a vengeful demeanor towards the Jinyiwei who had detained them. My lord, this was found on them, said a Jinyiwei as he handed over a pouch and a memorial. Su Shan promptly unfurled it in public. Oh, you have already drafted a memorial to impeach me? Bullying others with your power? Exploiting authority for personal gain? So, the people of Jiuxian Tower believe it is their right to extort me, and should I retaliate, it would be deemed as lawlessness, correct? With that, Su Shan slammed the memorial forcefully against the face of Censor Zhang. You, audacious. In the capital. How had a censor of the Court of Judicial Review ever endured such humiliation? Smack. Before Zhang could finish his retort, Su Shan intensified his grip. This blow left Zhang dizzy. Today, I am indeed audacious. And so what? I have my men, I have my blade, and I have your secrets in hand. Should I not be audacious? Su Shan spread his arms wide, surveying the crowd. My lord, it is merely that you have been too low-key. Indeed. Good-natured people are often taken advantage of, and gentle horses are often ridden. Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang, the comedic duo, complemented each other splendidly now. What is this? TSK, such a pile of silver notes. I recall the monthly salary of the censors isn't particularly high. Are you really spending such a fortune? Su Shan publicly opened the pouch, showcasing the stacks of silver notes. Gulps. Upon hearing this, Censor Ma swallowed hard and spoke. Su Qianhu, do not be so ruthless. In the capital, the more friends you have, the more paths you can tread. Offending the Court of Judicial Review will yield no favorable outcomes for you. Smack. Before he could finish, Su Shan slapped him hard across the face. Thud. Censor Ma, along with blood and teeth, let out a piercing scream. Censor Ma. You, Su Shan, you. Stammering. Censor Zhang was about to say something when Su Shan, with a fierce expression, interjected, What stature do you possess to befriend someone of my position? Do you truly believe you can walk out of the imperial prison unscathed? The Court of Judicial Review has jointly petitioned to abolish the Eastern Depot. Now that you two are embroiled in this matter, will those eunuchs in the palace not seize the opportunity? When the time comes, will Elder Lai protect you both? Or will he safeguard the reputation of the Court of Judicial Review? Gulps. After Su Shan spoke these words, the two censors, who had just been howling, swallowed hard in fear. Indeed, would the eunuchs spare them? Clearly not. They would likely add fuel to the fire while kicking them when they were down. Su Qianhu. We, the Grand Court of Justice, previously petitioned for the dissolution of the Eastern Depot solely for the benefit of your town suppression department. How could you repay kindness with malice? I am merely returning kindness with kindness, having eliminated you two troublesome elements on behalf of the Grand Court. Even Lord Lai will express his gratitude to the supervisory department. Take them away, confine them separately. I shall gradually introduce the two of you, esteemed censors, to the instruments of torture employed by the town suppression department and instruct you on their usage. Yes, at this moment, the two censors' eyes reflected a stark absence of their earlier strategic composure, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of terror. This Su Shan has meticulously calculated every individual and every situation. A naive fledgling? In truth, he is a seasoned master capable of turning the tide at will. Report. What is it? My lord, the City Defense Camp's Deputy General Lu Neng has blocked our path back to the office. Chapter 83. No death, no surrender, no advancement. No retreat. At first glance, this proclamation sparked a flicker of hope in the previously despondent eyes of the censors. Not only they, but also the captured Vice Commander Wang and Lu Ruhua felt a resurgence of optimism. Some individuals even began to murmur excitedly. The young master has arrived with his men. What? Do you, the Jinyiwei, dare to confront the city defense troops head-on? In the capital, possessing men and blades does not grant you the liberty to act with impunity. Do you truly consider yourself significant? With a swift motion, Su Shan drew his sword as he brushed past the scornful individuals from the Jiuxian Tower. Without a glance at their grotesque faces, he decisively severed the heads of these men in one stroke. 3 fell with a single blow, their bodies and heads parting ways. Blood gushed forth, splattering like ink onto others nearby, eliciting piercing screams that once again filled the air, only to plunge into a chilling silence thereafter. With a flick of his wrist, Su Shan sheathed his sword and strode purposefully towards the exit, issuing a direct command. Execute those who cannot be taken away on the spot. It is better to unjustly slay 1,000 than to let a single one escape. In any case, the blood of my Jinyiwei shall not be shed in vain. Boom. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, every Jinyiwei present puffed out their chests and bellowed in unison. Yes. Following such a leader, they felt their lives were worth risking. In stark contrast to their spirited resolve stood Vice Commander Wang and the two censors. Was he a devil? Did he truly disregard his own future and fate? To kill without hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever? However, it was precisely his resolute orders and decisive actions that instilled fear in the hearts of those escorting their prisoners, ensuring none dared to lag behind. After all, once in the imperial prison, survival was uncertain. To act foolishly now would lead only to slaughter. Deng Ziyue, here. He commanded the men to escort them back to the office. Li Yuanfang, present. He ordered a team to charge forward and engage the enemy. Remember this. As long as they dare to retaliate, strike them down without hesitation. Should anything occur, I, as the captain, will bear full responsibility. Yes, we vow to follow to the death. As Lu Ning emerged from the gates of Jiuxian Tower, he overheard Su Shan and his subordinates exchanging fervent dialogue. Soon after, he and his men witnessed Su Shan leap onto his horse, turning it around, and positioning himself at the forefront of a newly formed troop. To his left and right, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, without a moment's hesitation, became the second echelon. Following them were the ranks of the Jinyiwei, captains, lieutenants, standard-bearers, and junior flags, all arrayed in a menacing formation. Though their numbers were few, merely several dozen, they exuded an aura akin to that of a formidable army, commanding the attention of the onlookers as their formation began to take shape. Deng Ziyue and his companions, having detained Deputy General Wang, Lu Ruhua, and two censors, stepped out of the gathering Immortals Pavilion. Observing this, Lu Neng, already intimidated by Su Shan's imposing presence, roared to mask his inner trepidation. Su Shan, you dare to vandalize my gathering Immortals Pavilion and brazenly seize people in public? Do you truly believe me, Lu Neng, to be a pushover? Lu Neng's outburst was intended to establish a semblance of justification for his impending actions. However, as soon as his words echoed, Su Shan, standing at the forefront, unsheathed his Zhengyang blade and shattered the gilded sign of the gathering Immortals Pavilion before the crowd. The ensuing shockwave of true energy sent the city defense camp's horses into a frenzied uproar, disrupting not only their formation but also that of Lu Neng's troops. Until the truth behind the case of poisoning the Emperor's guards is revealed, the gathering Immortals Pavilion shall remain closed. Otherwise, it shall meet the same fate as this sign. With Su Shan's proclamation, the disciplined Jinyiwei raised their heads in unison, responding with the utmost martial decorum. We heed the command of the Qianhu. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped the street, reminiscent of a tidal wave. Raise the Jinyiwei's flying fish banner. With a swift motion, Li Yuanfang, bearing the flag, felt an unprecedented sense of stature. From this point to the supervisory office, any who dared to obstruct them would face dire consequences. Draw, kill, kill, kill. The Jinyiwei, blades drawn, presented a formidable front, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a word. The resounding echo of their battle cry drowned out the previous morale of the city defense camp. Supervisory office. No surrender, only death. Jinyiwei, advance without retreat. With a sharp crack, Su Shan shook the reins of his horse, and in an instant, the entire contingent marched forward with purpose. The fluttering flying fish banners, illuminated by the lanterns lining the streets, appeared both solemn and dazzling. The Zhengyang blade, infused with the wielder's true energy, radiated a crimson glow, shimmering brilliantly in the dimly lit street. The embroidered spring knife, exuding an air of menace, gleamed with an unprecedented sharpness today. As the Jinyiwei advanced, the city defense camp, outnumbered and overwhelmed, instinctively retreated. With each meter gained by the Jinyiwei, the city defense camp fell back several paces. Watch your step. Hurry up. Clear the way. During this tumult, instances of trampling occurred, yet in their desperate bid for survival, the soldiers scrambled to their feet. The morale of the city defense camp was utterly shattered, and as they retreated to the T-junction, they found themselves fleeing into the alleyways in the opposite direction. Hundreds of men, though not discarding their armor, wore expressions etched with fear. Stopping abruptly, Su Shan reined in his horse, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Lu Neng, who stood at the forefront of the opposing faction. Following closely behind him, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and others eagerly emulated his actions. It was not until the procession escorting Vice General Wang, Lu Ruhua, and two censors strode purposefully toward the supervisory office that Su Shan finally redirected his horse. A soldier bears the weight of his comrades, Lu Neng. You have been afforded an opportunity, yet you prove utterly inept. Just as Lu Neng, publicly humiliated by Su Shan, was about to retort, Su Shan pointed the Zhengyang knife directly at him. He then added, word by word, from now on, your soldiers in the city defense camp must lower their heads upon encountering my Jinyiwei of the supervisory office. You are to look up to my Jinyiwei. Anyone who dares to look down upon us will have their legs severed. With a swift motion, Su Shan brandished his arm, executing a dramatic slash that left a menacing gash before Lu Neng and the other soldiers. Chapter 84. A single man guards the pass. No thousand can break through. With a sharp crack, the remnants of force lingered, and the blade's mark continued to spread inward, resembling a spider's web as it fractured beneath the feet of Lu Neng and his garrison troops. The atmosphere was thick with dread, causing both men and steeds to retreat in terror until the fissures abruptly ceased, prompting them to halt, their nerves taut. The fierce night wind, laced with malice, swept away the dust, revealing the flying fish banner fluttering several meters away. Su Shan, standing resolutely with his sword drawn, uttered not a single word, merely gesturing to his subordinates Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian. Understanding his silent command, they turned their mounts and galloped towards the convoy of prisoners. In that moment, the only figure standing between the hundreds of garrison soldiers and certain chaos was Su Shan, one man, one horse, one blade, a single man guarding the pass, rendering 1,000 powerless to breach it. Only when Li Yuanfang and the others had escorted the prisoners out of the alley did Su Shan coldly turn his horse around. Onward, the sound of hoofbeats gradually faded, allowing Lu Neng and the garrison soldiers to release the tension that had gripped their throats. A collective exhale echoed throughout the camp, dispelling the oppressive aura that had loomed over them. Although they held a numerical advantage, it felt to them like a narrow escape from death. Lu, Deputy Lu, what shall we do next? Upon hearing the foolish inquiry from a subordinate, Lu Ning, already humiliated, exploded in fury, striking him across the face. What can we do? What do you know? Get back to the garrison. Yes, yes. The men complied, though internally they cursed the foolishness of their leader. What could they do? Just moments ago. Hadn't he been pale with fear, nearly wetting himself? Look at Su Qianhu, who stood resolutely to protect his men. Such courage, who could rival him? And then there was Lu, who only knew to retreat and let his brothers take the lead. Why didn't he charge into battle himself? This time, Su Shan had the upper hand, which was why Lu Ning refrained from action. But next time, luck might not be on his side. Facing the empty street, Lu Ning screamed hoarsely, his words not meant for the inspection department, but rather as a means to bolster his own resolve. What are you shouting about? Louder. If you dare. As Su Shan returned, ghost-like, at the end of the street, Lu Ning turned and fled in terror. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, the sound cascading through the street like thunder. Was the inspection department the most incompetent of all? How had they transformed into such a formidable force? Who was this Su Qianhu, capable of instilling such ferocity in the inspection department? Su Shan, Su Mingda, did you not know? Recently transferred to the capital. Yu Hang has already claimed the lives of 2 individuals from the notorious 8 Tigers of the Eastern Factory. On his very first day in office, he brutally killed the secular disciple Xian Shan of the Hanging Monastery. Phew, truly, he is a formidable character. It has been a long time since such a fierce dragon has emerged in the capital, while discussions abound among the onlookers. In a loft several hundred meters away from Juxianlu, the vigilant Qing Long still vividly recalls the scene where Su Shan led his team to intimidate Lu Ning and others into retreating. Beside him, Qing Niao's eyes glimmer with an unusual light, her heart entirely captivated by Su Shan's towering and imposing presence. Should she perhaps convey her determination to him tonight? Lord Su, I yearn for advancement. Just as Qing Niao murmurs this thought, Qing Long, returning to his senses, slowly speaks. I had already held him in high regard. Old G.S. Min, my first impression, a son of the tiger and leopard, though not yet marked, already possesses the aura of a beast that devours cattle. But now it seems, he engulfs the vastness like a tiger. Call someone. Yes. Withdraw our people. They are utterly unnecessary. Understood. As his subordinate departs, Qing Niao gently inquires. Father, shall we proceed to the Supervision Bureau now? Certainly we must go tonight, but not just yet. After all, such a significant figure as I should not be summoned by mere 4th-rank officials to poison the Emperor's personal guards. The Lu family of the capital must bow their heads to avoid escalating the situation. Meanwhile, in a private room at the end of an alley tea house, the elegantly dressed Jinyiwei murmurs, what a notion of no surrender in death and advance without retreat. If all my personal guards were as relentless, what fear would we have of internal strife or foreign threats? Hearing this, the seldom-matched Shangguan Yenner gazes in the direction Su Shan vanished, saying, he is indeed a man of great charisma. It is more than mere charm. The most crucial point is his capability. You have shared life and death with him. That counts as a bond akin to Guan and Bao. You should understand this better than I. The speaker's words are casual, yet they resonate deeply with the listener, leaving Shangguan Yenner momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Yet, upon hearing the Emperor's words, she feels the weight of their implications. In a moment, convey to Su Shan the Emperor's decree. The Supervision Bureau holds the authority to supervise all officials, as long as the evidence is conclusive. 4th rank and below need not seek my approval. They may act immediately. Yes. How audacious for a minor official of the Ministry of Rights to gather such a multitude of martial heroes to plot against the Emperor's guards. Furthermore, discreetly inquire with Su Shan about how the master of Jinwu from the Hanging Monastery intends to respond. I shall abide by the Emperor's command. Today, I am in an excellent mood. Allow me to share a piece of good news. Yu Ning has emerged from her seclusion. The princess? Her bloodline has awakened? Not yet. She has ascended to the celestial realm, cultivating the essence of supreme detachment, and now only awaits to inquire about the mortal world. Where is the princess now? In Yuhang. Oh, the princess is going to Yuhang. Red Ant, fearing that Yongning would worry about my injuries, recounted the events concerning Shushan. She mentioned that she would go there to investigate Mingda's situation on my behalf. On the rain-soaked streets of Yuhang, a delicate young girl is selling herself to bury her father. Upon stepping outside, Su's mother, moved by compassion, initially intended to offer silver to assist the girl through her plight. However, to her astonishment, the stubborn girl insisted on remaining in the Su household. Naturally, this incident caught the attention of the Jinyiwei. Within the Yuhang town pacification office late at night, Ji Gang was filled with unease. Su Shan, you rascal, have you violated the heavenly rules in the capital? How did the princess, who seeks enlightenment in the mortal realm, end up in your home? And what is this nonsense about selling herself to bury her father? Has the late Emperor's mausoleum been disturbed? Celestial realm, supreme detachment. What in the world? Creak. Just as Ji Gang finished muttering these words, the tightly shut door was pushed open from the outside. Subsequently, a cherubic face peeked in, upon locking eyes with Ji Gang. Her aquamarine eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons of joy. Old Ji, as one of the only two individuals permitted to bear arms within the imperial study. Ji Gang, upon seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar visage, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Princess Yongning, what are you up to? Hiki. Chapter 85, Indifference to Death. A place of comfort. Achoo. Upon returning to the inspection division, the ever-enthusiastic Su Shan sneezed several times in quick succession. Damn it, which woman is thinking of me again? While mulling over this thought, Su Shan ordered his men to escort the prisoners into the dungeon. Let's commence. It has been 3 years since our last session. And now we shall feast for 3 years. Interrogate them ruthlessly. Remember, the intensity of your scrutiny directly affects our future operational budget in the inspection division. Do you comprehend? Understood. With these words, Su Shan descended into the dungeon with great zeal. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the inscription adorning the entrance. Wang Qinian, present. I instructed you to procure a few calligraphic pieces to embellish this place, making our dungeon appear more sophisticated. We shall adopt a high-end approach moving forward. Yet, you have hung a piece proclaiming a woman's treasure at the entrance. Huh? Hearing his superior's remarks, Wang Qinian felt a wave of frustration and cautiously replied, My lord. This inscription reads a place of comfort for guests. Huh? The author's rank is below level 2, unable to upload images. Fellow readers, please assist. A place of comfort for guests? Wang Qinian, you are truly a talented individual. Serving as my assistant is a disservice to your abilities. My lord, you flatter me. Just as Su Shan had begun to administer interrogation for a little over half an hour, Li Yuanfang, stationed above, rushed down, exclaiming, My lord. The chief of punishments has arrived, accompanied by the deputy minister of rights, Lu Hongfei, the commander of the city defense, Hua Ming, and the fathers of Ma Rulong and others. Huh? Have they come bearing gifts? Su Shan inquired. Let us go see. Huh? Aren't you going to wash up first? Li Yuanfang gently reminded, glancing at Su Shan's bloodstained hands. I can wash up later, Su Shan replied, striding purposefully outwards. I wondered why there were magpies chirping so merrily on the branches today. It appears a noble guest has arrived, Su Shan remarked. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qinglong swiftly retorted, If you cannot engage in pleasantries, it is best to remain silent. Where would one find magpies in the dead of night? What is wrong with you? As they drew closer, Qinglong, Lu Hongfei, and others finally noticed Su Shan's bloodied hands. I was just interrogating Deputy Wang, trying to extract the identity of the mastermind behind the poisoning of the Emperor's personal guards. That stubborn duck wouldn't yield. I was about to pull his fingernails when you arrived. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongfei and the others involuntarily gasped. Had they arrived a moment later? No secrets would have remained hidden. How dare you lay a hand on my city defense troops? Hua Ming, the boisterous commander of the city defense, shouted in outrage. Without missing a beat, Su Shan retorted, I'll be damned if you frighten me. If even one of your men dares to brandish a rake tonight, I shall cut through you all. The assassins have all pointed fingers at Deputy Commander Wang, claiming he hired them to target me, Su Shan, in the supervisory office. What are you trying to assert here? If you are dissatisfied, then lead your troops to raid the prison. At this moment, Su Shan, with a fierce expression, stepped forward and, with bloodied fingers, pointed at Hua Ming, declaring, I am not your father. I have no reason to indulge you. With a resounding boom, as soon as Su Shan's words fell, Hua Ming, radiating inner strength, clenched his fists, producing a creaking sound. Sensing this surge of power, Qinglong furrowed his brow in concern. In the next moment, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, undeterred, boldly retorted from behind Su Shan. With a sharp smack, Su Shan was even more direct, delivering a resounding slap to Hua Ming's cheek. In an instant, the true energy enveloping Hua Ming shattered, and he fell to the ground with a cry of agony. You, a mere waste who has just grasped the power of celestial phenomena, dare to flaunt your authority in the supervisory office. Are you trying to intimidate a widow with a big eagle? Who gave you the audacity? Su Shan nearly shouted the name Liang Jingru in his anger. Cough. Qing Long interjected at this moment, taking on the role of the mediator. Wait, how could you strike Commander Hua? He exclaimed. Is the city defense camp devoid of shame? After this remark, Qing Long coldly added, You have also brought disgrace upon yourself tonight. This, Officer Xing. This matter is merely Su Qianhu exploiting the situation. He broke our treasured artifact at the Gathering Immortals building. Unwilling to compensate, he intentionally poisoned his own comrades. Otherwise, why would he remain unscathed? As Lu Hongfei spoke, without waiting for Qing Long to respond, Su Shan directly interjected, Speaking of this, I am filled with rage. A broken teacup and floorboards cost me a fortune? What about the teacup and floorboards? In response to the Lord, they were consumed by Lu Ruhua. Consumed? Bring her here. Yes. Before long, Lu Ruhua, bloodied and battered, was brought forth. Loyal to the master, if she consumed it, isn't there any evidence? In front of Lu Xiaojian. They demanded her to be disemboweled to retrieve the evidence. Let him see if it is truly worth a fortune. You dare. Come, Lord Lu. This way is brighter, you can see clearly. As he spoke, Wang Qinian attempted to pull Lu Hongfei closer. Terrified, Lu Hongfei staggered backward, his face pale and shaken. Still in shock, he heard several managers from the Gathering Immortals building, brought up with him, begin to scream frantically. Lord Lu, save me. This was all arranged by the young master. You cannot turn a blind eye. Indeed, those martial experts were also sent by Deputy Commander Lu, instructing us to recruit them to allow Lord Su to swagger out of the Gathering Immortals building. How do we end up as scapegoats? In the shadows. Witnessing his commander being struck and Lu Ruhua being harmed, Deputy Commander Wang's mental defenses completely crumbled. With a voice tinged with sorrow, everything was revealed. In that moment, Lu Hongfei was utterly at a loss. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside the inspection bureau, and a group of female officials led by Shangguan Yinner strode in with purpose. The imperial decree has arrived. Su Shan, the chief of the inspection bureau, stepped forward to receive the order. Upon hearing this, everyone present surged forward. No matter how diminished the imperial power may be, it is still an imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. The inspection bureau is tasked with overseeing all officials, and for those of the 4th rank and below. If there is conclusive evidence, they may be dealt with promptly. We are grateful for your gracious favor. Su Shan, taking the decree in both hands, scanned the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze on the anxious and helpless visage of Lu Hongfei. My dear Lu, has your esteemed son reached the 4th rank? Silence. The stillness in the air was profoundly unsettling. What are we waiting for? Arrest them. Tonight, I shall accompany Deputy General Lu for a night of conversation, ensuring he feels entirely at home. Indeed. Chapter 86. A union of dual miscreants, commanded to capture. Observing Su Shan leading his men to apprehend his own son, Lu Hongfei was utterly disconcerted. Entering the dungeons of the inspection office, he feared not only for his life but also for the inevitable humiliation that awaited him. Sir, this matter has not yet reached the point of revealing the dagger at the end of the plot, has it? Upon hearing Lu Hongfei's words, Qing Long let out a hearty laugh. Reveal the dagger? You dare utter such words to the town protector's office? When you first arrived, your demeanor was earnest, hoping to downplay this serious matter. Yet, upon encountering Commander Hua and the esteemed officials accompanying him, your confidence soared. What gives you such audacity? Before Qing Long could finish, Commander Hua, already seething with rage, interjected, Bao, slap. Su Shan struck him on the left cheek, and Qing Long swiftly followed suit, delivering a resounding blow to the right. The union of their efforts left Commander Hua with a visage reminiscent of a pig's head. Sir Yuzing. Before Lu Hongfei could voice his terror, Qing Long seized a handful of Hua Ming's hair, inspecting him with keen interest. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked coldly, If your face bore no marks, you could have reported to Beho, but now, how splendid it is. Sir, I have provided him with a reason to contest the Northern Town Protector's office. I am eager to see how Beho will extract him from the inspection office with such irrefutable evidence at hand. I am equally curious to witness whether the 13 guards raised by Beho possess the capability to stand against the Northern Town Protector's office. Thud. As he spoke, Qing Long effortlessly hurled the nearly 200-pound Hua Ming out of the main hall. Upon landing, the once boastful commander of the City Defense Battalion was left dazed. The deputy commander of the City Defense is now firmly in our grasp. From now on, no favors will be granted. Depart. Qing Long's declaration left Lu Hongfei at a loss for what to do. In this moment of despair, Thoughts of the Donglin faction in the two courts crossed his mind. But night had fallen, and even if they acted collectively, it would not be until the morning. Would his eldest son endure through the night? Officer Huang. Yes. Inform the brothers to work overtime tonight, keeping a watch on the city defense battalion. Should they dare abandon their posts, they will be captured on the spot. Those who resist will be met with no mercy. Yes. Qinglong's command struck Lu Hongfei like a thunderbolt. He was filled with regret for having followed Hua Ming into this confrontation. Meanwhile, as Qinglong was in the midst of teaching them a lesson, Su Shan hurriedly exited the inspection office, only to be called back by Shangguan Yinner. Su Shan. You have something to discuss? Ugh, I'm busy. Did we not agree to keep our distance? It's only been a few days, and you already miss me? There's a small grove ahead. Hurry. And I shall cooperate swiftly. As she spoke, Su Shan maintained a facade of businesslike demeanor. Do not play the rogue with me. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, the flush upon Shangguan Yinner's cheeks would have been utterly conspicuous. Your late visit brings much joy to Brother Shan, he remarked. Yet, the tone and choice of words you employ are displeasing to him. With his finger wagging disapprovingly, Su Shan responded with gravity. The crisp sound of his finger snapping echoed as he abruptly gestured, causing Shangguan Yinner to exclaim in exasperation, Your Majesty's decree. Why did you not mention it sooner? I, Su Shan, am at your service. Observing the swift change in her demeanor, Shangguan Yinner bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. The master of Shinkong Temple is en route to the capital. Shall you prepare to conclude this matter? What? Retract it? Indeed. We are conducting a covert investigation under the guidance of the Chief of Criminal Justice pertaining to Shinkong Temple. To call it back would not only attract unnecessary attention, but could also alarm the very culprits we seek. It serves as an excellent pretext. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yinner paused momentarily before adding, Lu Hongfei is affiliated with the Donglin Party, and the city defense camp is backed by the Northern Marquis. Ensure the evidence is robust. Understood. Su Shan had scarcely finished speaking when Shangguan Yinner, without a backward glance, prepared to depart. Are you truly not staying the night? Swish. The moment Su Shan spoke, Shangguan Yinner turned sharply to glare at him. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to examine the recently acquired luminous pearls with you in the comfort of your bed, to ascertain their authenticity. With her face ablaze, Shangguan Yinner dared not retort, fearful that he might utter further scandalous remarks in public. Watching her retreating figure, Su Shan mounted his horse, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Let us depart. Yes. The events of the night had rendered Lu Ning too ashamed to remain at the city defense camp. Furthermore, he wished for his father to intervene and quell the situation, prompting him to seek refuge back at the Lu residence. By the time of the midnight hour, the Lu family hall was ablaze with light. Several elders of the Lu clan had gathered. Even Lu Feng, bound tightly like a rice dumpling, was thrust forward by the servants. How outrageous. This Su Shan has far too little regard for our Lu family. Brother, truly, they have dared to bully us. Yet you seek out the Qinglong, hoping to downplay the incident? Our Lu family cannot afford such disgrace. Indeed, Lu Ning is correct. Summon General Hua, the commander of the city defense camp. Additionally, let us unite with the elder members of the Jinyiwei who have fallen victim to Su Shan's treachery. With such a show of force, do they dare not release them? Upon hearing this, Lu Ning's mother, Zhang, replied fiercely. Is it truly as simple as merely releasing them? My son Lu Feng has been ensnared by this Su Shan, now rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. The damage inflicted upon Juxian Tower due to his actions is incalculable. Neng's reputation in the military has been severely tarnished, leaving him utterly humiliated. At this, Zhang slammed her hand upon the table, rising with fervor. Summon our uncles to discuss how we might render this upstart from Yuhang irreparably ruined. As soon as Zhang finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Madam, something is amiss. What is it? Why the panic? The irate Zhang scolded in public. Outside the residence, many officers of the Jinyiwei have arrived. They are. Before the servant could finish, a cacophony of shouts suddenly reverberated throughout the Lu residence. The supervision office has been ordered to apprehend the suspect Lu Ning. All bystanders, step aside immediately. Those who dare to obstruct will face death without mercy. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the main hall of the Lu family stood up in shock. Even Lu Feng nearly sprang up as though resurrected. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps drawing nearer, the first figure to catch their eye was a young man clad in a greenish-blue flying fish uniform, confidently resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Upon seeing his face, the brothers Lu Ning and Lu Feng exclaimed in unison, Su Shan? Chapter 87, Deceitful and Fearless. Hiss. Upon hearing that name, many in the hall couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was it true that Cao Cao had arrived? What were they planning? They hadn't captured anyone yet dared to come and seize people? The first to regain composure was Zhang, who, upon seeing the menacingly armed Imperial Guards, erupted like a furious shrew. Who permitted you, Imperial Guards, to intrude upon the residence of the Ministry's Deputy Supervisor? Leave at once. After her furious outburst, Su Shan revealed a sinister smile. Wang Qinian, was your previous shout not loud enough for everyone to hear? Let's hear it again. Yes. The supervisory office has been ordered to apprehend the suspect, Lu Neng. All bystanders, step aside immediately. Those who obstruct will be met with lethal force. With Wang Qinian's voice echoing in close proximity, Lu Neng instinctively retreated several steps, seeking refuge behind his elders. On whose orders are you acting? Zhang demanded, striding towards Su Shan. Is this Madame Lu? Not only are you deaf, but you must also be blind. Can you not see this living person before you? Pointing at Su Shan with a mocking smile, he commanded, seize him. Yes. At Su Shan's command, Li Yuanfang and his men surged forward. The arrogant Zhang, now shrieking, declared, let us see who dares. Lai Fu, Lida, stop these courthounds. Understood, madam. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Swish. Thud. Just as the two guards of the Lu residence positioned themselves defiantly before Li Yuanfang, the sharp blade of the embroidered spring knife was drawn. In an instant, the two men fell lifelessly to the ground, their throats slashed. The scene plunged into a moment of silence, soon followed by piercing screams. Even Zhang staggered back in terror. Yuanfang's resolve grew ever more decisive. So it should be. Those who obstruct shall face no mercy. At this point, Su Shan, instructing the Imperial Guards who had completely succumbed to his authority, reinforced his orders, you are to kill without hesitation. As for the responsibilities and consequences that follow, I shall handle them. Yes. We vow to follow Su Qianhu to the death. Hearing this resounding declaration, the Lu family members in the main hall turned pale. Some trembling in fear. Continue. Su Shan gestured for Li Yuanfang to proceed, while he turned his gaze toward the picturesque courtyard. At that moment, the uncles who had shielded Lu Neng, like startled birds, hastily withdrew. Consequently, Li Yuanfang, still clutching the bloodied embroidered spring knife, faced Lu Neng without any further obstruction. I am a deputy general of the City Defense Battalion, and my father is. Before the panicked Lu Neng could finish his words, Su Shan, without even casting a glance at him, sneered and said, this order to apprehend was issued by the Lu Shao supervisor himself. Prior to this, I just dealt with your superior, Huaming. With a gulp, the Lu family members realized the gravity of their situation. Su Shan, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Shibai retorted. Hey, Lu Shibai, do not make empty threats. I paid you no heed even when I was a school officer, let alone now. Tend to your injuries. Once you have healed, I shall personally ensure your defeat. After casting a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, Su Shan departed with a commanding presence. On his way back, he encountered the disgraced Lu Hongfei and Huaming. Ignoring Lu Neng's desperate cries for help, the two could only dare to hurl threats at Su Shan from a distance. However, when the accompanying Imperial Guards unsheathed their swords, the entire street fell into a profound silence. Press down the situation and arrange for Lu Kanjian to receive proper care. Make him feel at home. Understood. After Su Shan concluded, Wang Qinian took charge of the matter. At this moment, the elders, including Ma Rulong, cautiously peeked out to ascertain the unfolding events. They had initially intended to join Huaming and Lu Hongfei in their attempts to further harm their adversaries. But now they found themselves compelled to stay and seek an antidote for their own children. Esteemed gentlemen, you have not yet departed? Su Shan inquired. I understand you wish for me to take ruthless measures against the mastermind behind this, correct? Rest assured, I shall return every ounce of suffering that Ma Baihu and his ilk have endured, tenfold. Upon hearing this, the group, feeling the weight of dread, awkwardly forced smiles. Ultimately, it was Ma Rulong's father who, without hesitation, addressed the matter directly. Lord Su, my son was foolish and offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous. Do you wish for me to disregard them entirely? Ma Baihu had already stated this, and I concurred. Otherwise, would I be so willingly agreeable? No. It is that the poison within them has yet to be cured. They are all in excruciating pain. What? The physicians in the capital cannot remedy this? They cannot. Upon their simultaneous declarations, the previously unyielding Qin Long stood up and declared, they have heard that you know of a miraculous physician capable of curing 100 poisons. They wish to pay handsomely for his antidote. Is that not so, Lord Ma? Indeed, Indeed, handsomely. Before their arrival, they had prepared for both confrontation and negotiations. For their children's lives were paramount. Thus, after Lu Hongfei and Hua Ming were dismissed, they promptly bowed to Qi Long. As this discussion unfolded, Ma Shangfeng quickly presented an ornate box. Upon opening it, they revealed stacks of silver notes. Estimating the amount, it appeared to be no less than 10,000 taels. Is that a bit short? That should suffice. We are all colleagues. Qinglong's intervention served to alleviate their predicament. Very well, I shall call that esteemed physician shortly. Oh no, I shall send my thoughts across the miles. I shall request that he deliver the antidote tomorrow. Tomorrow? What is the matter? If I were to pay you now, wouldn't that be tantamount to a confession? Ha. The words of Su Shan elicited a hearty laugh from Qinglong. There exists no more direct threat than that which is born of unyielding confidence. Lord Su, your brazen demeanor is indeed quite audacious. It is the deputy inspector who educates with great wisdom. In the realm of commerce, mutual flattery can conceal insidious intent, according to the household rules of the prefectural guard. Aiding outsiders in the harm of one's colleagues warrants severe punishment. Understood. The man, with a brow furrowed in cold disdain, nodded and bowed. Deputy Inspector, we all believe that given our young one's abilities, he is no longer suited to serve under Lord Su. Thus, we request his resignation. As he spoke, he smoothly placed his portion into Qinglong's hand. Approved. Watching them depart with downcast expressions, Qinglong remarked with a knowing tone, it appears we have extracted all the wool. Instantaneously comprehending, Su Shan replied with a smile, Old Xing, I find myself craving lamb. Let us investigate all cases handled by Ma Rulong and his associates. Upon hearing this, Su Shan gave Qinglong a thumbs up and said, this is what one calls professionalism. Chapter 88. A Dance of Blades and Rising Fame. Tonight's commotion shall surely lead to tomorrow's court session, where the Northern Town Protectorate will face accusations as plentiful as winter snowflakes. There is no stopping, absolutely none. As Qinglong concluded his profound statement, Su Shan clutched the brocade box in his arms even tighter. Oh, how astute you are. The moment you make a move, I discern your desires. Observing the boy's lack of awareness, Qinglong hastily added, and let us not forget the master of Jinwu at the hanging monastery. Alas, this matter is rather complex. Yuan Fang. Yes? Fetch our case funds. Understood. Until Yuan Fang's figure disappeared from sight, Qinglong's anticipation grew fervent. It is indeed a challenge to bake without rice. If your supervisory office is short on funds, does the Northern Town Protectorate not suffer the same? After capturing those plump sheep like Ma Rulong, my supervisory office shall remit half. 80%, 70%, 60%. Deal. Investigate boldly. Whatever calamity arises, I, Qinglong, shall bear the burden. Such words resonate with unparalleled authority. Following this proclamation, the two cunning foxes, one old and one young, settled beside the tea table. That old bald donkey of Jinwu will undoubtedly be brought into the city at dawn. How do you intend to respond? Qinglong remarked while sipping his tea. I refuse to believe that Qingmiu has not briefed you on my motives regarding the hanging monastery. She is the link between us. I am tasked with puncturing her veil. And you must skillfully weave our connections. This is how we complement each other. You covet my wealth, while I yearn for your daughter. A father-in-law is akin to a father. You must give your all, no? What are the odds? Not a single one. Then I shall take a day off tomorrow. Is it appropriate to let Xingyu bear the blame? As soon as Su Shan uttered this, he instinctively distanced himself from the other. How dare you? Rising. Qinglong glared at the swiftly retreating Su Shan, pointing at him but unable to articulate a complete thought. Ultimately, he found himself amused by his own frustration. Do not ruin this, otherwise, you shall return to Yuhang while I return to till the land. Furthermore, although Jinwu has merely grasped the power of celestial phenomena, his indestructible body can only be shattered by profound, pure primordial energy. The Luohan fist has reached its pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Su Shan responded with a smile, if I cannot handle this bald donkey, how can I dare to challenge the hanging monastery? With a scoff. Qinglong departed with great strides. I bid you farewell, Xing Tongzi. At the second watch of the tiger hour, the bright chime rang. Accompanied by the jarring sound of drums from the bell tower, the city gates, which had been tightly shut all night, slowly creaked open. Clear the way, everyone, step aside. At the sound of this command, the thronging merchants and citizens instinctively turned their heads. A dashing monk, wielding a crescent-shaped shovel, galloped forth. The sentinels stationed on the walls, upon seeing his arrival, hastily descended. May I inquire if you are the Master Jinwu of the Hanging Monastery? Indeed, it is I. How does one reach the Northern Town Protectorate? A small figure personally guided you there. Upon finishing his words, the officer, who had remained behind, promptly mounted his horse and led Jinwu towards the inspectorate. The bewildered merchants, common folk, and wandering heroes entering the city began to murmur amongst themselves after their departure. The Master Jinwu of the Hanging Temple? A master at the peak of his prowess. What could he possibly seek at the inspectorate, radiating such a menacing aura? An outsider. Perhaps? Were you unaware of the significant event that transpired yesterday? I long to hear more. The secular disciple of Master Jinwu, Xian Shan, formerly the deputy commander of the inspectorate, was brutally beaten to death by the newly appointed Commander Su. This news spread throughout the capital yesterday. Have you seen those wandering heroes? They flocked to the city today for what purpose? It is to witness the invincible form of Master Jinwu and the already perfected techniques of the Luohan Fist. Hiss. Upon hearing this, many common folk instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with trepidation. Who exactly is this Commander Su, to dare lay hands on a disciple of the Hanging Temple? The audacity of youth. This Lord Su, dispatched from Yuhang, is eager to establish his authority. He shall soon face the consequences. With less than the time of a burning incense stick remaining before the palace gates open at the hour of the rabbit, numerous civil and military officials gathered outside the palace, conversing in small groups. Naturally, the focus of their discussion centered on the inspectorate, which had breached protocols last night, and the newly appointed commander of the town guard, Su Shan, whose actions had thrown the capital into turmoil. A decree stating that officials below the third rank may be dealt with at his discretion has thrust Su Shan into the eye of the storm. In the Jushin Tower, open murder transpired. In the streets, the city defense troops were forced to retreat. That very night, they even arrested the Deputy General Lu Neng and slapped the commander Hua Ming. Each incident, though not directly involving the officials, raises the question of whether the inspectorate's embroidered spring knives might one day target their own heads. Thus, under Lu Hongfei's instigation, coupled with the support of several friendly ministers, Su Shan's name has become the subject of widespread condemnation before the court assembly, especially upon learning that Master Jinwu had entered the city just a quarter of an hour ago to seek retribution against Su Shan. The Northern Marquis, Su Ji, publicly expressed his stance. Does this country bumpkin from Yuhang truly believe that a bit of strength grants him the liberty to act as he wishes? The capital is certainly not his playground. What could provoke such ire from the Northern Marquis? Minister Lin. Your humble servant pays respects to Minister Lin. The always tardy Lin Ruopu, in his morning audience, asserted his status and position, indirectly proclaiming his control over the court. Once he concluded, Lu Hongfei, the party involved, approached and downplayed his own experiences. During this exchange, other officials, eager to stir the pot, added their embellishments. The ignorant are often fearless. How pitiful, lamentable, and laughable. Though Lin Ruopu has not publicly declared his stance, his words are tantamount to sentencing Su Shan to death. It is evident to all that the Empress seeks to utilize Su Shan's hand to reassert control over the officials. This time, she employs the inspectorate to scrutinize officials of the third rank and below. If this continues, what will happen next? The Donglin party must extinguish this burgeoning threat in its infancy, whether it be the undercurrents within the court or the flashing blades of the rivers and lakes. Today, as capital has become extraordinarily lively due to the arrival of Su Shan, Sumungda. Black and red are still shades of red. I am thoroughly incensed. Within the inspectorate, upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, Su Shan curled his lips into a smile, saying nonchalantly, "Buzz." Just as his words left his lips, a powerful surge of true energy swept through the inspectorate, wreaking havoc throughout. Following that, a resounding voice echoed inside and outside the inspectorate. Su Shan, Jinwu of the Hanging Monastery, I invite you to your demise. Upon hearing this, Su Shan beckoned to the ascending Jinwu with a wave of his finger, calling out loudly, "Come here." Chapter 89. The Diamond Body, Unyielding to a Blow. With a resounding bang and a thunderous roar, the entrance of Jinwu is nothing short of spectacular, perfectly aligning with the fantasies held by every martial artist regarding a master-level warrior. First, the crescent-shaped spade pierces the ground with a sharp sound. The weapon's center causes the long-neglected stone slabs of the inspection bureau to crack like a spider's web. In the next moment, as Jinwu descends from the air, these slabs shatter instantaneously upon his landing, sending dust and debris swirling throughout the inspection bureau, which is swiftly dispersed by Jinwu's formidable energy. The onlookers, perched high above, observed this scene in awe, unable to suppress their instinctive gulp. Is this truly the realm of legendary masters? Is this the celestial power that resonates with the heavens and bathes in the light of the sun and moon? How formidable! Jinwu's mastery transcends the ordinary. He exists on a plane that is unattainable for us mere mortals. The newly appointed Captain Su must now be filled with regret. If it were me, I would be so frightened that I would lose my composure entirely. Forget about confronting him. I would be trembling in my very steps. The martial artists, drawn by fame, exchanged praises for Jinwu, forming a consensus even before Su Shan made his entrance. However, just as their discussions reached a crescendo, a surge of even more potent energy erupted from the main hall of the Inspection Bureau. Wherever it swept through, the cracked stone slabs were overturned, cascading towards the recently landed Jinwu. What of the little tadpole-patterned frog? The slabs of the Inspection Bureau, you fool, will cost you dearly. With a thunderous crash, a dragon's head, conjured from pure energy, surged forward. Bathed in the morning light, this dragon head opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Jinwu alongside the stone slabs. In the face of this sudden calamity, Jinwu clenched his fists, channeling his true energy to shatter several slabs weighing 100 pounds each. Initially astonished by Su Shan's overwhelming energy, he dared not underestimate the impending crimson dragon head and summoned his indomitable diamond body. With a deafening roar, the two energies collided, unleashing a cacophony that echoed through the air. The surrounding stone slabs disintegrated into fragments, scattering in all directions. As the morning breeze swept through, clearing the dust, Jinwu, enveloped in a radiant golden light, crossed his arms before his face. Yet, compared to before, he had been forced back several meters. The traces of his retreat were unmistakable, with even his feet having shattered the stone slabs beneath him, sinking into the debris just to maintain his stance. In this whirlwind of events, the martial artists observing from above gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Not long ago, the illustrious Jinwu was held in the highest esteem. Now, though he still stands, his monk's robe is stained with dust, and his once radiant head is now shrouded in grime. Without the need to elaborate on his disheveled state, the traces of forced retreat subtly reveal the outcome of their recent encounter. The elusive Su Qianhu, whose presence was only heard but not seen, has proven to be far superior. The tide has turned. The earlier appearance of Jinwu was explosive, whereas now, in comparison, Su Shan appears all the more formidable. Where is he? Where is the striking Su Qianhu? Thud. The sound of footsteps, not particularly jarring, suddenly reverberates throughout the inspection office, capturing the attention of all present. In this moment, they all eagerly yearn to catch a glimpse of Su Shan's true visage. But when Su Shan, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, appears before them without a care for his masterly image, the eyes of the gathered martial artists nearly bulge out of their sockets. Slurp. This old duck fan soup needs improvement. It's exceedingly unpalatable. Yuan Fong, please hold this for me. Let us subdue this old bald donkey first before we eat. Yes. As he spoke, Li Yuanfang hurriedly stepped forward to take the bowl and chopsticks. My lord, should I warm it up for you first, lest it cool down? Are you scolding me? To subdue him, let the soup cool down, and I, Su Shan, shall no longer be able to show my face in the capital. I cannot afford such disgrace. Wow. As Su Shan disdainfully finishes speaking without a hint of respect for Jinwu, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the previously silent crowd. Master Jinwu, the Grand Deacon of the Xiankong Temple, is a figure whose mere stomp could shake the martial world. Yet now, he is treated with such contempt. Is this audacity a sign of skill, or mere self-aggrandizement? Creak. Truly astonished by Su Shan's earlier strike, Master Jinwu clenches his fists, creating a resonating sound. Especially upon witnessing Su Shan approach with a dismissive smirk, he feels an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After a night of interrogation, merely to handle a few bites, you old bald donkey, lifting stones and making a ruckus, and even flying in? Clearly, you have some skill, don't you? The stone slabs of the inspection office, how you lifted them, you ought to lay them back down properly. Don't put them back? I shall strike you down like the Buddha himself. As Su Shan finishes his taunt directed at Jinwu, the latter, infuriated and humiliated, retaliates with a furious strike. I shall see what strength you possess, to dare speak such boastful words. Boom. The light of Buddha radiates as Jinwu leaps into action, veins bulging and fists slicing through the air towards Su Shan. In this fleeting moment, the power of celestial phenomena resonates throughout the heavens and earth, infusing the entire inspection office with his formidable energy. As he throws his punch, all of that energy surges towards the immovable Su Shan. The innate masters observing the spectacle exclaim, Master Jinwu has locked onto Lord Su with the power of celestial phenomena, compelled to confront one another. There was no avenue for evasion. It was a clash of wills. The unparalleled mastery of the Luohan fist represents the pinnacle of external martial prowess. Their words remained unspoken. Within the inspection office, the frenetic roar of Jinwu echoed. The white crane spread its wings, a metaphorical iron door. Bang! Boom! At the moment of contact. A blinding smoke of chaos erupted from the center where the two stood. Crash. The stones stirred, cascading down moments later. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Master Jinwu's fist firmly restrained by Su Shan's palms. In stark contrast to Jinwu's contorted visage, veins bulging with rage, Su Shan appeared remarkably at ease. With just this one gesture, the double dragons fetch water, he had already exhausted his opponent's strength. Nothing was more grating to Jinwu's ears than the laughter that filled the air. In close proximity, Su Shan's smirk was profoundly humiliating. Is this all? Chapter 90. Those who offend the Imperial Guard shall be punished, no matter how distant. The words, just this, may not be deafening. Yet they struck like an invisible slap upon Jinwu's contorted visage, twisted from exertion. Damn it. With a resounding crash, Master Jinwu summoned his strength once more, causing his monk's robe to burst as his muscles expanded uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, beams of Buddhist light cascaded down upon him, akin to divine enlightenment piercing through the morning haze. This extraordinary spectacle, reminiscent of the manifestation of a Buddha, left the gathered martial artists utterly astonished. Was he drawing in the light of the Buddha? Had Master Jinwu's indomitable body been refined to its utmost pinnacle? He was about to, before the onlookers could finish their thoughts. Master Jinwu, whose lips bled from the forced infusion of Buddhist light, bellowed in a frenzy. The bodhisattva's brow is low, the Vajra's gaze is fierce. With a thunderous boom, the rising dust obscured the precise events unfolding between the two. Yet, the massive figure of the monk Jinwu soared into the air like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding crash, he landed heavily, shattering the stone slab beneath him. Though he sprang to his feet in haste, two gaping wounds marred his shoulders, completely pierced through. Was this Su Qianhu's underhanded tactics? No, his hands were firmly bound by Master Jinwu. How could he unleash such hidden arrows? As the crowd pondered this conundrum, the beleaguered Master Jinwu, whose long arms struggled to extend, provided them with an answer. 6 Meridians Divine Sword? What countered my Vajra's fierce gaze? Dragon battles in the wilderness, was Su Shan's cold retort, remaining steadfast in his position throughout. One hand executing dragon battles in the wilderness neutralized the opponent's Vajra's fierce gaze. His unfettered fingers released the sword chi of Shaochong and Guanchong, piercing through Jinwu's shoulders. From beginning to end, Su Shan maintained an unwavering grip on the proceedings. To him, this confrontation felt less like a duel and more akin to a lion playing with its prey. The yet-to-be-released lion bore a glint of mockery in its eyes. How ostentatious! Is this the extent of the foundation of the hanging monastery? As he spoke, Su Shan glanced skyward to gauge the sun's position, calculating the time. It was already the 3rd hour. By now, officials of the 3rd rank and above in the capital would likely be gathered in the Golden Throne Hall. Su Shan's musings astonished the onlookers. Only those behind him, such as Li Yuanfang, understood that just the previous night, His Majesty had decreed that during the investigation, officials below the 3rd rank had no authority to intervene. In other words, at this hour, there was no one among the officials or institutions who could halt their gallant charge to retaliate against the hanging monastery. Time was pressing, and the task was momentous. It was time to conclude. The bald monk, it was time for this Qianhu to fulfill his promise made to you moments ago. With a swift motion, Su Shan activated his light body technique, vanishing from the sight of Jinwu and the crowd. Gone? Where had Su Qianhu gone? What kind of martial art was this? He, a detached observer of the martial world, astutely discerned the presence of Master Jinwu behind him while others sought the elusive figure of Su Shan. I shall strike you down as the Buddha himself, he declared, resolute in his intent. 6 dragons revolving. A resounding bang echoed, followed by a poof. Upon hearing the noise, the startled Master Jinwu turned, only to receive a devastating blow from Su Shan's palm. In an instant, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The golden aura enveloping his body shattered in an instant. Before Master Jinwu could crash to the ground, Su Shan appeared almost spectrally at the spot where he would land, his knuckles raised menacingly, striking fiercely upon the master's bald head. Crack. The completely defenseless Master Jinwu let out a blood-curdling scream. Yet, Su Shan showed no signs of relenting. His flurry of attacks became increasingly bewildering. A disciple of a martial sect bang. How dare you provoke the Imperial Inspectorate? Uft. acting recklessly in the name of chivalry. Crackling. With such strength. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Boom! With the final punch delivered by Su Shan, the renowned figure of the martial world, Master Jinyiwei, was forcibly driven into the ground. Resembling a lifeless dog. His swollen head bore an uncanny resemblance to the curled hairstyle of the Buddha, rendering the scene absurdly comical. As Li Yuanfang and his companions approached, they exchanged incredulous glances before erupting into frenzied shouts. Lord Su, you are magnificent. Truly, you have transformed this bald monk into the Buddha himself. Amidst the tranquility of the inspectorate, the distant onlookers from the martial world fell into a stunned silence. At that moment, none dared to bare their teeth or even draw a breath, for Su Shan had turned his piercing gaze upon them. That single glance made the onlookers acutely aware that they were firmly locked in Su Shan's sights. I know not from which sect you hail, nor do I care to learn of your masters. Spare me your boasts of superiority in your own little realms. You must remember one thing. In the Ming Dynasty, the chaos of chivalry disrupting the order shall not be tolerated, nor shall anyone dare challenge the authority of the Son of Heaven. Do you comprehend? Faced with Su Shan's demand, the martial artists he scrutinized nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded, fearful that any delay might result in their own downfall. Li Yuanfang, come forth. Gather all brothers. The authority of the Son of Heaven is sacrosanct. Accompany me to the Xiankong Temple. Yes. After bellowing this command with all his might, Li Yuanfang turned and shouted, assemble. With the command from Su Shan, hundreds of imperial guards stood by, each holding their horse at the entrance of the inspection department. Bound like a lifeless creature, Jinyiwei was tethered behind Li Yuanfang's steed. As Su Shan emerged from the grand doors of the inspection department, a collective resonance of tension filled the air. Mount. At the sound of Su Shan's voice, the imperial guards ascended their steeds in perfect unison. Flag bearer. Present. Display the flying fish banner for this captain. Yes. Shout the motto of the inspection department for me. Yes. With the flag bearer leading the way, the procession commenced. The billowing flying fish flag appeared strikingly vivid at this moment. Even more resounding was the rallying cry that echoed throughout the North City, instilling pride in every imperial guard of the inspection department. Today, the demon monk Jinyiwei, in defiance of the law, has provoked the Emperor's personal troops. His crimes are unforgivable and warrant immediate execution. His master shall bear the responsibility, as the inspection department holds them accountable. Those who offend the imperial guards shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Chapter 91. The struggle of various factions, the advantage is mine. Yesterday, the machinations of various factions stirred the air, leading the esteemed Master Jinyiwei of the Xiankong Temple to oversee the investigation and demand accountability today, a tale that swiftly spread through the streets and alleys. Especially after the city gates swung open, Master Jinyiwei, adorned in fine garments and riding with fervor, galloped towards the inspection office, escalating the entire incident to a boiling point. Those with prowess in the martial world naturally gathered to witness the unfolding drama from a close distance. However, a greater number, wary of the inspection office's might, refrained from joining the tumult, fearing that the clash of experts might inadvertently engulf them. Yet, whether in the tea houses of merchants, beside quaint stalls, or in clusters along the streets, the discussion of this affair was fervent and animated. Of course, behind this spectacle, other factions clandestinely fanned the flames. Their objective was to tarnish the reputation of both the inspection office and the Jinyiwei. Did you just hear the bang-bang of combat emanating from the inspection office? Huh. It is not merely the sound of conflict. The anguished cries echoed for over 10 breaths. Do you think Master Jinyiwei might actually bludgeon Su Qianhu to death? This remains uncertain, for Master Jinyiwei is a master of the highest order, and his strikes may not discern between light and heavy. He might believe he has yet to unleash his full strength, while that fellow Su, a mere commoner, might have already perished. What a pity it would be for such a young man, having just attained a lofty position, to meet an untimely demise due to his own hubris. Slurp! Exclaimed a local imbibing morning spirits, shaking his head as he downed the last of his drink. Not only him, but the majority held little faith in Su Shan's prospects. After all, Master Jinyiwei has long been a renowned master. Clop clop. At that moment, from the bustling thoroughfare leading to the northern city gate, a cacophony of hooves resounded sharply. The crowd, instinctively curious, turned towards the sound. There, the Jinyiwei, bearing the flying fish flag, came into view. Jinyiwei are on the case. All bystanders swiftly make way. Hush. Upon hearing this, the pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside. What was afoot? Were they unable to contend with Master Jinyiwei in preparing for a collective assault? This seemed exceedingly Before a seasoned water army member could steer the conversation, the leading Jinyiwei proclaimed a startling decree that left the crowd in shock. Today, the demon monk Jinwu, in defiance of the law and provoking the emperor as personal guards, has committed an unforgivable crime and shall be executed on the spot. His sect must bear the consequences, and the inspection office will demand accountability. Those who offend the Jinyiwei, though far away, shall be punished. Boom. At the utterance of these words, the entire bustling avenue erupted in uproar. What? Master Jinwu has been slain by Su Shan? Not only that, but they intend to hold his sect, Shinkong Temple, accountable? How could this be? Clop clop. Just as doubts began to surface among the crowd, a throng of Jinyiwei, led by Su Shan, surged forward. Look, look! Is that not Master Jinwu being dragged behind a horse by ropes? Indeed it is. Hiss! Master Jinwu has truly been defeated? The young prodigy at the forefront is none other than Lord Su. He appeared to be utterly unscathed. The bloody reality rendered the previously disparaging voices regarding Su Shan silenced, each person rendered mute by fear. Amidst these individuals lurked various spies, who promptly reported the news back to their respective masters. Hurry, hasten to the palace and report this matter. Yes, the soldiers of the city defense camp, who had been anxiously awaiting news of Su Shan's demise, felt their spines chill as they witnessed the imperial guards dragging Jinwu out of the city like a lifeless dog. Particularly, those soldiers who had accompanied Lu Ning the previous night were filled with immense dread. How fortunate they were not to have acted yesterday. Otherwise, their lives would have been insufficient for resurrection. Su Shan is truly audacious, daring to hold the hanging monastery accountable? Quickly, send someone to inform the North Marquis. Yes, in an instant, spies from various factions gathered outside the palace, urging the female officials, guards, or eunuchs to inform their masters of the latest developments in the conflict. However, today's South Morning Court was exceptionally prolonged. It was not until noon that the sovereign and his ministers departed in discontent. As Lingbo Weibu, leading the Donglin faction along with the North Marquis, exited the Golden Wan Hall with a fiery spirit, a waiting eunuch hurriedly reported the situation outside. What did you say? Su Shan not only executed Jinwu publicly but also led a charge towards the hanging monastery? What is his intention? Upon hearing this and absorbing all the details, Lingbo Weibu coldly declared, those who defy imperial authority shall face retribution, no matter how distant they may be. This reasoning was quite compelling. That lad named Su certainly knows how to create momentum. However, should he incite the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, leading to national turmoil, that would be a capital offense, utterly unforgivable. Just as Lingbo Weibu finished speaking, the head of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, swiftly approached them. Minister Ling, North Marquis. What brings you here, Lord Yu? The Empress Dowager has been increasingly restless in recent days and wishes to visit the hanging monastery to pray for blessings. I have been commanded to inform the North Marquis to escort her from the city defense camp. Upon hearing this, the North Marquis' eyes lit up. If I can catch him in the act and pin a sufficiently large crime upon him, even if Su Shan possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, it will not suffice to save him. I shall summon the city defense camp immediately to escort the Empress Dowager to the hanging monastery. Upon returning to the imperial study, Jinyiwei spoke with righteous indignation, with both eyewitnesses and material evidence at hand. How can the Donglin faction dare to obfuscate the truth and invert right and wrong? It is utterly despicable. Just as she finished speaking, a female official hurriedly entered to report on the recent happenings in the inspection division, reiterating the Empress Dowager's intention to leave the palace. The Empress Dowager is heading to the hanging monastery to pray, accompanied by the Western Depot and the city defense camp. Even the long-absent Minister Chao has joined? Yes. Hearing this, Jinyiwei instinctively glanced at her celestial master. Your Majesty, please remain calm. The southern floods weigh heavily on your heart. The reasoning for going to the hanging monastery to pray is to beseech heaven. Yenner, present, Your Majesty. Summon the imperial guards to accompany me to the hanging monastery to offer sacrifices to heaven. As you command. Even Su Shan did not anticipate that his military remonstrance at the hanging monastery would become the central focus of the emperor's contention with the Donglin party. It is not an exaggeration to say that any misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. However, for him, the greatest advantage lay in having departed the city half a day early, and moreover, in a state of light preparation. In fact, to facilitate Su Shan's mission, the Qilong had dispatched elite personnel from the Northern Pacification Office to accompany him along the way. The advantage is ours. At home. After receiving the intelligence from the city through the Falcon, Su Shan murmured confidently while clutching the note. Yuan Fong, come here. I suddenly feel inclined to take a bold move. To delay our actions, both the North Marquis and Chao Jinchun will undoubtedly dispatch their finest troops to pursue us first. Does the master mean that our Jinyiwei, who are escorting the evidence for the pacification office, were ambushed midway? Why can't they succeed? In these troubled times, banditry is rampant. Chapter 92. Dual line operations, effortlessly commanding. My lord, are we not delaying the operations at the Hanging Monastery? Li Yuanfang, voicing his concerns, inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled and shook his head. One must grasp both ends firmly. You cannot genuinely believe that I would risk the lives and fortunes of my brothers by leading you all to the Hanging Monastery, can you? Since the latter half of the night, have you seen Brother Qinian? No, I have not. Lord Wang has left the city early to tend to the monks. Even if we arrive now, their actions have not concluded. They are merely waiting. Isn't it better to find some amusement in the meantime? After Su Shan articulated these thoughts, Li Yuanfang's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, My lord, you are impressive. Let us get to work. Indeed, the Hanging Monastery, built against the mountainside, derives its name from the main hall suspended above a precipice. As one of the royal temples for worship and blessings, it periodically receives imperial gifts. Consequently, when someone arrives under the guise of the Ministry of Rites, the monks within have long grown accustomed to it. Master Jinyiwei, presiding over the temple, noted that this time the items bestowed by His Majesty encompass not only provisions but also funerary and blessing supplies, although not explicitly stated. It should pertain to the execution of the secular disciples of Jinwu. Upon hearing this, Master Jinyiwei, who had been pretentiously striking the wooden fish, coldly snorted and rose, saying, Jinwu's junior, causing such a commotion in the capital is quite beneficial. At the very least, it ensures that the people of the Hanging Monastery are not to be trifled with by mere rabble. Precisely, replied Master Jindiao, a middle-aged monk, with a smile. After all, these are individuals sent by His Majesty. We must arrange matters properly. Indeed, moreover, the esteemed Lord Wang from the Ministry of Rites wishes to enter the temple to pray and admire the grandeur of the Hanging Monastery. As long as he does not venture to the back mountain, feel free to assign anyone to guide him around. There is no need for excessive pomp. We must not appear overly obsequious. Understood. By the way, have we clarified the identities of the unfamiliar faces that appeared at the back mountain a few days ago? We have investigated. They were merely villagers gathering firewood who inadvertently entered the royal temple and have been dealt with severely. Good. The individuals at the back mountain will not emerge for several more days, and during this time, no one is permitted to enter without authorization. Yes. Transforming into Lord Wang Qinian of the Ministry of Rites, he, accompanied by a young monk, conducted an advance reconnaissance of the entire Hanging Monastery, marking key locations. This ensured that once their lord infiltrated, he could swiftly take control of the entire temple. Additionally, several water sources within the monastery were meticulously noted. My lord, the kitchen's water tank has already been poisoned, but we still have so much left. None of the 6 water sources should be overlooked. Shall we pour all of it in? What do you think? It's not just the 10 fragrant softening powder and Romania. I can comprehend those. But over 10 pounds of the Love Union powder? Those spirited monks would surely breach the walls. Why all this idle chatter? Whether they prod the walls or poke the hollow tree, or even employ a ladder for a fray against the tiger and the Arhat, such matters are theirs to contend with. Lord Su has issued us an irrevocable command. When he led his troops forward, there was a monk whose legs did not tremble, whose eyes did not blur, whose ears did not ring. That was our failure to execute the task properly. Thus, the dosage must be increased. In short, the dogs of the Hanging Temple must exhibit a ferocious demeanor after the evening meal. By the hour of the rat, their bodies should be completely drained. Understood. After my subordinates departed at the sound, I stood alone at the railing of the Hanging Temple, gazing into the distance at Wang Qinian. Reflecting on Lord Su's comprehensive strategy TSK, I mused, it is ultimately the flying fish attire of the Jinyiwei that shackles Lord Su's talents. If he were free of these fetters, a ruthless demon lord would surely rise in the martial world. How brutally savage that would be. My gaze shifted towards Wang Qinian at the hollow of the old locust tree, and I could not help but silently pray for him. As I prepared to leave, I cast one last glance at the statue of the Buddha in the main hall and remarked meaningfully, Thank heavens the statue of the Buddha did not open its mouth. Amitabha. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. Immin at a fork more than 10 miles from the Hanging Temple, Su Shan, unable to suppress a sneeze, pondered who among the old women might be thinking of him again. Truly? Is that so? Huan? Just then, amidst his myriad thoughts, The sharp clatter of hooves drew near to his ears. "My lord, a large troop of cavalry approaches from 5 miles ahead." The dismounting scout promptly reported. "An initial estimate indicates around 50 men." Upon hearing this, Su Shan waved his hand decisively. "Proceed as per the original plan. Remember, not a single living soul must be left." "Yes." With Su Shan's command, hundreds of figures vanished into the night. Jinyiwei, under the pretext of praying for blessings against the southern floods and making sacrifices to heaven, led the Imperial Guard to the Hanging Temple, which alerted Chao Jingchun and the Northern Marquis to a hint of anomaly. Fearing that Su Shan might be up to something at the Hanging Temple, the two dispatched their capable men to hasten after him. Among them, the Eastern Depot sent the second of the 8 tigers, Zhang Yong and Gao Feng. The Northern Marquis dispatched the 3 brothers Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard from his 13 guards, 5 masters of the realm. Along with dozens of innate experts, this strength is sufficient to flatten a sect. Even if Su Shan is remarkably powerful, he must weigh his actions against the Hanging Temple and these individuals. "Lord Gao, Lord Zhang, we are approaching Fengwu Slope. Beyond there, it is a clear path. It will take but a little over 10 miles to reach the Hanging Temple," reminded Zhou Long, leading the Northern Marquis' contingent. "Then let us hasten. We can no longer contain our desire for vengeance on Lords Gu and Lu." The 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory, harboring deep-seated grievances against Su Shan, spoke these words with gritted teeth. It was evident that their preemptive actions were driven by a desire for vengeance. In the words of the factory chief Wei Zhongxian, if they struck fiercely enough and left no incriminating evidence, the likelihood of Su Shan falling to his demise from a cliff was exceedingly high. The Northern Marquis had also given prior instructions. Regarding the personnel from the supervisory office, they were to employ lethal force, leaving no survivors. The moment Zhou Hu uttered these words, the 2 groups of riders, galloping forward, exchanged glances and erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter. Suddenly, with a resounding bang and a deafening rumble, the leaders of the pack, still caught in their mirth, found their horses stumbling forward as they stepped into a concealed pit. The piercing cries of horses echoed throughout Fengwu Slope. A trap? An ambush, indeed. The unforeseen turn of events sent the experienced Gao Feng and others into a frenzy of desperate shouts. As the riders attempted to evade this mechanism, a torrential barrage of hidden projectiles descended upon them from all directions. There is one more chapter to be coded. A new update shall arrive at dawn. Chapter 93, Strike to Kill, Leave No Survivors. With a sharp thud, the deadly projectiles indiscriminately pierced through the bodies of the factory guards and attendants. The chilling cries of agony reverberated throughout the Fengwu Slope. Those of slightly higher cultivation, relying on their innate abilities, managed to evade the onslaught to some extent. Yet, their bodies suffered varying degrees of injury. Conversely, those of lower cultivation were swiftly reduced to lifeless corpses amidst the cacophony of screams. "Evade! Evade the range of the projectiles!" screamed Zhou Bao, who excelled in assassination. Just as he shielded several attendants, narrowly escaping the deadly barrage, a shadow brushed past him in an instant. A sharp blade sliced through his neck. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Bao's pupils dilated as his body froze in shock. His right hand instinctively clutched at the gaping wound. With great effort, he cast a glance at the fleeting shadow. As he teetered on the brink of death, he summoned the last of his strength to utter 2 words, so fast. The shadow, heedless of the words, muttered with interest while searching for the next target. "If a woman were to say that to me, my pride would be greatly wounded." With a swift motion, the intricately designed blade in the shadow's hand struck down 2 innate guardians before piercing Zhou Hu's chest with unerring accuracy. In that moment of eye contact, this newly enlightened master caught sight of the shadow's face. It was both familiar and strange. Familiar, for he had seen the portrait of the 13 Tai Bao. How long had it been since the Northern Marquis issued a death order for anyone? And now, the one who should have been his prey had appeared in such a manner. Strange, as it was his first encounter with the true visage of this figure. Cold, resolute, and decisive. Yet the smirk that curled at the corner of his mouth suggested a certain relish in the act of hunting. Indeed, this was a hunt. Su Shan. With a resigned thud, Zhou Hu collapsed to the ground after uttering the name of his assailant. Coincidentally, on another part of the battlefield, a ghostly assassin continued to slay the factory guards and attendants. Hai Feng, firmly locked onto by 2 celestial masters, was pierced through the body by their simultaneous strikes as he made one last desperate swing of his arm. Flying fish garb, Jinyiwei. In close proximity, Hai Feng discerned the attire of his assailants and exclaimed in disbelief. Even in his dying moments, he could hardly fathom that the Jinyiwei would dare to intercept them so brazenly. Ironically, they did not even bother to conceal their distinctive garb. Whether it was sheer confidence or audacity born from exceptional skill, Hai Feng could see no future ahead of him. With a swift motion, thud, as the twin blades were drawn simultaneously, the unblinking Gao Feng collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the Jinyi struck down upon the next wave of adversaries. Pucci! Ow! They surged towards us. The swift attrition on the battlefield compelled the leaders, Zhou Long and Zhang Yang, to quickly regroup. However, as the remaining 3 or 5 guards and attendants, battered and bruised, gathered near the two, their opponents had already formed a complete encirclement around them. Zhang, the steward. They are clad in Feiyu attire. Commander Zhou. They are Jinyiwei. The few survivors, having steadied themselves with great difficulty, shouted in terror. Zhang Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, roared, "You Jinyiwei! Have you defied the heavens? Do you dare to kill even those from the Eastern Depot and the Northern Marquis' residence?" Just as he finished speaking, a languid voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. And once you are all dead, such a grave crime. Shall we speak of it lightly?" "No." Following the voice and the flickering torchlight, upon seeing the figure, Zhang Yang and Zhou Long exclaimed in unison, "Su Shan." This captain still held a certain renown. Indeed, the recent audacity had yielded results. After Su Shan finished his remarks with a smile, Zhou Long bellowed, "You, surnamed Su, do you truly believe your actions are flawless? Today, your wicked deeds shall not remain concealed for long." Patatap. Just as Zhou Long uttered these words, a cacophony of galloping hoofs resounded behind them. Subsequently, Li Yuanfang, holding several severed heads, hurriedly approached Su Shan and remarked, "My lord, your foresight is truly remarkable." This pack of castrated dogs and hunting hounds left a few men behind in the rear. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long and Zhang Yang's pupils dilated, and they could not suppress a gasp of shock. This has nothing to do with foresight. It is merely the experience of the martial world. When pursuing a powerful group, it is customary to leave a few behind on the periphery, if victorious, to prevent any escaping foes, if defeated, to ensure that someone can return to relay the news. As Su Shan concluded his thoughts, the Jinyiwei expert assigned to him by the Qinglong could not help but regard him with newfound admiration. Young yet decisive in his actions. And more importantly, meticulous and seasoned. Is he truly still in his youth? His strategic foresight and comprehensive planning surpassed even that of the elders. Ah, just now on your journey, you mentioned that the Northern Marquis had given orders to leave no survivors. Is that correct? At this, Su Shan, with a cold smile, raised his right hand, mimicking a slashing motion as he declared, "Then let us proceed according to this standard." Swish. As his words fell, shadows surged forth. Dang dang. The sounds of desperate resistance rang out only a few times before Su Shan turned around to hear the despairing cries of Zhang Yang and Zhou Long. "Su Shan, may you meet a most untimely demise. The Northern Marquis shall take our place." Zila. Upon hearing these threats, Su Shan wore an expression of utter disdain. Muttering under his breath, "There are many who wish for my end. Who do you think you are?" "My lord, regarding the scene, let us ensure no trace of our presence remains." "And the bodies?" Hearing this, Su Shan glared at Li Yuanfang, questioning, "Is this your first day with me?" "The Imperial Guards have always been known for their capacity to kill, not for burying. Leave them for the Northern Marquis. Consider it a greeting." "Understood." Upon receiving this command, Li Yuanfang promptly instructed his men to carry it out, pada. Just as they were preparing to set forth towards the Hanging Temple to enact their plans, a scout, sent by Su Shan to monitor the situation, hurried back. "My lord, it appears something has gone awry at the Hanging Temple." What has transpired? Why do you appear as if you have never encountered such a situation? It's just too strange. Brother Shan does not favor your fragmented speech. Speak all at once. The walls are trembling, the trees are shaking, and the bald monk is howling. Chapter 94. A Revelry of Demons, Ascending the Abyss. As the ice and snow melt away and life begins anew, the season of courtship has arrived. The air is thick with a pungent aroma. Situated over 100 miles from the capital of the Ming Dynasty, within the Hanging Monastery, resides a group of large, gregarious primates, all male. They exhibit their most vigorous selves through howls, roars, tree shaking, and wall leaning. The moonlight cascades gently, illuminating their fierce, rugged, and distorted visages, composing a cacophony of life-esque melodies. In the midst of such fervor, while some passionately perform, others lurk in the shadows, enviously observing. From the trees, in the ravines, and in the hidden recesses, inquisitive eyes gleam like bronze bells, and ears perk up like antennas. To them, the scenes unfolding before their eyes are indeed akin to a revelation, a spectacle of unrestrained vitality. My lord, I've never witnessed such wild abandon before. Is this what they call a revelry of demons? Upon hearing Li Yuanfang's words, Su Shan, with a profound gaze, replied, You possess quite the literary flair. Pray tell, what do you think our little gathering here amounts to? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanfang timidly responded, A thirst quenched by the sight of plums? Excuse me? Su Shan retorted, Why not say it's a feast for the eyes instead? I cannot bear to partake in it at all. Li Yuanfang answered earnestly, nearly causing the nearby elite of the Jinyiwei, who were on their maiden mission with them, to burst into laughter. My lord, look. That bald monk has collapsed right onto the ground. Is this what they call grassland? At this, not only the others, but even Su Shan himself could not suppress his laughter. The cultural heritage of the Ming Dynasty has indeed been sullied by these ruffians. Where is Wang Qinian? Summon him here to elucidate this situation. I'm prepared to charge in without fear of their blades. But I'm dreadfully concerned that these ravenous monks will pounce indiscriminately. After Su Shan voiced these concerns, Li Yuanfang sagely remarked, That is not the most alarming part. The true horror lies in the fact that should they leap upon us, I might not resist and would inadvertently rise to the occasion. Please, do not crouch behind me. Keep a distance of at least 8 feet. Haha. Regardless of how serious you may be, this team will always bring forth laughter. Is this not another manifestation of our unity? Before long, Wang Qinian returned from the front lines, wearing a fawning expression as he approached Su Shan. You haven't exhausted all that I entrusted to you, have you? My lord, you mentioned that in times of necessity, one could go all in. I was just curious about what going all in means. You said, the more medicine I apply, the less blood my brothers shall shed. I must account for the number of men I brought with me. Wang Qinian's words truly moved many of the Jinyiwei present, stirring their hearts deeply. Although he had spoken before, none anticipated that the situation would spiral out of control to such an extent. As Su Shan finished his statement, Wang Qinian promptly replied, The scene may be somewhat chaotic, yet the outcome is remarkably favorable. My lord, Jinyuan and Jindiao are currently utilizing their true energy to assist several elders of the suspended temple, suppressing the effects of the poison. Based on my assessment, after this ordeal, Jinyuan, nearing the 6th grade master realm, will only be able to exert about 70% of his power. Similarly, Jindiao, close to the 5th grade master realm, will also find it difficult to sustain a prolonged battle due to depleting true energy, particularly after the hour of the rat. At that moment, we can strike decisively, achieving results with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Su Shan nodded thoughtfully and inquired further, What about the rear mountain? The rear mountain has been under the vigilant guard of the suspended temple's martial hall for the past 2 days. The defenses are stringent, with even the subordinates of Lord Li, disguised as woodcutters, being expelled, he replied. After finishing his explanation, Su Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, When circumstances deviate from the norm, it is often due to sinister motives. Inside the suspended temple, Jindiao, feeling utterly drained, knelt tremulously before Jinyuan. Hundreds of disciples in the temple suffered from varying degrees of poisoning, leaving him, the acting CEO, overwhelmed with responsibility. Merely channeling true energy to suppress the toxicity was one challenge. But he also had to contend with disciples who, like ravenous wolves, were aggressively pursuing him. I expend my energy to heal you, yet you covet my very being? In a fit of rage, he had slain several individuals. The chaos within the temple, coupled with the elusive culprit, left him unable to escape culpability. Master, the situation appears to implicate that Lord Wang, masquerading as a minister, is behind this treachery. But what is their purpose? What do they seek? Before Jindiao could finish his thought, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. With a thud, a martial monk stumbled into the room, trembling violently. His sunken eyes struggled to maintain focus as he managed to speak. Master, what brings such urgency? The Jinyiwei have arrived, dragging the corpse of the true martial uncle to our door. At this proclamation, Jinyuan and Jindiao's minds buzzed with shock. Jindiao, particularly agitated, took several hesitant steps sideways. Jinyuan, leaning against a crimson pillar, questioned with a tremor of indignation and exhaustion, What did you say? The Jinyiwei have come to our door with the body of a true marshal? Indeed. Su Shan, the chief inspector, forcefully kicked open the doors of the suspended temple. He declared that one does not come uninvited without provocation. A mere sect dares to challenge the inspectorate. This time, he intends to deliver a bloody lesson. The disciples, feeling powerless, retreated to the main hall. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuan's fury ignited as he spat. The inspectorate. Su Shan. It seems tonight's events are orchestrated by their hands. Do they truly believe that the suspended temple is devoid of protectors? Zhendiao. He called. Present. Let the warriors of the martial hall form their ranks. Follow me as we step forth from the temple to confront our foes. Upon uttering these words, Jin Yuan found himself in a state of utter dismay. Form ranks? What ranks? At this moment, they felt as if their feet were treading upon clouds. Their once formidable strength had been squandered time and again, leaving them nearly depleted. The scant true energy remaining within them was merely suppressing the venom coursing through their veins. Even if they were to emerge from the temple to face the enemy, it would be a deliberate invitation to death. Master, should we not first summon the brothers stationed at the rear mountain to assist in our defense? We are already devoid of strength, though filled with indignation. Jin Yuan recognized the grim reality. It pertained to the century-old honor of the Xiankong Temple, compelling him to deploy the mightiest forces. Go, summon the 4 great guardians of the martial hall from their vigil at the rear mountain. This time, I shall ensure that the inspectors pay a heavy price for their ignorance and contempt. Yes. Chapter 95. The Great Might of the Celestial Dragon. The Radiance of the 9 Suns. In the forecourt of the Hanging Monastery, there remained no means of defense. Or rather, when Su Shan forcefully kicked open the gate, those monks, severely lacking in strength, fled in terror. Yet, they left behind irrefutable evidence of their heinous deeds, the weathered tree hollows, the blood-stained ground fissures. And the crumbling walls all bore witness to their wickedness. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Be cautious of the bamboo tubes beneath your feet. Bamboo tubes? What purpose do they serve? Su Shan instinctively lowered his head to inquire upon hearing this. Wang Qinian, gritting his teeth, found it hard to articulate. In an instant, Su, the esteemed official, exaggeratedly exclaimed, to the utmost extremes. Are they barbed? Such brutality. At this moment, a skilled Jinyiwei sent by the Qinglong faction cautiously remarked, Lord Su, might your actions tarnish the reputation of the supervisory department? Reputation? What use is that? Does it spare the supervisory department from shedding blood, or prevent the widows and orphans of the martyrs from shedding tears? Moreover, remember this. History books and reputations are penned and celebrated by the victors. In the future, no one will care how the Hanging Monastery fell. They will only remember the swift and ruthless blade of the Jinyiwei. With a swift motion, sensing something amiss, Su Shan drew the Zhengyang sword from his waist and, turning partially, swung it downwards while shouting, Jian Yuan, you old bald donkey, get out here. With a whoosh, the sword imbued with the essence of the 9 suns sliced through the air. Scarlet and fierce, akin to a meteor racing towards the shadowy inner courtyard. Boom. The towering archway connecting the front hall and the inner sanctum collapsed in an instant. The onlookers instinctively gazed towards the terminus of the falling meteor, which was none other than outside the main hall of the Hanging Monastery. In the next moment, the unmistakable howl of Jian Yuan, evidently lacking in vigor, reached the ears of the crowd. A mere trifling skill dares to challenge me? The great might of the celestial dragon. A burst of golden light erupted, clashing fiercely with the scarlet blade energy. Buzz. Immediately, a wave of potent energy surged outward from the point of origin. Akin to a torrent, relentlessly battering in all directions. Clatter. The stone slabs laid outside the main hall were overturned one after another. The altars and incense burners on either side swayed perilously. The monks, including the abbot who had emerged to engage in battle, were forced to retreat several steps, completely losing control of their bodies. This mere confrontation from a distance granted them a clear understanding of Su Shan's prowess. Pure Yuan energy? Su Shan had not only comprehended the celestial forces, but had also refined pure Yuan energy. 4th rank. At the very least, a 4th rank master. As the elders of the Hanging Monastery cried out in terror, Wang Qinian, witnessing Su Shan unleash his full strength for the first time, stood there in stunned silence. He knew his master was no ordinary person, but he never anticipated such overwhelming power. Even the elite warriors of the Jinyiwei, accompanying the inspection division, were left utterly speechless. It was rumored that Lord Su had only recently undergone his coming-of-age ceremony before entering the capital. A pure Yuan master at the mere age of 20? In all of the Ming Dynasty, who could rival him? Yet, what astonished them, as well as the monks of Xiankong Temple, even more was that, in the blink of an eye, Su Shan, who had just been in the front hall, had boldly charged to the front of the main hall with a drawn blade. What kind of martial prowess was this? It was nothing short of miraculous. It was long said that the abbot of Xiankong Temple had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment with the Dali incantation. Su Shan, the captain of the inspection division, had come to seek guidance. The blade divided yin and yang. Swish. Zing. Boom. He offered no opportunity for the true Yuan and the monks of Xiankong Temple to utter a word, as he struck directly at the foremost monk, True Yuan. Just as his mentor, Ji Gang, had advised him upon his entry into the capital from Yuhang. If you can strike, don't hesitate. Confronted with Su Shan's unyielding approach, True Yuan, who had been brimming with reproachful words, had no choice but to confront him head-on. Equally adept in martial arts, upon sensing the earth-shattering force behind Su Shan's strike, he instinctively attempted to evade. However, while True Yuan managed to dodge, his disciples behind him lacked such agility. Even in a state of weakness, their guardian, Zhen Diao, summoned his golden form and took the blow head-on. Puff. In his prime, he might have withstood it. But now he felt as fragile as a fledgling chick. The hidden force of that strike ravaged his internal organs and shattered his lower dantian. Zhen Diao. Clang. Regaining his senses, True Yuan swiftly caught his younger disciple. You, Su Shan, you disregard martial ethics. Martial ethics? Did the true martial spirit provoke the inspection division? His entrance was far more explosive than mine. When he attacked, he didn't inquire whether I, Su Shan, had fought several battles the previous night or how my chi was recovering. Where was he before this? Su Shan's words struck a nerve, reddening True Yuan's face. For heaven's sake, do not hold back any longer. Otherwise, I shall sever your head without hesitation. Boom. As he spoke, the intensity of Su Shan's energy surged further. In that instant, True Yuan not only felt the palpable intent to kill emanating from him, but also realized that Su Shan would not grant him a moment as respite. Very well. It had been years since any institution or individual had rendered Xiankong Temple so utterly helpless. Zing. As he declared this, True Yuan tore away his robe, revealing his upper body. This time, the monk would allow Su Shan to witness the true essence of the Dali incantation. Wow. With that proclamation, True Yuan clasped his hands together. Under the fierce gaze of the Vajra, the light of the Buddha enveloped him. Instantly, a golden dragon pattern emerged upon his once rough back. Great King Dragon, earthly respected Ksiddhagarbha, Daluo incantation, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Paramitha. The dragon soared into the heavens. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the golden dragon materialized before the assembly like a sacred totem. Enveloped entirely in the radiant light of the Buddha, the true essence emanated an illusion of inviolable sanctity. The soaring power and abruptly heightened realm led the monks to believe that, in terms of sheer strength on paper, their abbot could effortlessly crush the insignificant ant that was Su Shan. Even the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth was rendered dry as the true essence surged forth, prompting a fervent cry, "Please, abbot, avenge our junior brother." Hearing these words, Su Shan erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Amidst his mirth, his surrounding energy shifted from a pale red to a deep crimson. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. As the 9th strand of true energy enveloped his entire being, Su Shan's laughter abruptly ceased. In a chilling tone, he declared, 9 suns illuminate the heavens. Golden dragon? Today, I, Su Shan, shall wield my blade to slay the dragon. Listen, everyone, to the roar of the dragon. Boom. Chapter 96, Fear Before Battle. The 6 pulse acupoints. Before the Grand Hall, which was already suspended in midair, 2 radiant beams of light shone brilliantly at the witching hour of the night. One beam, imbued with the aura of Buddha, enveloped in golden dragons, drew forth the reverent worship of the monks. The other, surrounded by the fierce energy of the 9 suns, emanated a blood-red pressure that dominated the scene. This confrontation could be deemed a clash between the pinnacle of masters within this realm. The surrounding space was compressed by these 2 formidable energies, resembling a coiled spring, poised to explode and rend the heavens asunder. Gulyalu. All those gazing upward could not help but swallow hard at that moment. Holding their breath, they dared not utter a sound, for the brilliance of the 2 figures, dazzling against the pitch-black sky, made even the 4 great guardians of the suspended temple, stationed at a distance, fully aware of the unfolding spectacle. Could this be the great Luo spell of our venerable senior monk? Even the mighty heavenly dragon has been summoned? It seems that the Jinyiwei has sent formidable reinforcements. Quickly, rush to the Grand Hall. Whoosh, whoosh. As the leading monk uttered these words, the 4 great guardians, untouched by poison, along with the martial monks defending the rear mountains, surged forward towards the site of the incident. Swish. Shortly after their figures vanished, a group of over 10 Jinyiwei, led by Li Yuanfang, rose from the thicket of the rear mountain. Concealed by the technique of turtle breathing, they had awaited this very moment. Swift action is imperative. Our master, Such a flamboyant display is merely to draw fire away from us. We must avoid direct confrontation with the martial hall's experts. We cannot betray our master's noble intentions. Indeed, let us act. Before their disappearance, Li Yuanfang and his companions cast their profound gazes toward the radiant crimson light on the mountainside. For other commanders, sending their subordinates to charge into battle while reserving glory for themselves seems to have become an ironclad rule. Yet, under the command of Su Shan, he embodied his principle. As long as I, Su Shan, draw breath, the sky may collapse, but it is my concern. What you must do is charge alongside me. Remember, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril and fierce foes abound, the first to perish must be me, Su Shan. My lord. After a solemn bow, Li Yuanfang led his men deep into the rear mountain. Buzz. The surging true energy flowed into the blade inscribed with intricate patterns, causing the already formidable Zhengyang blade to emit a piercing howl. This marked Su Shan's first encounter with a 6th-rank master alone. Although the opponent was an illusion, their profound foundation remained, igniting his fervor for battle. Compared to his excitement, his true essence was far from the calm demeanor he portrayed. Especially as the two forces continued to tug and clash, he could sense the opponent's pure original energy was no hasty summoning. It was rich and inexhaustible, wild and aggressively invasive. Even at his peak, facing such a formidable adversary, he harbored no confidence of victory. Moreover, he could only exert 70% of his full strength now. Su, Mountain, the Hanging Temple, a royal monastery. Do you not fear the wrath of His Majesty or the Empress Dowager for your reckless behavior? The voice, imbued with Zen, has begun to sway the hearts of many who lack conviction, drawing them under the influence of the true essence. This could indeed be regarded as a form of sound wave technique. At this moment, the delay in speech merely indicates that Su's true essence seeks to await the return of the 4 great kings. The town protectorate is directly subordinate to His Majesty. Yet I see no signs of caution from you bald monks. Are you stalling for time? Are you feeling guilty? Resorting to minor mantras now? As he spoke, Su Shan's vital energy became increasingly resplendent and tempestuous. With a swift motion of his arm, the murderous intent in the air surged forth like a torrent, crashing toward his opponent. To cower before battle? With such timidity, what do you possess to contend with our imperial guards? The sun and moon are devoid of light. Swish! As the words echoed, Su Shan, standing a few meters away from the true essence, swung his armed right arm downward. In the eyes of the gathered crowd, the mere meter-long Zhengyang blade in Su Shan's grasp seemed to be reforged in that instant. The crimson blade energy extended from the tip, ultimately transforming into a several-meter-long red edge, though it appeared to descend slowly toward the true essence. Each inch of its descent resonated with the sound of a shattered diamond body. Crack. The true essence, sinking deeper, formed hand seals, raising both hands to the heavens. Channeling pure primordial energy, he sought to thwart Su Shan's blade energy. However, his efforts not only failed to impede its descent, but rather intensified its force, causing his own feet to shatter the stone beneath. In tandem, layers of his diamond body were severed by the opponent's strikes. Blood gushed from his nostrils, the corners of his mouth, his ears, and even his eye sockets in that fleeting moment. The monks of the Hanging Temple, witnessing this scene, were etched with disbelief. Their revered abbot, omnipotent in their eyes, could also find himself in such a dire predicament. Uffed. Suddenly, the true essence spewed forth a mouthful of blood upon that golden light. In the next heartbeat, a circling golden dragon opened its gaping maw and charged at the crimson blade energy. Youth, you shall pay a grievous price for your arrogance. Bodhi has attained enlightenment. The flying dragon ascends. Boom. The true fish, observing all this with the assistance of the monks, instinctively widened its eyes. Trembling, it could not help but stutter. Bodhi has attained enlightenment. Abbot, this is a final desperate attempt. The brothers of the Hanging Temple understood that the true essence's remarkable achievements stemmed from the previous abbot leaving behind a relic upon attaining enlightenment. The exceptionally gifted true essence had utilized this relic to refine his lower dantian. This was also a form of legacy passed down through generations of abbots at the Hanging Temple. Yet now, the true essence had summoned this relic, commanding the manifested golden dragon to retaliate against Su Shan's lightless strike. Sensing the sudden surge of power from his opponent, Su Shan felt no fear. Instead, a manic smile spread across his face. Indeed, this is what makes it interesting. As he muttered these words, Su Shan was already aware of 4 formidable waves of energy approaching from his flanks and behind. The others, including Wang Qinian, who sensed the same ominous presence, turned pale in an instant. They all attempted to rise and protect their master from the four intruders. However, just as they moved, they witnessed Su Shan conjuring an enigmatic hand seal with his left hand, directing it towards the acupoints of Xiao Chong, Guan Chong, and others. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, radiating outward from Su Shan like a tempest. The six meridians convergence. The powerful and turbulent Tru Qi not only hindered the advance of the four mighty guardians, but also caused Wang Qinian and his companions to hesitate in their tracks. At that moment, with blades in hand, Su Shan's gaze was fierce as he fixated on the illusory golden dragon that had materialized before him. He then proclaimed, word by word, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Mingda. The path of the sword is eternal as the long night." Slaughter. Chapter 97. Desperately concealing. Unforgivable sin. The once resplendent golden dragon, born from the true essence of Bodhi, emitted a piercing roar as it felt the searing pain. It was not only the dragon. The true essence that had manifested this dragon through the sacred relic field also held in agony. The previously dissipated blade force was now infused with a more ferocious energy. This energy was even more rampant than pure true essence. Could it be the chaotic true essence? No, that is impossible. He could never be a sixth-tier master. Why is he able to summon chaotic true essence? The true essence, feeling this, murmured in disbelief as its pupils enlarged. In this world, there are indeed some secret techniques that can forcibly enhance one's strength in a short time. However, it is utterly impossible to cross a threshold and unleash an energy that does not belong to oneself without comprehension. Even the Tianfeng body of Shangguan Yin'er could only summon the superficial pure true essence when she performed the phoenix dance of the nine heavens. But what of Su Shan now? He had not even crossed the threshold of the sixth tier, yet he invoked the chaotic true essence, which could only be wielded by those above the sixth tier. How could this not instill despair in the true essence? I concede. Stand down, immediately. As the true essence cried out in a frenzy. The crimson blade extinguished the radiant golden dragon, simultaneously shattering the true essence's sacred relic field. With a puff, the expelled true essence spewed forth a mouthful of blood. And then his body crashed heavily towards the distance like a bullet. With a clang, the true essence smashed through the golden plaque above the main hall and fell to the ground. The plaque, which had hung in the main hall for a century, shattered at that moment, signifying the demise of the 100-year glory of the hanging monastery. As he hit the ground, a chorus of desperate screams erupted from the gathered monks. Master, senior brother. Scoundrel. Master, senior brother has already conceded, yet you dare to strike ruthlessly and destroy his sacred relic field. We swear we shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. Kill. The four great guardians, witnessing this, summoned their energy, charging towards Su Shan with the might of their indomitable spirits. Below, Wang Qinian and the others rose, only to be halted by Su Shan's outstretched hand. That last strike was enlightening. I shall use these four to hone my blade intent with a swoosh. Before his words could fully escape, Su Shan's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he wielded the blood-red, searing Zhengyang blade, ruthlessly cleaving towards the nearest guardian of the hanging monastery. I have a strike that can move mountains. With a crack, the blade fell, and the guardian exploded. As the opponent split in two before the astonished crowd, Wang Qinian and the others instinctively gasped. Their pupils widened, as they vaguely deduced the nature of Su Shan's enlightenment. Lord Wang, the heavens have changed dramatically. This cannot be the legendary. Before Wang Qinian could utter a word, Su Shan's figure reappeared before the next Vajra. I have a blade that can sever rivers. Crack. The gruesome spectacle unfolded once more before all, drenched in blood. Trembling at the corners of his mouth, Wang Qinian finally regained his senses and murmured, This is the essence of one's life knife. Isn't this something only those above the sixth rank are qualified to comprehend? When has our master ever been shackled by realms? Just as Wang Qinian spoke these words with reverence and awe, Su Shan once again wielded his Zhengyang knife. This time, one blade cleaved two donkeys. I have another blade that can turn the tides. Ziz, 3 blades for precise strikes, all embodying the understanding of the indomitable Vajra body. As their bodies fell to the ground like comets, as their blood splattered across the entire red gates of the main hall like ink, the vast hanging monastery, with hundreds of monks and imperial guards, gazed in astonishment at the towering figure wielding the knife. The still crimson blade illuminated his handsome, resolute visage with striking clarity. To the monks, it appeared grotesque. Yet to the imperial guards, it exuded grandeur and majesty. Thud. After landing, Su Shan sheathed his knife. As he turned, His disdainful gaze swept over all the monks present at the hanging monastery. Su Shan. Tonight, your vile deeds at the hanging monastery shall be reported to the court, declared Jinyiwei, supporting his abbot. Upon uttering these words, a cold, fierce smile emerged on Su Shan's face. How I report is your concern. How to resolve it is my affair. With me, Su Shan, the inspection division will impose its authority over the hanging monastery for a century. This pronouncement left Jinyiwei and the monks speechless with anger yet unable to voice it. Pat. Pat. Just then, 100 men clad in a flying fish uniform leaped over the wall and hurriedly approached Su Shan. Sir, Deputy Qian Huli has located the missing children in the back mountain and apprehended several high-ranking officials on site. Boom. Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei, who had been in a semi-dazed state, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. What is the situation there? Faced with Su Shan's inquiry, the 100-man, at a loss for words, could only express, it's utterly tragic. These 4 words transformed the nature of the entire incident dramatically. Yet Su Shan felt no joy. Rather, his expression darkened further. For, according to Li Yuanfang's investigation, over the years, the orphanage had sent over 100 children to the hanging monastery. What about the others who were lured away? What of those obtained through other channels? Previously, he had clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking that being concealed within the monastery might mitigate the severity of the situation. But now it seemed he had underestimated the depths of human depravity. Before the entirety of this incident is thoroughly investigated, all monks from the hanging monastery shall be uniformly detained by the Jinyiwei. Those who dare to resist will face merciless execution. As Su Shan finished his command, the wounded Jinyiwei, struggling to rise, shouted with fervor, Su, if you dare to unveil the secrets of the rear mountain, the town protector's office may not be able to shield you. I advise you to refrain from meddling in these murky waters. In that very moment, as Jinyiwei's words lingered in the air, Su Shan's previously sheathed blade was drawn once more in a fit of rage. With a swift motion, he severed the head of his opponent. In that instant, the monks who had been assisting the headless Jinyiwei were splattered with blood, unleashing cries of terror. Su Shan, with a vicious glare and bloodied blade in hand, declared, if you are unaware of this matter, your guilt may not warrant death. However, to willfully conceal the truth or even threaten the Jinyiwei in their investigation is an unforgivable crime. I shall see just how deep the waters of this case truly run. Chapter 98, Royal Kin and Noble Marquises. With a commanding shout from Su Shan, hundreds of monks were subdued by the Jinyiwei and collectively imprisoned for interrogation. He, alongside the 100 household who had delivered the message, hastened towards the back mountain. During their journey, Su Shan inquired about the specifics of the situation that had prompted the use of the phrase a scene of utter devastation. In response to Su Shan's inquiry, the 100 household, visibly shaken by the scenes they had witnessed, replied, this case involves the witchcraft sect. The witchcraft sect? Su Shan echoed, recognizing it as one of the 3 notorious evil sects of the Ming Dynasty, alongside the 5 poison sect. Upon hearing this name, Wang Qinian, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, Goo poison? Indeed. Moreover, it is the most malevolent form, infant goo. Having recently arrived in this realm, Su Shan possessed only a rudimentary understanding of such matters. Upon hearing their conversation, he expressed his bewilderment. What kind of riddle are you two speaking? My lord, this case is indeed quite troublesome. Wang Qinian remarked with a meaningful tone. Su Shan then gestured for the 100 household to proceed with securing the scene, while he pulled Wang Qinian aside, who appeared hesitant to speak further. My lord, have you heard of the witchcraft rebellion during the reign of the late emperor? Wait a moment. As he spoke, Su Shan pressed his thumb against his chest, exerting himself and immediately expelling a mouthful of stagnant blood. My lord, you, not to worry. I merely utilized a force beyond what my current realm should possess. Nevertheless, for Su Shan, this was a worthy endeavor, as he had gained insight into the essence of the life blade through this intense collision of power. This was the first technique he comprehended since arriving in the martial realm of the Ming Dynasty without relying on a system, with the Zhengyang 3 blades. And upon encountering the true essence of the Deluo spell, Su Shan would not need to forcibly activate the 6 meridians. This was, indeed, the greatest harvest of his endeavor. After accepting the true essence pill handed to him by Wang Qinian and swallowing it, Su Shan urged him to continue. Please, go on. I possess little knowledge of the capital's secrets. Did Lord Ji not mention it to you? Who? Old Ji. This witchcraft rebellion involves him? Indeed. As he met the astonished gaze of his superior, Wang Qinian began to narrate. Before the late emperor, there was 1 son and 2 daughters. The legitimate eldest son, Zhu Yuding, was designated as the crown prince at birth. However, upon reaching adulthood, he had yet to awaken the imperial bloodline. His frail constitution rendered him weaker than his peers. The Ming Dynasty, founded on martial prowess, naturally scrutinized such a crown prince. Until the 27th year of the Qitian era. The crown prince, who quelled the southwestern rebellion on behalf of the emperor, not only awakened his imperial bloodline but also ascended to the realm of a 7th-grade grandmaster. From that moment, his prestige soared, particularly as the late emperor became engrossed in the pursuit of immortality, leaving the entire court under the crown prince's stewardship. It was precisely during those years that the witchcraft sect proliferated, wreaking havoc upon the land. There were even reports of entire populations mysteriously vanishing from cities over the span of months. And this was not an isolated occurrence. Upon hearing this, Su Shan furrowed his brow. Is this related to the crown prince's cultivation methods? My lord, you perceive it accurately. The former crown prince sought to enhance his own power through the sinister blood rituals of the witchcraft sect, specifically the soul-devouring blood sacrifice. The introduction of the venomous insects into the body, along with the living sacrifice of creatures, incited wrath from both heaven and man, leading to uprisings across various regions. In response to the turmoil, the late emperor, in a fit of fury, commanded the vice-commander of the guard, Lord Ji, to thoroughly investigate the matter. As the truth unfolded, in the 32nd year of Qitian, the former crown prince attempted regicide through the manipulation of venomous insects, culminating in a coup d'etat that would later be referred to as the witchcraft incident. The precise details and processes remained unknown to me. All I am aware of is that from that moment forth, the crown prince vanished from public view, and Lord Ji was demoted to Yuhang. The Empress Dowager ascended to power, while Minister Lin soared to prominence, allowing the Donglin faction to gradually seize control of the court. This continued until the late emperor transcended to the afterlife. Transcended to the afterlife. Is that true? Su Shan inquired with wide eyes. In response, Wang Qinian offered a forced smile, stating, "That is what they say. Within the imperial tomb lies only the ceremonial tomb of the late emperor." Then what of this infant venom? Su Shan pressed. The infant venom was one of the means by which the crown prince maintained control over the ministers during his reign. This particular venom possessed miraculous effects, such as prolonging life, enhancing cultivation, and preserving youth. However, it required regular consumption at intervals. Should one cease its use, not only would rapid aging ensue, but a bloodthirsty madness would also take hold, leading to a most gruesome demise. Logically, this venomous art should have been eradicated following the witchcraft incident. Yet, as Su Shan spoke, he coldly interjected. The Nine Bone Claw remains a forbidden practice in the martial world. Hasn't Gudaong practiced it for so long, wreaking havoc upon so many? As he spoke, Su Shan glanced at the cunning Wang Qinian, adding, I know you feign ignorance while attempting to guide the conversation. This case likely involves the former crown prince's old faction. And perhaps even the Donglin faction and those nobles within the palace are exacerbating the situation. Otherwise, how could the royal temple of Xiankong dare to collude with such malevolence? My lord, truly. Silence your mouth, Su Shan retorted. At this, Wang Qinian, who was about to offer a few flattering words, sheepishly closed his lips. After a few moments, the two arrived at a building that, from the outside, resembled a monk's austere dwelling. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the dimly lit chamber, the opulence of its furnishings and decor became increasingly extravagant. Accompanying this was a pungent scent of blood, along with the raucous shouts of the captured dignitaries. You pack of courthounds, have you lost your minds? Do you even know who we are? Is it merely the death of a few children that has you shouting here, invoking acting on imperial orders? Huh, and you dare to demand our cooperation? Come on, don't just talk. Let's see you act. Aren't the tortures of your Jinyiwei infamous? Go on, try me. As they entered the outer hall of the dim chamber, several pompous nobles were vocally berating Li Yuanfang. If not for fearing trouble for his superior, Yuanfang would have drawn the embroidered spring knife hanging at his waist long ago. Yuanfang, you have failed to take care of these nobles. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, the guards stationed there, clad in their embroidered uniforms, immediately bowed respectfully. With his arrival, several dignitaries redirected their focus onto Su Shan. So you are their leader? I advise you to release us at once and vanish from here. Some matters are beyond the capacity of a mere guard. Who is this? How dare he be more arrogant than I? Su Shan inquired, pointing at the foremost man. In response to your question, my lord, he is Suzha, the elder brother of the North Marquis Suji. The gentleman beside him is Wu Changming, the elder brother of the Empress Dowager. Once Wang Qinian had introduced their identities, the bound dignitaries wore expressions of haughty disdain. As Su Shan approached them, he remarked, "My goodness, not only are they imperial relatives, but also the heirs of marquises. Are they truly resilient? Huh, I ask you, can their esteemed bodies endure a beating?" Smack, crack, ouch. Chapter 99, Wrath Unleashed, Torture and Coercion. At the moment of inquiry, Su Shan's foot forcefully shattered Su Zhi's knee. As he thudded to the ground, a wailing scream erupted from him, echoing like a ghostly cry. This sudden scene sent Wu Changming and other dignitaries recoiling in fright, retreating several steps. Their expressions were a portrait of terror as they gazed at the young man before them. "Yuan Fang, they too are not impervious to blows. How did you end up in a position where these dogs dare to bark at you?" Turning his head, Su Shan coldly interrogated, "Why? Why are you afraid of causing me trouble?" "Trouble? Huh. You all claim to uphold the law and avoid trouble, yet how can you truly appreciate my invaluable presence?" Su Shan continued, his gaze piercing as he swept over all the Jinyiwei present. "Can you jump or squirm now?" With a swift motion, Su Shan pulled Li Yuanfang before him and pointed towards Su Zhi and the others. "The spittle they just expelled, make them lick it back, bit by bit. I grant you half an hour to obtain their confessions, to learn everything they know. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes," came the resounding reply. "What about you? Speak louder." A thunderous collective roar filled the hall, drowning out Su Zhi's cries and turning Wu Changming and the others' faces pale. Su, is that you, Lord Su?" Attempting to call Su Shan by name, Wu Changming hesitated, fearing the wrath of this formidable presence, and managed to stammer out, "My lord." Gathering his courage, Wu Changming met his gaze and said, "Do you understand the consequences of truly torturing us?" "I do not know, nor do I wish to," Su Shan replied succinctly. "But I want you all to comprehend the repercussions of daring to snarl at the inspectorate. Moreover, rest assured, as long as my head remains intact, it will be exceedingly difficult for any of you to leave the execution chamber alive. Proceed." "Yes." As several Jinyiwei, brimming with pin-up rage, pounced upon the group like ravenous wolves, Su Shan led Wang Qinian towards the actual scene of the crime. Just as they departed, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the victims behind them. Though Su Shan had mentally prepared for the horrors of the scene upon arrival, he was still struck with a chill at the sight before him. Several children, no more than 7 or 8 years old, lay with bulging, bloodshot eyes, forever unblinking. Their skulls had been violently shattered. On a dining table incongruous with the scene, sumptuous dishes, wines, and substances meant for revelry were laid out. Several accompanying maidservants were completely bare. Some had perished, while others were rendered mentally unstable by sheer terror. What on earth has transpired here?" Furious to the point of trembling, Su Shan inquired word by word beside Wang Qinian. They should have been awaiting the hatching of the parasitic larvae, eager to partake in the fruits of their emergence. "Hatching? You mean the parasitic eggs implanted within the bodies of unsuspecting children, incubating through the absorption of their blood. After 49 days, the larvae first emerge from their cocoons, devouring the children's innards, ultimately forcing their way out through the crown of the head. The phrase 'infants consumed in liquor, even deities cannot intervene' is a saying that circulates within their circles." With a resounding crash, Su Shan slammed his palm down, shattering the stone table before him. The noise drew the attention of several elite guards, who rushed over. Wang Qinian, accompanying him, gestured for them to retreat. "Beasts!" Su Shan exclaimed, his fury boiling over. Just moments ago, they had audaciously proclaimed that it was merely a matter of ending a few children's lives. Since arriving in this realm, Su Shan had never felt such unbridled rage. Even though he had committed countless killings himself, the sight of these innocent children meeting such a tragic fate filled him with profound sorrow and indignation. "Sir." In another hidden chamber, several children are being held captive, came a report. Upon inspection, it was confirmed that they too had been implanted with the parasitic eggs. After Dang Ziyue finished relaying the news, Su Shan strode purposefully towards them, gazing upon the group of children, merely 7 or 8 years of age. He was met with their innocent, timid, and even terrified expressions. His eyes unknowingly filled with tears. "Wang Qinian, can we save them?" he implored. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian fell silent. "Sir, even a powerful warrior attempting to extract the larvae faces a perilous struggle. How much more so for a group of already frail children?" With a deep breath, Su Shan sought to regain his composure, returning to the scene of the crime, channeling his grief into strength. He connected with the spirits of the deceased for the first time, overwhelmed by their despair, terror, and cries in their final moments. The brazen laughter and gluttonous expressions of the culprits, Suzha and his cohorts, were etched vividly in his mind. Sir, numerous children's corpses have been unearthed in the back mountains. Some are already decayed, while others have turned to bone, according to the coroner accompanying us. The earliest deaths date back 3 years. Upon hearing this, Su Shan rose silently, making his way towards the remains. Never before had he approached such a task with such gravity. He reached out to each child as spirit, yearning to remember every perpetrator through their final perspectives. 227 corpses, 27 grotesque faces, carved into Su Shan's memory as if by knife and chisel. Ding dong. Sensing the host's wrath, the system issues a collective mission, the will of the children one. Mission objective: dismantle the entire chain of evil, sparing more children from this fate. Mission progress: 1-3. Mission reward: 50 years of cultivation, divine ability, larvae exorcism technique. Ding dong. Upon sensing the host's profound indignation, the system issued a collective task, the will of the children 2. The task's objective was to unmask all the noblemen involved and publicly expose their vile visages, seeking atonement through death. The task's progress stood at 0 out of 27, with rewards promised in the form of 50 years of cultivation and the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Shan could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation. Based on his experience, the task's progress was never arbitrary. The first mission entailed dismantling the entire nefarious network. The orphanage was certainly one part, and the temple masquerading as a sanctuary for wayward children was another. Yet, the system hinted at 3 targets, implying the existence of an additional sinister link providing these children. With this realization, Su Shan, his face a mask of fury, retreated to the dim chamber. At that moment, Suzha, once brimming with arrogance, now lay bloodied and battered in the corner. Upon witnessing Su Shan approach with palpable rage, his previously swollen eyes widened in terror. I was wrong. Please spare me. Chapter 100, The Knight in Fine Attire, vowing to follow to the death. As Suzha was yanked by his collar by Su Shan, terror filled his eyes. Apart from the Yanji Hospital and the Xinkong Temple, who else would entice and abduct children? No, there is no one else. Unruly, creak. When Su Shan forcibly tore Suzha's ear, his anguished screams sent shivers down the spines of Wu Changming and the others. One last time. Speak. I shall flay you slowly, allowing you to witness your own flesh fluttering before your eyes. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Suzha, whose inner defenses had completely crumbled, spoke through tears. The Yongsheng Dental Clinic under the auspices of Jin Xianbang, who was referred to as Master Wei Baiyu. At the mention of this title, everyone present was left dumbfounded. How did he know this when he hadn't even divulged it? I am asking you a question. As Su Shan spoke, he had already gripped the only ear Suzha had left. Wei Shanpeng, the brother of Wei Shanming, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned to inquire, is this name on the list you just provided? No, my lord. Creak, This time, Suzha fainted from the pain. Yet, Su Shan swiftly drew a dagger and stabbed it into Suzha's pressure point. In the next moment, with veins bulging and eyes bloodshot, Suzha was jolted awake by the unbearable agony. Whether dead or alive, there are no secrets in my hands. From now on, I ask, you answer. Otherwise, this torment shall persist. Yes, my lord. Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you everything. Rasped Suzha, eager to comply. Who is the one you refer to as Mr. Duan or Dr. Duan? The doctor of the National Academy, Duan Yingjiu. He is also the vice president of Donglin Academy. At the mention of this name, even Wang Qinian and the others couldn't help but inhale sharply. This case truly threatens to shake the capital to its core. To Su Shan, the high-ranking officials of the capital were unfamiliar. Thus, he could only conduct targeted interrogations based on their dialogues and physical characteristics revealed during the spiritual communication. With each name he uncovered, Wang Qinian diligently recorded it. The lengthy list of 27 names astonished the members of the Jinyiwei present. It was known that many of these individuals held significant prestige in the capital, and who among them had a simple background. That night, Su Shan not only tortured these culprits, but also dealt ruthlessly with several elders from the Xinkong Temple. After repeatedly confirming the list, he finally emerged from the side hall of the temple, utterly exhausted. Wang Qinian. Present, my lord. Is there a direct method to ascertain whether they have employed infantile sorcery? Yes. Wang Qinian stepped forward to elaborate. The tincture's golden light charm can discern the truth. Anything else? As the parasitic worms emerge from their cocoons, the remnants of the shells When ground and mixed with dog's blood and golden sap that has fermented for half an hour, can be used to reveal the true nature of individuals when splashed upon them. After hearing this, Su Shan, who had remained silent for a moment, spoke. You shall carry this out, preparing the requisite amount for these 27 individuals. Yes, my lord, but this. I am aware this is a path of no return. It may even offend the esteemed officials and scholars of the entire capital. As he spoke, Su Shan gazed towards the dawn sky, revealing a resolute smile. Before every glimmer of dawn breaks, there lies an interminable night, suffocating in its length. Is it not we who excel in the art of stealth and disguise? In response to Su Shan's smile, Wang Qinian solemnly bowed. I, your subordinate, thought to follow you to the death. With a resounding boom, it was not merely Wang Qinian. The accompanying Jinyiwei and the elite dispatched by the Qinglong sect all knelt on one knee, fists clasped, and proclaimed, We, too, vow to follow you into the night. From the capital to the Xiankong Temple, it was merely 100 miles or so. With light packing and swift horses, it would take merely half a day to arrive. However, the presence of the emperor leaving the city and the Empress Dowager's procession ensured the convoy would not move swiftly. Both sides had dispatched scouts to reach Xiankong Temple ahead, which led to a night of delays, each harboring their own hidden agendas. At dawn the next day, the grand procession set forth once more. The northern Marquis Suji, being of military lineage, resided beside the Empress Dowager's palanquin along with Chao Zhenchun, his gaze frequently darting towards the imperial guards led by Yuan Tiangang and Shangguan Yin'er not far off. My lord, are you still coveting Vice Commander Shangguan as a daughter-in-law? A hearty laugh escaped the northern Marquis. Certainly. It is said that upon her return from Yuhang, Shangguan Yin'er not only comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, but has also, through unknown means, unlocked her bloodline, showing signs of a complete awakening of the Tianfeng physique. Such an extraordinary woman, should she become my daughter-in-law, would be a blessing for the Su family. No sooner had the northern Marquis spoken than the Empress Dowager, parting the curtains, declared, This matter I shall decide for the northern Marquis. It is settled. Ah, thank you, Empress Dowager. But Master Yuan and the Emperor have always opposed this. Their opinions are of little consequence. Several elders from the Tianfeng clan will soon enter the capital for an audience. As long as the Tianfeng clan consents, what do we care for the opinions of Master Yuan and the Emperor? Upon hearing this, the northern Marquis' eyes brightened, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Ahead lay Fengwu Slope. He wondered how things were faring at Xiankong Temple now. He felt a lingering unease, for he and his companions had previously slain celestial masters at the gathering of a mortal's pavilion. Our dispatched personnel are not weak, yet the Qinglong sect would not remain indifferent. Jie. After the northern Marquis expressed his concerns, Yu Huadian, slightly lagging behind, responded with a sly grin. My lord, you worry too much. Years ago, the abbot of Xiankong Temple owed my family's grandmaster a significant favor. Upon the arrival of Zhang Yong and Gao Feng, they will convey the intentions of the supervisor. Hearing this, the northern Marquis' countenance brightened with delight as he exclaimed, Excellent, splendid indeed. Supervisor Chao remains a cut above the rest. Just as the northern Marquis and his companions finished speaking with unwavering confidence, the guards of the city defense camp abruptly halted their horses. The sharp clatter of hooves echoed ominously, drawing nearer. What is happening? Why have we stopped? Upon seeing his trusted aides, the northern Marquis inquired loudly. Report to the northern Marquis, Supervisor Chao at Fengwu Slope ahead. Several dozen corpses have been discovered. Upon hearing this vague response, the northern Marquis' fury ignited. Who are they? They are Zhang, head of the Eastern Factory, Gao head officer, as well as the 3 deputy commanders, Long, Hu, and Bao. Boom.